Once, the Titan giant ants, which the country spent billions to acquire, are now sold as street food, with an offer of 10 extra skewers for every 100 bought. However, the moment I saw them, I decided to contract them as my first spirit beast. My classmates laughed at me, saying that even choosing a cricket would be better than an ant, but I didn't care. This is because I can make the ants evolve endlessly. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the insect nest core. By devouring any creature, you can produce insect warrior soldiers with that creature's genetic information. If you devour a dragon, you will breed dragon-type insect warriors. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yan trembled with excitement. Who says life-based professions are weak? Even though I awakened the weakest ability, Bug Servant, I have the system. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Lin Yan focused his thoughts, and the character attribute panel appeared in his mind. Insect Nest Host, Lin Yan Realm, Bronze Rank 1 Insect Nest Level, 1 Core Function, devour any product containing genetic information to breed fusion insect warriors with that genetic material. Initial unit, Titan Giant Ant Unit Quantity, 500 Biomass Residue, 100. After some research, Lin Yan figured out how to use the system. Only by devouring extraordinary creatures can the Insect Nest Core produce new units, while devouring low-level monsters only increases core energy. Each unit of biomass can produce one insect soldier, and Lin Yan currently has 100 units of biomass, so he can produce at most 100 insect soldiers. Lin Yan looked again at the system panel displaying his initial insect soldiers, the Titan Giant Ants. Level, 1 Bloodline, Legendary Health, 500 Attack, 180 Defense, 220 Agility, 150 Spirit, Chi Energy Berserk, enters a Berserk state, immune to control, greatly increases attack and speed. After reading this, Lin Yan's heart jolted. Although the Titan Giant Ants attributes are much lower than other spirit beasts of the same level, their numbers can reach 500, and as Lin Yan's realm increases, the Insect Nest Core's level will also rise, and the quantity and attributes of the Titan Giant Ants will increase as well. Doesn't that mean, as long as I have enough biomass, I can endlessly flood the battlefield with soldiers? Lin Yan's mind was instantly filled with images of him leading billions of terrifying insect soldiers, slaying gods and Buddha alike. Even if a myth-level monster appears, I can show it what an insect disaster truly is. Suddenly, the class leader, Chen Lei, slapped the blackboard, bringing everyone's thoughts back to the present. There's one last thing to announce. Tomorrow is the college entrance exam, and unlike previous years, this year, Jinwu University will come to our school to select 2 of the most talented beast masters. If selected, not only will you be directly accepted into one of the 4 top universities, Jinwu University, but you will also receive a 1 million yuan scholarship from the school. Chen Lei spoke more slowly, then looked with a smile at the 2 students in the front row, Qin Ruoyu and Zhao Lengtian. You 2 are the most likely in our class to pass the selection. Be sure to prepare well. As for the others, don't worry, just perform normally. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire class let out a sound of envy. Lin Yan subconsciously looked up and saw that Qin Ruoyu also turned her head, and the 2 made eye contact. Lin Yan felt a sudden pain in his heart and quickly turned his head away. The 2 had been desk mates in the first year of high school, and they had agreed to apply to Jinwu University together. But now, Qin Ruoyu had awakened an A-level beast master talent, Dragon Clan's Light Roar. She had become a prodigy, while Lin Yan had only awakened the life-based talent, Bug Servant, and had completely fallen to the bottom. What is this unwillingness I feel inside? Could it be that the original owner's obsession is too strong? Lin Yan took 2 deep breaths, trying to calm himself. Don't worry, even if it's just for that 1 million yuan, I will definitely secure the recommendation spot. There's a saying in this world, the rich don't study literature, the poor don't train beasts. Without enough financial support, the purchase and training of spirit beasts becomes the mountain blocking your path. While Lin Yan's family isn't exactly poor, both his parents are ordinary workers. If he can get the 1 million yuan scholarship, it would undoubtedly solve many problems. Ding ling ling. The bell for the end of school soon rang, and the students rushed out of the classroom. Just as Lin Yan stepped out, he was blocked by a bright figure at the door. Lin Yan, you should give up on registering for the Beast Master exam. With your talent, becoming a Beast Master will be extremely difficult, and you might even lose your life. The agreement we had is cancelled now. I just hope you can honestly become a Bug Servant. Looking at Qin Ruoyu's sincere gaze, Lin Yan smiled. Class leader, thank you for your kindness. I know there's nothing wrong with being a Bug Servant, but only by becoming a Beast Master can I overlook the entire world. What if I do well tomorrow and get the recommendation to Jinwu University? It's not impossible. Qin Ruoyu shook her head, not taking Lin Yan's words to heart. Just as she was about to say something else, Lin Yan's phone buzzed. He glanced at it and said, Class leader, my mom is calling me for dinner. See you tomorrow at the exam. Seeing Lin Yan disappear like the wind, Qin Ruoyu stamped her foot in frustration. Stinky Lin Yan, you really are hopeless. The next day, at Nanjing First High Sports Field, Lin Yan arrived early at school. At this moment, the class leader Chen Lei was standing in front of the first class's formation, waiting to start the college entrance exam in the Secret Realm instance. Now, I will count everyone's spirit beasts. When I call your name, summon your spirit beast. Hearing this, the students nodded, as they had already prepared their spirit beasts after awakening their talents. Sure duh. Teacher, my spirit beast is the rock snake. Jianghua. Come out, Gale Hound. Chen Lei held the roster and recorded each student's spirit beast. Next, Qin Ruoyu. Qin Ruoyu stepped forward and summoned her spirit beast. My spirit beast is the light-scaled dragon. Instantly, a small dragon glowing with white light appeared in front of everyone, fluttering its wings around Qin Ruoyu. The breath of the dragon race was on full display, instantly suppressing all the spirit beasts present. Dragon race spirit beasts, terrifying indeed. The students immediately let out a chorus of exclamations. Wow, it's no wonder she's Qin's campus beauty, she actually contracted a dragon. Sai, who told her that her talent is A-level, dragon affinity? In the entire school, only Zhao Langtian's talent, Wolf Totem, can compare. They're all above average. My talent is rubbish, just D-level. It's alright, at least Lin Yan is here to support you. Exactly, a life system talent, bug feeding, and he's still bold enough to take the martial exam. The sound of discussion rose and fell. The homeroom teacher Chen Lei pressed down his hand, and after the noise faded, he continued shouting. Zhao Langtian. At this moment, a tall boy stepped out from the crowd, deliberately bumping into Lin Yan as he walked by. Anyone could see. Zhao Langtian was intentionally targeting Lin Yan. As for the reason, everyone present knew it all too well. Wasn't it because Zhao Langtian had been pursuing Qin Ruoyu in vain? Instead, he vented his anger on Lin Yan, who was closer to Qin Ruoyu. Such a thing. They had all become used to it. Are you blind? Lin Yan frowned slightly and asked sharply. Since the other party was looking for trouble, he naturally had no reason to hold back. Zhao Langtian turned around, his gaze fierce. You little brat, what did you say? Dare to say it again? Lin Yan chuckled lightly, it was the first time he'd heard such a request. I asked if you are blind. It seems you're not just blind but also deaf. The homeroom teacher Zhao Lei also noticed the conflict here and quickly said. Alright, the college entrance exam is coming up. What are you all making a fuss about? Zhao Langtian, summon your spirit beast. Zhao Langtian glared at Lin Yan and pointed his finger. Just you wait. Then, he summoned his spirit beast in public. Come out, North Wilderness Wolflord. A giant black wolf appeared behind Zhao Langtian. At Zhao Langtian's order, the giant wolf bared its fangs and roared at Lin Yan. My North Wilderness Wolflord has an epic bloodline, costing me over 5 million to airlift from the north. Zhao Langtian boasted shamelessly. Spirit beasts and monster talents are divided similarly: vile, ordinary, rare, elite, epic, legendary, mythical. In this world, where ordinary bloodlines abound, an elite-level bloodline is definitely a devastating blow. The crowd did not disappoint him, immediately starting to flatter him. Zhao Dasha is so powerful, truly the #1 young master of Nanling. Over 5 million. My family wouldn't earn that much in a lifetime. That's because his father is a school director, and his family is the #1 family in Nanling. It's decided, the top 2 in the college entrance examination are already set. Undoubtedly, it must be Qin, the campus beauty, and Zhao, the young master. Some people turned their gaze to Lin Yan, shaking their heads sadly. Why did you provoke anyone? You just had to provoke young master Zhao. Next, Lin Yan. Homeroom teacher Chen Lei looked at Lin Yan, frowning. Do you have a spirit beast? He knew Lin Yan's talent was life system, bug feeding, providing no benefits in battle. Moreover, bug-type spirit beasts not only had poor combat ability but were also very rare. They were no longer traded much in the market. Even if Lin Yan was willing to spend everything to buy one on the black market, once he entered the college entrance examination replica, he'd be at the bottom. I'm ready. Lin Yan's words stunned Chen Lei. Then a soccer ball-sized ant appeared in front of Lin Yan. This is my spirit beast, the Titan giant ant. Everyone stared at the ant in shock. Then, a burst of loud laughter erupted. Ha, clown Lin Yan actually contracted an ant. This is hilarious, he thinks he can use an ant to fight. Before my spirit beast even needs to come out, I can handle it myself. I really don't know why Qin, the campus beauty, cares about such a waste every day. People like this can't see reality, they want to forcibly become beast masters without talent, how pathetic. Forget it, such people will have no connection with us in the future. Just look at the joke. The head teacher, Chen Lei, looked at Lin Yan's spirit beast ant with disdain. Every year, there are a few fools who break their heads just to become beast tamers. Good words are hard to persuade a damned ghost. After the college entrance examination, he will have to recognize reality. Lin Yan stood still, listening to the ridicule of the crowd, sneering in his heart. A bunch of short-sighted folks, blowing up even the epic level. My Titan giant ant is legendary. What the hell is the North Wilderness Wolf Master? In front of my insect disaster, it will only be crushed. Chapter 3, Instance Dungeon Assessment. After counting the spirit beasts, The candidates got onto a big bus one by one, heading to the examination site. Before long, everyone arrived at the destination. This time the examination instance dungeon was called the Misty Forest. Listening to the teacher's introduction, Lin Yan had a preliminary understanding of this instance exam. Simply put, in the instance, there are various low-level magical beasts. Their goal is to hunt these beasts to earn points. The higher the points, the better the score. The reserved spots for Jinwu University go to the top 2 on the points leaderboard. Lin Yan looked at a purple-clothed woman on site. From the crowd, he learned that she was the teacher responsible for admissions at Jinwu University. Not only did the principal respect her greatly, but even the president of the local Beast Tamer Association stepped back for her. At this moment, the purple-clothed woman spoke, her voice cold and clear. I am the chief examiner for this exam, Zhao Ziwei. This instance exam is organized by Jinwu University, supervised by the Beast Tamer Association, in accordance with the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Later, each of you will be given a scorecard. Every magical beast you kill will automatically count toward your score. I wish you all good luck and a bright future. Now, the exam begins. As soon as she finished speaking, the candidates began to rush into the instance. Lin Yan was just about to enter the instance, but Zhao Langtian suddenly walked up, fiercely saying, You waste, once you enter the instance, just wait for you and your little aunt to die. Lin Yan calmly replied, You better pray not to run into me. If I don't beat the crap out of you, it'll be your lucky day. Zhao Langtian said nothing further but let out a sneer, making a throat-slitting gesture toward Lin Yan. Then he and a group of underlings directly stepped into the instance, disappearing from sight. At this moment, Qin Ruoyu also came to Lin Yan's side, worriedly saying, You don't need to care about him, we can enter the instance together, and with me here, he won't dare to do anything to you. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan shook his head and said, Class monitor, I still want to enter the instance by myself. He had 100 Titan giant ants in hand, having others around would undoubtedly slow down his leveling speed. Seeing Qin Ruoyu's tightly furrowed brow, Lin Yan smiled. Don't worry, the one who should be careful is Zhao Langtian, and the other magical beasts inside. After saying this, Lin Yan took a bold step and directly entered the instance. As the light in front faded away, the scene before Lin Yan suddenly changed. What came into view was a dense primeval forest. The air was still carrying a faint mist. And the heavier the fog, the stronger the appearing magical beasts would be. Looking at the density of the mist, the magical beasts that appeared here wouldn't exceed level 3. Lin Yan's mind moved, and without hesitation, he converted all 100 points of biomass into Titan giant ants. Small wormholes appeared one by one. Swarming Titan giant ants crawled out from inside. Each Titan giant ant was the size of a football, wrapped in armor, looking like mighty guards. 100 Titan giant ants lined up neatly, looking up at Lin Yan, waiting for orders. Lin Yan scanned the surroundings and commanded. Search ahead and find all the magical beasts here, leave not a single one behind. The Titan giant ants, upon receiving the order, immediately rejoiced. They all began to search forward. Before long, the Titan giant ants at the front signaled. They found a group of double-tailed foxes. The number was around 20. Leave not a. Like a tide, the Titan giant ants rushed towards the two-tailed demon fox. Sensing danger, the two-tailed demon fox became alert instantly. Seeing a sea of Titan giant ants charging forward, it screamed in fear. In just 3 seconds, 20 resisting two-tailed demon foxes were completely consumed by the swarm of Titan giant ants. Lin Yan noticed. The Titan giant ants were not mindlessly attacking all at once. Instead, some were blocking the escape, some were on alert, and some were attacking. Each performing its duty, like a precise battle machine. They really are the initial soldier ants, great in attack, defense, and speed. Lin Yan thought with satisfaction. At that moment, a series of kill notifications rang in his mind. You have successfully killed a level 2 monster, two-tailed demon fox, biomass +1, experience +20. You have successfully killed a level 2 monster, two-tailed demon fox, biomass +1, experience +20. You have successfully killed a level 3 monster, two-tailed demon fox leader, biomass +2, experience +40. You have successfully advanced to the second tier of Bronze Beast Master. After the kill report finished, Lin Yan found that the attributes of the Titan giant ants had increased a bit, and their levels had also risen with him. Additionally, the maximum number of soldier ants increased from 500 to 600. In hunting these two-tailed demon foxes, 5 Titan giant ants had sacrificed themselves. But the biomass had increased by over 20 points, which made him very satisfied. After converting these 20+ points of biomass into Titan giant ants, Lin Yan headed towards the direction where the mist was denser. He felt no fear at all. In this dungeon's secret realm, his Titan giant ant swarm was in absolute dominance. Outside the dungeon, in the waiting area for parents, Lin Jianshan, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Zhao Tianhua, our school director from Nanling No. 1 High School. A scruffy middle-aged man smiled as he introduced the somewhat awkward Lin Jianshan. I have already talked to Mr. Zhao about your situation. That kid Lin Yan wants to repeat a year. It's just a matter of one word from Mr. Zhao. Lin Jianshan looked at the wealthy man in front of him, stretched out his hand, and said, Hello, Mr. Chen. Zhao Tianhua lit a cigar, without looking up, asked, What bloodline is your child's spirit beast? Lin Jianshan hesitated for a moment and said, I'm not too sure, but his talent is from the life system, insect breeding? Ha! At this moment, Zhao Tianhua finally turned his head, but his gaze was on the scruffy man, and he angrily said, Lu Chunsheng, are you kidding me? A waste with a life system talent still dares to ask me for help? If you don't want to work, then just leave. Lu Chunsheng was covered in sweat, hurriedly explained. Mr. Zhao, that child wants to repeat the literary exam, not to become a beast master. Only then did Zhao Tianhua look at Lin Jianshan. With a sneer he said, Pay a school selection fee of 500,000, and work for me for 20 years after graduation. Not too many conditions, but with your child's waste talent, it's best to first live to see the day before you reply to me. Having finished, he waved his hand indicating the two could leave. Lin Jianshan heard the word waste being thrown around and clenched his fist immediately. A displeased look appeared on his face. Lu Chunsheng was startled and quickly pulled him aside. It's all for the child, think it through carefully. If Lin Yan can't even get into a liberal arts university, his life will be ruined. Lin Jianshan was silent for a long time, his mind filled with Lin Yan's determined gaze from last night. After a long time, he suddenly asked, Old Lu, what if my son gets into Beast Master? Lu Chuanxing's eyes widened, then shook his head and stopped speaking. A life system talent thinking of becoming a Beast Master? That was simply impossible. Chapter 4, One-Hit Kill. Nothing happened. Inside the dungeon, Lin Yan stood in an open space, with blood accumulating at his feet. It felt like being in a realm of slaughter. However, this blood was not his, but that of a group of bloodthirsty wolves. You have successfully killed a level 3 monster, Bloodthirsty Wolf, biomass plus 2, experience plus 40. You have successfully killed a level 7 monster, Bloodthirsty Wolf Leader, biomass plus 4, experience plus 80. After the kill notifications ended, Lin Yan successfully became a 4th tier bronze beast master. It has been 5 hours since entering the instance. The nearby monsters were almost wiped out by the Titan giant ants. At this moment, the system panel reads, Nest host, Lin Yan. Realm, bronze level 4. Nest level, 1. Core function, devour any product containing genetic information, and breed a fusion of genetic warrior insects. Initial insect soldier type, Titan giant ant. Insect soldier count, 108 out of 700. Biomass remaining, 275. Lin Yan looked at the more than 200 biomass. After thinking for a moment, he decided to convert all of it into Titan giant ants. After sweeping for so long, his number of Titan giant ants had decreased by more than 20. However, the biomass he had gained was almost close to 300. You consumed 275 biomass, successfully transformed into 275 Titan giant ants. A black hole appeared again. Dense Titan giant ants crawled out from inside. Looking at the nearly 400 Titan giant ants, Lin Yan felt a surge of safety in his heart. Although he was only bronze level 4 now, he felt that even if his opponent was much stronger, he still had the power to fight back. The saying that many ants can kill an elephant was too conservative. He believed that with a certain number of insect soldiers, he could slay dragons. At that moment, the Titan giant ants on alert in the distance sent a signal. It was the sound of footsteps and conversations. Young Master Zhao, I just saw that Lin Yan kid, right up ahead. What? Hurry up, I want to kill him. Isn't that a bit too much? What are you afraid of? This is an instance, filled with dangers, it's his fault if a useless person dies. Besides, with the Zhao family backing you, go for it. The conversation suddenly stopped. Lin Yan heard Zhao Lang Tian's murderous intent directed at him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He had always tolerated him, but what he received in return was Zhao's unchecked arrogance. Then, there was no need for him to hold back anymore. With a thought, Lin Yan ordered all the Titan giant ants to hide. 5 minutes later, Zhao Lang Tian rushed over with a group of little brothers. Upon seeing Lin Yan, Zhao Lang Tian's face broke into a wide smile. Lin Yan, what a coincidence, you weren't killed by the monsters. You didn't hide in some corner, too scared to even breathe, did you? Lin Yan smiled lightly and said. What coincidence, I've been waiting for you for a while. Waiting for me? Zhao Langtian looked at Lin Yan, who was so calm, a bit surprised. Aren't you curious why you haven't encountered any monsters on the way? Lin Yan continued to look at him and said. I have cleared all the nearby monsters. This time, our feud won't be interrupted by anyone. Zhao Langtian was taken aback for a moment, then laughed loudly. His little brothers also wore mocking expressions. You're at death's door, and you still want to put on an act. I've never seen such a clown. Zhao Langtian waved his hand, and the North Wilderness Wolf Lord revealed its teeth, its blood-red eyes staring fixedly at Lin Yan. It's useless to beg for mercy today, blame your bad luck. Lin Yan remained expressionless and asked, so you really want to kill me today? Zhao Langtian sneered, are you scared? Lin Yan remained non-committal, looking at the group of little brothers behind him. I'll give you a chance. Leave now, and I won't pursue it. The little brothers behind Zhao Langtian exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. Lin Yan, don't you understand your situation? I see this useless person has been scared silly by the monsters since entering the instance. With just your little ants, you dare to speak so boldly? Give us a chance? You should look at whether you are worthy. Lin Yan looked at them, not one left, and nodded. Even if the Beastmaster Association investigates afterwards, they won't find anything on him. Everyone, go for it. I want him to be nothing but ashes. In an instant, dozens of spirit beasts pounced directly at Lin Yan. Lin Yan stood motionless, his tone icy as he said. Titan giant ant, kill them. Boom. As Lin Yan's command was given, the ground began to tremble slightly. Zhao Langtian and his underlings were dumbfounded. Could it be that a horde of magical beasts was passing by? The dozen spirit beasts also stopped, as if sensing something dangerous approaching, began to tremble all over. Then, countless huge ants gathered from all directions, as if they had no end. Zhao Langtian felt goosebumps all over his body and screamed. What on earth is this? Typically, a magical beast horde only has dozens of members. But this, at least has hundreds. One of the underlings saw this and shouted. Isn't this Lin Yan's ant spirit beast? Everyone suddenly remembered. When registering spirit beasts, they saw Lin Yan summon a giant ant. They laughed at him for it. But now, none of them could laugh. Who told you that I only had one? Lin Yan's eyes were cold, the tide of ants avoiding his position, surging towards Zhao Langtian and the others. The dozen spirit beasts roared, standing their ground to protect their master, and began to fight. However, the number of Titan giant ants was too many. They charged together, like locusts swarming. The North Wild Wolf Lord roared as he charged into the ant swarm, only killing a dozen Titan giant ants. But he was quickly overwhelmed by the swarm, beast blood splattering everywhere. In no time, when the swarm dispersed, there was nothing left. The remaining spirit beasts didn't even put up a decent resistance. Amidst the screams, they were instantly killed by the rushing Titan giant ants. You successfully killed the level 9 epic bloodline North Wild Wolf Lord, biomass +5, experience +0. You successfully killed the level 7 rare bloodline toxic forest python, biomass +4, experience +0. You successfully killed. After a series of kill reports, Lin Yan discovered that killing spirit beasts only grants biomass and no experience. Moreover, even after devouring the epic bloodline North Wild Wolf Lord, no new ant soldiers were born. Could it be that only devouring legendary level or higher would yield new ant soldiers? While Lin Yan was thinking this, his thoughts were interrupted by a sound of begging. Wait! Don't kill me, I'm from the Zhao family. Zhao Langtian was covered in cold sweat, hastily pleading for mercy. Spirit beasts are the source of power for beast masters. If all the spirit beasts are dead, what can be done? Lin Yan, no, Lin Dad. If you let me go, I'll disappear in front of you forever. Qin Ruoyu is yours now. I can pay. I have a lot of money. Zhao Langtian was incoherent with fear. The underlings behind him were terrified out of their wits. Didn't I just give you a chance? Lin Yan showed no mercy, coldly saying. Kill them all. The swarm of Titan giant ants rushed forward. Zhao Langtian and the others turned to flee, but were quickly swallowed by the tide of ants. Aha! The screams gradually faded away. Lin Yan looked at the empty ground before him without a trace left, softly murmuring. Nothing happened at all. He glanced at the time. There were still over 2 hours until the dungeon closed. Let's go, continue to sweep. Hundreds of Titan giant ants surged like a moving wave of black towards the depths of the fog. Chapter 5, Who hasn't come out yet? Outside the dungeon. Candidates had started coming out one after another. There was no choice, the assessment time for the dungeon was 8 hours. And the stamina of contract spirit beasts is limited. Once enough points were obtained, there was no need to linger inside. So the later a beast master came out, the stronger their ability. At this moment, there were 10 minutes left until the dungeon closed. Qin Ruoyue emerged from the dungeon, dripping with fragrant sweat, clearly exhausted of spirit power. Immediately, she drew all eyes upon her. No wonder she is a dragon-type beast master, she actually lasted this long in the dungeon. So strong. I came out after 5 hours. Hey! Why haven't I seen Zhao Langtian? I didn't expect that Zhao's North Wild Wolf Master would actually be stronger than Qin's glowing scale dragon in the early stage. According to Zhao's character, he won't come out until the last moment. When the scorecards are submitted, it will be clear who is stronger on the leaderboard. Hey, why hasn't Lin Yan come out? Ha, that useless guy must have already died in the copy. Listening to the discussions not far away, Lin Jianshan's heart tightened, and he immediately panicked. Yes. My son has no combat talent. Even the dragon-type beast master has come out, and he still hasn't. Could it be that something really happened? Thinking of this, Lin Jianshan could no longer hold back and looked toward the highest-ranking woman in purple. So many big shots just now treated her with utmost respect. Even Zhao Dong was bowing and smiling in front of her. She can definitely save Lin Yan, right? Lin Jianshan hurriedly walked over. Senior Zhao has come all the way to Nanling for national talent selection. Zhao Tianhua rubbed his hands and smiled. I wonder if I could trouble you to visit our residence, so that our Zhao family can show our hospitality? Zhao Jiwei stood with her hands behind her back, looking at the secret realm of the copy. Beside her, a purple-winged spirit snake hissed at Zhao Tianhua, clearly a threat. It seems it doesn't like you much, maybe it's better to forget it. Zhao Tianhua quickly nodded in agreement, smiling and saying. Of course, Senior is busy, so I won't disturb you any longer. After finishing, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Zhao Tianhua's eyes. This stupid woman, isn't she just a university teacher? What is she pretending to be? My son, Lang Tian, has extraordinary talent and will definitely become a renowned beast master in the future. By that time, I will make you obedient at my Zhao family as a servant. Suddenly, a figure hurriedly walked over and spoke before reaching close. Can you save my son? Zhao Jiwei frowned and turned to look. It was an ordinary middle-aged man with urgency written all over his face. What happened to your son? Zhao Jiwei waved her hand, signaling the security guards rushing towards him to let him go. If he has been treated unfairly, I will take care of it. Lin Jianshan looked at so many big shots in the field, feeling at a loss for words. My son has been in the copy for so long, and he hasn't come out yet. As soon as this was said, the crowd sighed in relief, and their eyes toward Lin Jianshan showed some dissatisfaction. Zhao Tianhua sneered and said. Such a trivial matter, is it worth bringing it before Senior Zhao? My son Lang Tian hasn't come out either, he must still be grinding points. As for your son, that useless one, insisting on trying to be a beast master, he must have died inside. After saying this, Zhao Tianhua looked at Zhao Jiwei and explained. Senior, I know this person, his son only awakened a life-type talent, just a useless one. It must have been eaten by a magical beast, he brought this upon himself, no need to pay attention to him. Lin Jianshan clenched his fists, emotion stirring. My son is not useless, he just what? Zhao Tianhua did not hide the contempt in his eyes. People are born with differences, even if your son doesn't die, he will still be a low-level person in the future. Besides you, who cares about the life and death of an ant? Enough. Zhao Jiwei's tone was displeased, and Zhao Tianhua realized he had said too much, quickly shutting his mouth. Uncle, don't worry, there is no danger in the copy secret realm. Zhao Jiwei comforted. The time is not over yet, why don't you wait a little longer? Lin Jianshan was worried inside, having no choice but to wait patiently. Inside the copy. There is 1 minute left until the end of the copy assessment time. Please stop hunting and exit the copy in time. Lin Yan stood at the deepest part of the copy. The fog here was so thick that he couldn't see his hand in front of him. However, the information constantly fed back from the Titan giant ant let him know his position. A level 15 thunderous lion stood in front of him. This was the last boss in the copy. At this moment, it lay on the ground, bleeding profusely. The 3-meter-high giant lion's body was crawling with Titan giant ants. With the last sorrowful roar of the lion coming to an end. In front of Lin Yan, a kill message jumped out. You have successfully killed a level 15 magical beast, the Thunder Lion. Material gained plus 30, experience plus 600. Warmth flowed through Lin Yan's body. You have successfully advanced to Bronze Beast Master level 10. Finally reached level 10. Lin Yan felt a surge of excitement in his heart. The ranks of beast masters are divided into bronze, silver, gold, diamond, master, king, legend, sacred. Each rank is further divided into 10 levels. The higher the level, the more experience is needed. It almost increases exponentially. He had fought through the entire dungeon just to barely reach bronze level 10. Only a few seconds remained in the dungeon assessment. Lin Yan held his scorecard, unsure of how many points he had earned. After recalling hundreds of Titan giant ants, he reached out and tapped, exiting the dungeon. The scenery beside him gradually faded away. Outside the dungeon, the examinees looked at the scoreboard, gasping in admiration. Wow, Qin Ruoyu is indeed in first place with 8,200 points. Is this even human? I only have around 2,000. What does that count for? When Zhao Langtian comes out, he'll definitely break 9,000 points. There are only a few seconds left in this dungeon, why isn't he out yet? What do you know? He's definitely timing his exit for maximum effect. I see, as expected of a young master. Look, the dungeon is over, a figure is coming out. Why is there only one? What about Zhao Langtian's group of little brothers? Wait. That person doesn't seem to be Zhao Langtian. On the stage, Lin Jianshan looked at the blurred figure at the dungeon exit, gripping the railing nervously. Zhao Tianhua squinted his eyes and smiled. Stop looking, it must be my son Langtian. He understood his son's style very well. He always made a grand entrance. The figure got closer, gradually leaving the dungeon's light. With handsome features and a warm smile, he seemed to recognize someone on the stage, waving and smiling. Zhao Tianhua's smile slowly faded as he stood up from his chair. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. That was not my son Langtian. Who is he? Lin Jianshan, upon recognizing the person's face, was instantly filled with excitement. It's my son Lin Yan, he didn't have an accident. Saying this, he dashed down the stage, running crazily towards Lin Yan. Zhao Tianhua was momentarily confused, quickly turning around to ask. Zhao Sr. My son hasn't come out yet, could he still be in the dungeon? Zhao Ziwei watched Lin Jianshan running off the stage and heard Zhao Tianhua's question, her face full of confusion. What is going on? Who exactly had an accident? After the dungeon ends, those who haven't come out will be automatically teleported. Zhao Ziwei shook her head. If they haven't, it can only mean they encountered a mishap. Mishap? Zhao Tianhua's face darkened to the point of dripping water, his eyes filled with red bloodshot. The strongest in the dungeon was only a level 15 beast. Even if Zhao Langtian faced the epic bloodline North Wilderness Wolf Lord, he should have been able to escape even if he didn't win. How could he possibly encounter any mishap? Someone must have deliberately harmed him. After raising Langtian for over 10 years, we cannot let this slide. Zhao Ziwei was unmoved by his rage, watching the father and son embracing not far away. What intrigued her more? Was the young man who came out last? Everyone said he was useless. But can a useless person last 8 hours in the dungeon? Zhao Ziwei didn't believe in luck. Chapter 6, Dungeon, Dark Relics. Son, you're not dead. Lin Jianshan hugged Lin Yan tightly, looking him up and down. Lin Yan was filled with questions. Does a father curse his son like this? And how did you end up on the stage? Could it be, I have a hidden rich second-generation script? I'll talk to you later, I need to submit my scorecard first. Lin Yan looked at the supervising point, all the examinees had already submitted their scorecards. Lin Jianshan patted his son's shoulder and smiled. Go ahead, I'll head home first, let your mother stew some ribs for you. Watching his father's departing back. Why does his back seem to have gotten even straighter? Lin Yan walked toward the examination point. After handing over his points card, his eyes locked onto the leaderboard. On the huge screen, at the top was Qin Ruoyu, with over 8,000 points. The second place had just over 6,000 points. Both had a gap of more than 2,000 points. The dragon-type beast master is indeed amazing. Lin Yan stroked his chin. He wondered how big the gap between him and Qin Ruoyu would be. Just as he was thinking, the supervising teacher next to him suddenly let out a gasp. He saw a dazzling light on the leaderboard. This light occupied the entire screen. Everyone's ranking dropped by 1 place. A new name and score occupied the position that Qin Ruoyu had just held. Lin Yan, 10,000 points. Moreover, next to Lin Yan's name, there was also a lion head icon. This represented that he had defeated the final boss. That level 15 King Lion. The scene immediately erupted. Those who knew Lin Yan lost their voices, staring blankly at the leaderboard in disbelief. Those who did not know Lin Yan were asking each other who this great deity was. Could it be a famous school expert hired by the school? A rush of footsteps hurried to the examination point. It was the principal and a group of head teachers, including Lin Yan's homeroom teacher, Chen Lei, who was also dumbfounded looking at him. The principal stared at the leaderboard intensely, then turned to Lin Yan, his face filled with surprise. He did not expect that the school would have produced a genius with 10,000 points. Before retirement, could he go even further? 10,000 points. Such a thing has never been seen since the school was established. It's still 2,000 points higher than second-place Qin Ruoyu. Who is Lin Yan's homeroom teacher? Why hasn't it been reported? Faced with the principal's questioning, Chen Lei walked forward, drenched in sweat, and smiled bitterly as he said, "Principal, Lin Yan is from my class." The principal pointed angrily at Chen Lei's nose and scolded, "What have you been doing? With such a talented student, why didn't you notify the school for focused training?" Chen Lei led a key class, which only had 2 seed students. Those were Qin Ruoyu with over 8,000 points and Zhao Langtian, who had gone missing. But Lin Yan's name had never appeared on the principal's desk. Chen Lei's old face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, explaining, "Principal, it's not that I didn't report it, but Lin Yan's talent is just in the life system, bug raising." When the principal heard this, he was stunned and looked at Lin Yan as if to verify. No one could possibly believe. A dark horse with 10,000 points on the leaderboard has a trash talent in the life system. Lin Yan's face was calm as he nodded and said, "That's right, my talent is in the life system, bug raising." When the principal heard this, his expression changed again and he incredulously said, "Lin Yan, don't joke around. A life system talent in bug raising beats the dragon-type beast master to the top?" At this time, Zhao Tianhua walked over with a gloomy face. "Are you Lin Yan? I ask you, where is my son Zhao Langtian?" This caused an uproar, and everyone turned their gaze to Lin Yan. Lin Yan was not afraid at all and coldly said, "Why should I tell you where your son is? Are you his father or am I his father?" "You." Zhao Tianhua's eyes were cold, gritting his teeth. "My son hasn't come out of the secret realm, yet you, a waste, scored 10,000 points. How can anyone believe that it has nothing to do with you?" Everyone's expression changed, and their eyes towards Lin Yan became strange. Indeed, Zhao Langtian, as a seed player, had gone missing. Lin Yan, a waste with a life system talent, had fought to the end and scored 10,000 points. Anyone would find this strange. "I believe it." At this moment, a sudden voice rang out. Qin Ruoyu squeezed through the crowd, standing next to Lin Yan, and said to Zhao Tianhua, "Without evidence, how can you accuse him of a crime?" Seeing Qin Ruoyu protect him behind her, Lin Yan felt a bit moved inside. Since awakening his life system talent, he had experienced many disdainful looks at school. Only Qin Ruoyu treated him the same, comforting and encouraging him. Zhao Tianhua sneered coldly, pointing at Lin Yan, and said, "That's simple, let him enter the dungeon one more time. Whether it's true or false, just try it and know." The people present nodded in agreement. Indeed, other things can be faked, but strength cannot be faked no matter what. The principal hesitated for a moment. Should he really let Lin Yan risk entering the instance to prove himself? At this moment, Chen Lei walked up to the principal and said, "Principal, Lin Yan is indeed suspicious. What if he exposes himself after entering Jinwu University? Wouldn't it damage your reputation and that of the school?" The principal frowned for a while, finally making up his mind. "Lin Yan, since everyone has raised objections to your results, you should prove yourself." Qin Ruoyu looked indignant. This was clearly bullying. Just as she was about to step forward and argue with them, Lin Yan, who had been watching coldly, stretched out his arm to stop her and said to the crowd, "No problem." Zhao Tianhua and Chen Lei exchanged glances, their faces filled with joy. Then Lin Yan continued, "But I have one condition." "What condition?" Zhao Tianhua hurriedly asked. Lin Yan looked around slowly and said, "I heard that the Zhao family has a corpse of a blood-winged demon wolf. If I pass the assessment, will you give me that?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianhua's expression changed several times. The blood-winged demon wolf is a legendary beast, and even its corpse cost him more than 20 million. This kid really dares to ask. "Okay." Zhao Tianhua's eyes flashed fiercely. "If you fail the assessment, it will prove that you are related to my son's death. At that time, I will take your life to accompany my son to the grave." Qin Ruoyu tugged at Lin Yan's sleeve, shaking her head at him. "It's fine," Lin Yan said to her, then looked at Zhao Tianhua. "Then it's settled, everyone present can be a witness." Both sides agreed, and the principal naturally had nothing more to say. But the instant secret realm cannot be opened for a short time. Otherwise, let's change the date. The monsters inside had all been killed by the candidates. It would take some time to replenish the new monsters. No need. Zhao Tianhua coldly snorted, taking out a black scroll. My Zhao family also has an instant secret realm, we will use this. With a wave of his hand, the black scroll slowly unfolded. A pitch-black light curtain appeared in front of everyone. Instance, Dark Ruins, and the boss inside is also a level 15 Furious Vampire, how about that? Zhao Tianhua looked at Lin Yan, fearing he might back down out of fear. Sure. Lin Yan nodded and stepped directly into the instance. Zhao Tianhua's eyes revealed a fierce glare, sneering inwardly. Ignorant kid, the boss is indeed a level 15 Furious Vampire, but it's not one, but 20 of them. The principal looked at Chen Lei beside him and said, Mr. Chen, since that's the case, let's go in too. Chen Lei nodded hurriedly, quickly agreeing. The three of them entered the instance together. Chapter 7, 20 Boss. Instance, Dark Ruins. The blood-red moon hung high, and everywhere were broken walls and ruins. As soon as Lin Yan entered the instance, he was startled by countless bats rushing toward him. Fortunately, these bats were not monsters. Otherwise, the Titan giant ant wouldn't even be summoned, and he would be finished. Lin Yan opened the system panel. Nest host, Lin Yan. Realm, Bronze 10th stage. Nest level, 1. Core function, devour any product containing gene information to breed fusion insect warriors of that gene. Initial ant soldier type, Titan giant ant. Insect soldier count, 418/2000. Biomass remainder, 602. Not knowing what special traps this instance had, he planned to hold off using the over 600 biomass, converting them into Titan giant ants only if necessary. Footsteps were heard behind him. It was the principal, Chen Lei, and Zhao Tianhua. What's wrong? Were you scared? Not even daring to summon your spirit beast? Zhao Tianhua stood with his hands behind him, as a massive wolf-type spirit beast appeared behind him. The principal and Chen Lei also summoned their spirit beasts, a mystical crane and a giant eagle. Lin Yan knew in his heart that they were all for self-protection and wouldn't lend him a helping hand. Then you better watch closely, don't get scared. Lin Yan extended a hand and summoned the Titan giant ant. In the next second, countless small insect portals opened repeatedly in front of everyone. Dense Titan giant ants crawled out, waiting for Lin Yan's command. Not a sound was heard. But it made all three shiver at once. This are all your spirit beasts? The principal found it hard to believe. An ordinary beast master could only contract one spirit beast, while those with special talents could contract multiple. But this there must be hundreds of them. I have truly never seen such a sight before. Chen Lei forced a smile and looked at Lin Yan, asking, Lin Yan, isn't your talent focused on the life skill of insect breeding? Lin Yan did not deny it, replying, That's right, is there a problem? Chen Lei swallowed nervously. Lin Yan's talent was insect breeding, and raising a few more didn't seem wrong after all. Zhao Tianhua felt a rush of panic upon seeing so many Titan giant ants. What good is their number? In front of truly powerful magical beasts, they are just cannon fodder. Even if your talent is special, if you can't get through this dungeon, you're still going to die. The principal furrowed his brow tightly. Lin Yan's talent was now undeniable. If Lin Yan fails in this dungeon, should he take the risk of offending Zhao Tianhua to save Lin Yan? He just didn't know what the limit was for Lin Yan's number of contracted spirit beasts. Woo woo. In the distance, 7 or 8 black magic hounds the size of small cars charged towards Lin Yan and the others. Zhao Tianhua and the others took a step back, letting Lin Yan stand at the front. Lin Yan would naturally not retreat, this dungeon was prepared just for him. Go, kill them all. Upon receiving the command, over 400 Titan giant ants crazily rushed towards the black magic hounds. The black magic hounds seemed to sense something was wrong and halted their advance. Awoo. With a wail, they began to run in the opposite direction. Although these low-level magical beasts lacked intelligence, the massive tide of ants was an overwhelming threat to their survival instinct. Chase. Lin Yan stood atop the tide of ants, pursuing the black magic hounds. The principal and Chen Lei exchanged glances and followed closely behind. The speed of the black magic hounds was already slower than that of the Titan giant ants. In less than a minute, they were completely overtaken. In no time, the enormous black magic hounds were swallowed beneath the tide of ants. You have successfully killed a level 5 black magic hound, biological material +3, experience +60. You have successfully killed a level 5 black magic hound, biological material +3, experience +60. You have successfully killed a level 7 black magic hound, biological material +4, experience +80. The kill information flashed in front of Lin Yan. Generally, the monsters that first appeared in dungeons are the lowest level. Yet these few magical beasts were at least level 5. Lin Yan sneered internally, it seems Zhao Tianhua hadn't told the whole truth after all. Lin Yan's advance was rapid. He was almost at the final destination. Zhao Tianhua and the others watched in shock. Basically, as soon as the magical beast horde appeared, they were immediately overwhelmed and eliminated by Lin Yan's tide of ants. The principal was shocked by the combat power of these Titan giant ants. Although each Titan giant ant had low attributes, comparable to ordinary magical beasts of the same level, their sheer numbers made up for it. In nearly a 100-fold offensive, these Titan giant ants virtually bulldozed their way through. We're about to encounter the boss. It's a pity, in front of those powerful magical beasts, no matter how many there are, it's useless. The principal shook his head, sighing. Zhao Tianhua's expression shifted from dark to a glimmer of joy. He noticed that the number of those ant spirit beasts was slowly decreasing. Initially, there were over 400, but now only a little over 300 remained. This meant that these ant spirit beasts would run out and be gone. Zhao Tianhua chuckled coldly, fiddling with something in his hands. After all, as the owner of this dungeon, while he couldn't do as he pleased, he could still increase the numbers of some low-level magical beasts. He aimed to deplete Lin Yan's number of spirit beasts before encountering the boss, the rampaging vampire. Squeak squeak squeak. At this moment, a large group of beastly cat demons charged toward Lin Yan, screeching wildly. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed, and the hundreds of Titan giant ants in front immediately surged forward. Something's not right. Lin Yan glanced back at Zhao Tianhua. In the instance dungeon, generally, there would not be repeated magical beasts. This group of cat demons, he had clearly just wiped out a wave of them. Do you want to wear down my Titan giant ants? Lin Yan let out a cold snicker in his heart. Zhao Tianhua really had miscalculated. The killing messages popped up continuously before his eyes. You have successfully killed a level 7 night cat demon, biomass plus 4, experience plus 80. You have successfully killed a level 7 night cat demon, biomass plus 4, experience plus 80. You have successfully killed a level 7 night cat demon, biomass plus 4, experience plus 80. Titan giant ant minus 1. You have successfully killed a level 7 night cat demon, biomass plus 4, experience plus 80. Basically, it took 3 cat demons to kill 1 Titan giant ant. Yet Lin Yan could gain 12 points of biomass, allowing him to transform into 12 Titan giant ants. Then let's see who was making a losing trade. Lin Yan waved his hand, and the Titan giant ants launched a counterattack against the night cat demons. 3 minutes later, Lin Yan looked at the ground covered with the corpses of cat demons and dozens of Titan giant ants, expressionless, even a bit wanting to laugh. Remaining biomass, 1208. Currently, there were still more than 200 Titan giant ants left. Even if his forces were wiped out, he still had more than 1,200 Titan giant ants to transform. At this moment, the blood moon in the sky suddenly grew larger, red light illuminating the earth. The entire instance dungeon was shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere. The ground shook constantly, and one half-human half-beast after another crawled out from the graveyard. Rampaging vampires. It wasn't just one but 20. Tianhua, what's going on? The principal was somewhat anxious, quickly stating. 20 level 15 rampaging vampires, Lin Yan is just a 10th level bronze beast master, how could he possibly? Zhao Tianhua interrupted him, sneering. I only said the boss is level 15, but I didn't say how many there are. Chen Lei also stepped forward to mediate. Yeah, principal, Lin Yan has already made a bet. If he can't clear this instance, his life is tied to Zhao Langtian's death. According to the agreement, Zhao Dong will make him share a grave. You. The principal huffed coldly, no longer speaking. Zhao Tianhua was a board member, half of the school's investments came from him. Although Lin Yan had a special talent, winning by numbers was ultimately a small trick. Let's see if you can make it through this challenge. Chapter 8, You are expelled. Lin Yan looked at the 20 rampaging vampires, slightly furrowing his brow. He didn't expect there would be so many. Test attack. Lin Yan issued the command. More than 200 Titan giant ants automatically divided into 20 groups. Each group had over 10, charging toward the rampaging vampires. After all, Titan giant ants were only level 10, a dozen in number could not pose an effective encirclement against the rampaging vampires. They barely lasted half a minute. All more than 200 Titan giant ants fell. Yet the blood of the rampaging vampires still had 80% remaining. Ha, your little ants are all dead. Zhao Tianhua laughed maniacally, his expression somewhat twisted. My son died in the instance, yet you, a useless person, came out unscathed, how can that be? Now, tell me how my son died, I will let you die a quick death, how about it? Lin Yan turned his head, calmly looking at him, not showing any sorrow for the loss of his spirit beasts. Zhao Langtian brought this on himself, his death is what he deserved. Chen Lei frowned, questioning loudly. Lin Yan, your spirit beasts are all dead, what are you being stubborn for? Tell me how Zhao Langtian died, I can persuade Zhao Dong to just beat you down, leaving you alive. The principal, hands behind his back, sighed. Compared to nurturing a single strong spirit beast, stacking up spirit beasts in numbers was still too misplaced. Even with countless numbers, in the face of true strength, it was no different from seeking death. Teacher Chen Lei. Lin Yan shook his head, looking at him sadly. I didn't expect that not only did you have poor insight, but your thoughts are also so malicious. 3 years of teacher-student bond, merely because Zhao's family sends you gifts each year, and you are biased toward him. Chen Lei was stunned for a moment, then finally furiously replied. What nonsense are you talking? A student like you who can't recognize reality is the truly pitiful one. Lin Yan turned around. Under the puzzled gazes of the three, slowly extending an arm. Right after that, thousands of wormholes appeared in front of him at the same time, dense and overlapping. In the next second, the three were completely dumbfounded. Countless Titan giant ants crawled out of the wormholes, their numbers far exceeding before. Chen Lei suddenly collapsed to the ground, unable to believe the scene before him. Why do you have so many? The principal squinted, his face grave. Zhao Tianhua instantly clenched his fists, his eyes wide with fury. How many more does he have? More than 1,200 Titan giant ants divided into 20 groups again. But this time, every group had more than 60. Kill. Lin Yan spat out a word. Thousands of Titan giant ants surged forward, attacking the 20 enraged vampires. 60 Titan giant ants completely surrounded the furious vampires. When one Titan giant ant was killed, the outer Titan giant ants immediately filled in, continuing to fight. Roar. The enraged vampire let out a furious roar, its health rapidly dropping. Health 80%. Health 50%. When health dropped to 20%, the enraged vampire entered a berserk state. Its size suddenly increased, attack speed and damage doubled. In almost an instant, several Titan giant ants fell. Humph. Lin Yan snorted coldly, waving his hand, berserk, I can do it too. The Titan giant ant's exclusive skill was unleashed. Lin Yan's inner spiritual power was instantly drained. At the same time, all the Titan giant ants turned bright red, their size growing to the size of grinding discs, and their attack power and speed also increased. The densely packed berserk Titan giant ants charged towards the enraged vampires again. The effect was obvious. Newly though already low health enraged vampires were completely wiped out by the swarm in less than a minute. You successfully killed a level 15 elite bloodline enraged vampire, biomass plus 30, experience plus 600. You successfully advanced to Silver Beast Master level 1. 15 kill notifications appeared before him. The Beast Master rank also reached Silver level 1. After retracting the Titan giant ants, Lin Yan turned to look at the dumbfounded Zhao Tianhua and smiled. Don't forget to have the Bloodwing Demon Wolf's corpse delivered tonight. Then, he stepped out and exited the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, Qin Ruoyu was guarding the dungeon scroll, waiting anxiously. Zhao Tianhua hadn't given her permission, so she couldn't enter at all. Damn Lin Yan, not listening at all, doesn't even realize he's been trapped. Qin Ruoyu puffed her cheeks angrily. Took 1,000 points and still not satisfied, trying to show off by making bets. Now look, he won't die, but will be crippled. In the future, I'll have to support him for the rest of my life. Can't you wish for me to do better? Lin Yan said, standing behind her, speechless. What's going on today? Not only did his father inexplicably curse him to death, but even Qin Ruoyu was the same. Qin Ruoyu turned around and saw Lin Yan suddenly appear, eyes wide in shock. What's happening? You didn't die, nor lose an arm or a leg? Could it be that there weren't any level 15 monsters in that dungeon? There are, and not just one. Lin Yan said. 2. Qin Ruoyu immediately exploded, saying she was going to the platform to tell Senior Zhao that bastard Zhao Tianhua is not keeping his word. This is clearly murder. Lin Yan grabbed her and asked, Senior Zhao? Following Qin Ruoyu's gaze, Lin Yan saw the woman in purple on the platform. The senior is called Zhao Ziwei, a teacher at Jinwu University, really amazing. She'll be our teacher from now on. The purple figure seemed to notice their gazes and nodded slightly. I'll be guaranteed admission to Jinwu University. I wonder what expression my parents will have when they hear this news. Lin Yan turned around and looked towards the exit of the dungeon scroll. 3 beams of light flashed by. The principal, Chen Lei, and Zhao Tianhua also exited the script. Many people in the square were quietly observing this scene. Lin Yan looked at the silent Zhao Tianhua and said, What's the matter, Chairman Zhao, can't you even settle your debt with one of your students? Zhao Tianhua's face was gloomy, and he lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Chen Lei forced a smile and said to Lin Yan, Lin Yan, Director Zhao was just joking with you before. The corpse of the Bloodwing Demon Wolf is worth at least 20 million. Look, let me do the talking for Director Zhao. I'll give you 2 million in cash, and we can let this go. How about that? Lin Yan sneered, looking at Chen Lei and shouting. I didn't expect you to be this shameless, willing to be Zhao's dog. I need that corpse of the blood-winged demon wolf. Are you going to hand it over for Director Zhao? Chen Lei's complexion changed, and he was about to explode. But thinking about Lin Yan's tactics in the dungeon, that dense army of ants, he felt a bit scared. Principal, Lin Yan looked at the principal and said, as a student recommended by Jinwu University, I suggest expelling teachers without morals. Upon hearing this, the principal immediately became nervous. Jinwu University is a prestigious university in Long Country, not to mention how many high-level beast masters have come from there. Even the current pillar of Long Country, that 89th level demigod beast master, graduated from that school. To offend future high-level beast masters for one teacher? After weighing it a little, the principal made his choice. Chen Lei, you are expelled, pack your things and leave right now. Chen Lei's face went pale instantly, and he fell to the ground. Director Zhao, please plead for me, I have a wife and kids at home, I can't lose my job. Zhao Tianhua's face was gloomy, and he remained silent. The principal pushed his glasses and spoke again. Tianhua, Nailing City is this small, you made such a scene today, how can you stand in nailing in the future? Zhao Tianhua's eyes were red, and he said in a hoarse voice, my son, Lang Tian. The principal frowned, it's normal for accidents to happen in dungeons, besides, he wasn't the only one who died in there. There are so many children in the Zhao family, isn't it hard to train another one? It's just a corpse of a blood-winged demon wolf, what does it count for you? After a long time, Zhao Tianhua looked up at Lin Yan and said coldly. Tonight, I will send you the corpse of the blood-winged demon wolf. But, the things of the Zhao family are not so easy to take. Once I find out that Lang Tian's death is related to you, I will surely kill you. Lin Yan spread his hands and smiled indifferently. Thank you, Director Zhao, for being so generous. At that moment, Chen Lei crawled to Zhao Tianhua's feet, pleading bitterly. Director Zhao, I did it all for you, you can't abandon me. Zhao Tianhua was already in a bad mood, seeing him was just like eating a fly, feeling disgusted. Get lost. If it weren't for your lack of oversight, my son wouldn't have died in the dungeon. I will inform all Zhao family businesses and partners to completely blacklist you. Get lost. Chen Lei collapsed instantly, feeling hopeless. In the square, everyone felt a huge wave of shock in their hearts, with expressions as if they had seen something incredible. Wow! Director Zhao actually softened. And with Lin Yan, he actually passed Director Zhao's dungeon. Isn't Lin Yan a life system talent? Could it be that those 10,000 points are really clean? Shoo! From now on, we should call him Yan Gu, he is now a student recommended by Jinwu University. Yan Gu is really my idol, I want to go find him for a photo. Oh no, I mocked him yesterday. What should I do? Don't ask me. We're not familiar, don't say you know me. On the stage, Zhao Ziwei divided 2 admission notices, one for Lin Yan and one for Qin Ruoyu. Congratulations on becoming a member of Jinwu University, I won't say much more. 3 days later, report to Jinwu University, I will be there waiting for you. After speaking, Zhao Ziwei looked at Lin Yan meaningfully. A life system talent can also achieve this step? 3 days later? Lin Yan was surprised, shouldn't it be after the summer vacation? Beside, Qin Ruoyu hit his head hard with the admission notice. Fool, only liberal arts universities have summer vacations. We are beast tamers now, we must focus on leveling up. Ruoyu is right. The principal walked over with a smile, taking out 2 bank cards. Here, this is the scholarship from the school for both of you, 1 million each. If you have time, come back to school to visit. Lin Yan, don't worry. From now on, any teacher with ethical issues will be fired and never hired again. Lin Yan nodded and looked at Chen Lei, who seemed lost in thought in the square. His situation could be considered self-inflicted. Be careful with Zhao Tianhua. The principal said with some concern, continuing. I know Zhao Langtian's death has nothing to do with you, but it hit him hard. I'm afraid he might do something extreme. Lin Yan nodded, he didn't take Zhao Tianhua seriously. If he really provoked him, he wouldn't mind letting them reunite, father and son. After taking the bus back to school, Lin Yan separated from Qin Ruoyu at the school gate and walked towards home. At this moment, the sky had already darkened. Lin Yan stomped his feet twice in the corridor. Only then did the frequently malfunctioning motion sensor light turn on. Mom, I'm back. Lin Yan closed the door and turned around only to see a guest at home. A rich woman with a princess haircut was sitting on the sofa smoking. His mother, Chen Xiaohong, was sitting beside her, seemingly wanting something from her. As soon as Chen Xiaohong saw Lin Yan return, she immediately stood up with a smile and introduced. Sister Wang, this is my son Lin Yan. Lin Yan politely greeted, "Hello, Aunt Wang." Wang Li glanced at Lin Yan and ignored him, continuing the previous topic. It's so hard to find a job now. Some low-level beast tamers are unemployed, let alone you ordinary people. Chen Xiaohong rubbed her hands and smiled in agreement. Yes, Sister Wang, my Lin Yan is just a life department talent, he can't become a beast tamer. Let him repeat the year and attend a liberal arts university to get a diploma. It would be good if he could work at A's pet hospital. Hearing this, Wan Li's face showed satisfaction as she waved her hand. My A's is quite promising. He almost got into South Ridge Beast Taming Vocational College back in the day. Although he didn't get in, he has now opened a pet hospital, making around 1 to 2 million a year, that's not bad. Chen Xiaohong continued to agree. Yes, A's is the most promising child among us. Why don't you ask A's later if there's a suitable job for Lin Yan? After Wang Li finished one cigarette, she casually tossed the butt on the coffee table, and Lin Yan frowned at this. Fine, I'll ask him later. But they are urgently looking for a cleaner at A's pet hospital, with a salary of 1,200 a month. How about you? Chen Xiaohong's face turned stiff, feeling a bit awkward. Sister Wang, I currently have a pretty good job. Seeing Wang Li's impatience, she immediately changed her tone. It's okay, I will resign from my job now, I'll go to A's company tomorrow. Lin Yan stood by and listened for a while. Only then did he remember that his mom mentioned introducing him to a job yesterday. My mom has worked there for decades, it's easy and stable, are you suggesting she become a cleaner? Lin Yan grabbed Chen Xiaohong, who was about to call and resign, questioning. It's just a pet hospital, acting all high and mighty. Does she really think she's better than everyone else? Not even getting into a beast taming vocational college, yet in your mouth, he can be someone promising, it's ridiculous. Hearing Lin Yan's string of sarcastic words, Wang Li's expression changed repeatedly, scolding. You little brat, who are you talking about? No manners. My A's didn't get into the beast taming academy, but what about you? I heard you took the martial arts exam today? You really don't know your own limitations, coming back in shame. Why don't you take a look at what you can pass? Bang! Lin Yan slammed the acceptance letter on the table. Open your eyes and see what this is. This is the acceptance letter from Jinwu University, I was directly recommended. Chen Xiaohong picked up the acceptance letter. Looked again and again. This. The admission notice was exquisite, even the medal was clearly visible. It clearly stated Lin Yan's name on it. But, being recommended to Jinwu University, could such an unbelievable thing happen in my own family? Wang Li glanced at it once and scoffed. It must be fake. I know Jinwu University, and I know what a waste you are. I'm going to report you for forging a certificate right now. Saying this, she was about to leave. At that moment, there came a knock at the door. Is Lin Yan here? We are from the Zhao family. The Zhao family. Chen Xiaohong and Wang Li's faces changed. In Nanling, no one doesn't know the Zhao family. How could Lin Yan have anything to do with the Zhao family? Wang Li crossed her arms and stood by with a cold smile. What a troublemaker, not only forging certificates but also getting involved with the Zhao family. Let's see how you end this. The Zhao family is undoubtedly the ruler of Nanling City. There's absolutely no good ending when they come knocking on your door. Chen Xiaohong looked at Lin Yan with a worried face. Son, this is... Lin Yan shook his head, it's fine, I'll go open the door. He opened the door. A few well-dressed people stood outside, carrying a huge box. The leader said, we are sent by Director Zhao to deliver a gift to Lin Yan. Delivering a gift? Lin Yan suddenly remembered, it was the corpse of the blood-winged demon wolf. Please put it in my bedroom. The men carried the large box into the bedroom. Wang Li was completely dumbfounded, what was going on? Wasn't she supposed to beat Lin Yan half to death and then raid the house? Why were they delivering gifts instead? However, they were from the Zhao family, so Wang Li didn't dare to ask. By the way. The suited man slightly bowed to Lin Yan and politely said. Director Zhao also said, congratulations to Lin Yan on being accepted into Jinwu University, and be careful from now on. Chapter 10, The Monsters in the City. Chen Xiaohong was left dumbfounded. Director Zhao personally congratulated her son on being accepted into Jinwu University? Wang Li's face turned pale in an instant. She couldn't believe her ears. She didn't believe that admission notice, but if Director Zhao said it, then it must be true. Lin Yan sneered in his heart, this was not a congratulation, but a blatant threat. Xiaohong, no, Sister Chen. Wang Li forced a smile and grabbed Chen Xiaohong's hand, Sister Chen, I see that I was wrong in the past. From now on, if Lin Yan gets successful, please help my son A's. His pet hospital business isn't doing well, there's no one above him, and it's about to shut down. Wang Li was crying and snotting, complaining to Chen Xiaohong. Lin Yan expressionlessly opened the door and said coldly, "Get out of my house now, or I'll make sure he doesn't stay in business." Wang Li hurriedly ran out. Immediately after, there came a sound of ouch in the hallway. Lin Yan was about to close the door when unexpectedly Lin Jianshan returned. "Old Lu, come in and sit, let's talk about my son Lin Yan's repeat study." Lin Jianshan entered the room, followed by a warm smiling middle-aged man. Upon seeing Lin Yan, Lu Chunxing cheerfully shouted, "Big nephew, do you still remember me?" Lin Yan had a good impression of this man and nodded with a smile. "Uncle Lu." The two had just sat on the sofa. Chen Xiaohong placed the admission notice in front of them and smiled. "Old Lin, our son got accepted into Jinwu University." Lin Jianshan sat up straight in shock, unable to believe his ears. "What?" Lu Chunsheng, uncertain, picked up the admission notice, carefully examining it. Lin Yan sighed. It seemed he had to explain it again. Lin Jianshan returned home to share the good news after seeing that he was fine. And Lu Chunsheng left even earlier. Neither of them knew about the events that later happened at the Copy Plaza. This admission notice is probably real. Lu Chunsheng's eyes widened. "Son, did you really get accepted into Jinwu University?" Lin Jianshan asked in surprise. "No." Lin Yan shook his head. "You scared me, such a joke. I was recommended." "What?" Lin Jianshan quickly looked at the admission notice too. "It's true." Lu Chunxing nodded, making a decision. "My son really got into Jinwu University?" Lin Jianshan murmured to himself, then took a deep breath and fainted. "Old Lin." "Jianshan. Dad." "It's okay, just too happy, he's choked up." A whole night of chaos ensued. Lin Jianshan finally calmed down, still grinning from ear to ear. The group discussed when to hold the graduation feast. Lin Yan returned to his bedroom, locked all the doors and windows, then took a deep breath while looking at the large box in the room. The box opened, revealing a young wolf's corpse lying quietly inside, with a pair of bat-like wings on its back. Blood-winged demon wolf. Lin Yan nodded. The young blood-winged demon wolf was preserved as a specimen, resembling a piece of art. Otherwise, once this legendary bloodline beast matures, it would be impossible to capture alive for preservation. At that moment, a prompt appeared from the system. "Detected level 10 legendary bloodline blood-winged demon wolf, do you want to devour it?" Devour. Lin Yan did not hesitate and made his choice directly. In the next second, a deep black hole appeared before Lin Yan, like the mouth of an abyss. The young blood-winged demon wolf in the box was slowly swallowed by the black hole. You have successfully devoured the legendary bloodline, blood-winged demon wolf, gaining the insect race warrior, blood-winged poison bee. A message popped up from the system. Blood-winged poison bee. Lin Yan felt a surge of joy as he looked at the new troop type on the system information. Needless to say, it was a flying ranged insect soldier. It perfectly made up for Lin Yan's current shortcomings. He opened the Blood-winged Frenzy Bee attribute panel. Blood-winged Frenzy Bee. Level 11. Bloodline Legendary. Health 700. Attack 240. Defense 180. Agility 300. Spirit 150. Skill, Blood Rain Downpour. All blood-winged frenzy bees fire a large number of poison needles at the target, causing percentage damage to the target. Attributes aside, Lin Yan's gaze was locked directly on the skill of the blood-winged poison bee. It actually had the noble percentage damage. This meant the more blood-winged poison bees there were, even a high-level beast with fully stacked defense could be taken down in one skill. And even though this was a newly born troop type, its level remained consistent with Lin Yan's realm. Level 11, just right for silver rank 1. Lin Yan then looked at the attribute changes of the Titan Giant Ant beside him. Titan Giant Ant. Level 11. Bloodline Legendary. Health 1200. Attack 210. Defense 320. Agility 180. Spirit 0. Skill, Berserk, enters a Berserk state, immune to control, greatly increases its attack power and speed. The Titan Giant Ant's attributes had significantly increased in health and defense. It seemed like it would be a good choice to serve as a meat shield in the future. Closing the system panel, Lin Yan consumed 1 point of biomass, transforming it into a blood-winged frenzy bee. A wormhole appeared in midair. A giant blood-winged frenzy bee flew out, nearly the size of an adult thigh, resembling a black-belly hornet. A sharp stinger at the end glinted coldly under the light. Attack! Lin Yan commanded with a thought. The blood-winged frenzy bee immediately shot towards Lin Yan's pointed direction, making a whoosh sound. A tail stinger shot out like a bullet, forcefully embedding itself into the wall. Lin Yan walked over to take a look. A hole had been carved into the steel-reinforced concrete wall. This power was no less than that of a sniper rifle bullet. Lin Yan felt joy in his heart. Looking at the blood-winged frenzy bee, the tail's new stinger was already loaded. I really want to find an opponent and test the combat effects. Lin Yan was getting a bit impatient at that moment. Just then, his phone in his pocket rang with an incoming call. Lin Yan glanced at the caller ID. It was Qin Ruoyu. Lin Yan, sisters are having a gathering at the entrance of Beige KTV, come pick me up. Her words were slurred and a bit thick-tongued. Lin Yan felt as if he could smell the alcohol through the screen, frowning as he asked, "How much have you drunk?" There was no answer on the other end of the phone, only the sound of traffic and laughter from the roadside. Just as Lin Yan was about to hang up to go pick her up. Roar! A roar of a beast suddenly came through the phone. Then, a group of panicked female voices shouted, "Am I drunk? How could there be a beast in the city? Level 21 beast. Get ready for battle. Ah, I drank too much, my spirit energy is in chaos, I can't summon my beast. Ruoyu, wake up. ZZ." The sound abruptly stopped. Not good. Lin Yan felt a chill in his heart. A beast appeared in the city? Why hadn't the association's experts shown up? Lin Yan didn't have time to think more and had to hurry. Bronze and Silver Beast Masters have low control over spirit energy. They can no longer summon their beasts, and even if they could, they wouldn't stand a chance against that level 21 beast. The only one with hope, Qin Ruoyu, at this moment couldn't even speak properly, let alone deal with the beast. Lin Yan rushed down the stairs under the watchful eyes of the three in the living room. "Hey, son, where are you going?" Qin Xiaohuang was puzzled, wanting to catch up and ask, but was blocked by Lin Jianshan. "Our son has grown up, he has his own ideas." Lin Jianshan and Lu Chunsheng exchanged a knowing glance and smiled. They had all gone through that age and understood. Lin Yan was already handsome, and now with a recommendation to Jinwu University, many female classmates were surely casting flirtatious glances. "Be careful." Lin Yan heard his dad's voice from behind and quickened his pace. Chapter 11, he really is just silver level 1. In the city. On a certain street, three individuals in black swiftly maneuvered along the wall. Each of them had a golden badge on their chest. It marked their identity, Golden Level Beast Masters of the Beast Master Association. "Captain, the detector shows that the beast is stopped in front of a KTV." One Beast Master holding a detector said. As soon as the words came out, the captain of the small team broke into a cold sweat. Damn it! It was already late at night, and there was hardly any nightlife in Nanling City. At this hour, perhaps the place with the most people was exactly there. "Captain, are we going to be punished?" Another team member said anxiously. 10 minutes ago. The three of them were on duty at the city gate. It had been over 10 years since Nanling City had experienced a beast invasion, so naturally, they let their guard down. To their dismay, a high-level beast had taken the opportunity to invade while they were playing cards. By the time they discovered it and reported it, they realized. Today was the martial examination, and most of the high-level officers of the Beast Master Association had gone to the provincial city for a meeting. Which meant that at this moment, only they were left to secure the city gate. "I've notified the other gate guards, as long as there are no casualties, we won't have any problems." The captain pressed his lips together, with one more thing he didn't say. On the contrary, if there were casualties, they would be charged with dereliction of duty and brought before the Beast Master Court. "Move faster, let's just hope this doesn't blow up." When they finally reached the KTV with the detector, their hearts sank to the bottom. Because at that moment, there was already a large crowd gathered at the KTV entrance. In the crowd, several female beast masters were struggling against the beast. "No, this beast is too fierce. Ruoyu hasn't woken up, we are absolutely no match. Damn it, are all the Beast Master Association people dead?" Today is the martial examination, the high-ranking officials of the Beast Master Association are all at the meeting. "We're doomed. I haven't even gone to college to date, am I really going to die today?" Several of them were commanding their beasts, desperately trying to hold on. But the highest level of their beasts was only level 10. That beast was level 25, a full rank above them. If it weren't for the advanced bloodline of their beasts, they would have already perished in the beast's jaws. Ah whoa! The leopard-like beast unleashed an area attack, knocking down all the exhausted spirit beasts. Then it slowly stepped forward, eyeing the crowd. The crowd immediately scattered, as they were all just ordinary people. Facing a beast they hadn't seen in over a decade, their curiosity turned into fear. "Let's go! We charge!" The team captain's golden spirit energy surged as he shouted, summoning the spirit beasts to take control of the battlefield. He could also see that these beast tamers, with their clumsy techniques, were probably students who had just finished their martial arts examination. "Wait, Captain." One team member interrupted his spellcasting and quietly pointed ahead to a group of people. That group was all carrying cameras. A female reporter held up a microphone, speaking clearly into the camera. "I am currently at the entrance of a KTV in Nanling City. As the footage shows, a magical beast is recklessly attacking humans. As of now, relevant authorities have not taken any action. These beast tamers who were attacked are all female students who have just completed their martial arts exams. Nanling City is facing a security crisis, requiring female students to step up and fight back. Is this a distortion of humanity, or a degradation of morals? For more reports, please follow Nanling News. I am reporter Jing Jingyu." The captain's face darkened instantly. These shameless reporters arrived within 5 minutes of the incident. And they talk about distortion of humanity and moral decay. I remember a news story last year about a pig spirit beast being violated, and it also used the same phrase. The TV station is live. If we show up, we will definitely be the first held accountable. Another team member leaned in beside the captain, softly advising, "Why don't we wait a bit longer until the other teams arrive, and then we can go together?" The captain fell silent, looking at the female beast tamers who had already retrieved their injured spirit beasts. Do they really have to just watch them get eaten by the magical beast? After all, they are the city's guards. That magical beast is fierce. With just the 3 of us, we can't handle it at the moment, and we would only be laughed at by the whole nation. That team member pointed at the TV reporter who was still reporting. The captain slowly relaxed his clenched fist, sighed. "Let's wait a bit longer, until the other teams arrive, then we can go." This was currently the most advantageous plan for them. Unless, of course, a master beast tamer suddenly appeared to take down this magical beast. But the captain smiled bitterly, about to shake his head. That's impossible. The higher-ups of the association are all in a meeting, and right now in Nanling City, where could there be any master beast tamers? At that moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from behind everyone. "Everyone, get out of the way. Let me." Everyone quickly scattered back, even the TV reporter and the 3 guards were swept backward. A path was instantly cleared in the street. A young figure walked confidently towards the magical beast, exuding extraordinary momentum. The camera immediately focused on that figure. Could it be that a master beast tamer has really arrived? The flame that had just sparked in the captain's heart was instantly extinguished. Because he clearly saw. The young man's spiritual power was actually just silver level 1. He is brave but foolish, rushing in now is just asking to die. The captain shook his head and said slowly. But in the next second, a scene that he could never forget deeply etched itself into his mind. As the young man's speed increased. In the thick night, a vast swarm of bees appeared out of nowhere, dark and endless in sight. The magical beasts are swarming into the city? This thought lasted only a second before being overturned. Because the swarm was not attacking the fleeing humans, it even actively avoided the panicked crowd. Their target was only one. The captain stared in disbelief at the 25th level leopard beast, as if facing a great enemy. Blood rain, release. At the young beast tamer's command, countless piercing sounds rang out. Then, a dense array of steel needles rained down upon the leopard beast. Having broken through the city gates guards and the encirclement, this leopard beast was struck by even faster skills this time. In an instant, the leopard beast was turned into a hedgehog. Even that attack continued until the magical beast's corpse on the ground disappeared, leaving only a massive spiked ball. The guard captain watched the young figure whose pace did not slow down. The heart trembled in shock. That level 25 magical beast was killed in an instant. This mighty swarm of bees, are they all his spirit beasts alone? Is he really just a silver rank 1 beast master? Chapter 12, Devote everything to cultivate Lin Yan. Finally caught up. Lin Yan looked at the unknown-shaped magical beast corpse on the ground and felt a bit emotional. For safety's sake, he transformed the total of 600 biomass obtained from killing 20 furious vampires in the dungeon, all into the newly acquired insect race warrior, Bloodwing Fury Bee. And the Bloodwing Fury Bee indeed didn't let him down. With 1 round of skills, even facing beasts more than 10 levels higher, it could kill them instantly. In fact, the damage was a bit overflowing. Are you okay? Lin Yan walked up to a few people, looking at Qin Ruoyu, who was still in a dazed state from drinking, feeling a bit speechless. Lin Yan, that huge swarm of wasps just now, were they all your spirit beasts? Lu Mengyao hadn't come back to her senses from her brush with death. Her spirit beast was heavily injured by that leopard-type magical beast. Although it had been recalled, the link reaction between the spirit beast and beastmaster still made her spiritual energy surge, blood rolling. Now she even felt a bit nauseous. The other two also felt the same way. That level 25 magical beast, even with the three of them teaming up, was just defeated in one battle. But now, that powerful magical beast was killed by Lin Yan with just a wave of his hand? Seeing Lin Yan's score on the leaderboard was one thing. Facing a life threat was another. That's right. Lin Yan nodded. He didn't plan to hide it, nor could he hide it anyway. Your talent, is it really the life system worm feeding? Lu Mengyao asked again, then nodded to herself. That's right, a combat system talent can't be this powerful. Beep beep beep. The ambulance arrived at this time. The relevant departments of Nanling City, after all, the hospital arrived first. A great favor, we won't say thanks, we also apologize for underestimating you before. Lu Mengyao had already put down all her pride. The other two nodded in agreement. Though they had never deliberately targeted Lin Yan before, the careless contempt still couldn't be avoided. The ambulance took the three away. But Qin Ruoyu was left here. The medical staff gave a simple reason: sobriety does not require a hospital. The beast was dead. The crowd in Long Country, who loved to watch the excitement, gathered around. Many bravely approached to take pictures of the beast's corpse. More people pointed their cameras at Lin Yan. This boy beastmaster who had fallen from the sky saved them all. Hero. May I ask your name? Many people crowded around. Lin Yan did not speak. He carried Qin Ruoyu on his back, preparing to go home. He didn't know where Qin Ruoyu's home was. If he carried her to a hotel like this, the front desk might very well call the police immediately. Make way, I want to go home. Lin Yan, carrying Qin Ruoyu, said to the crowd. At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized Lin Yan. I know. He is Lin Yan, the one who scored first in this year's martial arts exam, the genius beastmaster with 10,000 points. What? He is Lin Yan? The one guaranteed admission to Jinwu University? Indeed, heroes emerge from the young. Let's take a picture together. Lin Yan, I was your kindergarten classmate. You said when you were little that you would marry me. The crowd buzzed and clamored, all wanting to get closer to this future high-ranking beastmaster. Make way, everyone step aside. Jinyu, holding a microphone, squeezed through the crowd, her small figure shining with excitement. During the day, she had been outside the exam hall waiting to interview the martial arts exam champion. However, there were strict exam rules. Candidates were all sent back by school buses. She hadn't gotten the chance. But unexpectedly, because of the sudden appearance of the magical beast, she unexpectedly gained the chance for the first exclusive interview with the martial arts exam champion. One can imagine how much sensation her interview news would cause once it aired. Maybe he can be officially promoted. No, thank you. Lin Yan frowned and walked forward, carrying Qin Ruoyu. His attitude was good, but he had no intention of accepting any interviews or photos. Unintentionally, he was still protecting the unconscious girl behind him. Jinyu thought for a moment, put down the microphone, and pulled on Lin Yan's arm. Come on, get in the car. Perhaps her tone was too assertive. Or maybe the crowd's emotions were getting higher and higher. Jinyu really confusedly pulled Lin Yan and the girl he was carrying into the TV station's car. Inside the car, Jinyu instructed the driver to start driving while excitedly turning to look at Lin Yan. This is the champion of this year's martial arts exam. A top student guaranteed admission to Jinwu University. Such a future big shot's first interview is actually with her. Ahem. Jinyu cleared her throat. As a professional journalist, she needed to maintain her professionalism. Go to the Southern City Shelter, Building 7. Lin Yan ignored the stars in the female reporter's eyes and said directly. Okay. Jinyu realized and patted the driver. The driver understood, turned around, and headed toward the old town, but the speed slowed down. Jinyu secretly pressed a button on the recorder, then took out a pen and notebook. Lin Yan, can I interview you about some things? Provincial Capital. Beastmaster Association Branch. In a meeting room, top beastmasters from various cities in the province gathered. This meeting was originally meant to discuss matters and preparations after the martial arts exam. However, an unexpected news from Nanling City extended what should have been a concluded meeting. Everyone looked at the large screen at the front of the meeting room, their faces serious. The screen showed surveillance footage of a street. In the video, a dense swarm of bees almost obscured most of the view. Yet the people present were not impatient. Instead, they were fixated on the part of the image that was visible from the surveillance. A level 25 leopard-type magical beast and a young figure. The young figure was surrounded by spiritual power belonging to the Silver Realm. With one strike, he instantly killed that level 25 beast. Even after death, the attack continued. Great skill. A diamond-level beast master couldn't help but clap, exclaiming. The others looked at him and nodded in agreement. Killing a foe many ranks higher, how long has it been since such a genius appeared in Yunyang province? Why have I never heard of him before? Lin Yan, his information should be at the top of this meeting room. This enormous insect army is practically a natural disaster-level force. Even in the talented Jinwu University, he will surely leave his name. Li Chuan, the president of the Nailing City Beast Master Association, also wore a bitter smile at this moment. The name Lin Yan, he just learned of it half a day ago. A genius beast master who scored 10,000 points in the martial arts exam. Successfully earned a guaranteed admission spot at Jinwu University. If it weren't for his outstanding performance, promptly dealing with that level 25 magical beast. Who knows what kind of disaster could have occurred. He, as the president of the Beast Master Association in Nailing City, would surely be held responsible. Li Chuan cupped his hands toward the woman in purple at the front of the meeting table. Senior Zhao, please take care of our talented junior from Nailing. Zhao Ziwei looked at the figure on the surveillance screen, her expression serious. Indeed a genius. Even in a place full of talents like Jinwu University, he would likely stand out. Zhao Ziwei's lips curled up slightly as she said softly. Soon it's time for his enrollment, and all the talented students will be competing for the title of freshman representative. I really want to see how you perform. At that moment, the president of the Yunyang Province Beast Master Association, Cheng Dingwa, smiled and said, the incident of magical beasts invading Nailing City has turned danger into safety and gained such high attention online. Our Yunyang Province should take this opportunity to promote strongly. As long as Lin Yan can take the title of freshman representative this time. Directly enter the student council of Jinwu University. I agree. Let Nanling City become a top-tier key development city. Our Yusho Master Association of Yunyang Province will spare no effort to nurture Lin Yan. Chapter 13 Arriving at School. Today's interview ends here. Does Lin Yan have anything he wants to say to the audience? Jean Yu asked with a smile. The television interview vehicle came to a stop. Lin Yan looked out the window, he was already home. He shook his head. Nothing. Saying this, he picked up the still tipsy Qin Ruoyu and walked down. Jean Yu stared blankly at Lin Yan's back, continuing to gaze at the empty space until he disappeared. Her colleagues exchanged glances behind her, feeling somewhat emotional. Once called the flower of Nanling upon entering the television station, Jean Yu had only ever seen others lost in admiration of her. Today, unexpectedly, she was also staring at another man's back in a daze? Reporter Jean, he has already left. A colleague reminded as he took a small camera off the roof of the car, he and we are destined to be people from two different worlds. I know. Jean Yu returned to the car, feeling inexplicably irritated. Back at home. Lin Yan placed Qin Ruoyu on his bed. He himself would make do on the sofa for the night. Lin Jianshan and Chen Xiaohong were not at home, leaving a message saying they had gone out drinking to celebrate. Lin Yan rested his hands behind his head, still lingering with a hint of alcohol and perfume scent. Today, he had completed 2 dungeons, killed a level 25 monster, and used group skills twice. His inner spiritual power had already dried up, and now he was so tired he couldn't keep his eyes open. Lin Yan fell into a deep sleep. The night passed without a word. The next morning, sunlight poured into the living room. The television was looping news coverage. There was a shadow sitting in front of it. Lin Yan sat up suddenly, seeing Qin Ruoyu on the sofa, feeling a bit dazed. You're awake. Qin Ruoyu was eating a steaming hot buttery bread, her eyes fixed on the news playing on the TV. The news was showing battle footage captured by surveillance. A young beast master controlling a swarm of insects and the tragically slain level 25 monster. What exactly is your talent? Qin Ruoyu, now sober, watched the repeated news coverage, confirming. You killed a level 25 monster and saved me and Lu Mengyao. In the martial exam dungeon, you earned 10,000 points. In Zhao Tianhua's dungeon, you killed 2 level 15 bosses. Not 2. Lin Yan looked at her and said, it was 20. Qin Ruoyu was speechless. 20 level 15 bosses? In the martial exam dungeon, after exhausting herself, she didn't even dare to challenge a single level 15 boss. Lin Yan actually killed 20? I'm not lying to you. My talent is indeed insect breeding, but it has some special aspects. Lin Yan sat down to explain. In short, my insect spirit beasts can breed in large numbers, and the higher my realm, the more numerous they become. The higher the realm, the more numerous? Qin Ruoyu looked at the faint silver spiritual power around Lin Yan. It was clearly at the silver realm. However, from the news, that swarm had at least several hundred members. Could it be that when Lin Yan advances to the diamond realm, he can summon tens of thousands of insect spirit beasts? Qin Ruoyu looked at Lin Yan seriously and said. It seems you have a chance to compete for the new student representative. Lin Yan was taken aback. New student representative? Isn't it just giving a speech on stage? What's there to compete for? Qin Ruoyu chuckled lightly and shook her head. Anything in Jinwu University doesn't carry a sense of ceremony, it's all about the struggle for benefits. The new student representative not only represents the strongest among the new students but also receives the school's resource allocation. Moreover, the new student representative can qualify to join the student council in their freshman year. Lin Yan thought about it. Since it was said this way, the student council of Jinwu University definitely wasn't just about checking classes and maintaining discipline. The resources obtained for cultivation would surely far exceed that of ordinary students. More importantly, Jinwu University has exclusive hidden dungeons. Qin Ruoyu's face showed a hint of yearning as she sighed. Ordinary students only have a few chances each year to collectively enter the instance for experience. But as a member of the student council, there are no limits. Once a day is no problem. An instance? Lin Yan's heart stirred. To enter the instance without limit. Doesn't that mean he could gain a lot of biomass, and if he encounters legendary magical beasts, he might even increase his troops? It seems that to join the student council early on, he must first win the position of freshman representative. Since you have this idea, we need to go to school early to prepare. Qin Ruoyu stepped out of the door and turned back to Lin Yan. You get ready, we are setting off for school today. At the Zhao family's estate. The atmosphere was draped in white mourning cloth, and the sounds of wailing were unending. Zhao Tianhua sat in the living room, watching television, his face looking extremely bad. The news portrayed that young Beast Master is the #1 among his peers, the hope of Nanling. These titles and honors should belong to my son, Zhao Langtian. Bang! Zhao Tianhua violently smashed an expensive glass cup to the ground, veins bulging on his forehead. That little brat extorted a specimen of a bloodwing demon wolf worth over 20 million from him yesterday, embarrassing him thoroughly. And the methods he used changed yet again. A useless person suddenly gained so many opportunities. If Zhao Langtian's death had nothing to do with him, Zhao Tianhua would never believe it. Continue to investigate him. He was recommended to Jinwu University. Does our family have any descendants there? Zhao Tianhua turned to look at the butler. The butler, seeing the master in such a rage, thought for a moment and said, There is one, Zhao Duo, a sophomore at Jinwu University, but she is not in the family tree. Zhao Duo? Zhao Tianhua leaned back on the sofa, contemplating, is she the 18-line little star? What's her name? Is she still alive? Lu Yanran, she is still alive, but I heard she has cancer, the butler replied. Zhao Tianhua waved his hand and said, The family will pay for her treatment, send the bill to Zhao Duo, and tell her what to do. The butler agreed and then instructed people to handle it. Zhao Tianhua looked at the coffin in the empty yard, his anger even greater. They didn't even find a corpse in the instance and had no choice but to erect a symbolic grave. Who are those people? Zhao Tianhua looked at the many people crying heartbreakingly, holding up signs and shouting something. The butler waved his hand, and several security guards immediately walked over. They are the parents of the young master's classmates, here to demand an explanation for the children who died in the instance. What? Zhao Tianhua sneered, then give them an explanation. The butler understood and immediately went out. A little while later, the sounds of crying and shouting disappeared. A license-free van drove away from the Zhao family estate, heading towards the desolate land, leaving drops of blood along the way. On the high-speed train, Lin Yan woke up languidly, and beside him, Qin Ruoyu tilted her head and had already fallen asleep, a drop of crystal dew at the corner of her mouth. They set off yesterday afternoon. Now it was already 8 in the morning of the second day. Lin Yan stretched lazily, and the train's broadcast sounded. The train is about to arrive at its final destination, Jinwu University Station. Please gather your belongings. Lin Yan nudged Qin Ruoyu with his arm and said, We have arrived, let's get off. Qin Ruoyu, still dazed from sleep, tidied her hair by her ear. The two of them exited the station. Lin Yan was instantly shocked by the scene before him. In the front square of Jinwu University, a massive Xuanwu phantom surged skyward, gazing down at the people outside the school. Chapter 14, Registration, Confrontation. What a big turtle! Lin Yan looked up and exclaimed. Qin Ruoyu rolled her eyes and laughed. You really lack knowledge, that's the principal's spiritual beast, the supreme Xuanwu. It watches over the entire school. The two entered the school gate. Lin Yan indeed did not see the Xuanwu phantom again. It seems that the supreme Xuanwu was mainly there for the safety outside the school. Although the school officially starts in 2 days. At this moment, many people have already registered at the school. Looking at the line of people stretching out like a human dragon, many of them were pulling suitcases, clearly all new students. Lin Yan and Qin Ruoyu were also in line. During this time, Qin Ruoyu explained to Lin Yan about the new student representatives and joining the student council. Each new student representative represents the strongest beast master power of this batch. And the new student representative can choose any department of the student council to join. The selection of new student representatives is also very simple, using a points system. Each new student has a certain number of points, those with fewer points can challenge those with higher points, and those with higher points cannot refuse. When those with high points challenge those with low points, they need the agreement of the lower point students. In the challenge match, the winner takes all the points of the loser. 3 days after school starts, points will be counted, and the one with the highest points will be the new student representative. So if you lose once, you won't have any chance left? Lin Yan was a bit surprised. Qin Ruoyu shielded her eyes from the sun and shook her head. Not necessarily. Actually, the upperclassmen also follow this point system. Points can be obtained through school tasks, and points can be exchanged for spirit beast resources and so on. In short, the reason why Xinwu University has stood strong among the 4 prestigious universities for so many years is because of this competition rule of the weak being prey for the strong. Lin Yan nodded. Being a beast master is all about strength, although this points competition system is brutal, it is reasonable. By the time the sun was high in the sky, it was noon. Finally, it was their turn to register. Classmate, please register. The student in charge of registration lit up when he saw Qin Ruoyu. Xinwu University selects students carefully, and the ratio of male to female beast masters is about 5 to 1. There are not many beauties at Qin Ruoyu's level. Classmate, self-introduce. The registering student smiled warmly. My name is Lu Jia, I'm a sophomore, I just joined the student council this year, and the president values me greatly. Qin Ruoyu glanced at him and nodded expressionlessly. Lu Jia grinned and looked at the registration form, where the spirit beast column prominently listed light scale dragon, even more delighted. Junior sister Qin, your spirit beast is also a dragon type. So coincidental. My spirit beast is the epic bloodline swordback wyvern. Let's exchange contact information. If you have any questions about training dragon type spirit beasts, just ask me. Unexpectedly, after Qin Ruoyu filled in her information, she calmly said, no need. Then, Qin Ruoyu looked at the large sun above her head, frowning. This terrible weather is about to melt my makeup. I'll head back to the dorm first, you register by yourself, and let's have dinner together tonight. The 2 dormitories were not in the same place, and it wouldn't be convenient from there. Lin Yan behind her nodded, with no objections to this suggestion. After Qin Ruoyu left, Lin Yan began to register, and Lu Jie glanced at him sideways, then his gaze fell on the spirit beast column of the registration form. Titan giant ant, bloodwing frenzied bee. Dual spirit beasts? Lu Jie was surprised for a moment, then scoffed, I thought it was some powerful spirit beasts, but they are just 2 bugs. Even if you have special talent to contract 2, so what? Bugs are still bugs, and they will never become dragons. Lin Yan frowned at his words, are bug-type spirit beasts necessarily weaker than dragon-type spirit beasts? Strength doesn't depend on the type of spirit beast, but on the beast master's application. Lu Jia was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, drawing attention from others. Ha ha ha, what era is it, and there's still a fool like you who believes in such statements. Bugs are bugs, weak is weak. And dragon-type spirit beasts are born to be superior to other spirit beasts. Lu Jia's arrogant laughter instantly caused dissatisfaction among the others. Some new students wanted to step forward and argue with him, but were stopped by those nearby. Don't be impulsive. He's Lu Jia, one of the top 10 in the sophomore year and a member of the student council. Hearing student council, everyone changed their expressions. If they had a dispute with him, not only would they lose the chance to join the student council, but they might also be targeted everywhere. For a moment, the previously dissatisfied crowd fell silent. Only Lin Yan did not tolerate him, coldly confronting him with raised eyebrows. Xinwu University values strength, when did it become a matter of spirit beast types for status? Lu Jia laughed until tears almost came out, pointing at Lin Yan and saying, strength is respected? You country bumpkin, from Nanling City? In such a small place, being a genius is fine, but what place is this? Xinwu University, where geniuses walk everywhere. Do you need a senior to teach you what strength truly means? As he spoke, Lu Jia summoned his sword spine flying dragon. With huge wings, thick dragon claws, a row of sharp bone blades on its back, and a pair of shiny black eyes staring at Lin Yan. Roar! A dragon's cry echoed through the sky. Lu Jia crossed his arms and grinned proudly, saying, how about it? Aren't you going to summon your 2 little bugs and feel the might of a dragon? Lin Yan scoffed at his childish behavior with a cold laugh. Since you want to prove your strength, how about we meet on the points arena? Let you see if my bugs can slay a dragon. As soon as these words came out, the freshman present instantly boiled over. What? A freshman is challenging a sophomore student council member? A contest between insect-type spirit beasts and dragon-type spirit beasts? You've got guts. I've disliked this brat for a long time. What is he flaunting with a dragon-type spirit beast? Exactly. Our principal is a king-level beast master, and isn't his spirit beast just a big turtle? Shoo. Don't say that, that's the supreme Xuanwu, said to have devoured dragons in ancient times. Bro, I also have a dragon-type spirit beast, but I'm not flaunting it like him. Let's go to the points arena, the one with lower points can't refuse the challenge. But courage aside, the insect-type spirit beast. Lu Jia is still a golden 3 stage, while Slay Dragon Bro is only silver 1 stage, the strength gap is quite significant. If it really turns into a fight, let's go support Slay Dragon Bro. We must go, we can't let this sophomore bully people. The freshmen were all talented beast masters from different places, full of pride. Although they were quite displeased with Lu Jia, they did not want to offend him. Now, with someone stepping up to challenge Lu Jia, they instantly gained the respect and support of all the freshmen. Moreover, Lin Yan inexplicably received the title of Slay Dragon Bro. However, clearly, everyone respected this courage but did not have much faith in him. Thus, this Slay Dragon Bro title carried a bit of teasing. Watching the freshman's excitement, Lu Jia also felt a bit embarrassed. He originally just wanted to scare this ignorant freshman. But he didn't expect that he would dare to openly issue a challenge. If he takes a step back in front of this group of bumpkins today, he won't be able to stand in the student council anymore. Lu Jia gritted his teeth and sneered. I'll give you some time to prepare, tonight at 8, in Challenge Arena 13, I'll be waiting for you. Alright. Lin Yan finished filling out the registration form and asked him, by the way, how many points do you have? Lu Jia laughed in anger, this country bumpkin actually thinks he can win? He directly displayed his point card. 853 points. If you can win, they're all yours. So much. Lin Yan was a bit shocked, a new student only has 1 point. If he wins against him, wouldn't he not need to challenge anyone else and just win easily? After Lin Yan left, Lu Jia picked up Lin Yan's registration slip, looked at it for a long time, then curiously asked his companion. In the battle talent sequence, is there a talent called Insect Breeder? Chapter 15, Slay Dragon Bro? News interview exposed. Lin Yan dragged his suitcase to the dormitory. The dormitory was a standard 4-person room, a luxurious apartment. At this moment, the other 3 roommates had already arrived. As soon as they saw Lin Yan walk into the dormitory, they became excited. Damn! Our last roommate is Slay Dragon Bro. Wow, dude, you're so brave, actually daring to confront a sophomore. Yeah, he's even in the student council, this isn't a good deal for you. The 2 cast sympathetic looks at Lin Yan. Lin Yan was a bit surprised, did the news spread so fast? He just arrived at the dorm, and all his roommates knew? Another roommate, a rebellious teenager with vibrant red hair, stood up and extended his hand. My name is Tang Tianyu, and I like making friends with people like you. Lin Yan shook his hand, feeling confused. My name is Lin Yan. What kind of person am I? Tang Tianyu let out a hearty laugh and patted Lin Yan's shoulder. Of course, you are a warrior. I have disliked that Lu Jia for a long time. He is just from the Lu family of the capital, flaunting their ancestors' achievements. If it weren't for the Lu family nurturing him, he would be nothing. Lin Yan nodded, it seemed like Lu Jia had a significant background. I'll go with you tonight. Tang Tianyu blinked, a mischievous smile on his face, after you lose, I'll go up. Many newcomers are not happy with him, we'll do a wheel battle and see if we can wear him down. Lin Yan felt a bit speechless. So passionate, yet he was sure that I would definitely lose. Don't worry, I won't lose. Lin Yan started to tidy his bed. Tang Tianyu paused for a moment, then walked to Lin Yan's side. Brother, it's good to be bold, but saying this means you don't see reality clearly. I know you are a genius where you come from, but here, you are just an ordinary person. And Lu Jia is still a genius among geniuses at Jinwu University. Not to mention his epic bloodline, the sword spine-flying dragon, he is also a golden tier 3 beastmaster. Looking at your surrounding spiritual power, you only seem to be at silver tier 1. There's no way you have a chance. Lin Yan remained non-committal and asked back. What if I win? Tang Tianyu pouted and replied. If you win, I'll cover your meals for this month. The other 2 roommates also laughed and added their bets. Li Juming, if you can win, I'll wash your dirty clothes this month. Han Xiaofeng, if you can win, I'll clean your stinky shoes this month. Deal. Lin Yan felt moved. What great roommates. The 3 of them ordered a simple takeout for lunch. After eating, Lin Yan took a short nap. When he opened his eyes, it was already dark outside. Damn. Lin Yan sat up suddenly. What time is it? It's 7:30. Tang Tianyu put on his jacket and reminded, hurry up. If you're late, you'll automatically lose. Lin Yan nodded and got out of bed to get dressed. If he lost by being late on his first challenge. At a school like Jinwu University, where the strong are respected, everyone would think he was a coward. From now on, he would carry the label of coward. Lin Yan and the others rushed to the arena hall. Fortunately, they were not late. At this time, the arena hall for the agreed-upon number 13-point station was already packed with people. The news of the challenge had spread quickly. A new student, not knowing his place, boldly challenged a member of the student council from the second year. This had never happened in the history of Jinwu University. Lu Jia was already waiting on the other side of the points arena, looking at the hurriedly arriving Lin Yan with contempt. He had already asked around. The talent Lin Yan filled out on the registration form, insect feeding, was not a battle talent. It was a useless talent related to daily life. How did such a useless person get admitted to Jinwu University? Seeing Lin Yan ready for battle on the other side, Lu Jia cleared his throat and said openly, I'm glad so many people are paying attention to this match, but before that, I have a question and hope someone can enlighten me. Saying this, Lu Jia pointed towards Lin Yan. I suspect he is an imposter. This useless person, does he even have the right to challenge me? The most important thing now is to get him out of the school. Some sophomore students began to stir up the situation, shouting, Trash, get out of the school. This trash is simply polluting the school's atmosphere. Leave here until his identity is completely verified. A group of people began to drive Lin Yan away, yelling angrily. Lin Yan frowned, not expecting the other party to be so shameless. Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng's faces turned pale, unsure of what to do. Tang Tianyu stood protectively behind Lin Yan and shouted at Lu Jia. Lin Yan has an acceptance letter for guaranteed admission. Can his identity be denied just based on talent? Since you have doubts, then you should provide evidence to prove Lin Yan is not a student of Jinwu University, instead of forcing Lin Yan to prove himself. Some people nodded, indeed. Since Lu Jia had doubts, let him provide evidence, not Lin Yan. Unexpectedly, Lu Jia sneered. What more evidence do you need? His garbage talent in the life department isn't the best evidence? The crowd fell silent. Although this evidence was clearly insufficient, but it was very effective. Everyone was beast masters, and they understood the role of combat talent for beast masters. Let alone the life department talent. Among those present, none had combat talents rated lower than B grade. It was indeed unthinkable for a life department talent to enter a top university like Jinwu University. Lu Jia looked at everyone's reaction, feeling very satisfied. As a member of the student council in his sophomore year, he was stooping to compete with a freshman for points. If he lost, that would go without saying. Even if he won, he would still be laughed at. So, Lu Jia had no intention of competing with Lin Yan at all. At this moment, someone exclaimed, you all quickly look at the TV news. There were many TVs hanging on the walls of the arena hall. At this moment, all the TVs were broadcasting the same news. It was a sweet-looking female reporter speaking into the camera. I am now at the entrance of a KTV in Nanling City, and as you can see, a magical beast is recklessly attacking humans. Is this a distortion of human nature or a degradation of morality? For more reports, please pay attention to Nanling News. I am reporter Jing Jinyu. The pictures shifted. In the surveillance footage, a dark swarm of spirit beasts appeared, led by a young beast master. They unleashed skills at a level 25 magical beast. In an instant, that level 25 magical beast was dead beyond recovery. The picture changed again. This time, it was an exclusive interview with a young man. Everyone looked at Lin Yan, their hearts shocked and bewildered. He is the beast master who killed the level 25 magical beast in an instant. Level 25. Converted to the beast master realm, that is golden stage 5th level. Lu Jia looked at the TV image in disbelief, his fists slowly tightening. Lin Yan actually killed a level 25 magical beast in an instant. His sky spine flying dragon was only level 23. Chapter 16, One Round. The atmosphere in the arena hall quieted down. No one spoke, only the sound of the interview from the TV felt a bit jarring. Ha ha ha. Tang Tianyu patted Lin Yan's shoulder, laughing heartily. Why aren't you talking? Weren't you doubting my brother? The crowd fell silent. If this news is true, then their earlier doubts and mockery turned into clowns? Lu Jia gritted his teeth and said coldly. What can a half-true, half-false news prove? Even if he really is a freshman from Jinwu University, would he be able to defeat me? The crowd looked at Lu Jia, some secretly nodding. Indeed, although Lu Jia was only a Golden Stage 3rd level Beast Master, his Spirit Beast was also level 23. It was 2 levels lower than the magical beast killed by Lin Yan. However, Beast Master combat power is inherently flexible and varied, not just judged by level. Moreover, Lu Jia was also a genius Beast Master. His combat power would naturally be much stronger than that level 25 magical beast. Lu Jia is one of the top 10 in his 2nd year, stronger than most of the Beastmasters present. They also do not wish to see Lu Jia fail. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean that even a freshman is better than them, these 2nd and 3rd year students? That's right, maybe that beast is already seriously injured, and he just happened to pick up the scraps. Exactly. That beast must have only a sliver of health left, letting him take advantage. There are quite a few bugs, but it's a pity they are useless. I estimate Lu Jia's Sword Spine Dragon can kill a whole bunch with one breath. Lu Jia still loses, though, winning only gets 1 point, but if he loses, losing is impossible. Being able to contract a large number of spirit beasts makes him complacent. Bugs are still just bugs. Does our school have an insect specialty? I don't think I've ever heard of it. It's a niche specialty. What good is it to get into Jinwu University if insect spirit beasts will ultimately have no future development? Behind Lu Jia stood a crowd of supporters. They coldly watched the newcomer who caused such a scene today. Beside Lin Yan, there were only 3 roommates and some newcomers who were taking a wait-and-see attitude, watching the excitement. After all the talk, it will still be determined on the arena. Lin Yan stepped forward, fearlessly looking at Lu Jia. I hope when I take you down in one move later, you can still maintain that arrogance. Lu Jia sneered, stepping forward as well. The two instantly vanished to either side of the arena. Immediately after, on the big screen of the 13th Points Arena, a battlefield with a blue sky and flat grassland appeared before everyone's eyes. Lin Yan and Lu Jia stood on either side of the grass, only about 200 meters apart. Lu Jia will definitely win. Someone laughed. That's right, such a wide area is perfect for the Sword Spine Dragon to display its strength. Another responded. In the arena battlefield. Bring out your ridiculous bugs. Lu Jia crossed his arms, a cold smile on his lips. A flash of light appeared behind him, and the massive Sword Spine Dragon was summoned. The Sword Spine Dragon spread its wings, releasing its dragon power, and coldly exhaled dragon breath, staring at Lin Yan. Lin Yan looked around the environment, quite satisfied. Ridiculous? Lin Yan stood with his hands behind his back, his spirit energy swirling around him. The next second, countless insect portals emerged. In mid-air, dense swarms of bees appeared, creating a terrifying sight. In the hall, although many had seen news about it and were somewhat prepared, they were still shocked by the overwhelming army of spirit beasts. Wow, just look at the numbers, there must be several hundred. What good is that? I dare to bet, with one skill, Lu Jia can wipe them all out. That's right, when reaching a certain level, numbers become useless, unless all those bugs are legendary bloodlines, How is that possible? The weakness of insect spirit beasts is acknowledged. If he can defeat Lu Jia, I'll eat feces upside down. In a corner of the hall, a group of girls chuckled as they watched the scene. This freshman is so fierce, going up against the student council of the 2nd year. Insect spirit beasts versus dragon spirit beasts? What's exciting about such a one-sided match? By the way, Ruayu, you are also a dragon-type spirit beast, right? Why don't you predict how many rounds it will take to end the battle? A few looked at Qin Ruayu beside them, asking with smiles. Qin Ruayu thought for a moment and said, 1 round. The others smiled slightly, surprised. You really don't have faith in that freshman. Unexpectedly, Qin Ruayu was unyielding, sneering, it's Lu Jia who won't last 1 round. The 3 were equally shocked. How is that possible? Lu Jia is a Golden Realm Dragon Spirit Beastmaster. Qin Ruayu looked at the big screen, not speaking anymore. The 3, feeling regretful, also fell silent and turned their gaze back to the arena battlefield. In the arena battlefield, seeing the black mass of swarming bees in front of him, Lu Jia felt a bit of panic. I must end this quickly, I can't give him a chance to counterattack. This was the first time he encountered a beastmaster of this style, with no combat experience. What if he capsizes in the gutter? He wouldn't even have the face to stay in the student council anymore. Sword Blade Hurricane! Lu Jia shouted loudly, and the spiritual energy of the Golden Realm surged wildly. The sword spine flying dragon soared into the sky, layers of swords behind it drawing out, spinning and whipping up a hurricane toward Lin Yan. It's the ultimate move of the sword spine flying dragon. Outside the battlefield, someone recognized this move and exclaimed. In the last final exam of last semester, Lu Jia used this move to defeat a gold stage level 10 opponent. Everyone in their hearts understood. It seemed Lu Jia was also a bit scared and wanted to end the battle in one move. At this moment, all eyes on the field were focused on Lin Yan. Lin Yan looked at the rapidly approaching sword blade hurricane and slowly ordered. Spread out. The densely packed bloodwing frenzy bees instantly scattered, vaguely surrounding the sword spine flying dragon. Blood rain, go. Another simple command. Lu Jie squinted his eyes and sneered coldly. A blast of spiritual power shot out, and the sword spine flying dragon immediately activated its defensive shield. You think the insect's attack can break through the true dragon's defense? In the next second. The originally confident Lu Jie seemed to see something terrifying and his eyes widened. Like a torrential rain, the stingers shot toward the sword spine flying dragon. The stingers, which should have been blocked by the shield, seemed to carry some special rule and pierced directly into the flesh of the sword spine flying dragon. Roar! More and more stingers came, as if there was no end. The sword spine flying dragon felt pain and lifted its head to howl at the sky. Lu Jie snapped back to reality from the screen, his heart shaking violently. No, stop. Quick! He could feel the life of the sword spine flying dragon plummeting. If this continued, it might die. Lin Yan looked at the sword blade hurricane almost at his feet, expressionless, not retreating a step. The scattered swarm did not stop, and a large number of stingers continued to shoot toward the sword spine flying dragon. No! I concede, please stop. Lu Jie panicked, looking at Lin Yan pleadingly. The sword spine flying dragon was an epic-level dragon-type spirit beast. Even the Lu family spent a lot of effort to find such a spirit beast. If it died here, not to mention in the student council, he wouldn't even be able to stay in school. But Lin Yan turned a deaf ear, coldly watching as the cries of the sword spine flying dragon gradually ceased. Until the system's kill notification appeared before him. You have successfully killed the level 23 epic bloodline sword spine flying dragon, biological material plus 100, experience plus 0. Chapter 17, Have you forgotten me? The sword blade hurricane lost its source of power and crashed to the ground. Lin Yan remained standing still while the surrounding bloodwing frenzy bees continued in battle mode. Only this time, their target was Lu Jie. Come back. Lin Yan waved his hand, recalling hundreds of bloodwing frenzy bees back into space. This was at school, not a secret realm. Lin Yan knew that many people outside were watching this match. The moment he killed the sword spine flying dragon, it declared that this match was over. If he wanted to do anything else to Lu Jie, the teachers watching the match in the hall would not allow it. Lin Yan coldly looked at Lu Jie. He knew that Lu Jie's move when he first came up was such that if he couldn't stand against it, he would be gravely injured even if he didn't die. Lu Jie wanted to show off in front of everyone, but what he wanted was to ruin his own foundation. Consider yourself lucky. Lin Yan glanced at him and took a step off the fighting stage. A fleeting light flashed by. On both sides of the arena, the figures of the two reappeared. Only this time. Lin Yan's expression remained calm and unbothered, with no change. But Lu Jie, from initially being full of confidence, turned into a lost soul. My sword spine flying dragon, is it dead? Lu Jie was somewhat questioning life. He was the direct descendant of the Lu family, contracted with the epic bloodline sword spine flying dragon, entered the true martial university at a young age, joined the student council in his second year, and was supposed to have an endless future. Why? At this moment, the thoughts of everyone in the hall were the same three words. The change in battle offense and defense was too fast. They only saw Lin Yan releasing his skill, and then the sword spine flying dragon screaming. Lu Jie begged for mercy, and then it was over. Even the skills that Lin Yan released, they had just seen on the TV news. Lu Jie had seen them too. However, the outcome remained unchanged. The hall fell into silence, and Lu Jie's brothers spoke up. It's just a competition. To kill someone else's spirit beast that they've raised for years is too cruel. The others nodded in agreement. That's right, you have so many spirit beasts, this is not a fair match at all. It's just a matter of more defeating less, although you won, it's not honorable. Your methods are despicable, your heart is vicious, someone like you doesn't deserve to be a beastmaster. Oh? Lin Yan looked at the few who spoke, raised an eyebrow and asked, if it's unfair, why don't you all come up together, and we can do it again? Everyone's heart trembled. Although those few were not as strong as Lu Jie, they were not members of the student council. But they were all genuine second-year students. Even Lu Jie could not defeat them all working together. Could it be that Lin Yan wants to challenge them all alone? However, the thing everyone anticipated did not happen. Those few people did not dare to look Lin Yan in the eye, avoiding his gaze and falling silent. Lin Yan scanned the crowd, and everyone backed away, afraid of provoking this killing god. Who is Lu Jie? The genius demon you speak of, a second-year student council senior, a noble dragon system beast master. Lin Yan stood atop the arena, looking down at everyone and slowly said. I, however, am a freshman, with a spirit beast that you all look down on, an insect type. So, when Lu Jie provoked me, you all cheered. When Lu Jia threatened me, you applauded. When Lu Jia directly used lethal moves, you turned a blind eye. The second-year students surrounding Lu Jia were already in a cold sweat. Lin Yan's gaze was icy, word by word. If anyone is still unconvinced, come at me. We'll meet on the arena. After saying that, Lin Yan took the lead and left the arena hall under everyone's watch. Awesome. A freshman behind clenched his fists, looking excited. So satisfying. One hit took down a second year, now let's see who dares to look down on our freshman. Still better to be low-key, this brother speaks with strength, we don't have that strength. True, wow, that second year is looking at me, what should I do? Just after leaving the arena hall, Tang Tianyu chased out, his face glowing with excitement, and gave Lin Yan a fist bump. Well done, brother, you really have skills. I thought you were just bragging, never mind, I admit defeat, I'll cover your food for this month. Barbecue tonight, it's on me. The other two, while also happy for Lin Yan, wore bitter smiles. Alright, we'll take care of the dirty clothes and shoes. Li Jueming thought for a moment and asked. So, for Lin Yan's stinky socks, is it you or me who takes care of it? Han Xiaofeng paused and said, of course it's you, socks are part of clothes, are you trying to weasel out? Li Jueming, looking unwilling, retorted. Socks clearly go with shoes, so it should be your turn to wash. The group joked and fought their way to the barbecue stall at the school gate. They ordered some ordinary meat skewers, and Lin Yan was astonished to find there were actually beast meat skewers. The raised beasts, if they don't gain intelligence, can't be contracted, and can only appear on the table. Tang Tianyu explained. On a summer evening at the outdoor barbecue stall, the group held beer in one hand and skewers in the other, staring in a daze at the massive tortoise shadow in the square not far away. By the way, among this year's freshmen, there is a dragon system beast master who is extremely beautiful. Han Xiaofeng put down his beer bottle, took out his phone, opened the forum gallery, and said excitedly. Someone posted a picture in the forum, if it weren't for Yan Ji's instant defeat of Lu Jia overshadowing her, she would have been the top trending search. Li Jueming, not yet swallowing the meat skewer, snatched the phone, took a glance, and his eyes widened. Wow! So beautiful. She shouldn't be a beastmaster, she should debut as a star, she's totally a fairy descended to earth. Han Xiaofeng rolled his eyes, she's not stupid. A beautiful dragon-type beastmaster, and also from a prestigious school, what status could a female celebrity possibly compare to hers? Lin Yan had poor alcohol tolerance, and at this moment, his gaze was slightly vacant as he pondered over the photo of Qin Ruoyu on his phone. Tang Tianyu wiped his mouth and pushed Lin Yan, teasing him. Look, brother Yan is moved. The two of them laughed happily while looking at Lin Yan. But I say, Tang Tianyu patted Lin Yan's thigh, even though brother Yan is handsome and powerful, she probably wouldn't even glance at you. Ha ha ha. The other two also laughed non-stop, exactly, she's also a dragon-type beastmaster, so she probably has no good feelings for brother Yan. She definitely has no good feelings for him. A cold voice suddenly came from behind Lin Yan. The three turned around to look. They saw a stunning girl sitting beside Lin Yan, grabbing the grilled skewer from his hand and stuffing it into her mouth. The three of them were left dumbfounded. Li Jueming pointed at the suddenly appearing beauty and stuttered, fairy, descended to earth? Han Xiaofeng's eyes were nearly popping out as he glanced at his phone, then at the beauty across from him. Tang Tianyu slapped himself on the back of the head, shook his head, but the beauty in front of him still existed. Not only did the beauty exist, but she also raised her delicate brows and coldly questioned the dazed Lin Yan. On the first day of school, you forgot about me? Chapter 18, Professional Adjustment. What's going on? Hearing what Qin Ruoyu said to Lin Yan, the three exchanged shocked glances. The fairy sister's tone sounded so much like she was acting cute, didn't it? Ha! Lin Yan's eyes were already hazy, staring at Qin Ruoyu, his tongue slightly numb. You came? Qin Ruoyu was a little annoyed, this guy forgot about her and acted like nothing happened? Come here. Qin Ruoyu pinched Lin Yan's ear and forcefully dragged him into a small alley. The three stood up, feeling a bit lost, instinctively wanting to follow. But they were stopped by Qin Ruoyu's sudden cold glare, causing them to sit back down in fear. Watching the two figures disappear into the darkness of the small alley, Tang Tianyu felt his heart race and shrank his neck. Wow. The fairy sister's aura is too strong. Han Xiaofeng and Li Jueming nodded in agreement, it feels like being glared at by an ancient dragon. By the way, should we call the fairy sister sister-in-law from now on? Tang Tianyu slowly nodded, it should be. A thought arose simultaneously in the three of their minds. Lin Yan, this guy, is pretty deep. Not only did he make a stunning entrance by defeating Lu Jia, but he also hooked up with the most famous beautiful new student on the first day of school? The most painful part is, for the next month, Lin Yan's food expenses, laundry, and shoe cleaning were all covered by them. How unfair! The three of them wailed in unison. Lin Yan was dragged into the small alley, smelling the overwhelming scent of perfume, and half sobered up. What's wrong? Shin Ruoyu glanced at the empty alley entrance and looked at Lin Yan with irritation. Do you remember what I said when we parted at noon? At that moment, Lin Yan fully sobered up, stammering. We should have dinner together tonight? Feeling the murderous aura emanating from Shin Ruoyu, Lin Yan immediately begged for mercy. It's all because of that Lu Jia, I forgot. Shin Ruoyu narrowed her eyes, threatening. So you've become bold, dare to set up a fight behind my back and forget about me completely? I helped you gather information all afternoon, and this is how you repay me? Lin Yan was stunned. Gather what information? Shin Ruoyu crossed her arms, looking annoyed. You still don't know? Yet you can sit there drinking wine with a clear conscience. Lin Yan seemed to understand a bit, waving his hand. It's okay, my fight with Lu Jia is just normal sparring, and it was he who provoked me first. Even if it gets to the principal, I'm not afraid. Shin Ruoyu stamped her foot and pointed her slender finger at Lin Yan's forehead. What a wooden-headed fool! Who told you about Lu Jia's situation? You still don't know? Jinwu University doesn't have a bug-type beast master program now. You've been transferred to the spider type. Spider type? Lin Yan felt a heavy heart. If the bug type is the last among all spiritual beast categories, then the spider type is the second to last. Now, no beast master contracts bug-type spiritual beasts anymore. The situation is somewhat better for the spider type. However, the cultivation and training methods for these two types of spiritual beasts are completely different. Moreover, spider-type spiritual beasts often restrain bug-type spiritual beasts. What do I do? Lin Yan frowned, not expecting this sudden turn of events. Could it be that Jinwu University, famous all over the country, doesn't even have a bug-type beast master teacher? Shin Ruoyu rolled her eyes and said, 3 options. 1. Agree to transfer, and you will change from bug-type spiritual beasts to spider-type. 2. Refuse the transfer, drop out, and the school will arrange for you to study bug-type beast mastering at an ordinary university. 3. Go find the retired professor Hu Fangyuan and ask him to come back. Looking into Shin Ruoyu's eyes, Lin Yan realized that, rather than 3 options, only one was left for him. Hu Fangyuan. Since he is a retired professor, why doesn't the school contact him to ask him to come back? Lin Yan furrowed his brow. Shin Ruoyu sighed. I investigated this. A couple of days ago, when teacher Zhao Ziwei sent your information back to the school, they already approached Professor Hu Fangyuan to discuss the possibility of him returning. But that old man is extremely eccentric. No matter how the school tried, they couldn't persuade him. Unless something unexpected happens, when school officially starts tomorrow, you will be notified of the transfer. Before the school contacts you, you need to find Hu Fangyuan and convince him to return. Lin Yan nodded. At this point, aside from getting Hu Fangyuan to change his mind, it seemed there were no other options. Back in the dormitory. The 3 of them had not yet recovered from 2 consecutive shocking events today. Lin Yan recounted what Shin Ruoyu had just told him, wanting to see their opinions. Tang Tianyu stared at Lin Yan's face and neck, seemingly searching for some sign. Hu Fangyuan. I know that guy, he's quite capable but very strange. Lin Yan froze for a second and tightened his clothes. Could he be an old man with a special fetish? Wouldn't I, as a young boy, be in trouble? Tang Tianyu looked at him strangely. Hu Fangyuan is only 35 years old. Who told you he's an old man? 35? Lin Yan's eyes widened. Isn't he a retired professor? Ha ha ha. Tang Tianyu laughed for a while before continuing. It does seem easy to misunderstand. He is indeed a retired professor. His professor title comes from his absolute skill. And he retired because his teaching methods are too bizarre. Students would rather change their spiritual beasts than stay under him. Lin Yan interrupted him, asking, what are his teaching methods like? Typically, beast masters can only contract one spiritual beast, so they regard their beasts as their lives. This is why Lu Jia, such an arrogant person, almost went mad after losing his sword-backed dragon. Yet, surprisingly, Hu Fangyuan's students were willing to sever their contracts with their original spiritual beasts to escape him? Tang Tianyu paused for a moment before saying, he's not a pure bug-type beast master, he's a unique branch, a goo insect beast master. Lin Yan was taken aback and heard Tang Tianyu continue ominously, his teaching method is for students to dissect their bug-type spiritual beasts and personally inject them with poison. Han Xiaofeng and Li Jueming gasped in shock at the same time. Lin Yan also felt a shiver run down his spine. No wonder those students were willing to sever their contracts with spiritual beasts. The spiritual beast has been replaced. Compared to breaking the contract, they are even less willing to personally kill their own spiritual beasts. Isn't this just a wicked path? Li Juming felt goosebumps all over his body. Tang Tianyu shook his head. Actually, Hu Fangyuan also graduated from Jinwu University. At that time, he was just an ordinary insect-type beast master. Lin Yan's heart stirred. An ordinary insect-type beast master who can get into Jinwu University is enough to show his mastery in insect-type beasts. If he could really teach me, perhaps my strength could rise another level. Tang Tianyu sighed, recounting a dusty past. But something happened after he graduated. He narrowly escaped from the border, and when he returned, his personality changed dramatically. Then, a year later, when he appeared in the public eye, he had already become a Gu insect beast master. Chapter 19, Dragon-type Professor. Gu insect beast master? Lin Yan immediately thought of words like dark, scheming, plotting, and poison. Gu insect beast master? Aren't they only called that for beast masters from the southern border provinces? Li Juming frowned while pinching his chin. Plus, it is said that Gu insect beast masters are those who nurture insect-type spiritual beasts from a young age and then survive the brutal fights by making contracts. How could Professor Hu, who was originally just an ordinary insect-type beast master, suddenly turn into a Gu insect beast master? Tang Tianyu shook his head. I don't know about that. Lin Yan stood up and took a deep breath. It's fine, tomorrow I will go find him. Is he still in Jinwu City? Tang Tianyu nodded. To the west is a place called 10,000 Insect Mountain. He has lived there since leaving school. 10,000 Insect Mountain? Lin Yan nodded, and Qin Ruoyu also said she wanted to go with him. Just hearing the name, this place is very unfriendly to those who fear insects and have a phobia of crowded spaces. And I wonder if Qin Ruoyu will be scared. The next day. Early in the morning, Lin Yan got ready to head out and meet up with Qin Ruoyu. Then they would go to 10,000 Insect Mountain to find Professor Hu. However, an unexpected situation arose in the dormitory. I don't know if it was due to the barbecue from yesterday not being very clean. All 4 people in the dormitory except Lin Yan had symptoms of food poisoning. They were all having diarrhea non-stop in the morning, their faces pale. With no other choice, Lin Yan could only message Qin Ruoyu to wait a while. He first sent the 3 of his dorm mates to the school infirmary. Otherwise, he was afraid that their freshman year wouldn't even start before they directly got recommended for graduate studies in beast mastery. Arriving at the school infirmary, Lin Yan was once again stunned. The infirmary of Jinwu School actually had several buildings, and its scale was even larger than his hometown, Nanling City. Lin Yan registered and took them to the emergency room. While waiting for results outside, he noticed that the looks from the surrounding students at him were quite strange. At first, Lin Yan didn't think much of it. Because he had defeated Lu Jie yesterday, his popularity could be considered very high. However, Lin Yan soon found it odd. Logically speaking, these people should at least avoid him if they weren't afraid of him. But now, there were even people openly mocking him. Is he Lin Yan? I thought he would look really fierce and intimidating. Lu Jie got wronged, losing to such a guy. If only Lu Jie could have held back and waited a year or so, the outcome would have been completely different. Who says otherwise? An insect-type beast master actually switched to a spider specialization. If it were me, I'd just drop out. The weakness of insect-type beast masters has already been proven. Even if Hu Fang Yuan is strong, so what? In the end, he also switched to Gu insects, becoming a neither human nor ghost kind of being. There's nothing he can do, the limit of insect-type spiritual beasts is right here. Even if he can contract 1,000 insect-type spiritual beasts, so what? In terms of realm, they are all cannon fodder. By the way, there's also a hot new freshman this year, supposedly Lu Jie's cousin. There's a good show to watch. Lin Yan listened for a while. Finally figured out what was going on. Turns out the matter of my major being adjusted has spread. But it doesn't matter. He had a kind of confidence, he could definitely persuade Professor Hu to let him back into the school. At this moment, his phone vibrated. Opening it, he saw a message from Qin Ruoyu. Tonight is the welcome party. The teachers from the admissions office are looking for you regarding the major adjustment issue. We must find Professor Hu and persuade him before then. Lin Yan pressed his phone and replied. Why? Isn't there still several days before classes officially start? Qin Ruoyu replied, I heard that Lu Jie is favored by a dragon system professor. I'm afraid he might cause trouble. I got it. After sending the message, Lin Yan stuffed his phone into his pocket, frowning. Isn't this using the small to deal with the large? And he had fairly defeated Lu Jie openly, that dragon system professor shouldn't be able to cause him trouble, right? As he was thinking about it, Tang Tianyu and the others came out of the emergency room, clutching their stomachs. How was it? Lin Yan asked. Nothing, just maybe ate something bad. Lin Yan nodded and was about to part ways with them to meet Qin Ruoyu at the school gate. At this time, a voice came from behind Lin Yan. You are Lin Yan, the one who killed Lu Jie's spirit beast? Lin Yan sighed and turned around, discovering it was a professor in his 30s. Tang Tianyu frowned and whispered, "That's Professor Guan from the Dragon System Academy. Lu Jie is his best student. Be careful, it looks like he's here to cause trouble." Lin Yan looked at the man before him, unyieldingly answered. "Yes, that's me. Is there something you want?" Unexpectedly, Guan smiled lightly and nodded at Lin Yan. "Not bad, calm on the surface yet thunderous within, your future is limitless." Lin Yan was stunned, Tang Tianyu was also stunned. The crowd around them, who were ready to watch the drama, were also stunned. What's going on? Wasn't it said that the teacher would come to defend his student? Why is he praising him instead? Seeing Lin Yan fall silent, Guan smiled and continued. Regarding Lu Jia, it's his own fault. He has always been too proud. After this setback, his future path will be much smoother. However, this time the psychological blow is too great. He was hospitalized last night. I came to see him. If you have something to do, you can go ahead. Saying this, Guan stepped aside, indicating for Lin Yan to pass. Lin Yan looked at Tang Tianyu with confusion. Why is this so different from what you said? Tang Tianyu shrugged, aren't you just not used to it if he's not here to cause trouble? Lin Yan nodded slightly toward Guan and was about to leave. At that moment, Guan seemed to remember something and said, "By the way, regarding your major, I can help you with a word. How about coming to our dragon system?" Seeing Lin Yan's puzzled expression, Guan smiled warmly. "It's fine, you are only a silver level now, and there's still plenty of time to change your spirit beast. I can help you find a subspecies dragon. Although it doesn't compare to Lu Jie's, it will raise your future potential significantly." Under Guan's gentle gaze, Lin Yan shook his head. "No need, I'm quite satisfied with my current insect system spirit beasts." Guan's smile gradually disappeared, turning into a blank expression. "It's good that young people have their own persistence. I've also watched your battle recordings. However, I assure you as a professor, when you reach diamond level, your so-called insect sea tactic will be a joke in front of high-ranked spirit beasts." Lin Yan grinned. "I can guarantee that when I reach diamond level, even a master-level beast master won't be my opponent." Guan furrowed his brows, hands clasped behind his back. "I've said all this for your own good. As of now, not changing your spirit beast will make you blend with the masses after the major adjustment." Lin Yan shook his head slowly, saying something that made Guan's murderous aura emerge. "I'm preparing to invite Professor Hu Fanyuan to come back, I will not change my spirit beast." "What did you say?" Guan's eyes turned sharp in an instant. The air in the entire hospital lobby instantly dropped a few degrees. Not good. Tang Tianyu's face turned even paler. He forgot to remind Lin Yan that Professor Guan had a grudge against Professor Hu Fanyuan. Chapter 20, Which two characters? What did you say? Looking at the suddenly enraged Guan, Lin Yan was taken aback. How did the conversation go so well, and then suddenly change face? Professor Guan, Professor Hu have old grievances, that's what I remembered. Tang Tianyu reminded from the side. Lin Yan felt a bit speechless. Can one really step on a landmine so precisely? But it didn't matter, even if he didn't step on it today. When Professor Hu was invited, this landmine of Guan would still explode sooner or later. That scum Hu Fanyuan is still not dead? Guan sneered, unconsciously clenching his fists. I remind you for the last time, now changing spiritual beasts and switching to another major, you still have a future. If you remain stubborn like Hu Fanyuan, no one can save you. Lin Yan felt that after hearing the name Hu Fanyuan, Guan's expression changed a bit. And judging from the meaning of those last two sentences, did he really have to change majors? I am a bug-type beast master, and will always be. Lin Yan stood his ground, not looking good. Guan squinted, seeming to see the shadow of that person from the past, and Lin Yan sneered, very well. I am waiting to see the day you regret it. Saying that, Guan directly walked past Lin Yan and headed to the inpatient department. Lin Yan stared at his back, lost in thought. How big was the grudge between the two of them, to make Guan's attitude flip like that? Perhaps he could use this relationship to bring Professor Hu out of retirement? Lin Yan and Tang Tianyu parted ways and hurried toward the school gate. At the school gate, Qin Ruoyu waited for a long time before seeing a familiar figure running toward her. Why are you so slow? What if Professor Hu comes out soon? We won't have a place to find him. Lin Yan scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Tang Tianyu and the others all got food poisoning, I took them to the hospital. Seeing that Qin Ruoyu's expression had not relaxed, Lin Yan continued, by the way, guess who I ran into? Qin Ruoyu's face completely darkened. Lin Yan felt a chill on his back and quickly said, I ran into Guan. Sure enough, Qin Ruoyu's expression softened a bit, asking, what happened? Lin Yan recounted what had just happened. Qin Ruoyu crossed her arms, pinched her chin, and frowned. I didn't expect there was such a huge grievance between Guan and Professor Hu. How does your roommate know so much? Lin Yan was taken aback and shook his head. I don't know either. Shin Ruoyu's eyes lit up. I think we can make something out of this, and our chances of persuading Professor Hu just increased. Lin Yan smiled knowingly, not expecting they had thought of the same thing. At this moment, the bus to Wancheng Mountain arrived. Lin Yan took out 2 coins, just about to get on the bus. Shin Ruoyu suddenly pulled him down, stuffing him into a nearby red sports car. She turned around and took the driver's seat, starting the engine under Lin Yan's stunned expression. Boom, the room. There's no time, we need to hurry. Jinwu University. In the dining hall, at a fast food stall. A beautiful girl was scrubbing the counter with great effort, beads of sweat covering her forehead. Wearing the school uniform that students find unfashionable, but has its own style. At first glance, it was clear she came from a less privileged background, working part-time in the school cafeteria. Suddenly, a chubby girl ran up to the counter, her face filled with excitement. Duo. Huge news. Zhao Duo didn't need to look up to know who it was. She turned and tossed the cloth into the water basin while scrubbing. Xiaobai, you don't need to tell me about the buy one, get one free burger, I don't spend money here. Bai Xiaoyi puffed her cheeks, saying angrily, although the burger discount is important, it pales in comparison to what I'm about to tell you. Zhao Duo wiped the moisture off her face. Looking at her, he smiled. What is it? Could it be that the lottery ticket I bought yesterday has won? Bai Xiaoyi leaned closer, her chubby face breaking into a smile. That Lu Jia who has been bothering you is in the hospital after getting beaten up. Zhao Duo was stunned at the words, quickly asking. What happened? Bai Xiaoyi pulled out a hamburger from somewhere, ripped open the wrapper, and stuffed it into her mouth. You didn't watch yesterday's match? Freshman Lin Yan, at arena number 13, so many people saw it, defeated Lu Jia in one move. The dragon-type spirit beast that Lu Jia bragged about all the time was killed instantly. It said that Lu Jia was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Why does Yin live and not Jia?" before passing out. He was rushed to the hospital overnight, and it said he still hasn't woken up. Zhao Duo's eyes went blank, as if recalling some past events. Then, suddenly, she chuckled softly. Bai Xiaoyi, with a mouthful of crumbs, suddenly said, Duo, you look so much prettier when you smile. Zhao Duo looked at her reflection in the basin of water. She was in her second year of college but had never worn makeup, not because she didn't like it, but because she couldn't afford cosmetics. She seemed to have gotten into the prestigious Jinwu University that everyone envied. But no one could imagine that she needed to go out during holidays to earn her living expenses and worked part-time in the school cafeteria to support herself. Duo, don't worry about your aunt's surgery costs. Bai Xiaoyi chuckled. In a few days, the assessment will come, and Lu Jia is definitely out of the game. Now you have a chance to break into the top 10. How much is the scholarship for 10th place? It's 50,000, right? Top 10? Zhao Duo was quite strong herself, already at golden second rank, and her spirit beast, the illusion fox, also had an epic bloodline. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to enter Jinwu University without resources. In the past, Lu Jia had known she was short on money and had sabotaged her time and again. Now that Lu Jia was taken care of, perhaps she could try her full strength? The cafeteria gradually filled with more people. Zhao Duo also started to get busier, but regular customers could tell that this part-time girl always wore a smile today. Lin Yan. I forgot to ask what those 2 characters were for Xiaobai. Wanzhong Mountain. On the way, Lin Yan got out of the car and bent over to throw up for a while. Shin Ruoyu couldn't bear to look. You're so weak. Lin Yan glared at Shin Ruoyu. Did you buy your driving license? You didn't step on the brake on the mountain road? And what's with your sports car? So you are hiding the fact that you are a wealthy second generation. After being classmates with Shin Ruoyu for many years, Lin Yan always thought her family was ordinary. Because Shin Ruoyu, no matter how she dressed or lived, never had the air of a rich girl. Rather, she seemed like an ordinary girl next door. However, Lin Yan now sensed something was off. Because after so many years with Shin Ruoyu, he had never heard her talk about family or parents' occupations. Are you telling me the truth? Have you been pretending to be poor all these years to get closer to me? Lin Yan covered his chest, looking betrayed. Unexpectedly, Shin Ruoyu was silent for a moment before looking at Lin Yan and asking quietly. If I tell you the truth now, there will be endless trouble waiting for you. Would you still want to hear it? Chapter 21, Wanzhong Mountain and Professor Hu. Lin Yan was stunned for a moment. Could it be that Shin Ruoyu really had some powerful background? For example, having an ancestor in the National Secret Department? It seemed to be said that the current pillar of the Dragon Kingdom, a level 89 demigod beast master, also had the surname Qin? Lin Yan felt a sudden respect. This childhood friend he grew up with was so deep and hidden. Seeing Lin Yan's serious expression, Shin Ruoyu suddenly burst out laughing, covering her mouth. You actually believed it. This car is rented, I was just afraid of being late. Saying this, Shin Ruoyu took the lead and stepped onto the road into Wanzhong Mountain. Lin Yan felt somewhat speechless, following behind her. It was different from what he imagined. This path to the mountain peak had neither complex, rugged forks nor the densely packed bugs suggested by the name. In fact, as the two walked, they didn't see a single living creature. Isn't it called 10,000 Bugs Mountain? How come not even one bug is visible? Lin Yan felt a bit strange. This guy Tang Tianyu was really unreliable, reporting false information. Just because it's called 10,000 Bugs Mountain doesn't mean it has to have bugs, Shin Ruoyu said, hands on her hips, taking a breath, and looking towards the middle of the mountain. Maybe it's because this mountain looks like a bug. Lin Yan followed Shin Ruoyu's gaze. He saw a place on the hillside, with many dirt mounds clustered closely together. From a distance, it did look like one bug after another. Lin Yan frowned. But no matter how he looked at it, those mounds felt like the graves back home. The two continued walking toward the peak of the mountain. 10,000 Bugs Mountain was not high. Before long, they were close to the top. Sure enough, they saw a simple thatched cottage at the peak. When Lin Yan reached the front, he was greatly disappointed. Although the cottage was not locked, a wooden stick propped the door shut. Clearly, the owner of the cottage was afraid that some small animal would accidentally enter his home. Let's go in and take a look. Shin Ruoyu directly moved the wooden stick aside and said as she pushed the door to enter. Lin Yan was startled and hurriedly stopped her. That's not good. It wasn't that Lin Yan was particularly virtuous. But he had heard that Professor Hu was a strange person, somewhat perverse in his heart. What if they angered him? They would be doomed in this remote wilderness, and it would be well deserved. Quite polite, a voice, hoarse and not human-like, sounded behind the two. Lin Yan and Shin Ruoyu suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. They turned to look and saw a pale, shriveled old man, walking with a bamboo basket and a cane. He didn't pay them any mind and walked directly into the thatched cottage. Lin Yan and Shin Ruoyu exchanged glances. Could he be Professor Hu? Wasn't he supposed to be 35? He clearly looked to be in his 70s or 80s. This guy Tang Tianyu has already made 2 mistakes, wait until I get back and deal with him. Lin Yan gritted his teeth. This feeling of completely wrong information made him feel somewhat defeated. Come in, came the hoarse voice from within the cottage. Lin Yan and Shin Ruoyu sighed in relief, just about to step into the cottage. Suddenly, the sound of shuffling footsteps appeared behind them. A half-human, cicada-like spirit beast glanced at them and walked into the cottage with a bamboo basket. Goo insects! Lin Yan's heart trembled as he watched the cicada-like spirit beast. He could feel the cold aura radiating from it. Insect-type spirit beasts were known for their stealth, control, and toxins. But this one definitely had the feeling of having hatched from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Sounds of packing came from within the cottage. It seemed that Professor Hu was preparing to leave again. Lin Yan knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. He spoke directly. Professor Hu, I am a freshman from Jinwu University, an insect-type beast master. Currently, there are no teachers at the school available to teach me. I ask you to come out of the mountains and teach me how to become a powerful insect-type beast master. There was no answer. The person inside the cottage continued packing. Shin Ruoyu, mustering her courage, spoke up. Professor Hu, Lin Yan is the only insect-type beast master of this cohort. Yesterday he defeated a second-year dragon-type beast master. He is the most valued student of Professor Guan. If you refuse to come out and help him, Professor Guan will definitely not let him off. Lin Yan twitched his lips. Guan indeed wouldn't let him off, but not because of Lu Jia, but because of Hu Fanyuan. Sure enough, upon hearing the name Guan, the person in the cottage paused for a moment. This has nothing to do with me? The school has sent people to find me before, I made it very clear. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Fanyuan walked out of the cottage. Beside him was the strange worm. If you want to become stronger, I can't help you. The path of the bug-type spirit beasts is blocked. Even if you reach the end, you won't be able to fight against those true terrors. Lin Yan was unwilling to give up and asked. But you clearly taught classes at school before, why are you unwilling to teach me? Hu Fanyuan laughed strangely, his voice sounded like 2 broken cymbals rubbing against each other. You can't learn, teaching you would be a waste of time. Lin Yan was somewhat surprised. Why? Because you aren't ruthless enough. Hu Fangyuan's gaze was deep, as if he could see straight through Lin Yan's soul. You haven't experienced true death, and you haven't seen the real face of war. Go back, I can't teach you. Shin Ruoyu stepped forward, frowning. But Guan. I do indeed have a grievance with Guan, but if you 2 little kids want to use such cheap provocation to force me out, you'd better stop dreaming. Hu Fanyuan raised his hand to interrupt her, then looked at Lin Yan with contempt in his eyes. You can't even tell a lie, silver rank. That sophomore student is at least gold rank. I hate people who lie the most. Get lost. After saying that, he turned and prepared to go back into the house. I thought it was a great hidden master in the world, but it turns out to be just a frog in a well escaping from reality. Lin Yan sneered and also turned to leave. Qin Ruoyu's eyes widened, she hadn't figured out the situation yet. Why are they leaving after one sentence of disagreement? I've driven for so long and spent several thousand on the rental. Qin Ruoyu followed Lin Yan, anxious to the point of wanting to jump up and down. Wait. At that moment, a hoarse voice sounded. Hu Fangyuan looked at Lin Yan, his murky eyes holding an unclear meaning. What did you say? Lin Yan looked at him expressionlessly. I said you are a frog in a well. What's so surprising about a silver rank defeating a gold rank? In my life, the thing I hate the most is arrogant people. Unexpectedly, Hu Fangyuan stared at Lin Yan for a while, then suddenly laughed weirdly. Interesting, alright, I will give you a chance. I will find a gold rank bug, as long as you can kill it, I will share all my knowledge and experience with you, how about that? Hearing Hu Fangyuan's conditions, Qin Ruoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Just a gold rank, it was not a problem for Lin Yan at all. Lin Yan also agreed without hesitation, no problem. Hu Fangyuan didn't hesitate either and patted the cicada-type bug beside him. Unexpectedly, that cicada-type bug opened its mouth and spat out a black ball. The black ball rolled on the ground and unexpectedly grew larger, eventually turning into a cricket. Wasteland cricket, epic quality, level 25, is that alright? Of course. Lin Yan raised his palm, and a black hole appeared. The Bloodwing Frenzy bee drilled out from inside. Seeing Lin Yan's spirit beast, Hu Fangyuan was stunned for a moment. He was a high-level beast master of the master rank and could see at a glance that this Bloodwing Frenzy bee's attributes were very ordinary. Hu Fangyuan became enraged. Are you playing me? Chapter 22, I buried it myself. The wasteland cricket sensed the presence of the Bloodwing Frenzy bee in midair and was taken aback. Such a weak spirit beast dares to fight with me? After croaking twice, the wasteland cricket spat out a stone arrow from its mouth. So fast, the Bloodwing Frenzy bee couldn't dodge and was hit instantly. It exploded into a cloud of blood mist. It's over. Hu Fangyuan stared at Lin Yan, pondering whether to kill him here as well. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan saw his spirit beast killed and was not anxious at all. He smiled and said, Senior, don't rush, it hasn't started yet? Hu Fangyuan was stunned for a moment, it hasn't started. Could it be that this kid has other spirit beasts? If your other spirit beast is also at this level, then don't bring it out to embarrass yourself. Lin Yan maintained his smile, all my spirit beasts are at this level, but they are not just one. Hu Fangyuan sneered and was about to start mocking. The next second. A dense, almost endless black hole. Lin Yan appeared beside him. Immediately afterward, countless blood-winged mad bees, identical to the previous spiritual beast, emerged from the black hole. Looking at the number, there were almost hundreds of them. Hu Fangyuan's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. The mocking words got stuck in his throat as he slowly swallowed them. This number. No one in history has ever summoned so many spiritual beasts. Hu Fangyuan was shocked in his heart, and a flame was vaguely ignited. Make your move, let me see your full strength. Lin Yan had no objections and pointed his finger at the wildland cricket. In an instant, a rain of densely packed stings poured down, shooting towards the wildland cricket's location. The wildland cricket faced a great enemy, no longer exhibiting its previous arrogance. It crazily fled and avoided the rain of arrows. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. The wildland cricket was small and very fast. It darted left and right, and the blood-winged mad bee's rain of arrows simply couldn't hit. Under the wide area covered by arrows. Just as one sting hit, the wildland cricket screamed in agony and then suddenly broke through the ground, digging a hole to escape. Lin Yan was somewhat dumbfounded. This seemed different from the insect he had imagined. At first, seeing the wildland cricket, with its cold aura and blood-red eyes, he thought it would be the kind of beast that would fight to the death without regard to pain. But unexpectedly, it ran away. Hu Fangyuan's expression remained unchanged, thinking to himself. With so many spiritual beasts, it seems there is still room for improvement in both quantity and quality. He really didn't lie, he does have the strength to defeat a Gold Realm Beast Master. The wildland cricket actually escaped. Well, even if he can't kill the wildland cricket, with his talent, I can still take him as my student. Soon after, another unexpected scene occurred, startling Hu Fangyuan again. Almost double the number of black holes appeared again. Such a large number of spiritual beasts, he actually had one more. Hu Fangyuan's mouth fell open slightly. Lin Yan looked at the wildland cricket that had escaped underground and snorted coldly. Do you think this means I can't do anything? I will definitely kill you today. Over 1,000 Titan giant ants crawled out from the black hole. Go, chase it down to the death. Lin Yan issued the command. The dense Titan giant ants imitated and began digging holes. They chased after the wildland cricket's location. Wait! Hu Fangyuan wanted to stop them, but the Titan giant ants did not listen to him. Just a little while later, the summit of Wanchong Mountain was hollowed out by thousands of tunnels. Even that thatched house swayed and half collapsed. Quickly, the battle underground grew fiercer. Lin Yan received more and more information about the Titan giant ants being killed. However, soon this momentum was halted. Because the information about the wildland cricket being killed popped up. You successfully killed a level 25 epic bloodline black magic dog, biomass plus 130, experience plus 0. Dense Titan giant ants drilled out from the ground. Among them, several brought the body of the wildland cricket and presented it like treasure in front of Lin Yan. Lin Yan was both amused and helpless. He patted the Titan giant ant's head. Well done. In this battle, the number of Titan giant ants lost barely equaled the biomass gained. No losses are good. Lin Yan recalled the Titan giant ants and blood-winged mad bees. His goal had been achieved. There was no need to leave so many spiritual beasts here. Professor Hu also crawled out from the mountain of corpses and blood, so he probably wouldn't be scared by such a scene. Hu Fangyuan was indeed not scared, but he was truly shocked. Has your talent undergone a mutation? Hu Fangyuan had once been a university professor and had seen many historical materials. For such unheard of talent, he could only explain it as a talent mutation. Sort of. Lin Yan replied. He couldn't possibly tell Hu Fangyuan about the system, could he? Such things, as long as they don't happen to oneself, no one will believe it. Very good. A glimmer flashed in Hu Fangyuan's eyes, and for the first time, a smile appeared on his wrinkled face, looking somewhat strange. With your talent, you are completely qualified to be my student. Or rather, to become your teacher is my honor. Hearing this, Xin Ruoyu's heart shook. He knew of Hu Fangyuan's glorious past and naturally understood the weight of those words. Among the millions of beast masters in the Long Nation, Hu Fangyuan's talent could definitely rank in the top 30. And him saying such a thing meant that Lin Yan's talent was far above his. Lin Yan's face was filled with surprise. Does this mean you agree to go back to school with me? Hu Fangyuan snorted, pointing to the thatched cottage behind him. If I don't go back with you, where will I stay today? Lin Yan scratched his head and chuckled, then let's hurry up. At this moment, the sun had started to drift westward. By the time they reached the school, the welcoming party would probably be starting. Wait a minute, I need to pack some things. Hu Fangyuan walked back to the thatched cottage slowly with his hands behind his back, surprisingly bringing out a broken bamboo basket. Having seen Lin Yan's talent, Hu Fangyuan was in a great mood, recalling what Qin Ruoyu said earlier, that he had defeated Guan's most proud student, and there was a rift between him and Guan. His mood became even better. At this time, seeing Lin Yan tugging at the corner of his mouth, looking somewhat puzzled, he voluntarily lifted the cloth covering the bamboo basket to let him see. This is. Lin Yan's expression changed slightly after seeing what was inside the bamboo basket. Inside the basket were the corpses of insect-type magical beasts. Qin Ruoyu also felt a chill run down her spine. No wonder they didn't see a single bug on the way up the mountain. It turned out they were all here. No need to be so shocked. Hu Fangyuan glanced at Lin Yan and explained. I don't have your kind of talent, so if I want to continue on the path of an insect beast master, I can only take a different route and create a new path. These insect-type magical beasts can't withstand the hardships and can't transform into poisonous insects, so they're only fit to be food for the poisonous insects. The three of them descended the mountain. Hu Fangyuan did not stand on ceremony, directly sitting in the back seat of the red sports car while carrying the bamboo basket. Lin Yan and Qin Ruoyu exchanged glances, both knowing in their hearts. It seemed that from this moment on, they were already under Professor Hu's watch. Once they got in the car, Lin Yan saw Hu Fangyuan take out the latest model of a Chinese phone, fiddling with something. Lin Yan paused for a moment before shaking his head with a smile. He almost forgot that beneath Professor Hu's 80-year-old appearance was a 35-year-old young man. He just didn't know what had caused him to become this way. After the car started, Lin Yan attempted to ask, by the way, Professor Hu, on the way up the mountain, we saw a large mound. What was that? Through the rearview mirror, Hu Fangyuan's face tightened little by little, and after a long while, he finally spoke. A grave, one I buried myself. Chapter 23, could it be your grandfather? Buried by hand? Lin Yan felt a chill down his back, and Qin Ruoyu pursed her lips. For a moment, only the roar of the sports car remained. The journey back was always quick. In no time, they arrived near Jinwu University. Lin Yan and Hu Fangyuan got out of the car first, while Qin Ruoyu said she needed to return the car and asked Lin Yan to take Professor Hu back to school. As they reached the school gate, they found quite a spectacle at the entrance. A huge crowd had gathered, with the vice president of Jinwu University at the front. Behind him followed a large group of professors, directors, and teachers, along with members of the student council. Lin Yan turned back to look at Hu Fangyuan behind him. Hu Fangyuan still maintained his calm demeanor, even upon seeing such a large crowd, showing no change in expression. It was still the vice president who walked a couple of steps forward to personally shake hands with Hu Fangyuan. "Professor Hu, welcome, welcome." Hu Fangyuan didn't appear too displeased, merely nodded, letting out a cold laugh. "But why do I see some people who don't seem too welcoming?" Lin Yan looked through the crowd and saw Guan, squinting fiercely at Hu Fangyuan. How could this be? The vice principal chuckled, then shifted his gaze to Lin Yan. A few days ago, the school had to make Hu Professor take a break due to social pressure. Now, I heard the school has admitted a new bug-type beast master and quickly sent someone to Wanchang Mountain to invite you. Now that Professor Hu is willing to return to the school to continue teaching, he must have gained a proud student. One could only say that the vice principal was indeed skilled with his words, covering all bases. A potential conflict was thus subtly smoothed over. And he even complimented Hu Fangyuan without revealing any signs. Lin Yan watched Hu Fangyuan, who already seemed somewhat smug. However, Lin Yan was surprised by one thing. The vice principal was the second in command of Jinwu University, so he shouldn't have to be so courteous to the 35-year-old Hu Fangyuan. So, what had Hu Fangyuan experienced on the battlefield? At this moment, Guan, who had maintained a grim face, stepped forward with an impatient tone. A notorious bug master who brought so much controversy to the school back then still has the face to return? The people present exchanged glances, all discreetly observing and pretending to be wooden dolls. The vice principal sighed, having already given Guan a heads up. Unexpectedly, he still couldn't avoid this conflict. Both sides were professors at the school, with social status and power at the top level. He didn't want to offend either party and could only watch helplessly. Hu Fangyuan squinted and chuckled lightly. I thought it was someone important, but it's just Guan. Are you still hung up on losing to me last time? You. Guan couldn't stay calm, clenching his fists, just a bugmaster, relying on some despicable tricks to win, and you still have the nerve to brag? Hu Fangyuan countered sharply but appeared much more relaxed than Guan. What's wrong? Is the power of the bugs not mine? A loss is a loss. What's there to make excuses for? Besides, my student is just an ordinary bugmaster and still won against your most prized student. Guan's temples popped, recalling his status. At least he didn't summon his spirit beast for a public duel. Lu Jia is a student I have high hopes for, but he is not the strongest. If you're not convinced, let's have another match, how about that? Hu Fangyuan sneered, is it again your sophomore student bullying Lin Yan? The moment those words came out, all the teachers present shifted their gazes to Guan. Guan felt a burning sensation on his face, although Lu Jia provoking Lin Yan was not his intention. But he couldn't wash his hands of it now. He didn't bother to explain, only gritting his teeth saying, naturally, it's a battle of freshmen. My dragon-type students have many gifted individuals, and Lu Jia is just 10th in the sophomore rankings. And in this year's freshman, there happens to be a new student, Lu Yu, his junior. Shall we compete again, are you daring? Hu Fangyuan looked at Lin Yan, who nodded, reassuring him as he coldly laughed. Isn't it said that if you beat the small, the big comes? Why has it turned into beating the small and getting smaller ones? Some teachers in the crowd couldn't help but laugh. As Guan's gaze swept over, they promptly fell silent. What is there to fear? You can't win against me, and your student can't win against mine. Hu Fangyuan calmly looked at Guan. Guan clenched his fists, his eyes almost shooting fire. Seeing the situation escalating, the vice principal quickly stepped in to mediate. Both professors, let me say something. Battles, of course, are a long-standing tradition of Jinwu University, but this time is a bit special. In a month, students from the Eastern Japan will come for an exchange study, and if we let our geniuses fight each other now, isn't that giving an advantage to the Eastern Japanese? I have a suggestion. Everyone's gaze fell upon the vice principal. Hu Fangyuan and Guan also fell silent, only to hear the vice principal continue speaking. Why don't we let the strongest freshmen from each department enter the copy, using scores to decide who will be this year's freshman representative? This way, we won't hurt feelings, and we can unite our strength to deal with the students from the East Japan, how about that? The teachers present all nodded in agreement. I must say, the vice principal's suggestion is brilliant. After all, the copy is also a mirror, and one can see the strength and weakness simply by entering it. Hu Fangyuan naturally had no objections and nodded his head. I have no objections, just afraid that Guan's little mind won't agree. Guan snorted coldly, ignoring him and looking at the vice principal. I agree as well. Seeing the two were so agreeable, the vice principal instantly beamed with joy. That's it, better to do it than to wait. The freshman welcome party tonight, all faculty and students can witness it. We will open the freshman representative competition in the welcome party. So the matter was settled. Everyone entered the copy plaza together. Soon, the news spread. The talented freshmen from each department would stake everything on this one battle to determine the representative tonight. Tang Tianyu and the others also rushed over, finding Lin Yan and smilingly giving him a punch. You little guy never takes a break. Not only did you bring back Professor Hu, but you've also stirred up such big news. Lin Yan returned his punch, unceremoniously saying. You dared to complain? The intel you provided was all wrong. Tang Tianyu was taken aback. Impossible, my source couldn't be wrong. Lin Yan squinted, pointing at a skeletal old man in the VIP section in the distance and asking. Do you see who that is? Tang Tianyu scratched his head, uncertain. Could it be your grandpa? It's your grandpa. Lin Yan almost exclaimed angrily. That's the so-called Hu Fengyuan you mentioned. Tang Tianyu was shocked. The old man who looked to be 70 or 80 years old was the famous Professor Hu? Chapter 24, Copy. Seeing Tang Tianyu's doubts, Lin Yan smirked. Absolutely true. Want me to take you to meet him? Tang Tianyu shook his head fiercely. Forget it. It's not appropriate for me to meet other professors right now. What do you mean? Lin Yan didn't quite understand. Tang Tianyu chuckled. Once we enter the copy, we won't be friends anymore. We'll be enemies. Lin Yan was a bit surprised. You too? Tang Tianyu pouted. Don't think you're the only genius. I'm also the strongest new student in the super energy department, okay? Lin Yan gave a thumbs up. That's right. Unfortunately, Han Xiaofeng and Li Jueming were also from the super energy department but did not get selected. The few of them chattered for quite a while. Lin Yan looked aside, where there were cameras and reporters interviewing, apparently live broadcasting. After thinking for a while, he took out his phone and sent a message in the family group. Nanjing City. Old Town Resettlement Building. It's already dark. Are you going fishing again? Chen Xiaohong blocked the door, looking at Lin Jianshan in full fishing gear, posing a sole question. Lin Jianshan looked defiantly at his wife with determination in his eyes. Wife, old Lu is already waiting for me. I must go tonight. Chen Xiaohong raised an eyebrow, leaning against the door with a cold smile. If you walk out that door tonight, don't bother coming back. Humph. Lin Jianshan lit a cigarette, disregarding her as he walked out. The fishermen fear nothing but the Air Force. Chen Xiaohong felt her anger was about to reach its peak. I'll count to 3, come back to me. 3. Humph. Lin Jianshan glanced back with a sneer. 2. 1. After Chen Xiaohong finished counting, she saw Lin Jianshan still had no intention of turning back. Just as she was about to unleash her final threat. At this moment, both of their phones rang simultaneously. It was a message from the family group. Lin Jianshan held his phone, turning to meet Chen Xiaohong's gaze. There were only 3 people in the family group, and the message surely wasn't from either of them, so it must be from Lin Yan. Are you there? Channel 1 is broadcasting. There's a copy competition. Let's choose this year's new student representative. Maybe I'll see myself on TV later. Link, livestream room 86245 forwarded by Lin Yan. My son is going to be on TV, on Channel 1. Chen Xiaohong said excitedly. Channel 1 is prestigious, there's no need to explain more. We need to quickly inform relatives and friends. Lin Jianshan was also unsettled at this moment. The eagerness to go fishing was washed away by the news of his son appearing on TV. Can I fish while watching TV? No, the mosquitoes by the wild lake are too many, and there's no signal. With that thought, he still called old Lu. Old Lu, I can't make it tonight. What do you mean afraid of my sister-in-law? Don't you know me? It's my son, he's live on TV. Yes, on Channel 1. Hurry home to watch. I'm hanging up. He hung up the phone. Lin Jianshan completely lost the idea of fishing and happily headed home. Wife, Bang. The door was slammed shut. Aren't you the one who loves fishing? Go ahead. I won't stop you. Lin Jianshan was nearly in tears, looking at his phone and shouting. Open the door, wife. I'm not going fishing anymore. The Wi-Fi signal outside is bad. In the girls' dormitory. After finishing her part-time job in the cafeteria, Zhao Duoduo washed off the greasy smell in the dorm shower. Stepping out of the bathroom, she looked at herself in the mirror. Zhao Duoduo's lips curled up, and she smiled. Little Bai was right, she looked pretty good when she smiled. But Zhao Duoduo looked down at her hands. Since childhood, she had done chores, and during holidays, she worked part-time. Her hands were not soft and tender like other girls, they were rough, and she suffered from chapped skin every winter. Ha! Zhao Duoduo exhaled, smiled at herself in the mirror. When my part-time job salary comes in, I'll buy some hand cream. Her mother was still hospitalized. Fortunately, she got into Jinwu University, which has a good reputation, so the hospital allowed them to delay the bill. They could pay it back after she graduated. But the surgery costs had to be paid in one go. Zhao Duo lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling. In her mind, the video of the arena matches she found in the afternoon floated up. The boy who always had no expression really defeated Lu Jie in one move. Most importantly, he was really handsome. Zhao Duo pulled the quilt over her head, feeling a bit ashamed of her thoughts. What am I thinking? Zhao Duo. Your current task is to work hard to save enough for your mother's surgery, then graduate and find a good job to pay off the hospital bills. Until these things are completed, you have no right to think about anything else. Under the quilt, Zhao Duo pouted her lips in grievance. She was also a girl. During her high school years, she had someone she liked, and many boys pursued her. However, she sealed these thoughts away from the outside world. Like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. At that time, she had just awakened her A-level combat talent but learned that her mother was critically ill in the hospital, needing expensive surgery. Desperate, she walked to the riverbank, ready to take her own life. But at the riverbank, she met an uncle fishing, who gave her an epic spirit beast. Unfortunately, she never saw that uncle again. Dong dong. Someone knocked on the bedboard. Zhao Duo poked her head out, seeing Bai Xiaoyi standing under her bed, holding an ice cream. Duo, there's a welcome party for new students in the instance hall tonight. Are you going to watch? Zhao Duo was puzzled. How did the welcome party end up in an instance? I'm not going, I have to get up early for my part-time job tomorrow. Bai Xiaoyi looked disappointed, walking away with her ice cream. Alright, but I heard they will directly choose the new student representative from the genius new students from each department this time. And that professor who from the insect department has been rehired. The insect department's genius newcomer is the one who defeated Lu Jie Lin Yan. What did you say? Zhao Duo sat up suddenly. Who is the new student from the insect department? Bai Xiaoyi licked the ice cream stick. Lin Yan, today I'm talking about that matter with you. Zhao Duo jumped off the bed, put on her coat, and pulled Bai Xiaoyi out the door. Bai Xiaoyi widened her eyes and hurriedly shouted. Wait, change your slippers. In the dungeon hall. The host hastily changed the script, hurriedly took the stage that was temporarily built, and spoke passionately. Dear leaders and students, good evening to everyone. This new student welcome party has only one special event, which is the dungeon assessment, to select this year's new student representative. Under the stage, there was little applause, everyone was concentrated, listening to the host explain the dungeon rules. In simple terms. In the dungeon, each contestant has a route. At the end of the route, there is a flag. Whoever passes the monster area first and reaches the end to get the flag. Whoever it is will be the final winner. Chapter 25, A Wasted Generation of Beast Tamers? Although each contestant's route is different, the strength of the monsters within is about the same. So, luck plays a very small part. The key is still to look at strength. The host began to announce the contestant list. Dragon System Major, Luyu, Jin Ruoyu. Psychic System Major, Bai Bing, Tang Tianyu. Lightning System Major, Yang Yiming, Chen Daliai. Fire System Major. Bug System Major, Lin Yan. It's unclear if it was a deliberate arrangement. The order of the list was almost sorted by the strength of the majors. Each major had 2 contestants, carefully chosen by the deans of each department. They absolutely represent the strength of each major. The bug system major is rather unfortunate. There is only Lin Yan in the entire major, so he has no teammates. Through the crowd, Lin Yan saw 2 people standing next to Guan, a male and a female. The girl was naturally Qin Ruoyu, who winked at Lin Yan upon sensing his gaze. Hello, classmate, my name is Luyu. Luyu had already noticed Qin Ruoyu and politely extended his hand. Qin Ruoyu was busy interacting with Lin Yan and couldn't pay attention to him. Luyu's hand hung in the air for a while before he awkwardly withdrew it. Guan took out a small notebook and made the dungeon arrangements. Ruoyu, your light-scaled dragon has area damage and group control. Quickly clear low-level monsters so that Luyu can pass through the monster area as quickly as possible. Qin Ruoyu stopped interacting with Lin Yan and turned to ask. Why should I help him? I have my own route. Guan furrowed his brows and said. This is all for the benefit of our major, so don't be so calculating. What a righteous statement. At this time, Liu quickly said. Lu Jia was defeated by a new student. If I can't get the new student representative, how will other majors view our dragon system major? Qin Ruoyu scoffed, let them think what they want. Guan did not expect Qin Ruoyu to be so stubborn and could only persuade her kindly. We are not here for ourselves. I believe that after Luyu becomes the new student representative, he will share some resources with you. In the future, if you want to enter the dungeon, he can also take you in as a student council member. Qin Ruoyu huffed coldly. If that's the case, then helping Lin Yan will lead to the same result, right? I believe he will give me even more. Lu Yu hastily exclaimed, how can that be the same? He is a bug beast tamer with no limits, how can he compare to me? Qin Ruoyu's gaze had turned cold, and she said in a chilling voice. If that's the case, then you should directly challenge him, just like Lu Jie did. You? Lu Yu was suddenly speechless, his face turning red. He considered his talent to be on par with his cousin Lu Jie, even superior to Lu Jie. However, if faced with the bug monster that seconds Lu Jie, Lu Yu still did not have that courage. If you are afraid to go, just admit defeat, and spare yourself the embarrassment this time. Qin Ruoyu crossed her arms and sneered. She would never help a potential enemy of Lin Yan? Impossible. If Professor Gu is doing this for the long-term development of the school, I should help Lin Yan secure the freshman representative. Qin Ruoyu looked at Guan, who had been frowning and silent, and said. Guan's expression was a bit unpleasant, he didn't expect to be lectured by this young girl of his major. In that case, you two just go your own ways. Saying this, Guan clenched his teeth, and his face was as dark as a storm cloud. I am naturally for the school, Lu Yu is the future hope of the school. As for Lin Yan? A bug-type beast master relying on numbers to win, when his level rises, he'll know what it means to be an ant trying to shake the sky. Guan looked at Lu Yu and patted his shoulder to comfort him. At the end of the route is a level 29 monster, already touching the threshold of level 30. You can't defeat it, don't get entangled, find a way to go around, go straight for the flag. Lin Yan will definitely find a way to go around too, your speed is faster than his, you still have a big chance of winning. Lu Yu nodded. He had been nurtured by his family since he was young. Although the shadow of Lu Jie had pressed down on him all his life, almost making him unable to lift his head. But now, Lu Jie was already in a half-waste state. His uncle in the family had promised him that if he secured the freshman representative this time, he would persuade the family to tilt all resources towards him. From now on, Lu Yu would be the face of the Lu family in the capital. Thinking of this, Lu Yu couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Then he looked at Qin Ruoyu, a hint of darkness flashing in his eyes. You little bitch, still dare to look down on me? Wait until I secure the freshman representative and become the top new student of Jinwu University, I'll see how I deal with you. On the other side. The host, holding the script, spoke the final line. This freshman welcome party officially begins, please all combat personnel enter the instance. The hall of the instance was filled with the sound of people's voices. They were seeing, for the first time, the newly enrolled students fight. Let's go, see you at the finish line. Tang Tianyu patted Lin Yan's shoulder and stepped into the instance with his classmates. After a ripple, they vanished without a trace. Lin Yan took a deep breath and caught sight of Professor Hu in his peripheral vision. That old, stooped figure gradually straightened up and made a forward gesture towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan pulled at the corners of his mouth but understood what this meant. Other professors would tell students some content about the instance. But Hu Fanyuan said nothing because he had been away from the school for many years and knew nothing. However, Hu Fanyuan had complete confidence in Lin Yan. The vice principal who personally organized this instance assessment stood beside Hu Fanyuan, smiling and said, Professor Hu, didn't you give your student a few encouraging words? Hu Fanyuan rarely showed a slightly ugly smile, non-committal. I remember online said, what was it that this generation of kids was? The vice principal took off his glasses, breathed on them, and wiped them. Grown up in a greenhouse, lacking strength yet with a heart full of pity. Coming in a good era, spirit beasts don't need to be caught, they can be delivered to your home for money. Online all say, they are the generation of waste beast masters. Hu Fanyuan's smile gradually faded. In his view, this generation of beast masters is precisely the strongest generation. Because this generation will likely produce a leading figure who will elevate the standards of other peer beast masters. I really want to see them all grow up. A trace of killing intent flashed in Hu Fanyuan's eyes. I wonder if the border defense line can hold until that time. Instance Rift Tower. Lin Yan stood at the bottom of an enormous rift. The cliffs on both sides reached into the clouds, climbing up was impossible. He could only walk forward along the crevice of the rift. In the distance, on the high mountains, Lin Yan vaguely saw a tall red flag waving in the wind. If I capture it, I can win. Chapter 26, I bet 200, Lin Yan wins. Lin Yan opened his system panel. Bug Nest Host, Lin Yan. Realm, Silver First Stage. Insect Nest Level 1. Core function, devour any product containing genetic information, can breed fusion insect warriors of that gene. Initial ant soldier types, Titan Giant Ant, Bloodwing Frenzy Bee. Insect soldier count, 1642/5000, Titan giant ant 1025, Bloodwing frenzy bee 617. Biomass remainder, 230. Looking at his attributes panel, Lin Yan let out a slight sigh. His insect soldier count had already surpassed 1,000, nearing the 2,000 mark. In fact, Lin Yan preferred the dungeon competition. Because if new students challenged each other, he couldn't just kill their spirit beasts. If he did that, he would become the public enemy of the entire school. But in the dungeon, he could freely go on a killing spree and greatly replenish his biomass, without maxing out his insect soldier number and holding a large reserve of biomass. Lin Yan always felt uneasy. Then, Lin Yan focused his gaze on the attributes of the Titan giant ant and Bloodwing frenzy bee. Titan giant ant. Level, 11. Bloodline, legendary. Health, 1200. Attack, 210. Defense, 320. Agility, 180. Spirit, 0. Skill, Berserk, enters a Berserk state, immune to control, greatly boosts own attack power and speed. Bloodwing frenzy bee. Level, 11. Bloodline, legendary. Health, 700. Attack, 240. Defense, 180. Agility, 300. Spirit, 150. Skill, Blood Rain, all Bloodwing frenzy bees launch a large number of poisonous needles at the target, dealing percentage damage. Both are level 11 insect warriors. Lin Yan himself was a silver first stage beast master, so his spirit beasts could only reach level 11 at most. Since finishing the college entrance examination dungeon, Lin Yan felt that his realm improvement speed had been fast. But when he arrived at Jinwu University, crowded with monsters, he found his silver first stage was close to the bottom. For example, Jin Ruoyu's realm was silver 3rd stage. Tang Tianyu was even more exaggerated, already at silver 4th stage. The other two roommates were also at silver 2nd stage. As for Lu Yu, some said he was already at silver 5th stage. Simply terrifying. I need to level up quickly. Lin Yan summoned all his insect soldiers. The already narrow valley was instantly filled with a mass of insect soldiers. The Titan giant ants stood neatly on the ground, like marching ants. The Bloodwing frenzy bees were more scattered, using their high agility and ability to fly to report information back to Lin Yan. Sawtooth Demon Wolf, level 12, quantity 20. Soon, the Bloodwing frenzy bees that flew to the front encountered the magical beasts. But Lin Yan had not yet given a command and didn't act rashly. Encounter low-level magical beasts, no need to report, just kill them directly. Lin Yan issued the command to the front troops. Almost the next second, killing information popped up in front of Lin Yan one after another. You successfully killed a level 12 magical beast, Sawtooth Demon Wolf, biomass plus 24, experience plus 480. You successfully killed a level 12 magical beast, Sawtooth Demon Wolf, biomass plus 24, experience plus 480. Soon, 20 killing messages popped up all at once. With flight, high attack power, and numerical advantage, the Bloodwing frenzy bees faced these low-level magical beasts like live targets. They had no power to resist. In this wave, Lin Yan earned close to 500 biomass points. Dungeons really provide biomass faster. Lin Yan's insect army moved smoothly, quickly stepping over the bodies of the Sawtooth Demon Wolves, continuing to advance. In the dungeon hall, a huge crystal screen displayed the progress speed of dozens of students within the dungeon. Currently, the fastest speed was that of Lu Yu. His dragon-type spirit beast, the burrowing dragon, moved faster underground. Those low-level magical beasts had no intelligence. By the time they noticed something unusual, the burrowing dragon was already rampaging among the magical beasts. Thus, the burrowing dragon was killing rampantly in front. Lu Yu didn't need to do anything, at most he would release some skills when the burrowing dragon slowed down due to the magical beasts. But soon, another figure on the screen caught up with Lu Yu. Jin Ruoyu. Her light-scale dragon had average speed. They are attacking in groups. Although their advancing speed is not fast, they have not stopped. The dragon-type spirit beasts are truly dominant. Surprisingly, the top two are both from the dragon-type major. Some professors shook their heads helplessly and said to Guan. Guan saw the two people at the front, glanced at Lin Yan, who was progressing slowly, and felt a lot better. Professor Chen, there's no need to say that. The psychic major is like this, weak in the beginning, strong in the end. Once a psychic beast master reaches the master realm, every company will fight over them. A group of professors praised each other. Their purpose was very clear. This year's freshman representative was definitely from the dragon-type major. Don't even mention the insect-type genius Lin Yan. Right now, they can't even see his taillights. Hu Fangyuan sat alone, the professors next to him stood up and moved far away. No one was being snobbish. When Hu Fangyuan taught at the school, he had no friends. This time, he returned with only one seemingly powerful yet worrying student. No one had any intention of being friendly with him. Why would they flatter a big professor from the dragon type instead of a professor despised by everyone? Hu Fangyuan was unaware and unconcerned about their opinions. Looking at Lin Yan, who was near the bottom of the rankings, he felt no fear or doubt. Instead, he had a hint of expectation. This is just the beginning. In a speed competition, the most important is endurance. In the corner of the hall. Duo, I saw Lin Yan's name. Bai Xiaoyi pulled out a sausage from somewhere and pointed at the screen below. Zhao Duo saw Lin Yan's name and couldn't help but feel joyful inside. She didn't care about what place he was in, not even the first or the 50th. The one who wins in the end will definitely be Lin Yan. Zhao Duo waved her little fist in her heart. Bai Xiaoyi found the competition boring, wandered around, and discovered something interesting. Betting. Just like horse racing, you bet on which horse runs the fastest, and the bettors win money. Bai Xiaoyi pulled Zhao Duo to the betting station organized by the student union. Of course, there are also regulations at the betting station. Individual bets can't exceed 200 yuan. More like a lottery system. Naturally, everyone's odds were also different. Lu Yu and Qin Ruoyu had similar odds, one at 1 minute and 1.5 seconds and the other at 1 minute and 1.3 seconds. Yet Lin Yan's odds surprisingly reached 150. In other words, if you bet 200 on Lin Yan and he pulls off an upset win, then you would gain 10,000 yuan. However, such high odds were not without reason. Who could blame them when over a dozen waves of beasts had already passed? Lin Yan's ranking had been dropping all along. It seemed that if he did not make it past the 30th wave, he would completely stop. Bai Xiaoyi then realized. Given Zhao Duo's personality, she usually pinched every penny. How could she possibly spend money to bet? Forget it, let's go see what's over there. Bai Xiaoyi pulled Zhao Duo, ready to leave. Unexpectedly, Zhao Duo didn't move at all but took out a pile of change from her pocket and slammed it down on the betting table. I bet 200, Lin Yan will win. Chapter 27, Lu Yu's Childhood. Bai Xiaoyi suddenly widened her eyes, looking at Zhao Duo in disbelief. Duo, are you crazy? The usually thrifty self-proclaimed iron chicken of dorm 529. Actually willing to spend 200 yuan on a bet. And betting on a low-ranking nag. Think twice. 200 yuan could buy 20 hamburgers, with buy one, get one free, that's 40. Bai Xiaoyi regretted bringing Zhao Duo here. If Duo lost 200 yuan, she might end up crying all day. Then she, as the culprit, would surely face the dormitory court's judgment when they returned. It's fine. Zhao Duo comforted Bai Xiaoyi while looking at the stunned student council staff. What's wrong? Can't I bet? The staff shook his head and kindly reminded the beautiful girl, student, I must warn you, the faster you bet, the higher your chances of winning. You'll definitely lose money like this. Zhao Duo raised an eyebrow, cut the nonsense, just bet on Lin Yan to win. Bai Xiaoyi swallowed hard, feeling a stir in her heart. Indeed, it's a love-struck brain, one sentence makes a man spend $200. The staff had no choice but to place the entire $200 on Lin Yan, who so far no one dared to bet on. Such a pretty girl, what a pity her mind doesn't work too well to bet on Lin Yan to win. In the dungeon. Lin Yan was now in a bit of trouble. At this moment, the rout had progressed halfway, and they had wiped out 20 waves of monsters. Before him, the Titan ants were packed tightly, and he could hardly see the end. The total number of insect soldiers had reached 5,000. Among them were 3,000 Titan ants and 2,000 bloodwing wasps. Lin Yan himself had also reached the third tier of silver. There were still over 2,000 biomass units left unused. It could be said that Lin Yan was currently well equipped with troops and supplies. However, such a large spirit beast army had a downside. That was the speed of advancement. The bloodwing wasps were indeed very fast, causing the Titan ants to struggle to keep up. To speed up their march, Lin Yan had no choice but to order the main force to move at full speed. The vanguard unit of bloodwing wasps would shoot in unison as they passed through the monster horde before continuing forward. When encountering tough monsters with exaggerated health and immunity to flying attacks, the bloodwing wasps would skip them and wait for the Titan ants to deal with them. Only when they encountered flying monsters would they stop to eliminate all of them. And wait for Lin Yan and the Titan ants to catch up. Damn it! Lin Yan clenched his fists, looking at the Titan ants lined up neatly, moving at a speed similar to his jog. I still need a type of agile ground unit. The Titan ants were now evolving in terms of health and defense. As they encountered stronger monsters, the Titan ants maintained their speed through countless casualties. If there were a high agility, high attack insect soldier, they would probably have already started climbing and planting flags by now. You successfully killed a level 15 monster, Ironwing Crow. Biomass plus 30, experience plus 600. You successfully killed a level 15 monster, Ironwing Crow. Biomass plus 30, experience plus 600. The kill messages appeared again. Lin Yan knew that it was the Bloodwing wasps at the front once again annihilating a nest of monsters. Another wave of biomass was credited to his account. The frontline Bloodwing wasps likely suffered losses of over 100. The monsters encountered in the early stages had been wiped out with almost no losses. The monsters encountered after 20 waves were noticeably tougher. However, for Lin Yan, it didn't matter. The advancement speed was unaffected. It was merely the loss in the number of insect soldiers that increased a bit. However, no matter how many insect soldiers were lost, it was still far less than the biomass gained. While others grew weaker as they moved forward, Lin Yan found himself growing stronger, falling into a positive cycle. With a thought, a black hole appeared beside him, summoning over 100 Bloodwing wasps. Just enough to replenish the number of Bloodwing wasps back to 2,000. With plenty of biomass, he could be reckless. On the other side of the dungeon, Tang Tianyu, looking dirty and disheveled, finally killed the last monster. He collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. The sacred pattern Kuaibiao lowered its head and licked Tang Tianyu's face with its tongue. Damn, this monster horde is so tough. Tang Tianyu pushed the bull's head away, feeling like his internal energy had almost been drained. This was the downside of being a psychic beast master. Psychic spirit beasts were all fragile and had almost no regular attack capability. Instead, they had various skills. But using skills required blue energy. In the early stages, psychic beast masters had thin energy and simply couldn't sustain large amounts of energy release for long periods. Only in the later stages did psychic beast masters have energy as abundant as the sea, giving them the ability to. He could fully unleash his power. So, they advanced to the 20th wave of monsters. Tang Tianyu felt differently, it seemed his body had been emptied. I wonder how that kid Lin Yan is doing. Even though he has so many spirit beasts, there can't be much left after pushing this far. Tang Tianyu gazed at the sky peeking through the canyon crevice, a hint of worry on his face. It wouldn't be possible that in the end, we would be last and second to last, right? Qin Ruoyu rubbed the bloodstains on the soles of her shoes, frowning. The light scale dragon flew around her, exhausted and panting. Dragon-type spirit beasts naturally suppressed low bloodline monsters. This effect was even more pronounced on lower-level monsters. At this moment, Qin Ruoyu's level had risen to Silver Tier 4. After leveling up, her spirit power had recovered quite a bit. She didn't know what was happening with Lin Yan. But she needed to do something now. Lu Yu had confirmed that Lin Yan's enemy was undoubtedly true. If things did not go well for Lin Yan, she had to ensure that Lin Yan's enemy could not become the representative of the new students. Qin Ruoyu stroked the light scale dragon's head and murmured, "Let's step it up, we absolutely cannot let Lin Yan's enemy grow stronger." The light scale dragon nodded, its eyes burning with fierce determination. Die. All of you go die. In the canyon crevice, Lu Yu stood on the corpses of the 21st wave of monsters, laughing maniacally. The burrowing dragon beside him opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue, exhaling hot air. As a hybrid dragon spirit beast, it couldn't perfectly merge with nature like purebred dragons. Its scales couldn't close tightly, preventing it from dissipating heat. Thus, it had to stick out its tongue like a canine spirit beast to release the heat built up within. Due to its bloodline and habits, Lu Yu was often mocked by the other children in his family. Seeing the burrowing dragon sticking out its tongue, memories of that time attacked him fiercely. Look, Lu Yu's hybrid dragon is learning to act like a dog again. It's a mix of pangolin and dog, it's really humiliating our Lu family. What can we do? He's just a branch of a branch, only half a member of the Lu family. If it weren't for his last name being Lu, he might really have fallen to contract a dog. Hey, I've got an idea. How about we let Lu Yu learn to act like a dog for us? Only Jiega knows how to have fun. Lu Yu, did you hear? Hurry up and learn. Hurry up and learn, hurry up and learn. The helpless boy curled up on the ground, with despair in his eyes. No, please no, Jiegu. Memories flooded back to him. Lu Yu kicked the burrowing dragon on the head, cursing. Dare you stick out your tongue? It's all because of you that I suffered humiliation. You worthless dog, hybrid, trash. Die, just die. Chapter 28, Surpassing Continuously. The burrowing dragon held its head, howling in pain. Ah. The contracted spirit beasts are related to the spirit master's spirit power. Therefore, when the spirit master attacks their contracted spirit beast with spirit power, the damage inflicted is real damage. Dare to yell. Lu Yu kicked again, panting. When I become the representative of the new students and gain the full support of the family, the first thing I'll do is replace you, you worthless creature. After awakening his combat talent in high school, he was observed by the family. But because Lu Jia set a high bar, the family wouldn't pay much attention to him. Lu Jia has become a waste, ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. I am the main character of this world. And Lin Yan, a mere insect-type spirit master, dares to compete with me, a future pure-blood spirit master, for the student representative? Lu Yu commanded the burrowing dragon to continue fighting. Get up quick, don't be afraid of being injured, tear apart and smash all the monsters in our way. Did you hear that, you worthless hybrid? The burrowing dragon whimpered and stood up, dragging its already exhausted body, stepping towards the group of monsters ahead. In the dungeon lobby. As the journey progressed past half, the gap among the crowd had completely widened. At the forefront, still stands the two new students from the dragon faction. At the bottom, there are two new students from the psychic faction. This result does not surprise anyone. As the saying goes, the strength faction is strong in the early stage, while the psychic faction is strong in the later stage. And the dragon faction is strong throughout. The only surprising thing is, Lin Yan, who had been ranked low, surprisingly shows a hint of overtaking trend. Not enough to make a difference, about to collapse. Guan was surrounded by a group of professors, like stars surrounding the moon, lightly shaking a glass of red wine and smiling gently. Relying on the number of insect soldiers to strengthen combat power, but his insect soldiers suffer losses. How can he replenish the number of insect soldiers in the dungeon? The other professors laughed in agreement, as if they saw through the essence. Yes, spiritual power can also be replenished in the dungeon. Is he going to contract insect-type monsters in the dungeon? Ah, that's right. It seems he still has a limited number of insect soldiers, just a desperate counterattack before dying. Oh. But Qin Ruoyu's progress speed is actually a bit faster than Lu Yu. Congratulations, it seems that the top 2 spots in this dungeon challenge will be claimed by Professor Gu's Dragon Faction students. Congratulations in advance to Professor Gu. Who knows, he might become the head of the department this year. There are differences even among professors. Just look at a certain insect faction professor to know. Hearing everyone's words, Guan felt quite pleased, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew everyone was flattering him. But, isn't this the truth? Guan glanced at Hu Fangyuan sitting like a wooden sculpture beside him, sneering inwardly. If I were the school leader, the first thing would be to dismiss certain professors who are unworthy of their positions. The other professors heard Guan's words and looked towards the corner where Hu Fangyuan sat. It seems the rumors were indeed true. Years ago, Hu Fangyuan had stolen Guan's beloved one and had mercilessly defeated Guan in an important competition. Unfortunately, Hu Fangyuan ultimately took the wrong path, and from then on, his reputation suffered a downfall. However, Guan rose up from despair and ultimately became the representative professor of the Dragon Faction at Jinwu University. Fate is indeed a master of irony. As a teacher, one must see how the students turn out. A professor threw in well-prepared flattery. Professor Gu is destined to be a renowned beastmaster with disciples everywhere, who knows, he might even cultivate a few demigods in his lifetime. And Hu Fangyuan, teaching a student who strayed from the path as well, will become a very legendary joke. Respect arose in everyone's hearts toward this professor. He actually directly referred to Hu Fangyuan by name. It seems he was determined to take a stand. For a moment, many professors with no future development also expressed loyalty to Guan. Meanwhile, Hu Fangyuan's side seemed a bit desolate. On the television broadcast, 2 commentators were analyzing the situation of the contestants in the dungeon for the viewers in front of their TVs. Very well, contestant Lu Yu has successfully defeated the 28th wave of monsters, taking 5 minutes and 30 seconds. This time, compared to the previous wave of monsters, has increased by more than 3 minutes. It seems that contestant Lu Yu is already exhausted, and the state of the burrowing dragon is not good either. That's normal. At this point, no one can keep up the initial speed. Good, Qin Ruoyu defeated the 29th wave of monsters, taking 6 minutes and 12 seconds, which increased by 2 minutes compared to the previous wave. These two are the top contenders for victory today. Yes, the other contestants are already exhausted. Haha, what do I see? The psychic factions by Bing and Tang Tianyu actually gave up the dungeon challenge at the same time? Let me explain to the viewers in front of the TV, the combat ability of a psychic beastmaster is closely related to the skills of spiritual beasts and their own spiritual power reserves. It is indeed weaker in the early stages. Oh, the relatively low-ranked contestant Lin Yan. Has the speed of advancement really started to pick up? Look at Lin Yan's data. In the 23rd wave of monsters, it took 2 minutes, and compared to the previous wave of monsters. Ha! No difference. The commentator rubbed his eyes, doubting if he saw it wrong. Another commentator, seeing his colleague silent, quickly covered. It seems that there is a system bug in Lin Yan's data analysis, and it's been sent back to the judges and technical team for recalculation. A few seconds later, the judges and technical team sent messages at the same time. There are no problems with the data. No problems. The two commentators stared in horror at the crystal screen. Lin Yan has defeated the 25th wave of monsters, taking 2 minutes. Lin Yan has defeated the 26th wave of monsters, taking 2 minutes. Lin Yan has defeated the 29th wave of monsters, taking 2 minutes. The commentators and the audience on site, as well as those watching at home, all realized this terrifying situation at the same time. Since defeating the first wave of monsters, Lin Yan's time has always been 2 minutes. Now, advancing to the 29th wave of monsters, it still took 2 minutes. What does this indicate? Lin Yan's advancement speed is not about the time taken to defeat the monster groups. Instead, it's about his own speed of progression. In other words, the presence or absence of these monsters, whether they are strong or not, has no effect on his speed of advancement. How terrifying is this? Crash. Guan's wine glass fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The dungeon hall fell silent. Soon, everyone stared blankly at the screen. The commentator's voice became a bit hoarse due to excitement. The biggest dark horse has appeared. Lin Yan has continuously surpassed dozens of people, rising to 3rd place. Chapter 29, I need to go on a business trip to Jinwu University. Lin Yan rose to 3rd. In a short time, he eliminated dozens of competitors. Moreover, in the ranking, Lin Yan's speed of advancement was unmatched. Has Lin Yan finally started to explode after being silent for so long? The younger commentator shouted excitedly while leaning on the table. In competitive events, a comeback and a victory from a weaker position are absolutely what everyone loves to see. Another experienced commentator, after a moment's thought, rebutted his colleague's judgment. No, it's not that Lin Yan has become faster, it's that they have all slowed down. Other contestants gave it their all from the start, so now their energy consumption is very high, and the time to defeat the monsters becomes longer as the rounds go on. But Lin Yan, in the early stages, kept his power, and now, he still hasn't gone all out. Lin Yan has used, still 2 minutes against the 30th wave of monsters. In the dungeon hall, everyone was already in a daze. Now, the first place Qin Ruoyu and second place Lu Yu. Both just passed the 30th wave of monsters, taking about 7 minutes. And Lin Yan? His time was still the same 2 minutes as with the first wave of monsters. Is this, still human? Could this be what people mean by the legendary scholar's control over points? The professors all looked serious. Many students had panic-stricken faces, hurriedly running to the betting station. I want to bet on Lin Yan, put 200 on him. Me too, bet on Lin Yan winning. The betting station staff looked helpless. The dungeon race is already past halfway, and you can no longer place bets. Everyone had faces full of disappointment. Now, with a significant turn in the competition, it was highly likely they would directly lose 200. And several students were crying, kneeling on the ground, pounding the floor. Students who knew the situation stood aside, shaking their heads. These students were simply pure gamblers. The student council required each person to bet no more than 200. However, some with heavier gambling habits would choose to place bets using the identities of other non-betting students for themselves. They initially thought the new student representative would emerge between Lu Yu and Qin Ruoyu. Their chance of winning was half. Even more, Qin Ruoyu and Lu Yu directly placed bets together, although the odds were a bit low. But if the betting amount was large enough, they could still earn a nice extra income. Therefore, when Lin Yan overtook others, they were even more anxious than the other competitors in the game. However, at this moment, Lin Yan was in the game, and they had no way to interfere. In the old city, in the housing building. In Lin Yan's home, the living room was filled with people. It was all Chen Xiaohong and some relatives and friends, sitting on the sofa, glued to the television. Lin Jianshan was sitting on a small stool close to the door, craning his neck to watch the television. The fisherman Lin Jianshan severely violated family rules, losing the belief in family harmony and happiness. Madame Chen Xiaohong punished him with 3 months of doing all the housework before letting him back inside. At this moment, the room was quiet. Until the commentator stood up excitedly and shouted. Lin Yan's ranking shot up to 3rd place in just a few seconds. The first to react, Lin Jianshan, stood up, his face flushed and fists clenched. Yes. Everyone on the sofa turned around simultaneously. Lin Jianshan immediately covered his mouth and sat back down on the small stool. The atmosphere in the living room changed from tense and joyful to relaxed and joyful. I knew it, this kid Lin Yan is so smart, he definitely wouldn't use up all his strength right away. See, he overtook them directly. The third aunt said with her hands tucked in, smiling. I saw it from the beginning. Xiaoyan was pretending to be weak, but you all didn't believe it. The fourth uncle said. The little aunt's husband poured himself another glass of wine, his face flushed, and said to the younger generation watching television beside him. You all should learn from big brother Lin Yan. He used to get up at 3 in the morning when he was in high school. And he had to buy groceries and cook for himself every day, never played on the computer or phone. That's how he got into a prestigious university. Chen Xiaohong sat in the middle of the sofa, feeling a bit shy. She knew Lin Yan's usual behavior the best. He was not at all like they said. But, unexpectedly, she and old Lin were just ordinary workers. Their son grew up ordinary, but suddenly became promising. Getting into Jinwu University was enough to be a surprise. And at Jinwu University, he was even ranked third. He would definitely stand out in the future. Chen Xiaohong turned to look at Lin Jianshan. Before marriage, Lin Jianshan seemed to have sold fish at the border. She wondered if he knew any big leaders. What if their son was assigned to the border in the future? Could he find someone to help? In recent years, border conflicts had become more serious. Even Chen Xiaohong, who was usually indifferent to military affairs, knew of some situations. Of course I'm happy that my son got into Jinwu University, but I wish for your safety even more. Chen Xiaohong looked at Lin Yan's photo on the television screen inside. Behind her, Lin Jianshan's eyes flickered with excitement, and he murmured with a grin. As expected, my son, a tiger father doesn't have a dog son. In the Nanling Daily building, only one office still had its lights on. The computer screen was playing the news. Jean Yu was gazing out the window, resting her chin on her hand in a daze. Ever since the news about interviewing Lin Yan was released, it exploded in popularity all at once. She also became a full-fledged reporter for the Nanling Daily from an intern. However, as soon as she became a full-fledged reporter, her troubles followed suit. Being a reporter was also a very competitive industry. Military, agriculture, education, healthcare. In every field, there were veteran reporters following up. As a newcomer, she naturally had no right to compete with those veterans for jobs. Jean Yu felt frustrated as she leaned her head on the table. No interview topics, no hot news. Was she going to run to the KTV door late at night like before to interview city residents about their stress and happiness indexes? News like heroic young men saving beautiful women from monsters didn't happen every day. Forget it, I should just go home first. Jean Yu looked at the sky outside, which had turned completely dark, and sighed. Unknowingly, it has already been several hours since work ended. Just as she pressed the power button on the computer, suddenly, on the computer screen, a commentator's furious shout pulled her back to reality. The biggest dark horse has appeared. Lin Yan has surpassed dozens of people in a row, reaching third place. Lin Yan? Hearing a name that was so familiar, it could not be more familiar. Jean Yu's gaze immediately locked onto the computer screen, and her heart stirred a little. Her finger pressed down on the power button, not daring to let go, already turning a bit pale. Jean Yu's breath quickened. Looking at the screen, that fair face avatar was blazing in third place. And looking at this trend, it is very likely he will take first. Every year, there are 1 or 2 students from Nanling City who get admitted to Jinwu University. And those who can excel at Jinwu University, none of them exist. Jean Yu pressed the power button with one hand and dialed the director's phone with the other. Director, I want to go on a business trip to Jinwu University. Chapter 30, Conspiracy. In the dungeon. Lin Yan was already somewhat numb. Having stayed in the dungeon for so long, he hadn't seen a single hair of a monster. Almost half of the monsters were dealt with by the Bloodwing Madness, the rest would be devoured by the Titan giant ants chasing in. It's not that he is boasting. But in this kind of dungeon farming, there is no sense of achievement at all. He still remembers when he was a child, secretly downloading cheats to make the game easier. At first, it felt great, but later all the gold and attributes became infinite. He actually became a bit bored. Is there a PvP mode in this dungeon? I don't want to fight PvE anymore. Beating up mindless monsters is not what real heroes do. At that moment, the Bloodwing Madness suddenly transmitted some messages. The canyon's gap has come to an end. Ahead, the view opened up. The red flag at the highest point is not far away. Moreover, the Bloodwing Madness sensed that there were people in other canyon gaps preparing to come out. Speed up, our opponents are about to come out. Lin Yan knew that the 35th wave of monsters had already been defeated. The 40th level was the end point. The remaining 4 levels were guarded by 4 bosses of varying strengths. This means that next, he not only has to deal with the monster bosses but also be cautious of attacks from other contestants. I wonder who will be the first unlucky one to walk into my trap. Lin Yan stood in the bug nest, slowly moving forward. In the dungeon hall, Everyone looked at Lin Yan, who had already claimed the top spot, their hearts sinking to the bottom. At this moment, Lin Yan had already defeated the 35th wave of monsters. He was about to exit the canyon gap and face the 40th wave of monsters. Meanwhile, Jin Ruoyu and Lu Yu, who ranked 2nd and 3rd, were fighting with the 35th wave of monsters without distinction. At this time, among the more than 40 players still active in the dungeon, they were all closely following behind. It can be said that, apart from the early-stage characters who had relatively weak combat abilities, most students from Jinwu University truly deserved the title of genius. Professor Gu, this isn't a solution. The professor, who had just pledged loyalty, began to whisper. That Lin Yan uses strange moves, he might have already learned the creepy locust techniques from Wu Fanyuan. Exactly, we absolutely cannot let a new representative fall into the hands of such a sinister person. That Lin Yan has already rushed to first place, and we can't enter the dungeon, what can we do? I do have an idea, but it's a bit risky. Quickly say it. Before Professor Gu could speak, the other professors who had already taken sides urged him impatiently. They all regretted having taken a stance early to please Guan. Now it was impossible to get off this sinking ship. It wouldn't be fair to call them despicable. Beastmasters are respected based on strength, and it is quite normal to admire the strong in this profession. Since we can't enter the dungeon, let's control the dungeon. The professor said ominously. We can let the students who have already entered the dungeon go and stop Lin Yan. The professors were taken aback, and no one spoke. Guan squinted his eyes and did not express any opinion. The professor felt a bit of unease and continued to say. After all, the lower-ranked students are destined to not receive the new student representative position. Why not promise them some benefits, letting them give up the copy assessment, and go directly to fight Lin Yan past the monsters? This way, Liu can regain the first place. After the professor finished speaking, he hurriedly looked at Guan's expression. At this moment, they had regarded Guan as their backbone. If Lin Yan became the new student representative, Hu Fanyuan's position would rise significantly, and those who had previously mocked and later flattered would face reckoning, right? The fire system professor who proposed the plan was sweating profusely in anxiety. Among everyone present, besides Guan, he held the deepest grudge against Hu Fanyuan. But how are we supposed to contact the students in the copy? Another professor hesitated and raised his doubts. The other professors nodded in agreement. Indeed, there was no signal in the copy, they couldn't reach out even if they wanted to. The fire system professor took out something and gritted his teeth. I had my student bring a quantum communicator, I can notify my student to relay your message to the other systems students. As soon as he said this, the crowd changed color. Using a communication tool to contact students inside the copy, especially involving the assessment. This was clearly cheating. If the principal found out, even if they were professors with high social status and strong beast-taming capabilities, they could not escape being expelled from the school or punished by the association. They might even face prison time and be sent to the border. The professors whispered among themselves. Soon, one professor shook his head and said to Guan, Professor Gu, I want to withdraw. But don't worry, I won't leak a single word. That professor looked at Guan's inscrutable expression, sighed, and left. Following that, the second, third, many professors left one after another. Professor Gu, I'm sorry. I won't say a word either. Take care of yourself. At this time, only 8 professors remained around Guan. Is anyone else leaving? Guan surveyed the room and asked coldly. Everyone quickly shook their heads. Some had conflicts with Hu Fanyuan, while others were good friends of Guan. In any case, they all had one purpose. That is, they absolutely cannot let the insect system rise. Then it's settled, I will compensate them in my personal capacity afterwards. Guan struggled internally for a moment before making a decision. In fact, he used to hate such unjust cheating behaviors the most. But now, he really did not want to see the insect system beast tamers riding on him or his students again. That kind of shame even exceeded his inner pride and bottom line. Didn't Lin Yan also use Hu Fanyuan's despicable methods with the goo worms? I am just taking back what belongs to my dragon system. Guan closed his eyes, comforting himself this way. The remaining 8 professors walked into the blind spot of the surveillance and took out the quantum communicator. Hey, go tell the thunder system, fighting system, poison system, rock system, to immediately give up the copy assessment, stop attacking the monsters in front, and all attack Lin Yan. Spare no effort to stop Lin Yan from advancing. On the other end of the communicator, someone sounded surprised and hesitated. But the professors over here were getting anxious. What do you mean? Your rankings are already low, you won't get any decent rewards even if the assessment ends. Professor Gu from the Dragon System promises to give you 3 times the resources. Plus a cash reward of 50,000. The sound of static crackled. On the other end, the breath became noticeably heavier. Alright. I hope Professor Gu keeps his word. Chapter 31. The vice principal is also the principal. Inside the instance. Stepping out of the canyon's crack, Lin Yan felt the scenery before him suddenly broaden. The originally narrow and crowded gap transformed into a vast plain. Finally out. Lin Yan watched as the Titan giant ant forces streamed out of the canyon, slowly spreading across the plain. From a distance, it appeared as a dark mass. Standing in front of Lin Yan was a 27-level bloodline red-eyed black tiger of the commanding bloodline. At this moment, it was lying on the ground, and upon seeing Lin Yan's arrival, its crimson eyes flickered, opening its mouth to emit a foul breath. Roar! With a long howl, it seemed to be challenging Lin Yan. Its duty was to block Lin Yan, to stop him on the only way up the mountain. Push forward! Lin Yan extended his arm, pointing toward the red-eyed black tiger. In an instant, the ground shook, and thousands of Titan giant ants surged madly toward the red-eyed black tiger. Lin Yan was amidst the tide of insects when he suddenly received feedback from the blood-winged crazy bee carrying out reconnaissance. Out of the corner of his eye, he casually glanced toward a dark corner of the canyon crack. It seems that the PvP mode is about to start. In the dark corner, several youthful students, with bright and clear eyes, were stunned speechless by this scene. What a spectacle is this? Thousands of insect-type spirit beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. They felt as though an overwhelming natural force, akin to a tsunami, was crashing down upon them. Simply, unable to resist. All of them had received word from their respective professors to come and stop Lin Yan from advancing. To be honest, when they got this task, they felt a bit of glee inside. Because, after fighting to this point, their physical and spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Even if their spiritual energy could recover, it would take a considerable amount of time. They definitely would not achieve any notable ranking. The so-called genius might just be a ticket to enter this instance. They still had some distance from those truly monstrous talents. Fortunately, all 16 of them chose to directly give up the chance to compete for the freshman representative. They turned around, aiming to pull the first-ranked Lin Yan down. No wonder he could defeat Lu Jia. This scene is indeed quite grand. A genius from the combat department exclaimed in admiration. A genius from the poison department scoffed, defeated may not be quite accurate, it should be one hit killed. The genius from the combat department frowned in displeasure. Originally, violating the rules had already made him somewhat unhappy. Does having a high level of education help in beast control? Why not try to fight it out? The other geniuses were somewhat speechless. Indeed, beast tamers would change some of their personalities based on the type of contracted spirit beasts. The combat department beast tamers were universally recognized as extremely aggressive. The poison department beast tamer glanced at him and took a half step back, ignoring him. The genius from the fire department acted as the overall commander of this operation. Because he was the one who contacted the professors outside. So, when their target Lin Yan appeared in everyone's sight, everyone fixed their gaze upon him. The two geniuses from the fire department were Yang Lang and Su Yan. Yang Lang cleared his throat, his expression somewhat serious, and said, "Everyone, your professors have already made it very clear. Professor Gu has offered generous rewards, and besides, we are not really breaking the rules. You have already seen, the methods Lin Yan is using, are they things that a normal insect-type beast tamer can utilize?" Everyone's expression changed slightly as they shook their heads. In recent years, although insect-type beast tamers have become increasingly rare, it does not mean they do not exist. They had all come into contact with them. However, no one could compare to Lin Yan as an insect-type beast tamer. "What are you trying to say?" someone asked in confusion. Yang Lang snorted and explained. "Have you all heard of Professor Hu Fan Yuan's exploits? While Gu Worm beast tamers are not opposed by the association, their methods are too bizarre. I believe that it won't be long before the association will implement measures to suppress Gu Worm beast tamers. Our act of stopping Lin Yan now can also be seen as contributing to the association." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their faces once again filled with smiles. After all, a public monster dungeon had struck the beast masters. They still had a small sense of resistance inside their hearts. But now, Yang Lang gave them a legitimate reason. They were now justified in their actions. With that, they felt no more psychological burden. "Let's do it." The fighting genius rolled up his sleeves. "He's one person, while we are 16. I don't believe they can knock us all down." Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, they each summoned their spirit beasts. In the beast master space, the recovery speed of spirit beasts would speed up. After a short while, although the spirit beasts couldn't recover to their peak state, it was completely fine for a short battle. They also didn't believe Lin Yan could withstand their 16 people's attack until their spirit beasts fainted. Do you see that spot? The weakest area of the insect tide, we will concentrate together and charge towards that place. Yang Lang made a simple plan. As long as we control Lin Yan, our mission will be considered accomplished. No one disagreed. The two geniuses from the fighting system led their spirit beasts first towards the weakest area of the insect tide. Level 26 Epic Bloodline Ancient Mammoth, Level 27 Epic Bloodline Steel Horned Rhino. Roaring, they burst out of the gap in the canyon. Everyone followed, controlling their spirit beasts behind them. In an instant, a grand army of spirit beasts, with extraordinary momentum, charged towards Lin Yan's direction. On Lin Yan's side, the Titan giant ants sensed danger and immediately turned direction. Hundreds of Titan giant ants rushed towards the location of the spirit beast army. Outside the dungeon, the path through the canyon gap was long and narrow, with many weak monster groups. So, the control center focused all monitoring outside the canyon gap. They aimed the cameras at the final few levels monster bosses. When Lin Yan was the first to emerge from the canyon gap, the swarm around him was dense, far surpassing the insect army he had summoned to deal with Lu Jia. Although everyone in the hall had anticipated the outcome, they were still shocked into silence by this scene. Everyone's mind only held one thought. There is no suspense, the representative of the new life has been born. So this match no longer held any meaning to continue watching. Just as everyone was preparing to leave the venue, suddenly, someone exclaimed, "What's happening? How can they appear here?" In the hall, Zhao Duo, who was originally beaming, now had a changed expression, one of bewilderment. Beside her, Bai Xiaoyi had guessed what was happening, pulling Zhao Duo's sleeve, afraid she would make any reckless moves. In a corner up ahead, Hu Fan looked at the suddenly changing scene on the crystal screen. His expression remained unchanged, but the hand gripping the armrest of the chair showed throbbing veins. In the control room, the vice principal looked at this scene with some anger, slamming the cup in his hand heavily on the ground. Damn it! What else do they want to play with this fair dungeon assessment? Is there no one who can respect me as the principal? The teacher next to him was startled and just wanted to remind. The vice principal blared, commanding. The vice principal is also the principal. Bring Guan and those professors beside him, all of them, to me. Chapter 32, Is he still human? In the dungeon hall, everyone looked at this scene with complex expressions. More than a dozen talented students, who should have cleared monster groups on their own routes toward the red flag direction. But they bypassed the monster groups and launched an attack on the first place candidate, Lin Yan. What is this? Mutual annihilation? But most people in the hall felt a bit of joy inside. After all, they had all placed bets on Lu Yu. Moreover, among them, there were also geniuses in their respective colleges participating in the attack on Lin Yan. In this era of weak representatives of insect-type spirit beasts, they did not want Lin Yan to be above them, standing high and mighty. When this student represented. Looking at the copy, a dozen people leading the spirit beast army successfully broke through Lin Yan's swarm of insects, like cutting vegetables. The hall echoed with sparse applause. Soon, the applause gradually became more synchronized. Zhao Duo looked at Lin Yan on the screen, surrounded by a dozen people, with applause and cheers ringing around her, almost crying with anger. How can they be like this? Isn't this bullying? I'm going to find them for a talk. Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly pulled Zhao Duo, whispering. Duo, don't act impulsively. So many people are bullying Lin Yan, who do you want to talk to? Or do you want to reason with the whole school? But Zhao Duo stamped her foot angrily, they are too despicable, can't they just not see others do well? Bai Xiaoyi shook her head, at this moment, her plump figure seemed very wise. They can see the dragon system genius as the student representative, they can see the fire system genius as the student representative, even the poison system got first place, they can hold their noses and accept that. But, they can never tolerate Lin Yan as the student representative. Why? Zhao Duo was a bit confused, her heart filled with rage, having lost her ability to think independently. Just because the insect system beast master is weak? But he clearly reached the first place with his own strength. Because he is an insect system beast master. Bai Xiaoyi sighed, explaining the situation. Lin Yan is indeed very powerful now, standing out among the weak insect system beast masters, even the insect system major closed for many years has reopened because of him. But, the insect system is different from the previously weak superpowered and poison systems. The upper limit of the insect system beast master in the later stages is simply too low. So low that in all these years of the insect system beast masters, only one professor who has emerged, and he was forced to change his studies to goo insects. So, they will not tolerate someone who is destined to become useless, surpassing them now. After hearing Bai Xiaoyi's words, Zhao Duo's face turned pale. She knew that perhaps Bai Xiaoyi was right. But, she wanted to help Lin Yan. In the main control room, The vice principal looked at the silent, somewhat smug professors and gritted his teeth, saying, "When did the professors of Jinwu University also start using such despicable methods?" Although the professors were numerous and held a high status in the school, they were still unwilling to openly tear faces with a vice principal. There was still silence between them. Guan's expression remained unchanged as he coldly spoke. "Vice principal, the students are in the copy, we don't have the ability to interfere with their actions. As for this farce, I believe there will be a reasonable explanation." The vice principal suppressed his anger and asked, "What explanation?" Guan's mouth curled up slightly, continuing. "A certain arrogant student secretly learned the Gu insect technique not yet recognized by the association, using it for the copy assessment and bullying classmates. Talented students from various majors, feeling righteous, could no longer tolerate this and vowed to eliminate this bad student who tarnishes campus spirit and the reputation of beast masters. I believe that the TV station will praise such righteous acts." The vice principal fell silent. He knew that Guan had a strong background, and the professors behind him, to some extent, had connections with those influential families. If he were determined, he could very possibly achieve his goals. "You are now damaging the school's reputation." The vice principal's tone was cold, feeling very angry inside. Guan smiled slightly, speaking lightly. "Don't say that, principal. I believe that once this news report comes out, the association will change its view on Gu insects and may even refuse it completely." The vice principal sighed. He knew that today's matter could only end like this. And the victim Lin Yan had simply become a sacrifice in the long-standing feud between Guan and Hu Fangyuan. "I won't manage this anymore. Just get lost." The vice principal turned around, his eyes locked tightly on the screen. If they wanted to do something even more excessive, so he must absolutely protect Lin Yan's life. In the dungeon, watching a team of over a dozen people charge towards him, Lin Yan not only felt unsurprised but also a bit excited, licking his lips. "Finally, I've tricked them. That's right. The gap in the tide of insects was not due to insufficient numbers of insect soldiers. It was deliberately set up by Lin Yan, fearing they wouldn't dare to come forward. What's the point of a single-player game? Real-life competition is what makes it fun." Lin Yan turned around and grinned at the several geniuses from different specialties rushing toward him. You can't imagine how sunny it was. However, that smile was terrifying in their eyes, as terrifying as it could be. Yang Lang saw Lin Yan smile and shivered, hesitating before shouting. "Don't mind him being all spooky, just rush in and win." After speaking, he discreetly hid behind the broad body of the ancient mammoth. The others swallowed hard. At that moment, they suddenly remembered. This guy had brutally defeated a member of the sophomore student council before. But with the arrow already on the string, they had no choice but to shoot. "Concentrate fire, unleash skills, don't hold back." Yang Lang growled fiercely, no longer caring. Laws don't punish the crowd. Even if there were casualties by accident, they could say it was a mistake. The school couldn't possibly punish these future high-level beast masters. For a moment, more than a dozen spirit beasts suddenly burst out with spiritual power. Various skills shot towards Lin Yan's direction. "Bring it on!" Lin Yan waved his hand, and thousands of bloodwing frenzy bees flew over. A dense swarm surrounded everyone. The skills of the spirit beasts were released, hitting the bloodwing frenzy bees. One by one, the bodies of the bloodwing frenzy bees fell. The air was filled with the smell of burning and blood. After a wave of skills was cast, the last bit of spiritual power in everyone was drained, and the spirit beasts lost their powerful attacking means. Just as they were full of hope for the collapse of the insect swarm. Suddenly, the bloodwing frenzy bees slowly dispersed, revealing Lin Yan, unscathed, standing atop the tide of ants. He didn't die. And he wasn't hurt at all. Yang Lang stepped back in fright. All 16 of them had unleashed skills together, not even the sophomore seniors would dare take it head-on, right? But he just effortlessly took it all? Is he even human? Chapter 33, Wild Beast Pill. In the dungeon hall, the atmosphere instantly became frozen. Students who were applauding had their mouths slightly agape, hands frozen mid-air. Guan's face darkened. The professor's smiles gradually turned serious as their gazes darkened. The vice principal wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, unable to believe what he was seeing. In righteous fury, Zhao Duoduo suddenly calmed down, her eyes shining with excitement as she looked at Lin Yan on the surveillance video. Hu Fanyuan slowly released his grip on the armrest, chuckling softly. Everyone's reactions varied. But one thing was certain. The dozen or so geniuses who had rushed here, abandoning the dungeon assessment, had just lost their final means of attack. You just attacked me, didn't you? Lin Yan stood amidst the tide of insects, like a king looking down at falling assassins. In the surveillance footage, Lin Yan said this calmly. Then, more than a dozen geniuses visibly panicked. They were afraid. They had all witnessed Lin Yan's prowess in swiftly defeating Lu Jia that night. Many had even cheered for Lin Yan. But this time, standing opposite Lin Yan, about to be surrounded by endless waves of insects, were them. No, Brother Yan, we were wrong. One genius already flailed, trying to recall his spirit beast. But the spirit beasts were in combat and couldn't be recalled at all. He didn't want the spirit beast he had painstakingly nurtured for years to just die like that. The lesson of Lu Jia was too unforgettable. The densely packed Titan giant ants began to close in on them. In the sky, the blood-wing frenzy bees formed a massive net. They couldn't escape. Brother Yan, let us go. New students should not fight new students. We promise we won't be your enemy again. Don't you remember? I met you on the day of registration. It's none of our business, it's all that fire system professor's fault. Right, it's all him who made us do this. He even said Professor Gu would reward us. The new students were innocent. With just a word and empty promises, they could resolutely turn against Lin Yan. They could even reveal the mastermind behind the situation when their spiritual beast was dying. Guan? Lin Yan was taken aback. He thought it was that Lu Jiboy who did it. Now it seems he was swept up in the chaos. Lin Yan looked at the hidden surveillance camera in the dungeon. The director quickly zoomed in, capturing the moment in a close-up. Lin Yan's face appeared on the crystal screen, and he spoke clearly. I remember you. In the dungeon hall, everyone felt a chill and took a step back. This had nothing to do with strength. It was simply Lin Yan's overwhelming presence. Even through the screen, they could feel the sharp radiance coming from him. This was evident from the Lu Jia incident. Lin Yan was someone who did not take lightly to grievances. Anyone who caught his eye would find themselves in great trouble. But who exactly did he mean by you? Everyone's gaze shifted back and forth between Guan and the fire system professor. Guan's face was still gloomy, lacking any expression. The fire system professor's face turned slightly pale. But it wasn't fear of Lin Yan's threat, it was because those kids had backstabbed him. Vice Principal, I. Seeing the vice principal suddenly beside him, the fire system professor panicked. It's all nonsense from the students, it's not me at all. As he spoke, he cast a deliberate glance at Guan, hoping Guan would step up and speak on his behalf. But Guan did not move. He did not move. The fire system professor's heart sank to the bottom. Professor Gu, what do you think? The vice principal seized the opportunity, smiling coldly at Guan. Guan turned around, expressionless, and said faintly. Non-existent, perhaps the students are just talking nonsense, or maybe, he's misusing my name. The fire system professor's throat tightened, unable to express his grievances. Watching the other professors hastily distance themselves from him, he knew he was completely abandoned. Those students revealing the culprit of cheating, even if nothing happens now. The school would ultimately investigate and give society an explanation. However, questioning so many professors would cause significant turmoil. But only questioning himself could provide an explanation to society without offending other professors. The fire system professor suddenly felt a surge of powerlessness. Under the vice principal's orders, he was taken away for investigation by security. No photos, the vice principal frowned at the surrounding students whipping out their phones, and scolded. Don't spread rumors, the school will issue a notice after the investigation. Though he said that, many students still secretly snapped photos. The vice principal ignored it, looking at Lin Yan on the big screen, a smile in his eyes. Truly remarkable, an insect system beast master could achieve this step? That girl Z-Wei really discovered a good talent. By the way, calculating the time, she should be back at school tomorrow. In the dungeon. Whoa. After defeating the 35th wave of magic beasts, the burrowing dragon was swept by deep exhaustion. It could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. The scales on its body were already stained red with blood. Half was the blood of magic beasts, and the other half was its own blood. Lu Yu saw this and kicked the burrowing dragon in the heart. This kick was infused with spiritual energy. The burrowing dragon was injured even more, rolling on the ground in pain. Ow, ow, ow. Lu Yu's face twisted slightly, cursing. Useless trash, can't even hold on before getting out of the canyon, hurry and get up. If I can't get first place, I'll kill you first. The earth-escaping dragon, upon hearing this, displayed fear on its face and hurriedly got up from the ground. However, it had just fought through 35 waves of monsters. There wasn't even a moment to catch its breath. It fought with its life on the line. After this dungeon, it would probably be seriously ill for months. Seeing the earth-escaping dragon, which could barely stand, Liu rarely showed a hint of tenderness on his face, pulling out a pill and offering it to the dragon's mouth. Good, eat this, and you'll be full of energy again. The earth-escaping dragon sniffed it, detecting a pungent and dangerous smell, quickly backing away and shaking its head. Lu Yu's expression darkened. This beast frenzy pill had cost him several months' worth of living expenses to obtain. It could instantly restore all the spirit beast's strength, and even improve its rank significantly. But the side effects were also very obvious. The beast frenzy pill would drain the remaining life and potential of the spirit beast. The cost of becoming stronger was death. But that doesn't matter anymore. Lin Yan, that trash of an insect system, should have been cleared by them by now. Lu Yu let out a relaxed laugh. Just a moment ago, another player had come to inform him. A total of 16 people from 8 specialties would go to besiege Lin Yan. At that moment, he learned that Lin Yan, surprisingly, was ranked first, having already reached the 36th level of the monster boss. But luckily, the final winner was still him, Lu Yu. It seemed that the heavens were helping him after all. With a crazed look on his face, Lu Yu stepped closer to the earth-escaping dragon. Swallow it, and together we will sweep through the remaining levels. Once I become the representative of the new students, I will buy you fish meat cans. You love fish meat cans the most, right? The earth-escaping dragon hesitated for a moment, saliva dripping down. The taste of the pill felt almost ingrained in its genes as an aversion. But, for its master. The earth-escaping dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the pill that Lu Yu offered. Thud. The heart suddenly beat hard. Its pupils gradually disappeared, replaced by a sea of blood red. Chapter 34, Shura Tactics and Bodhisattva's Heart. Phew. Shin Ruoyu wiped the sweat from her forehead and bent down to look at the flying scaled dragon that could not take off. The person and dragon were both at their limits in physical and spiritual strength. But thankfully, they had defeated the wave of monsters from the 35th level. Now, there were only 4 monster bosses left. Then they would climb the mountain, grab the red flag, and that would mean victory. Let's walk out of the canyon gap and take a break. I wonder what position we are in. Shin Ruoyu was drenched in fragrant sweat, gritting her teeth as she lifted the light-scaled dragon onto her back. She was ready to carry the light-scaled dragon and continue forward. The light-scaled dragon lay on Shin Ruoyu's back, its eyes about to roll back, tongue sticking out. Most dragon-type spirit beasts have 2 attributes. The light-scaled dragon has both dragon and psychic attributes. However, the dragon type naturally has a nobler status. So Shin Ruoyu was placed in the dragon category. However, although the dragon type was strong from the beginning to the end, the psychic attribute still made the light-scaled dragon's combat ability a bit weaker in the early stages. In fact, it was even weaker than the hybrid earth-escaping dragon, which had both dragon and earth attributes, making it quite fierce in the early battles. I wonder where Lin Yan is. Shin Ruoyu felt a little worried. Before entering the dungeon, Guan had asked her to help Lu Yu clear obstacles. She had refused. But she wondered if others were helping Lu Yu? Or perhaps simply sending someone to surround Lin Yan? Carrying the light-scaled dragon on her back, Shin Ruoyu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Indeed, where there are people, there is society. In such a pure place as school, with professors holding such noble professions, there were still so many intrigues and schemes. The ahead grew brighter. As Shin Ruoyu walked out of the canyon gap, she suddenly widened her eyes. She saw the talented contestants who had entered the dungeon together were actually gathered together to attack Lin Yan. Not good. Shin Ruoyu just wanted to rescue Lin Yan but realized that her spiritual power had not yet recovered. Right now, she couldn't even unleash a single proper skill. The light-scaled dragon felt its master's anxious mood. It puffed its cheeks, wanting desperately to fly up. But it ended in failure. It's okay, Shin Ruoyu comforted the light-scaled dragon, looking towards Lin Yan with deep worry. They truly had the audacity to break the rules and attack Lin Yan. Shin Ruoyu hesitated, wondering if she should exit the instance now. Should she find a teacher to explain the situation? But who could she turn to? Guan definitely wouldn't care about this, he probably reveled in such chaos. Even this matter might be related to him. She hadn't seen that Elder Zhao since school started. Just when Shin Ruoyu felt lost about what to do, a turn of events occurred. That joint skill from the dozen people was unexpectedly blocked easily by Lin Yan. Lin Yan didn't take any damage at all. Shin Ruoyu's tightened heart suddenly relaxed, and she smiled. As expected of you. After watching a bit longer, Shin Ruoyu, who was initially worried that Lin Yan wouldn't handle it well, completely let go of her concerns. Because Lin Yan didn't deal with them as ruthlessly as he did with Lu Jie. Instead, he chose to let them go. A ruthless method, but with a compassionate heart. Brother Yan, from now on, we 16 will follow your lead. Seeing Lin Yan willing to spare them, the 16 talented individuals showed excited expressions. Brother Yan's righteousness, we will never forget. From now on in school, if anyone dares to slander Brother Lin and the bug system, I will be the first to deal with them. Exactly, wherever Brother Yin points, that will be my battle direction. When we exit the instance, I'll take on that Lu Yu first. The 16 geniuses pledged their loyalty one after another. Lin Yan didn't pay much attention. Letting them go was merely because the vice principal said so. In a month, students from the East Japan would be coming for an exchange. That so-called exchange was actually about assessing each other's talented students' strength. At that time, there would definitely be a fierce battle. These more than 10 people were all professionals. If he killed their spirit beasts now, their strength would definitely drop significantly. It would only make the East Japan people think that the talents of Dragon Country were useless. Most importantly, he truly didn't care for the little bit of biomass of their spirit beasts. Everyone, exit the instance, don't be a hindrance. Lin Yan said calmly. Everyone was grateful, just about to exit the instance when suddenly a dragon roar surged out from the canyon crevice. A gigantic dragon appeared, with blood-red pupils, its scales bursting open, revealing muscles and flesh. Lu Yu stood proudly on the dragon's head. As he emerged from the canyon, he saw Lin Yan surrounded. The dozen talents and their spirit beasts were only a few steps away from Lin Yan. It seemed that Lin Yan had already been controlled. What are you waiting for? Kill those pesky bugs. Lu Yu looked down from above, standing on the ground dragon's head, issuing commands. In his eyes, these people were all here to assist him, brought by his beloved teacher Guan. He was the future representative of the freshmen, the top of the first-year students. These talented individuals should be under his leadership. What are you all staring at? Hurry up! Lu Yu saw everyone frozen, and their unfriendly gazes looking at him. He instantly became annoyed. Don't listen? And you dare to look at me like that? Looking for death. Saying this, Lu Yu commanded the ground dragon, its long tail sweeping across. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. The ancient mammoth in the front was instantly swept aside and fell to the ground, howling in pain. Lu Yu, what are you doing? The other talents were displeased, angrily scolding Lu Yu. Lu Yu sneered, and only then did he realize what was happening. So you worthless fools not only failed to defeat Lin Yan, but were also defeated by him? Waste should die. Saying this, he was about to make another move. The other talents felt their scalps go numb, pulling the one worried about their spirit beast backwards. Everyone quickly hid into Lin Yan's swarm of bugs. They felt a bit ironic. Just now, the swarm of bugs had terrified them and seemed like a great enemy. Now, it had suddenly transformed into their safe haven? Lin Yan waved his hand, and instantly, a mass of titan giant ants rushed forward. A huge dragon tail swept over. The bursting scales, though they lowered defense, significantly increased attack power. In the moment of contact, over 100 titan giant ants were torn apart into pieces. Lu Yu stood on the head of the burrowing dragon, laughing wildly. What a bunch of rubbish bugs, just like this. It's just that Lu Jie is so useless, he could actually be defeated by such a ridiculous bug. After today, everyone will know who the only genius of the Lu family is. Lin Yan coldly watched the frenzied Lu Yu, letting out a cold snort. That previous strike did indeed take away many titan giant ants. However, quite a few titan giant ants had also climbed onto the tail of the burrowing dragon. They were gnawing at it with great force. But, something felt strange. Lin Yan frowned. Those titan giant ants, although their attack power was low, could still inflict some damage on the burrowing dragon. Yet, the burrowing dragon seemed completely unaware, as if it couldn't feel pain. Something's off. Lin Yan felt alert in his heart. Without pause, he quickly commanded the titan giant ants to move to the back of the burrowing dragon. More and more titan giant ants climbed onto the tail of the burrowing dragon. Lin Yan didn't expect to kill the burrowing dragon with the weak titan giant ants. Instead, he wanted them to serve as a controlling effect. His real trump card was already in the air, arranging an attack formation. Chapter 35, Lin Yan's Oppression. A dense swarm of bloodwing frenzy bees gathered in the air. Their sharp tails gleamed coldly, aimed at the burrowing dragon, ready to fire at any moment. The talented ones felt a tingling in their scalps at this sight. Luckily, they didn't oppose Lin Yan, otherwise this level of attack, they would never be able to endure it. Didn't they see how someone like Lu Jie was instantly killed by that move? At this moment, Lu Yu's confidence swelled, completely disregarding the swarm in the air. He had watched the battle between Lin Yan and Lu Jie. However, Lu Yu was not afraid at all now. The burrowing dragon, having consumed the beast frenzy pill, was even stronger than Lu Jie's pure-blooded sword spine-flying dragon. Kill them all. Lu Jie kicked the head of the burrowing dragon, channeling his spirit power. Earth split slash. Roar! The burrowing dragon let out a furious roar, a glimmer of pain flashing through its blood-red eyes. It seemed that forcibly unleashing skills in this state was not easy for it. However, this skill, sharper than ever before, was still unleashed. The long and wide dragon tail swept down, carrying undeniable power. Lin Yan's expression tightened, quickly directing the Titan giant ants to evade. But the sheer number of Titan giant ants was too overwhelming. In their frantic escape, many Titan giant ants were touched by the dragon tail, turning into blood mist. What a strong spirit beast! Lin Yan was shocked in his heart. Without time to think too much, he continued to direct nearby Titan giant ants to climb onto the burrowing dragon's body. The talented ones found themselves amongst the ant swarm, quickly recalling their own spirit beasts. Only the new student of the combat class looked at the ancient mammoth being whipped away by the dragon tail, wanting to cry but having no tears. Has Lu Yu gone mad? How dare he attack us? That bastard, we just helped him not long ago. What's happening now? Why isn't Brother Yin fighting back? It should be, he can't, look at Lu Yu's burrowing dragon. Everyone focused their eyes on the burrowing dragon. Though it was their first time seeing it, they had studied various spirit beast characteristics in high school. This burrowing dragon had issues. They all thought of a possibility and said in unison. Beast frenzy pill. An illegal substance, where did he get it? The vice principal slammed the table, looking at the side. Professor Gu, is this the beast mastery ethics of your dragon system students? Guan frowned in deep thought. He did not expect Lu Yu to use such a thing. He had long heard that Lu Yu was not favored in the Lu family and was bullied. He never imagined it would get so outrageous. This has nothing to do with me. Guan still explained lightly, not bothered to say a second word. The vice principal snorted coldly and said no more. Guan had someone above him, even he could not act easily. Lu Yu is done for, just don't know if he can survive before the effects of the mad beast pill wear off. The vice principal was a bit worried. Yan Gu, if it doesn't work, let's retreat. Everyone quickly urged. In their view, Lu Yu, who had taken the mad beast pill, was no longer someone they could defeat. Even Lin Yan could not overcome Lu Yu's technology and ruthlessness. No need. Lin Yan said briefly, letting everyone step back, continuing to command the Titan giant ants to quietly climb onto the back and tail of the ground dragon. Lu Yu saw a large number of bug soldiers die and felt pleased. A bug is still a bug, trash is still trash. In front of a noble dragon, bugs only have the fate of being crushed. However, if I had a pure-blood dragon, that mixed breed would ultimately drag me down. A hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Yu's eyes, but he quickly became happy again. Because he was about to become the representative of the new students. He would surpass Lu Jia and become the strongest of the new generation of the Lu family. What pure-blood dragon-type spirit beast? Isn't it just a breeze to get? Quickly clean up these bugs. Lu Yu scolded the ground dragon beneath him. He glanced at the blood-winged mad bee above him and sneered. He knew Lu Jia had died at the hands of this kind of spirit beast. However, this kind of spirit beast posed no threat to him. Once he finished cleaning up the annoying ants on the ground, he could dive underground to avoid the attacks of the blood-winged mad bees. The representative of the new students is mine. Excitement was almost impossible to hide on Lu Yu's face. These geniuses would crawl at his feet. That Qin Ruoyu would also lower her proud head to let him toy with her. As for Lin Yan, he had no hatred against him. But to prove he was stronger than Lu Jia, he could only become a stepping stone. Lu Yu commanded the ground dragon, its massive tail sweeping over. Only this time, it was faintly aimed at Lin Yan's direction. A fierceness appeared on Lu Yu's face. He wanted to cripple Lin Yan. Only then would it be the best proof that he was stronger than Lu Jia. Boom! The dragon's tail swept across. But it only left behind some Titan giant ant corpses. And Lin Yan dodged slightly, suffering no harm at all. Now it's my turn. Lin Yan snorted. At this moment, the Titan giant ants on the ground dragon were already plentiful. He, too, was ready for the final blow. The massive swarm of bees gathered, fiercely overwhelming. Everyone inside and outside the instance had only one thought in mind. Black clouds pressed down, the city is about to be destroyed. This is the insect system beast tamer? So much pressure. This number, at least more than 2,000, right? Plus the insect spirit beasts on the ground, wouldn't that total a few thousand? This scene is way more spectacular than Lu Jia's time. No, why do I feel like turning and wanting to escape? Bro, why are your pants wet? Humph. Lu Yu raised his head and laughed disdainfully. Bugs also want to hunt dragons? Don't you know my ground dragon has both dragon and earth attributes? Ground dragon, dive into the ground. Lu Yu calmly commanded. Once underground, that's his kingdom. As long as those annoying ant spirit beasts dare to chase after. He could wipe them all out. Once again, with the support of numbers. In no time, the Earth-escaping dragon found itself unable to move. Not good. Lu Yu raised his head in despair. In the sky, countless blood-winged frenzied bees had revealed their tail needles, ready to attack at any moment. Blood rained down, release. Lin Yan coldly commanded, feeling his own spiritual power drop by more than half. In an instant, countless tail needles shot toward the Earth-escaping dragon continuously. Its massive body meant the blood-winged frenzied bees hardly needed to aim. A multitude of tail needles seemed ready to pierce the Earth-escaping dragon all over. Chapter 36, No matter who you are, get off Dodo. Ow. The Earth-escaping dragon struggled desperately, having lost its sense of pain, it still let out a miserable howl. The tail needles of the blood-winged frenzy bees were imbued with percentage damage to health. One tail needle might just itch a bit. But it was unbearable if they kept coming. No. Lu Yu's eyes widened, connected by a soul pact to the Earth-escaping dragon, he felt its health plummeting rapidly. Originally, after taking the Beast Frenzy pill, the Earth-escaping dragon's health nearly doubled. Unexpectedly, it was still doomed to be killed instantly. This man. Is he a monster? Lu Yu clenched his fists and shouted in a hoarse voice. He wasn't sobbing for the Earth-escaping dragon, he sensed that the representative of his new life was about to fly away. He would end up like Lu Jia, meeting the same fate. No. He would only end up worse than Lu Jia. Stop. Stop. The Earth-escaping dragon can't die. It can't die. Lu Jia, looking mad, with disheveled hair, roared at Lin Yan. The representative of the new life was already gone. If he lost the Earth-escaping dragon again, he wouldn't even have money to buy another spirit beast. Lin Yan ignored him, showing no intention of stopping. Until the kill notification appeared before him. You have successfully killed a level 26 leader class spirit beast, biomass plus 52, experience plus 0. The rain of needles falling from the sky slowly came to a halt. Huff. It's finally dead. Lin Yan felt relieved, but his expression wasn't good. Lu Yu could be said to be the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. Gaining over 50 points of biomass. The cost was nearly 1,000 Titan ants' lives. This casualty is simply outrageous. But fortunately, the biomass he kept was still plentiful. For now, there was no need to worry. Seeing the giant dragon carcass crash down, dozens of talented individuals from various fields also breathed a sigh of relief. I told you, how could Brother Yin possibly lose? Hee, that fool Lu Yu used tech and brute force, yet still couldn't defeat Brother Yin, what a waste. Why are all Lu family members like this? Could it be hereditary super incompetence? Yeah, it must be a problem from the old grave. The bug system is so overbearing, can I still change my specialization? Don't dream, even if you change your major, you can't compare to Brother Yan's talent. Exactly, that kid Lu Jia even said Brother Yan's talent is in the life system, how could that be? At this moment, everyone was no longer in a hurry to exit the instance. Staying here to witness the arrival of the representative of new life, the new generation of true gods, wouldn't that be even better? Learn from dogs, I learn, woof 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 woof. Mom and Dad, they bully me, why are you also bullying me? I don't want to go to school anymore, don't hit me. Teacher, don't expel me, I promise not to be late, okay, I'm taking off. Sound of closing door. I got into True Martial University, ah ha 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 ha. I want to get stronger, let you all die. Lu Jia, I'm not afraid of you anymore. Line. With the addition of 3,000 Titan giant ants and 2,000 bloodwing mad bees, they surged into the fray, overwhelming everything in their path. At this moment, there was complete silence inside and outside the dungeon. Everyone turned to Lin Yan, unwavering, heading straight for the red flag at the mountain's peak. This time, he had no opponent left. The two commentators were glued to the screen. Lin Yan has cleared the 36th wave of monsters in 2 minutes. Lin Yan has cleared the 37th wave of monsters in 2 minutes. Lin Yan has cleared the 39th wave of monsters in 2 minutes. The insect army advanced with ease. The final few monster bosses were crushed effortlessly. Several kill notifications popped up before Lin Yan's eyes. You have successfully killed the 26th level leader monster, Crimson-Eyed Black Tiger, biomass plus 52, experience plus 1040. You have successfully killed the 27th level leader monster, Galestone Sparrow, biomass plus 54, experience plus 1080. You have successfully killed the 28th level leader monster, Bloodied Toad, biomass plus 56, experience plus 1120. You have successfully killed the 29th level leader monster, Crown Forest Python, biomass plus 58, experience plus 1160. Lin Yan's spiritual energy flowed, rising to level 15. This state feels fantastic. Before entering the dungeon, he was only at Silver Tier 1. Now, he had become a Silver Tier 5 Beastmaster. Student council members can enter the dungeon for free, which means I can keep leveling up? Lin Yan thought to himself. Other Beastmasters needed to restore their spiritual energy and heal their beasts' wounds. But Lin Yan didn't need to do that at all. When his insect soldiers fell, he could just transform biomass to replace them. And Lin Yan's spiritual energy was only used when he faced danger while casting skills. For ordinary monsters, he simply sent in a tide of insects to crush them. Moreover, the dungeon not only allowed for quick leveling, but also increased biomass. For Lin Yan, it was all benefits, with no downsides. He shook off the thoughts in his head. Lin Yan walked step by step toward the red flag on the mountaintop. Everyone anticipated the outcome, yet still looked forward to the scene that was about to unfold. Qin Ruoyu stood at the exit of the canyon, beaming as she watched Lin Yan. The other geniuses clicked their tongues in admiration. Although this dungeon's rewards had nothing to do with them anymore. They might even leave with a school-level punishment. But at this moment, they genuinely felt happy for Lin Yan. After all, this mountain pressing down on their heads was a kind-hearted and normal person. If it was Lu Yu who became the representative for the new students, their lives would definitely not be easy. Outside the dungeon, Zhao Duo cradled her face, starstruck as she gazed at Lin Yan on the screen. How could he be so handsome? Bai Xiaoyi sighed, standing beside her. She never expected Zhao Duo, who saw worthless things as money and thought love was expensive, to fall head over heels one day. And even impulsively spent $200 on a man. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoyi thought of something and whispered excitedly. Duo. You bet 200 on Lin Yan winning. The odds are now 10,000 to 1. You hit the jackpot. Let's go collect the prize. Unexpectedly, Zhao Duo only paused for a moment after hearing this. No rush, it's not over yet. Saying that, she turned her gaze back to Lin Yan on the screen. Boom! Bai Xiaoyi felt as if struck by lightning, staring in disbelief at this familiar stranger. 10,000. You actually say there's no rush? Whoever you are, get off Duo immediately. Chapter 37, Absolutely No Possibility. Lin Yan simply reached out and grasped the red flag that symbolized victory. He pulled it out effortlessly. The next second, the dungeon shook violently. A dazzling white light flashed through. Everyone quickly closed their eyes, and when they opened them again, including Lin Yan at the mountaintop and the seemingly crazy Lu Yu, they all appeared in the dungeon hall. Clap, clap, clap. A synchronized round of applause erupted. This time, everyone in the hall celebrated the newly born representative for the new students. Beast masters are respected among the strong. The outcome is determined. There will be no more changes. Everyone sincerely acknowledged Lin Yan. At least at this moment, Lin Yan deserves their applause. Let's go. Guan saw Lin Yan submerged in applause and cheers, turned, and left. The few professors from various specialties, who hadn't said a word since Lu Yu's defeat, followed Guan out. What about Lu Yu? A professor hesitated for a moment, then asked. The group shifted their gazes to Lu Yu, who was in the corner of the hall, sometimes excited, sometimes fearful, mumbling something incomprehensible. What to do? Guan had a blank expression, as if looking at trash. Let him fend for himself, just notify the Lu family to come clean up later. After speaking, he turned and left the instance hall. The others shrank their necks and followed suit. You did very well. The vice principal wore a professional smile and walked through the crowd. Lin Yan, starting today, you are the new student representative of Arjunwu University. Lin Yan nodded, not saying anything. This was already within his expectations, so there were not many emotional changes. It was as if he himself was not the new student representative. In contrast, Tang Tianyu. He waved a bottle of wine, took off his shirt and waved it in his hand, running wildly around the hall. Woohoo! My brother is the new student representative. Awesome! Lin Yan is awesome. Come on, everyone shout with me, Lin Yan is awesome. After the spiritual power could not hold, and exiting the instance, Tang Tianyu quietly watched Lin Yan's match all along. However, before Lin Yan pulled down that flag, Tang Tianyu had not cheered or celebrated. Because he knew well the rule of opening champagne halfway. So, Tang Tianyu had held back until now, finally bursting out. My brother. Lin Yan is awesome. Lin Yan. Awesome. Everyone in the hall avoided Tang Tianyu. Some girls screamed and covered their eyes, but the eyes peeking through their fingers still betrayed them. Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng felt their faces burning. Damn! Didn't Lin Yan become the new student representative? Why was he so excited for nothing? Also, he was clearly the one who embarrassed himself. Why were we both feeling embarrassed for him? Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng sighed and hurried forward to pull Tang Tianyu, who still wanted to cause more chaos, out. We can't let ourselves feel this embarrassed anymore. Lin Yan clearly didn't notice these little incidents. His gaze searched for Qin Ruoyu, but unexpectedly locked onto a pair of shining eyes in the crowd. A particularly beautiful girl was blinking at him with sparkling eyes. Who is she? Lin Yan felt goosebumps on the back of his neck from her stare. He quickly diverted his eyes. Only then did he see Qin Ruoyu on the other side. Lin Yan happily waved his hand. Not knowing what he was proving, but unable to suppress the urge to share with her. Qin Ruoyu rolled her eyes and waved her hand as if to fan her chin. Then, Lin Yan looked toward Hu Fanyuan's direction. He knew that professor who seemed to be unwell. Once he sat down, he wouldn't easily move. However, Lin Yan looked at where Hu Fanyuan had been before entering the instance. Only an empty Grandmaster chair remained. Where did Professor Hu go? Struggling to deal with the vice principal. By the time, it was already past 11 at night. The instance hall was about to close. The crowd gradually dispersed, but discussions continued. Only now, they had moved from reality to the internet. Lin Yan took a moment to glance at the school forum. Videos and screenshots of his battles in the instance had been shared thousands of times. The top 10 hottest posts. 9 out of them were about him. And one was asking for Qin Ruoyu's contact information. As he walked out of the hall, Lin Yan was just about to head back to the dormitory when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Lin Yan, wait a moment. Lin Yan turned back in confusion. It was the girl with bright eyes. You are. Lin Yan felt she looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. Hello, I am. Zhao Duo was a bit nervous and glanced at Bai Xiaoyi with grievances. After receiving an encouraging look, she continued. Can I have your contact information? Ha? Lin Yan was surprised for a moment, then felt disdain. Looking at those boys on the forum who only dared to hide behind the internet asking for contact information. What does it mean to be brave? Have the guts to ask face to face. Is there something you need? Lin Yan asked politely without giving an answer. Zhao Duo slapped her forehead, feeling regretful. Oh no. So silly. How could I forget to introduce myself first? Someone as excellent as Lin Yan would definitely not casually add a stranger's contact information. But what kind of reason should I make up? No time to think. Zhao Duo met Lin Yan's gaze and blurted out. I work part-time at a restaurant, adding me can get you discount coupons. A question mark slowly rose in Lin Yan's heart. Is that it? I thought it would be. Forget it. Lin Yan took out his phone and showed the QR code. After all, Tang Tianyu's free meal coupon is only valid for 1 month. After a month, I still have to pay for my meals. Every bit counts. Watching the information from her friend come through, Zhao Duo felt like she was on cloud 9. I'm such a genius. I actually came up with such a perfect reason. But what was that flash of disappointment in Lin Yan's eyes? Could it be? While thinking this, Lin Yan suddenly looked at Bai Xiaoyi beside him. Do you also have discount coupons? Bai Xiaoyi was stunned, looking helplessly at Zhao Duo. Zhao Duo's doubts vanished instantly, revealing a fake smile. Of course, yes. Lin Yan happily added 2 discount coupons, then left. Zhao Duo looked at Lin Yan's back, her expression complicated. The new student representative, unmatched in the same class, a super genius that stands out. How could he be so approachable? Incredible. Bai Xiaoyi shook her head, her tone heavy. Zhao Duo came back to her senses and asked. What's so incredible? Bai Xiaoyi squinted her eyes, said seriously. The new student representative is actually a foodie. Doesn't that mean I also have a chance to be the top student? Zhao Duo opened her mouth, took a long time to say. Absolutely no chance. Chapter 38, Let Go of That Boy. Who is she? Lin Yan had just turned a corner, ready to head back to the dorm. Qin Ruoyu appeared ahead at some point, asking Lin Yan from behind. What's someone? Oh, she's a senior, giving out discount coupons for an event. Lin Yan answered casually. Qin Ruoyu squinted her eyes, feeling alert. Then why didn't she add anyone else? Lin Yan turned back to look, the 2 girls had already vanished. But there were clearly many people at the hall entrance. Could it be? Were they off work? Lin Yan scratched his head. Qin Ruoyu rolled her eyes again, complaining. You were so strong in the instance, why do you seem like a different person now? Lin Yan continued to be puzzled. After a while, he suddenly realized. Could it be that they want to pursue me? No, only that girl with bright eyes added me. The other chubby one. I added her myself. This, impossible, right? Lin Yan counted on his fingers. Although I'm handsome, strong, with a good personality and decent character. Stop. Qin Ruoyu quickly cut him off. She could see that with Lin Yan like this, there was absolutely no chance for romance. Which girl would be blind enough to like him? By the way, the student council will probably invite you to join tomorrow. Have you thought about which department you want to join? Qin Ruoyu changed the topic. Watching Lin Yan daydream, she pretended to think. Qin Ruoyu didn't know how many times she had rolled her eyes today and explained. The student council has 4 departments: the combat department, resource department, discipline department, and promotion department. Each department has its own strengths. First, the battlefield department requires the highest standards, and the assessment of members' combat abilities is very strict. However, you are the top freshman, so it won't be too hard to join the battlefield department. The resource department is responsible for managing the student council's resources, and the benefits are very good. The publicity department, as the name suggests, is responsible for attracting outstanding students and for releasing news from the student council. The disciplinary committee, you can say, is responsible for rectifying the school's atmosphere and rules, which can easily offend people, so let's skip that. Lin Yan frowned and asked. Why skip it? I'm not afraid of offending people. Qin Ruoyu chuckled. Indeed, you just started school a few days ago, and you haven't even officially started your classes. You already defeated the sophomore student council member Lu Jia and the strong freshman Lu Yu. If it weren't for the fact that the two have been together since childhood. Lin Yan knows everything she does. Qin Ruoyu really wanted to ask Lin Yan, did the Lu family offend you in some way? Do you know what happened to the last minister of the disciplinary committee? Lin Yan was taken aback. He died? Not quite, Qin Ruoyu snorted coldly. The resource department suspended the resource distribution of the disciplinary committee, and when the disciplinary minister demanded an explanation, he was misquoted and slandered by the publicity department. In the end, the battlefield department intervened and turned him into a vegetable. He's still in the ICU, with the school covering the medical expenses. To this day, the position of the disciplinary committee minister is still empty, and no one dares to take the position. Lin Yan's heart suddenly screamed 1,000 expletives. Is there even a law? Is there any justice in this world? How did defending one's rights turn into malicious wage demands? And the root cause of all this is that the disciplinary committee discovered the minister of the battlefield department's disciplinary violations. Qin Ruoyu crossed her arms and sneered. Where there are people, there is society. Don't think that Jinwu University is some charitable place. Lin Yan frowned and asked. What are the benefits of the disciplinary committee minister's position? Qin Ruoyu opened her mouth and asked. Are you thinking? Lin Yan smiled mischievously. I'm not afraid of offending people, I'm not afraid of fighting, and I'm definitely not a good boy. If possible, I want to strive for the position of the disciplinary committee minister. Qin Ruoyu shook her head. The benefits for the minister are almost 10 times that of ordinary members. But first, you need to gain the unanimous approval of the disciplinary committee members and pass the president's assessment. This is simply tailor-made for me. Other members of the disciplinary committee would be more than happy to have someone step up to that position, right? The smile on Lin Yan's face was hard to hide. As for the assessment, do you think I'm afraid? Qin Ruoyu was speechless, staring at Lin Yan. Why does this guy suddenly become so clever when it comes to topics like assessments, dungeons, resources, and money? But when it comes to emotions, he's just like a silly goose. No need to say more, the position of the disciplinary committee minister must be mine. Lin Yan rubbed his hands together. 10 times the resource benefits. This is far more than taking shortcuts here and there. This is simply taking off. Nanning City. The old city's resettlement building. After the live stream ended, relatives and friends had left. Chen Xiaohuang sat on the sofa, her face still unable to hide her excitement. No doubt, my son has definitely inherited my excellent genes. Lin Jianshan was bending over, cleaning up the fruit peels and sunflower seeds on the table. What, your genes? It's obviously thanks to my genes. Chen Xiaohuang was unhappy, straightening up and saying. I spit. There has never been a beast master in your Lin family. And my great-grandmother was a descendant of a golden-level beast master. So Lin Yan must have inherited my genes. As for your genes... Chen Xiaohuang cast a glance at the fishing gear piled by the door, snorted. Please don't let my son inherit the boring pastime of fishing. Lin Jianshan ignored her and continued tidying up the room. At that moment, the television interrupted with an emergency news report. The host spoke with a hint of urgency. Tonight, the water level of the Chaobai River suddenly surged, with reports of suspected level 50 or higher water-type magical beasts appearing. No casualties have been found yet. Citizens should pay attention to travel safety in the coming days and avoid. Chen Xiaohuang stared at the television, her eyes wide open. Old Lin. You have to look. Isn't the Chaobai River the place you're going fishing tonight? It's really strange, that river has never had any incidents. How could such a high-level monster suddenly appear? Good thing you didn't go, otherwise, something bad would have happened. You really need to thank me, I just saved your life. Lin Jianshan stared blankly at the television, silent. Lin Yan parted ways with Qin Ruoyu and returned to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, he saw Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng on top of the naked Tang Tianyu, both sweating profusely. And Tang Tianyu was mumbling something unclear. Lin Yan was instantly stunned. After a moment, he reacted with anger, pointing at the two. What are you doing? Let that boy go. Han Xiaofeng turned around, a bitter expression on his face. Yan Gu, you finally came back. You need to help hold down old Tang, he wants to run out naked. Lin Yan was stunned again, why? Li Jueming pressed down on Tang Tianyu tightly, gritting his teeth. We don't know how much he drank, but he turned like this after you came out of the instance. We all agreed that if he dares to run naked, we will pretend not to know him. Chapter 39, Another Genius? Xiao ran. After a chaotic commotion, the dormitory finally returned to peace. Lin Yan lay on his bed, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. He sorted through his recent gains. The system panel popped up. Insect Nest Host, Lin Yan. Realm, Silver Level 5. Insect Nest Level 1. Core Function, devour any product containing genetic information to breed fused insect warriors. Initial Ant Soldier Types, Titan Giant Ant, Bloodwing Crazy Bee. Insect Soldier Count, 5,000/10,000, Titan Giant Ant 3,000, Bloodwing Crazy Bee 2,000. Biomass remaining, 7205. Lin Yan exhaled, feeling extremely pleased. The total of his insect soldier count and biomass had finally exceeded 10,000. As long as Lin Yan wished, he could summon 10,000 insect soldiers right now. However, in the instance hall, he also heard people who did not see his insect soldiers favorably. Most believed that this method of winning by quantity rather than quality, with low growth rates compared to traditional spirit beasts, ultimately wouldn't stand out. The specific differences would show after reaching the Golden Realm. When everyone reached the Diamond Realm, traditional spirit beasts would have their attributes significantly boosted. At that time, the strength formed by weak individuals with large numbers would become almost useless. A spirit beast with a bloodline above level 40 could kill thousands of insect soldiers with a single skill. Lin Yan was not worried about these things. In his view, the attributes of Titan Giant Ants and Bloodwing Crazy Bees would continue to grow and not be much worse than traditional spirit beasts. Moreover, Lin Yan's gaze landed on the insect nest level. Still at level 1. From awakening the system until now, the nest core's level hadn't changed at all. Lin Yan had never received any prompts to upgrade it. If the nest core's level were to increase, what would it become? Would it enhance insect soldier attributes, numbers, or bloodlines? Lin Yan had no way of knowing. He had just seen that a level 50 monster appeared near his home. After calling home to confirm they were safe, Lin Yan relaxed somewhat. His family still lived in the resettlement buildings relocated 30 years ago, quite far from the city center. I need to save some money to change houses. Lin Yan currently only had 1 million. And houses in the city center easily cost over 1 million. This amount just barely covered the down payment. Besides, the city center doesn't seem very safe. Lin Yan recalled when he picked up Qin Ruoyu outside a KTV after the college entrance examination and encountered that monster. And now, another level 50 monster had appeared. Such cases were rare before. Could it be that the monster barriers are unstable again? 100 years ago, a worldwide upheaval of the beast-controlling barrier erupted. Numerous secret realms appeared everywhere, countless powerful magical beasts surged out, wantonly causing destruction. Countless sacrifices of ancestral beast masters were made, before barely stemming this momentum. If the world is really going to undergo a great upheaval, one must quickly enhance their strength. After crossing over, Lin Yan found family and new friends. He must protect these people. This beast actually managed to escape. Yunyang Province Beast Master Association. In the dim room, smoke swirled around. Zhao Jiwei listened to everyone cursing the water-type magical beast that had appeared suddenly and then vanished. With her fingers, she casually extinguished the nearly burned-out slender cigarette. She relit another one. Since it has escaped and we can't catch it, let's quickly talk about the next matter. We still have to catch a flight back to Jinwu University. Everyone nodded in agreement. President Chung Dingwa's frown faded, revealing a smile. I almost forgot, our main discussion today is about Lin Yan becoming the representative of new students at Jinwu University. How long has it been since such a genius appeared in Yunyang province? If everyone has no objections, then as previously discussed, let's spare no resources to train Lin Yan. Everyone silently nodded. To become the representative of new students at Jinwu University, and to be the first of his cohort. That is worth their gamble. Wait. Just as everyone raised their hands in agreement, someone stood up and interrupted the process. President, there is a situation. In Yanchang, we also have a new student representative from a prestigious university. What? Everyone was astonished, looking at him in disbelief. The person named Lu Xinghai was the vice president of the Yangchang Beast Master Association. Hearing this, Chung Dingwa also asked in surprise. Who is he, which school? Why wasn't it reported in advance? Chang Dingwei was confused, two unrivaled geniuses representing prestigious universities. And he hadn't known beforehand. Qinqing University, Xiao Ranran. Lu Xinghai explained. The reason for not reporting in advance is that this female beast master's identity is confidential, she has connections to the capital. Chang Dingwa waved his hand indifferently. No matter, since her background is deep, she probably won't look at the resources of our Yunyang province. Then we will stick to the original plan and fully support Lin Yan. Lin Yan's background had already been thoroughly investigated. His family background was clean, but the conditions were average. Being a beast master is an expensive profession, which he could not afford at all. Helping Lin Yan now would be like sending charcoal and snow. Later on, they could potentially gain returns of tens or even hundreds of times. But Xiao Ranran was different. She didn't need their assistance either. For that kind of family, anything Yunyang province does would just be self-humiliation. No, Lu Xinghai shook his head and said, Xiao Ranran is from the Xiao family of the capital. The capital, Xiao family. Everyone was stunned for a moment. In the capital, there are many powerful families. But since Lu Xinghai specifically pointed it out, he surely meant the Xiao family that is currently on shaky ground. Chang Dingwa frowned and asked. Is it the Xiao family that was attacked by the Tang family and is now in a perilous situation? Lu Xinghai nodded. Chang Dingwa frowned even more. The Xiao family was once one of the top families in the capital and even the entire Long Kingdom. But due to significant conflicts of interest with the rising Tang family, they were targeted and suppressed by Tang and several other newly emerged families. Now, whether they could keep their standing was uncertain. No wonder Xiao Ranran wanted to conceal her identity and come to Yangcheng for school. Everyone whispered to each other, clearly having different attitudes towards this matter. Because the Xiao family is an old and powerful family, no telling how many trump cards they still have. If they treat the outstanding Xiao Ranran coldly now, if the Xiao family recovers and retaliates against them, it would be a disaster. However, if they support Xiao Ranran, that would be unfair to Lin Yan. This is a future high-level beast master. If the resources of Yunyang province are shared equally between two people, it would obviously not be enough. How about this? At this moment, a vice president suggested. In a few days, our 4 prestigious universities in Dragon Country will hold a joint entrance exam for new students. We will select 10 talented contestants to represent us. The purpose is to prepare for the upcoming visit to the East Japan. Let's base our resource allocation on the results of this joint exam. Whoever ranks higher will receive our full support for training. Chapter 40-20 Yuan. Everyone nodded after hearing the suggestion from the vice president. I must say, this is a very good idea. Not only does it rationalize the distribution of resources, but it also stands on the moral high ground in righteousness. Then it's settled. Chang Dingwa thought for a moment before approving this suggestion. At the end of the long table, the vice president of Nanling City, Li Chuan, showed a wry smile. He initially thought Lin Yan had it all secured. Unexpectedly, a competitor named Xiao Ranran came out of nowhere. The competition among beast masters is not just about talent and hard work. More importantly, it's about the resources behind them. Although the Xiao family is now on the verge of collapse and uncertain of survival, still, a dead camel is bigger than a horse. In any case, the resources that the Xiao family can provide for Xiao Ranran now are far beyond what an ordinary family like Lin Yan can compare to. Zhao Ziwei stood up and walked out of the conference room. She was about to take a flight back to Jinwu University. First, she had already spent enough time out recruiting students. Second, she had been selected as an examiner for the joint exam of the 4 schools. She needed to return and prepare for the upcoming joint exam. Lin Yan, you really know how to surprise people. Zhao Ziwei didn't expect Lin Yan could actually win the position of representative for new students. Next, I wonder if you can continue on this path. After all, the upper limit for a bug-type beast master is about to be reached. The next morning, Lin Yan was still in his dormitory when he received a call from the student council. They asked him to bring his student ID and go to the Dragon Department's teaching building, first floor lobby, to complete the procedures to join the student council. Lin Yan was still half asleep, almost mistaking it for a scam call and hanging up. When the call kept coming insistently, Lin Yan woke up and realized, hello? The caller sounded urgent, almost crying. Wait. Please don't hang up before I explain. I'm Chen Hua from the publicity department of the student council. Is it okay if I call you Brother Yan? Can you bring your student ID and come to the Dragon Department's teaching building? Lin Yan hesitated for a moment. Where is the Dragon Department building? It's really not his fault. He had just arrived at school for only a couple of days and was tangled up in various matters. He had no time to stroll around the campus at all. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Okay, we'll wait for you in the conference room on the first floor of the bug department. Beep beep beep. The call ended. Actually, Lin Yan had one more thing to say. That is, he didn't know where the bug department building was either. He quickly tidied up. Seeing his roommates still asleep, Lin Yan felt it was inappropriate to wake up Tang Tianyu, who had been bothering him all night, and instead said to him, "Get up and go buy me some breakfast." This kind of thing, he couldn't do. After leaving the dorm building, it was already bright and sunny, almost noon. No wonder the student council was so anxious. Lin Yan patted his hungry belly, planning to grab something to eat in the cafeteria. At a window, he happened to meet the girl from last night who wanted his contact info. Lin Yan was very happy to see Zhao Duo. Did you forget to give me the discount coupon last night? He remembered Qin Ruoyu's reaction last night and felt she overreacted a bit. After all, she was just working part-time at the cafeteria, definitely not a scammer. No one would go work part-time at a cafeteria just to tell a lie. Zhao Duo was very happy to see Lin Yan. But hearing Lin Yan say that, she was taken aback for a moment. She was just working part-time here and the cafeteria didn't offer any discount coupons. She just made up an excuse last night. Is it going to be revealed so soon? Zhao Duo had a smile on her face, she bit her lips. Yes, but the coupon is gone now. But that's okay, this meal is on me. If Bai Xiui were here now, she would definitely be shocked again. After being roommates for more than a year, she had never seen Zhao Duo treat someone to a meal. They both knew about Zhao Duo's family situation. She usually avoided any spending gatherings in the dorm. Even to celebrate not failing a class or anything. They would just order a couple of extra dishes in the cafeteria. Really? Isn't this a bit awkward? Lin Yan scratched his head, he was still very happy to be treated. Could it be that he was the saint of free meals? Eating out anywhere without spending money? It seems that after a month, when Tang Tianyu's temporary meal ticket expires, he would have to bet with him again. He ordered a cumin lamb rice bowl. Lin Yan sat there, eating slowly. Zhao Duo would occasionally look over. When Lin Yan caught her, she would quickly shift her gaze, pretending to look elsewhere. Back and forth. Lin Yan indeed noticed something was off about this girl. Something's not right. Lin Yan felt it was strange, he didn't know this girl at all. Was she approaching him with a purpose? Could it be as her surname Lu? After finishing the food on his plate, Lin Yan walked to the food counter, squinting his eyes. Zhao Duo immediately pretended to be busy. But this girl was beautiful, yet she really had no talent for acting. He. Lin Yan sneered twice, asking, "Is your last name Lu? The Lu family is indeed not dead yet. If they can't do it head-on, they want to use beauty tricks to assassinate me?" Zhao Duo was stunned, stammering. "And no, I'm not, I'm Zhao Duo. Her gaze was wandering, she spoke stutteringly, and she even touched her nose. Lin Yan firmly believed that she was indeed from the Lu family. Zhao. People with the last name Zhao aren't anything good. Lin Yan recalled Zhao Langtian and Zhao Tianhua, silently mocking them in his heart. At this moment, just got off the plane, Zhao Ziwei suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Beast masters have spiritual power protecting them, especially high-level beast masters like her. They usually wouldn't catch a cold or fever. What's going on? Is someone missing me or is someone cursing me? Lin Yan laughed. Until his back disappeared at the restaurant door, Zhao Duo finally withdrew her gaze. She felt a bit disappointed. For some reason, during their second meeting, his attitude towards her seemed unfriendly. A man's heart is as difficult to read as the ocean's bottom. Zhao Duo bit her lips and secretly took out a small mirror. Looking at her plain face. Since Lin Yan knew that she was working part-time here. Would he come to eat again next time? Then should she put on makeup whenever she goes out? If that's the case, I need to buy makeup, oh so expensive. Better check online to see if there are any cheap ones. Zhao Duo was looking for her phone, but saw a bill in front of her. 20 yuan. Just enough for a cumin lamb rice bowl. Zhao Duo was stunned, instinctively looking towards the entrance. Only to remember that he had already gone far away. What the heck, didn't you say you would treat me? Zhao Duo felt tears were about to flow out. She quickly turned and wiped her hands. Then, Zhao Duo took out her wallet, pulling out 20 yuan to put in the cash box. Carefully putting Lin Yan's 20 yuan in the pouch of her wallet. Chapter 41 Bug System Teaching Building. Lin Yan followed the map and found a shabby teaching building located in the northern corner of the school. In front of the teaching building, there was a wooden sign. The wooden sign was covered in dust and spider webs. It had the bold words Bug System Major written on it. So shabby, am I in the wrong place? Lin Yan was dumbfounded. The road was overgrown with weeds, obviously abandoned for a long time. Walking into the teaching building. Every classroom was covered in dust, and there were random piles of clutter everywhere. Am I going to attend class here in the future? This place is so shabby. Lin Yan was somewhat speechless. At that moment, a student walked out from the meeting room at the end of the hallway. Upon seeing Lin Yan, he paused for a second, then quickly waved his hand. This way, Lin Yan. Lin Yan recognized the voice. This was the person who had tirelessly called him that morning. Entering the meeting room, Lin Yan saw a section that had already been cleaned spotless. The student, who claimed to be Chen Hua from the student union's publicity department, was dripping with sweat and holding a cloth. Now, Lin Yan felt a bit embarrassed. Making him wait for so long, moving from the Dragon Series teaching building to the Bug Series teaching building, and had to clean the classroom. And here he was. He had just woken up and even went out to eat. I'm really sorry. Lin Yan felt guilty and said to Chen Hua. Next time, let me treat you to a meal. Chen Hua's face lit up with a smile. Sure, when? Lin Yan was startled for a moment, thought for a moment, and said, wait for an opportunity. After saying that, without giving Chen Hua a chance to say there will be an opportunity soon, Lin Yan shifted his attention to a stack of documents on the clean table. What is this? Chen Hua came back to his senses and hurriedly explained. These are the documents we need to sign later. You know, our student union is quite a department. From freshman to senior year, we only have a mere 50 people. The power we enjoy is great, but the responsibilities we must fulfill are many, so we must rely on these complicated contracts to bind the student union and individuals. Lin Yan nodded, finding it quite reasonable. Chen Hua secretly observed Lin Yan, feeling emotional inside. At first, he was sent to complete the process for Lin Yan to join the student union. He had some resistance. Because based on Lin Yan's recent deeds since school started, he was definitely a hard-to-get-along-with person, the kind that would resort to violence over a single wrong word. He was in the publicity department and didn't possess the fighting skills of Lu Jie from the battle department, who was also a sophomore student union member. If he accidentally angered this guy, not only would the task be undone, he might even get a beating. But unexpectedly, so far, Lin Yan didn't seem so menacing. Instead, he was pretty easy to get along with. Chen Hua relaxed and said to Lin Yan, take a look at the contract, it's written very clearly, and if there are no issues, let's sign it. Lin Yan looked at the contract that was almost as thick as a dictionary and frowned. He thought to himself, this is way too much. If I read it all, when will I finish? Seeing Chen Hua's eagerness, it seemed they had to sign it now. What if there are contract traps that could sell me off? Just then, a soft sound of footsteps came from the doorway. Both of them looked up at the same time. They saw a girl so stunningly beautiful standing at the door. It was Qin Ruoyu. Chen Hua was instantly taken aback. At Xinwu University, there were few girls, and those as beautiful as her were even rarer. There was indeed one beauty in the sophomore year. However, it was said that Lu Jia had already set his sights on her, and others dared not have any thoughts. Qin Ruoyu walked in, casually flipped through the documents on the table, and said to Lin Yan, I saw you from the cafeteria, you looked so lost and didn't know where to go, I thought you were on a date with some girl. Lin Yan caught the sourness in Qin Ruoyu's words. What date? I currently have no idea what to do. You quickly take a look at these contracts. As he spoke, Lin Yan bitterly flipped open those contracts. The densely packed text was driving him crazy. As Lin Yan looked, he became lost in thought. Qin Ruoyu stopped talking, tossed her hair aside, and carefully examined the pile of contracts. Chen Hua observed the two and was somewhat surprised. It appeared that the two were familiar with each other. The new students had only just started school for a few days, yet their demeanor clearly indicated they had known each other for years. Could it be that they were a couple? Chen Hua suddenly remembered, he felt that this girl looked familiar just now. It turned out that a few days ago, someone had seen in the school forum someone asking for contact information. And that forum was also among the top 10 hottest forums. The only one unrelated to Lin Yan. Chen Hua looked at the two, feeling a bit speechless. So you two have covered all the top 10 forums? Qin Ruoyu read quickly. In no time, she had roughly finished reading the content of the contract. There's no problem, let's sign. Qin Ruoyu said to Lin Yan. Actually, there shouldn't have been any problems with these contracts. After all, there was school supervision. The student council couldn't possibly do anything that would infringe on student rights. Lin Yan nodded, as he unconditionally trusted Qin Ruoyu. In the places that required a signature, he signed his name and pressed his seal. Qin Ruoyu even thoughtfully took out a wet wipe to clean Lin Yan's hand from the ink. Chen Hua's gaze towards the two became ambiguous. As expected. These two are together. He never expected that the beautiful new student who made it to the hot search list right after school started would be Lin Yan's girlfriend. This is a big gossip. Chen Hua felt his heart racing. He could never hide any secrets. But he was also worried that if Lin Yan found out it was him who revealed it, he would take revenge. How about I use a fake account to share this big gossip? Just as he was thinking this, Lin Yan and Qin Ruoyu simultaneously looked at him and asked. What's the next step? Chen Hua came back to his senses and quickly replied. Now you just need to choose the department you want to join, and I will handle the paperwork with your student ID. Do you know about every department in our student council? Lin Yuan nodded. Yesterday, Qin Ruoyu had already explained the differences between the departments to him. I want to join the Discipline Inspection Department. Lin Yan said directly. Chen Hua was a bit surprised and reminded him. Currently, the Discipline Inspection Department has some special circumstances, the minister position is still vacant. The benefits and news are a bit behind. How about considering the Combat Department or the Publicity Department instead? Chen Hua was being a bit selfish. No matter how everyone talked about how Lin Yan would do in the future. At least Lin Yan had an unparalleled influence in school right now. At least during his time at school, he would maintain this dominant position. If he could join the Publicity Department, he would also have some support. Chen Hua didn't even realize how absurd it was for a sophomore to think of relying on a freshman. But the Resources Department had higher identity requirements for students. After all, you needed a background to attract sponsorship. So the Resources Department was mostly made up of second-generation students. No need, I'll just join the Discipline Inspection Department. Seeing Lin Yan's determination, Chen Hua found it hard to persuade him further. Okay, then I'll handle the paperwork for you. From now on, you will be a member of the Discipline Inspection Department. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan said something shocking. Not a member, I want to be the minister of the Discipline Inspection Department. Chen Hua stood frozen in place, eyes filled with disbelief. What? Chapter 42, Meeting Zhao Ziwei again. The minister of the Discipline Inspection Department? Chen Hua was taken aback for a moment before realizing. But you are a freshman. Lin Yan frowned, turning to Qin Ruoyu beside him. Didn't the contract just mention that freshmen cannot hold minister positions? Qin Ruoyu shook her head, it didn't mention that. Chen Hua opened his mouth and then said. But there's no precedent. In the desolate and silent conference room, there was not a sound. Lin Yan said slowly, then I will be the precedent. Chen Hua paused, swallowing hard. After a long time, he forced a smile. Yan Gu, why don't I ask the president about this? Lin Yan nodded. Previously, calling him Yan Gu over the phone was still a bit of a joke. But now, Chen Hua's call of Yan Gu was clearly heartfelt. Don't mention being humble or lacking guts. Didn't you see that Lu Jie from the sophomore student council is still lying in the hospital? This guy now wants to be the minister of the Discipline Inspection Department. If he succeeds, he will be in charge in the future. Calling him Yan Gu is nothing wrong. Chen Hua went out to make a phone call. When he came back, he had a smile on his face as he looked at Lin Yan. Brother Yan, the president said to just follow the procedure. Lin Yan knew the process for running for the minister. First, persuade all the staff members from the disciplinary committee, then go through the president's assessment. Although Qin Ruoyu didn't say this yesterday. But it should be roughly the same. The staff of the disciplinary committee were easy to deal with, only the president's assessment had many variables. Is it a challenge against him personally, or a test he set up? If it's a challenge against him personally, how strong could he possibly be? The president is named Lei Ming, a third-year diamond tier, second level, and his spirit beast is a level 42 legendary bloodline extreme thunder holy lion. Qin Ruoyu seemed to see through what Lin Yan was thinking and said. Lin Yan was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that, still in his third year, he was already at the diamond level. It is known that many people, even after entering society and grinding for many years, barely reach the golden level. In the entire dragon country, the most numerous ranks among beast masters are also at the golden level. It's quite terrifying. Lin Yan was confident he could defeat opponents at the golden level. But for the diamond level, he had no confidence at all. As the levels increased, Lin Yan believed he definitely wouldn't fall behind, and would even defeat opponents 2 levels higher in the future. By the way, Chen Hua seemed to remember something and said, "In the afternoon, there will be a meeting with the student council. All student council members will attend. Although you haven't completed the formalities yet, you can still participate and take a look at the staff members of the disciplinary committee." After confirming the time, Chen Hua claimed he had other matters to attend to and left with the contract. Before leaving, he specifically checked the date for Lin Yan's treat again. Lin Yan laughed again. "It's already noon, should we go eat?" Qin Ruoyu asked. Lin Yan touched his round belly. "Didn't you just go to the restaurant? Why didn't you eat?" Qin Ruoyu had no expression. "I just passed by, and saw you at the restaurant entrance." Of course, she couldn't say she was investigating Zhao Duoduo to see if there was any threat, but just happened to see you eating there instead. Lin Yan nodded. "I just had a pretty good meal, why don't you try it?" "It's on me." He added happily, "By the way, the girl I met last night works part-time there." Qin Ruoyu shook her head, "Forget it, I'll go eat with my roommate." Lin Yan felt a bit disappointed that cumin lamb rice was really delicious. After they parted ways, Qin Ruoyu went outside the campus to eat with her roommate. Lin Yan strolled through the campus, enjoying the scenery and digesting his meal. Suddenly, he saw a familiar purple figure. Zhao Ziwei. Lin Yan remembered her name. She was the teacher responsible for admissions at Nanling. She was the one who personally handed Lin Yan his admission notice. Lin Yan hadn't seen her since coming to school for so many days. Seeing someone familiar in a strange place always gives a feeling of inexplicable warmth. He walked quickly toward her. Lin Yan greeted Zhao Ziwei. "Teacher Zhao, do you remember me?" Zhao Ziwei was taken aback. Upon seeing Lin Yan suddenly appear, she squinted and pretended not to recognize him. "You are." These days, she had heard a lot about Lin Yan in the news. Her ears were almost calloused from hearing so much. On the day of the college entrance exam, he scored 10,000 points, shocking everyone. On the first day of school, he challenged second-year student council members and defeated one with a single move. He went to Wanchong Mountain and brought Professor Hu back. In the dungeon, he led with an absolute advantage and became the representative of new students. These achievements were hard to forget. Lin Yan felt a bit disappointed. "I am Lin Yan from Nanling City, you personally gave me my admission notice." Zhao Ziwei's expression changed to realization, smiling as she said, "Oh, so it's you. Where is Qin Ruoyu?" She only remembered him, not her? Lin Yan was somewhat speechless. How can this teacher be so biased towards boys? She went to eat. Zhao Ziwei nodded, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Lin Yan was just about to say goodbye and leave. At that moment, a man in a suit, slicked back hair, quickly approached. When he saw Lin Yan next to Zhao Ziwei, his face changed instantly. "Ziwei, who is this?" Lin Yan could hear the man's hesitation and fear in his words. Zhao Ziwei, however, showed no change in tone and calmly said, "Lin Yan, he's a student I recruited." Hearing that he was a student, the man in the suit instantly became cheerful. "Ah, he's a student. Let's go eat together." Zhao Ziwei did not answer, but turned to look at Lin Yan. "You haven't eaten yet, right? Let's go together." Lin Yan felt a wave of menacing energy. It was coming from the man in the suit. Looking at the knowing smile and playful look in Zhao Ziwei's eyes, Lin Yan was speechless. "You can't be doing this on purpose." Just as he was about to refuse, he felt another wave of killing intent. This time, it came from Zhao Ziwei. It was as if refusing would lead to some terrible consequences. Lin Yan shrank his neck, forcing a smile. "All right." The killing intent from Zhao Ziwei instantly vanished. But the menacing energy from the man in the suit increased significantly. "Fine, let's eat together then." The man in the suit forced a smile at Zhao Ziwei. He turned his gaze and shot a deep glare at Lin Yan. Lin Yan sighed. Looks like I'm running into trouble again. Following the two, they entered a lavishly decorated Western restaurant. Lin Yan couldn't help but smacked his lips. If someone comes here looking disheveled, how much would it cost for a meal? The man in the suit elegantly sat down and thoughtfully pulled out a chair for Zhao Jiwei. However, Zhao Jiwei had no intention of sitting. Instead, she pushed Lin Yan's shoulder, forcing him into the chair. Finally, she found a chair for herself to sit. Lin Yan was shocked. Wait, are you really doing this to me? Did you not see the fire almost bursting from that dude's eyes? I hope these forks and knives won't end up on me. Chapter 43, Spreading Rumors About Me? No matter how intense the killing intent from the man in the suit was. No matter how harsh the sound of clashing cutlery was. Lin Yan finally managed to eat this meal without any incidents. Lin Yan also gathered some information. The man in the suit was named Xinlei. He had just returned from studying abroad today. He was childhood friends with Zhao Jiwei. He was about to become an assistant professor in the super ability department. And secretly had a crush on Zhao Jiwei. As for Zhao Jiwei, Lin Yan observed her attitude. It seemed she wasn't very interested in this guy but couldn't directly refuse. So she used Lin Yan as a shield. The overall beast master strength in our country is still not as good as abroad. Throughout the meal, Xinlei talked about high-end topics from abroad, just so Lin Yan couldn't join the conversation. And Lin Yan was neither hungry nor interested in joining in. Lin Yan glanced at him without a word. Xinlei continued with a smile. But just looking at the talent of domestic students for beast mastery, they lag behind the rookie beast masters from abroad by one level. Zhao Jiwei looked out the window, seemingly not listening to him. Xinlei didn't mind and continued to speak to himself. The students from the Eastern Sea country will soon come to our dragon country for exchange and study. Our 4 prestigious universities are still fighting for competition spots here. To rely on the 4 top schools to gather 10 candidates just to compete against the Eastern Sea students is really embarrassing. And in my opinion, this exchange will definitely end with the Eastern Sea people winning. There's no helping it, their system is better, and the attitude of the Beast Masters is more humble. If it weren't for my family's arrangements, I wouldn't want to return. Staying in the Eastern Sea would be better. You guys have no idea, back when I was studying in the Eastern Sea. After listening to him for so long, even a wooden person would feel a bit of anger. Besides, the Eastern Sea has historically been at odds with the Dragon Country. And Xinlei's attitude was almost like he was worshipping the Eastern Sea. What is this nonsense? Lin Yan slammed the table, his brows furrowed. Since you like the Eastern Sea so much, why don't you just become a citizen of the Eastern Sea? Xinlei smiled easily, revealing a sense of longing. I have been striving towards this direction, but I just don't have enough qualifications right now. I really envy those who are born in the East Japan. Lin Yan laughed, not expecting this guy to be so shameless. Did you just say that in this exchange between the two countries, it must be the East Japan people who win? Xinlei shrugged. If not, then what? I'm just stating facts. With your narrow view, of course, you can't see the gap between the two countries. If you are lucky enough to participate in this exchange, you might just witness the brilliance of the East Japan Beast Masters. Lin Yan sneered. Then I can tell you with absolute certainty. I will participate in this exchange and will make them roll back like a beaten dog. Zhao Ziwei came back to her senses and glanced at Lin Yan. Xinlei scoffed, mocking. Anyone can talk big, I don't want to listen to a child brag. Why don't we bet on something? If you lose to the East Japan people, you drop out and roll away from Jinwu University, how about that? Xinlei said this deliberately. He was sure Lin Yan wouldn't dare agree. The contestants sent by the East Japan this time must also be the most talented geniuses, the most extraordinary of the extraordinary. And he buried a trap in this statement. That is, among the 10 contestants from both sides, as long as Lin Yan loses to any one of them, it would count as a failure. Having studied in the East Japan for many years, he knew about a particularly extraordinary freshman, Yamamoto 12. The contract spirit beast, the dual-headed serpent, has a trace of myth-level blood. In the East Japan, he is invincible against peers, extremely powerful. And this seemingly ordinary student in front of him could never defeat Yamamoto 12. If you're not brave enough, then disappear from my sight. Sure. Lin Yan agreed immediately, leaning on the table. If I win against the East Japan people, you will resign and never set foot in Jinwu University again, how about that? Such a traitor, just seeing him makes Lin Yan feel sick. Xinlei was taken aback, he didn't expect Lin Yan to actually agree. As an assistant professor and a foreign elite, if he bets with a student, wouldn't that be embarrassing if it got out? The stakes are too small. Xinlei stood up and took out a bank card, slapping it down. This is my savings, not much, just a mere 1 million. If you win, you can take this 1 million. Xinlei wore a smug look. If Lin Yan couldn't put up an equal stake, the bet wouldn't stand. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan also slammed down a bank card, laughing. Great, then I'll also wager 1 million. Unexpectedly, the 1 million scholarship that he had never used was actually useful. Xinlei sneered, convinced Lin Yan was just a shameless show-off. How do I know you actually have 1 million in that card? Lin Yan didn't waste words, taking a POS machine from a passing waiter. He swiped it hard and entered a password. The POS machine clearly displayed 1 million. Xinlei was dumbfounded. How could an ordinary student have so much money? Now, he found himself in a difficult position. Xinlei gritted his teeth and said, All right. Teacher Zhao is here as a witness, the bet is effective. If you win, I walk away, and 1 million is yours. Lin Yan nodded. If I lose, the 1 million stays, and I leave. This meal ended on an unhappy note. As they were leaving, Zhao Ziwei, who had been silent the whole time, patted Lin Yan's shoulder, making a cheering gesture. It was quite cute. Walking out of the Western restaurant, Lin Yan glanced at the time and headed towards the meeting address left by Chenhua. The student union has a separate building as its headquarters. It is located between the Dragon System teaching building and the office building. Usually only the student council president and department heads can enter. Few meetings and activities allow the staff members to enter. Lin Yan walked inside the headquarters of the student union. He saw many students wearing silver badges on their chests. Everyone looked at him. However, no one stopped him, and no one came forward to ask if he was in the wrong place. On the school forum, posts about Lin Yan were overwhelming. Any student would know Lin Yan. The staff members stopped, whispering and laughing. Lin Yan faintly heard what they were saying. Overreaching, head of the disciplinary committee, no chance words like these. Lin Yan didn't have to think, it must have been Chen Hua who let the cat out of the bag. He didn't expect it to become common knowledge so quickly. But it didn't matter. Lin Yan was not a little girl, he wasn't afraid of people knowing. However, Lin Yan stopped in his tracks and heard some strange phrases. Beauty freshman, what a pity, little cabbage has been dug up. Spreading rumors about me? Lin Yan stopped a passing staff member, gritting his teeth and said, Where is Chen Hua? Chapter 44, Is this how you become head of the disciplinary committee? Lin Yan's reputation was well known. Even Lu Jia, who was quite capable in the student council, could be defeated by him in one go. His temper was also quite bad. The staff member didn't dare to resist, pointed in a direction, and quickly slipped away. Lin Yan walked towards a room. Just in time to block Chen Hua, who was trying to escape. Brother Yan, I was wrong. Chen Hua was quite tough, closing the door and about to kneel down. I apologize to you because there were too many people outside. This caught Lin Yan off guard, and he hurriedly helped him up. It's not necessary, man, you should get up first. Thanks, brother. Chen Hua stood up directly, smiling, then I'll leave if nothing is wrong. Saying that, he walked to the door. Come back here. Lin Yan yanked him back, tapping his forehead. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone who's smiling. With Chen Hua's attitude, he couldn't possibly do anything to him. Forget it, when does the meeting start? Chen Hua immediately replied. It will start soon, I'll take you in now. The two walked to a lecture hall on the second floor. Students wearing silver badges from the student council entered the lecture hall one after another. Lin Yan sat at the back of the classroom with Chen Hua. After a short while, 3 students wearing gold badges sat in the front row. Their elevated position made the staff behind them feel a little uneasy. Lin Yan frowned, they must be the department heads. Chen Hua nodded and whispered. Yes, especially the one in the middle, he is the head of the operations department, so be careful. Lu Jia is a staff member in the operations department, and he has a good relationship with the head. This time, you didn't join the operations department, which makes the head look bad, he might target you. Lin Yan snorted coldly, saying nothing. The one thing he feared the least was being targeted. Soon, a student with a middle-part hairstyle entered, dressed ordinarily, without any badge on his chest. He looked just like Lin Yan. As soon as he walked in, the previously noisy lecture hall fell silent. This is our student council president, Lei Ming. Chen Hua lowered his voice and reminded. Lei Ming sat at the front, facing everyone, and smiled, saying, Everyone, don't be too rigid, we are all family, so just be yourselves. Except for pooping in the classroom, I can't tolerate that, other things are up to you. A joke immediately ignited the atmosphere in the classroom. Ha 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 ha. The president is still the president, his jokes are too funny. Haven't seen the president in a while, it seems he has become more handsome. I heard that during the summer, the president defeated a senior? What's so strange about that? The president defeated a sophomore in his freshman year. Isn't that just like that new student who has been in the spotlight recently? Not quite, after all, he's in the insect system major, the president's talent and future potential must be higher. Lin Yan sat in the last row. Listening to the discussions in front, he thought. As expected of someone who can sit in the president's position, just a few simple words can stir up the atmosphere. And looking at the staff's attitude, he is quite popular. After the atmosphere became lively, Lin Ming simply raised his hand to calm down, and the lecture hall returned to silence again. Alright, this meeting is mainly about the upcoming joint examination for the 4 schools and the soon-to-come exchange between the 2 countries. Everyone listened quietly. Lin Yan nodded frequently from below. I can only say that he truly deserves to be the president. After an impassioned speech, the staff beneath the stage cheered loudly. Determined to win this joint examination for the 4 schools. To give those Japanese a good beating. The only group that felt out of place was a group of people on the east side of the classroom who remained silent. They neither whispered to each other nor made any movements. After the speech ended, Lin Ming discussed the upcoming adjustments in the student council's tasks. Finally, Lin Ming smiled and pointed towards a corner. Everyone turned to look. Even the 3 ministers in the front row turned to look at Lin Yan. Tonight, our last matter is our new freshman representative, Lin Yan. It's still our old tradition, freshman representatives can join the student council in their first year. But now there is a problem, the position of chief of the discipline inspection department has been vacant. And everyone can see Lin Yan's strength. So, this time, Lin Yan wants to directly become the chief of the discipline inspection department. This time, there was not much of a reaction from the crowd. Manhwa had already spread the news. According to the process, let's first look at the opinions of the discipline inspection department members. Lin Ming walked down from the stage to the middle of the classroom. We are all a family, feel free to voice your opinions. On the far right of the tiered classroom, more than a dozen members of the discipline inspection department sat still. There had been no leader for a long time. The department had not had a person in charge. Other departments were faintly showing signs of isolation. So, when Lin Ming asked, the more than 10 members of the discipline inspection department immediately fell silent. After waiting for a long time, Lin Ming saw that no one was speaking and went over to the discipline inspection department, asking each one in turn. Our student council is still very democratic. If you agree, you agree, if you disagree, you can directly stand up and speak. For a long while, no one moved. Finally, a third-year member of the discipline inspection department stood up with great difficulty. President, we in the discipline inspection department have no objections. The previous chief was already. Clap, clap, clap. In the silent classroom, Lin Ming was the first to clap and said. In that case, then the first step of the process is fine. As for myself, I really appreciate Lin Yan. I decide the opinion passes. Lin Yan, you will hold the position of chief of the student council's discipline inspection department. As soon as the words fell, the classroom erupted with thunderous applause, everyone clapping. Lin Yan was stunned, and Shen Hua next to him was also stunned. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. What? It passed just like that? He became the chief of the discipline inspection department just like that? Are you kidding me? Lin Ming handed a delicate golden badge to Lin Yan. Lin Yan, from now on, you will be the recognized chief of the student council's discipline inspection department. I hope that in your upcoming work, you can hold on to your original intention and remember your mission. Lin Yan looked at Lin Ming, who had a sincere face, and felt something was slightly off. Looking around, after the applause in the tiered classroom, everyone looked at him with teasing eyes. Even the members of the discipline inspection department on the far right were looking at Lin Yan with pity. They don't think highly of me, do they? They think I will follow in the footsteps of the previous chief? Lin Yan thought expressionlessly as he took the badge from Lin Ming. He pinned it directly on his chest. Once this badge was worn, he was officially a member of the student council. This not only represented responsibility and duty, but also a wealth of resources and special privileges exclusive to this position. From now on, we are all our own. Lin Ming patted Lin Yan's arm, smiling as he said. Lin Yan took half a step back and said word by word. Of course, I will certainly take responsibility and will not allow any rotten pests and scoundrels in the student council. Chapter 45, A person shouldn't be this pathetic. Lin Ming was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said. Of course, this is our responsibility as student council members. After saying some formal words, the meeting is considered over. The student council members began to leave in an orderly manner. Only a dozen members from the Discipline Inspection Department came to say goodbye to Lin Yan at the end. Minister. The leader was the junior student who had just represented the other officers in saying yes. Lin Yan now knew his name. Yuan Kuwei. He was a student from the Dragon Department. Golden 10 stages peak, just one step away from the Diamond Realm. His strength was impressive. Seeing that President Lei Ming seemed to have something else to discuss with Lin Yan, Yuan Kuwei didn't want to linger too long. Minister, according to custom, after you take office, you should meet with the former minister. We'll be leaving now, see you at the hospital tomorrow. Lin Yan heard clearly. Yuan Kuwei enunciated the last three words very clearly. It seemed to imply something. Before he could understand, Yuan Kuwei had already left with the other officers. Beside him, Lei Ming smiled and responded. There is this custom, but it doesn't matter. With the four-school league about to start, the league should be the priority. Lin Yan, however, did not agree. It wouldn't take much effort to go and take a look. Lei Ming's tone had a hint of disdain. Look at what? Whether you can even speak is uncertain. After saying that, he coughed lightly and changed his words. But, if you really want to go, I can accompany you tomorrow. By the way, I almost forgot. Lei Ming slapped his forehead, smiling as he took out a bank card and stuffed it into Lin Yan's chest pocket. This is the student council's benefit, we're all family, no need to be polite. Lin Yan took the card out from his chest and smiled. How much is this? Lei Ming waved his hand nonchalantly. Just 100,000. Lin Yan was secretly shocked. 100,000 was considered just nothing. He didn't know if the student council really had this much money, or if it was embezzled. President Lei, I remember that this card isn't part of the benefits for the minister position. Lei Ming patted Lin Yan's shoulder, laughing. Why are you being so serious, brother Lin? This is an internal benefit. Lin Yan scoffed, giving a cold laugh. He joined the student council and aimed to run for minister for a simple reason. It was for money and resources. However, what he wanted were funds and resources given to him openly by the student office. Not something obtained through such means. Needless to say, he knew. This money was nothing but deducted benefits for officers, inflated activity bills, and misappropriated student council funds. A casual release yielded a 100,000 bank card. He really didn't know how much they had embezzled. Forget it, President. Lin Yan placed the card on the table. Tomorrow I will officially take office. If I encounter such a situation again, I will investigate thoroughly. After speaking, Lin Yan walked slowly out of the tiered classroom. Behind him, Lei Ming looked at Lin Yan's back, squinting his eyes. He picked up the bank card and snapped it in half with a little force. Unappreciative. Walking out of the tiered classroom, Lin Yan was about to return to the dormitory. But he saw Professor Hu at the door, pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. It seemed he was waiting for him. Professor. Lin Yan walked over happily. Hu Fangyuan looked towards the sound, but his gaze fell on the golden badge on Lin Yan's chest, frowning. Student council minister? Which department? Lin Yan was about to answer but was interrupted by Hu Fangyuan raising his hand. No matter which department, there's no benefit for you. If there's a chance, you'd better take off this hat. Lin Yan was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Hu Fangyuan to say this. Why, is there something wrong with the student council? I can receive many resources and subsidies every month. Hu Fangyuan shook his head, his voice still hoarse. It's my fault, I went back to Wancheng Mountain and forgot to tell you these things. Lin Yan paused and hurriedly asked. You went back to Wancheng Mountain? What did you go for? Classes start tomorrow, so of course I'm preparing teaching materials. Hu Fangyuan waved his hand and continued. These aren't important, just remember, don't get involved with the student council. The long-standing atmosphere has been like this, leading by example. The inside is very deep. You don't know how many good students have fallen into it. Just focus on your cultivation, no matter what you see or hear, just pretend to be deaf and mute. Remember that? Feeling the seriousness in Hu Fangyuan's words, Lin Yan frowned but did not speak. Seeing him like this, Hu Fangyuan sighed. Forget it, you'll remember after you suffer a loss once. Tomorrow is the official class, anyway, you are my only student. I have already moved to the bug department teaching building, so come to class if you have time, and if you don't, just focus on your own business. But remember, still the same thing, do not get involved in the student council's matters. If you need anything for your cultivation, tell me now, and I'll help you prepare. Saying this, Hu Fangyuan looked at him with a smile. Don't mind my ghostly appearance now, over the years, I have gathered quite a lot of good stuff. Feel free to ask, I will not refuse. Lin Yan thought seriously for a moment. Last time in the dungeon, he suffered because of the slow progress. Now he needed a high-attack ground unit that could advance quickly to make up for the Titan Giant Ant's shortcomings in ground combat. The Titan Giant Ant was now going down the path of being a meat shield without turning back. Using it to attack would still incur too much loss. I want the corpse of a legendary bloodline beast that excels in attack. Living legendary beasts were too difficult to deal with. Besides, the corpse of the core bug can still be devoured in the same way. The corpse of a legendary beast? Hu Fanyuan clearly did not expect Lin Yan to make such a request. What do you want this useless thing for? Legendary beasts are already rare, their corpses are usually made into specimens for appreciation and are incredibly expensive, only some wealthy people would like them. Even if there are stocks in the school, there wouldn't be anything that is of no benefit for teaching. Seeing Lin Yan's slightly disappointed expression, Hu Fanyuan pondered for a moment and said, "But I can try to help you find one." Hearing there was hope, Lin Yan's face brightened. "Thank you, Professor." The legendary beast corpse he devoured from the Zhao family. It was said to be worth over 10 million. After bidding farewell to Hu Fanyuan, Lin Yan returned to the dormitory. As soon as the three roommates saw Lin Yan returning, they immediately barked like excited dogs. "Oh! Isn't this our Lin the big shot? Student council member, you have to take care of us from now on. Don't forget us when you're rich, brother Yan. Treat. You must treat. I want to eat barbecue. Freshman is being a big shot, work hard in your sophomore year, and maybe you can be a minister in your junior year. Exactly, who knows, you might even aim for the president position. It's settled, today's barbecue has to come out of your pocket. Where's your silver badge? Hurry up and show me. I've heard it even makes sounds when you blow on it." The three quickly got dressed, ready to go out for barbecue. At the same time, they reached out their hands, asking Lin Yan for his badge. "I'm sorry." Lin Yan sighed, looking somewhat disappointed. "I didn't become a council member, nor did I get the silver badge." The three were stunned in unison. Tang Tianyu, who had already sobered up, was also surprised. "That shouldn't be the case, with your strength. Forget it, let's go eat barbecue. I'll treat you." Li Juming and Han Xiaofeng also felt sorry for Lin Yan, patting him on the back. "Let's drink a bit later, don't be too sad. After the barbecue, let's go for foot massages, we'll treat you." Lin Yan nodded, deeply moved, taking out a shiny golden item. "Thank you all, it's settled. By the way, I was elected as the head of the Discipline Inspection Department, here's my golden badge." The dormitory was instantly filled with golden light. The three froze for a moment, looking at Lin Yan in disbelief. Not surprised about the golden badge and being elected minister. A single person shouldn't, and cannot, be so lucky. Chapter 46, If you don't stop, we're going to fight. In the girls' dormitory. This barbecue place has come out with a new package, a 4-person meal for only 89. What a great deal. Bai Xiaoyi was going through food on her phone. She accidentally saw that popular barbecue shop at the school entrance had a cheap package. She immediately shouted in the dormitory. The other two were also food lovers and quickly gathered around to take a look. Zhao Duo was currently reviewing the content for tomorrow's theory class. Hearing this, she also put down her hands and looked over. "Anyway, school starts tomorrow, let's treat ourselves tonight." Bai Xiaoyi swallowed hard. For the sake of delicious food, she could always find various reasons. The other two in the dorm naturally had no objections and looked at Zhao Duo. Among the 4 of them in the dorm, all came from ordinary families. However, Zhao Duo's situation was a bit special. So usually when they went out to eat, Zhao Duo basically didn't go. Over time, they tried to avoid gatherings to prevent Zhao Duo from feeling lonely. "Why don't we just skip it? We don't want barbecue that much anyway." "Right, and their place still has to wait in line, who knows what time we'll finish eating. We have an 8 a.m. class tomorrow, let's just eat something light and sleep." "What about you, Duo?" The few of them looked at each other and spoke one after another. Unexpectedly, Zhao Duo smiled, closed her book, and stood up. "It's fine, let's go eat. I won a lot of money from betting a few days ago, so today it's on me." She had won 10,000 yuan from a recent bet. The others widened their eyes. What was going on? When did Duo become so generous? "Let's skip the treating part, let's go Dutch instead. Let's go quickly, I'm starving. I haven't had barbecue in a long time, I can already smell the aroma." Walking out of the dorm, Zhao Duo deliberately fell behind and took out her phone. Looking at the page still pending friend verification, she mustered the courage to send a message. "Remember I promised to treat you for lunch today? Why did you still pay? Tears.jpg. No reply. Zhao Duo sent another message. "Have you eaten? Want to come out for barbecue? I'll treat. Excited.jpg. Still no response. Zhao Duo sighed, it seemed there was no chance this time. At the school gate. The barbecue stall from last time. Lin Yan took a bite of the free skewers and a sip of the free beer. He let out a satisfied burp, looked at the three who seemed speechless, and asked. Where are we going to wash our feet later? We're still students, is that appropriate? Li Juming said softly. Don't worry, I guarantee it is appropriate. Lin Yan replied, then I'm not going, sounds boring. The three looked at him in confusion. Classes start tomorrow, 8 a.m. is the worst. Tang Tianyu rubbed his face and shouted. The other two sighed in unison. The three of them were all students from superpower majors. Only Lin Yan, who was in a special major, happened to share a dorm with them. By the way, Yan Good, do you have an 8 a.m. class tomorrow? Lin Yan picked up a skewer of kidneys and easily devoured it. No. What about the day after tomorrow? Not that either. How many 8 a.m. classes do you have in a week? Lin Yan thought for a moment, professor who said he lives in the insect department teaching building, I go to class whenever I want. What? The three were shocked in unison. Is there really such a privilege? Is this the treatment of a direct disciple of the sect? Yan Ge, please help me ask. Han Xiaofeng grabbed Lin Yan's hand. Does your insect major still accept students? I want to transfer. Me too. Count me in. The three were enviously jealous. They were all human, so why was the gap so big? Bang! Suddenly, the table next to them made a loud crash and noise. Lin Yan and the others quickly looked over. They saw a table of students beating and kicking another student. The beaten student had glass shards and blood on their head. Seeing a fight, everyone dispersed and kept a distance to watch. The barbecue shop owner came out to take a quick look but had no intention of intervening. Students from Jinwu University were all beast masters. Local law enforcement couldn't control them. Only the Beast Master Association could impose restrictions. In general, such small fights wouldn't be punished by the association. At most, there would be a verbal warning. In the Beastmaster community, strength is respected. If you are bullied, you can fight back. As for whether you can win or not, that depends on your own capability. Sure enough, the beaten student did not choose to resist. Instead, he immediately covered his head and squatted down, clearly someone who often got beaten. A few students who were hitting someone, seeing him act even more arrogant, grabbed his hair. Little turtle, when did you learn to talk back? I told you to buy me a pack of cigarettes, do you dare to ask me for money? You work part-time in the cafeteria every day, don't you know to show some respect to your grandpa? I'll ask you one more time, are you going or not? The beaten student had a vacant look in his eyes, not saying a word. Playing this silent game with me, huh? It's not going to work. The group started punching and kicking him. But he just held his head, enduring it all. At the school gate, a barbecue shop. Zhao Duo was in line. From time to time, she would take out her phone to check if she had received any messages. She also noticed that some people seemed to be fighting, but didn't pay much attention. After all, they were at a barbecue stand, and many people were drinking. Such things happen from time to time. At that moment, Bai Xiaoyi suddenly exclaimed, pointing over there. Look over there, isn't that Li Song from our class? Zhao Duo looked over and saw a boy curled up on the ground, his figure looking somewhat familiar. It really was Li Song. Why is he getting beaten again? His personality is so stubborn, he'd rather take a beating than admit his mistakes. Bai Xiaoyi sighed. People often bully him in class. He never says a word and just lets them bully him. He doesn't resist, nor does he report to the teacher. Zhao Duo looked at Li Song's state and felt a pang of sadness. Because both of them worked part-time in the cafeteria. In fact, she was one of the few in class who talked to Li Song more. Zhao Duo could empathize with Li Song, who came from a poor background, and hesitated for a moment. I'll go help him, he's being bullied too much. A few roommates were startled and quickly stopped her. Duo, don't be impulsive. Did you see those people with silver badges over there? The student council doesn't care and just stands by, we don't need to stick our necks out. Yeah, maybe it'll be over after a while. If you go now, it'll only make things bigger. They held her back tightly. Zhao Duo could only stop in her tracks. Looking at the indifferent crowd around her, even smiling as they watched the commotion. Zhao Duo felt a wave of helplessness. Wasn't she the same? With her last bit of courage extinguished, she could only become a bystander and accomplice. Is there really not a single true hero who will stand up? On the other side, Lin Yan and the others were also filled with anger upon seeing this. This is just too much bullying. Tang Tianyu clenched his fists and slammed them on the table. He couldn't stand this kind of person the most. Li Jueming sighed, saying, "It's normal, fights between beast masters, nobody cares. Just a beating, he's not even resisting, what can we do to help?" Tang Tianyu nodded. He understood this logic too. In the end, people have to rely on themselves. However, what surprised the three was Lin Yan, who was sitting here, didn't seem to have any intention of helping. "Yan Ge, have you had too much to drink?" Lin Yan's face turned slightly red, shaking his head. "No." "Then why? Look at those people." Lin Yan tilted his chin. The three looked over and saw a few students with silver badges, standing with crossed arms, watching coldly. "They are the staff from the disciplinary committee." Lin Yan sneered. "Ordinary students have no obligation to manage this, but they can't escape. The disciplinary committee maintains order and inspects violations, yet they just stand there like wooden dolls. This is neglect of duty." The three were moved inside. Then they remembered that Lin Yan was already the head of the disciplinary committee in the student council. Those silver badge staff were all under his command. At this moment, something changed again over there. One of the students involved in the beating, seemingly drunk, actually ran to a nearby corner, using a cup to scoop something filthy. It looked no different than draft beer. He walked in front of the beaten student, pinched his chin, and grinned wickedly. "You want to pretend to be high-minded? Drink this cup, let's see how you pretend after this." Everyone present gasped and stepped back. This was just too disgusting. Some people didn't have the courage to watch anymore. Lin Yan slapped the table, summoning a Bloodwing Frenzy bee. The stinger aimed at that cup. Just about to launch. Suddenly, a girl stepped forward and shouted, "Stop! I have it on video. Do you believe I will hand it over to the student council's discipline department?" The students who were hitting people were stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Where did this little fool come from, claiming to have recorded it? Did you even turn on the beauty filter? As they spoke, they arrogantly made a peace sign. Discipline department? Look over there, all those people are from the discipline department. Ask them if they dare to interfere with my business? The president of the student council is my cousin. Go ahead and let them try to manage this. The few became even more arrogant. Several members of the discipline department also turned to leave. The girl was anxious and, in a moment of panic, summoned her spirit beast. A pure white phantasm fox appeared. "If you don't stop, we're going to fight." Chapter 47, Take Action. No one gets any face. It's her. In the dim light of the night, Lin Yan finally recognized Zhao Duoduo. It's not that he looked down on female beast tamers. In most cases, female beast tamers are not very determined in battles. If a dispute arose, there's no way these drunk men would be her opponents. No matter what her purpose for approaching him, she currently had no intentions of harming him. He can't treat her as an enemy. Thinking this, Lin Yan summoned several blood-winged frenzy bees, hiding himself in the shadows. If anything happens, he would be ready to take action. On the other side, seeing Zhao Duoduo summon her spirit beast and wanting to make a move, the few of them laughed recklessly and summoned their own spirit beasts as well. I'm dying of laughter. This little fool wants to stand up for this guy? So pretty, why not stop fighting and come over to drink with us, and we'll let this guy go. Hey, isn't this the flirt that Lu Jia has his eyes on? It really is. No problem, Lu Jia is useless now, so it's our gain. Don't go back to school tonight. We'll take good care of you. Under the influence of alcohol, their vulgar words also came out. 5 large spirit beasts had also been summoned. These 5 were second-year students majoring in strength, with beast-taming abilities ranking among the top in their grade. Zhao Duoduo's spirit beast, however, was a weaker psychic type in the early stages. Even if its level was a bit higher than theirs, the difference was still obvious when it was 1 against 5. You! Zhao Duoduo heard their humiliating words and became furious. The white-haired Xiaoyi and others didn't want to escalate the situation. Quickly stepped forward to pull Zhao Duoduo away. Forget it, Duoduo, let's go. We're no match for them. Yeah, at most we can go back and find the teacher and the student council. There's no need to clash with them here. Though they said this, but by this time, the teachers were already off duty. The discipline department enforcers from the student council were right here. But what was the use of that? If she didn't intervene, who knows what these drunken men would do? As classmates, Zhao Duoduo didn't want to look down on her current self in the future. But before Zhao Duoduo could make a move, the others attacked first. Die for me. The five acted together, using all their strength. The massive spirit beasts unleashed various skills. Zhao Duo, despite mustering her courage to stand out, still felt unsteady in her battle spirit. After just a brief hesitation, the phantasm fox was sent flying. Its health was nearly depleted. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoyi and others quickly summoned their own spirit beasts. However, they didn't rush forward to fight those large spirit beasts. Instead, they protected the phantasm fox and retreated. In the heat of battle, spirit beasts couldn't be recalled to their tamer's space. You're pretty temperamental. When it's time to serve us later, remember to be gentle. The few laughed malevolently as they approached, reaching for Zhao Duo. Let go of me. Zhao Duo struggled continuously but was met with a slap to the face. Slap. A student with a flashy crew cut squatted in front of Zhao Duo, his face twisted. Let you act tough. Come on, bring over the holy water and let our class's beauty have a taste. A drunk student pinched his nose and wickedly handed over a cup filled with yellow liquid. Zhao Duo was terrified, continuously retreating until she bumped into a table. The contract spirit beast and the beast master are connected by blood. The illusory spirit fox was seriously injured in an instant. Zhao Duo wasn't feeling well either, her spiritual power surged wildly, causing her to collapse. Bai Xiaoyi wanted to go forward to save her, but was stopped by the others. The student with the buzz cut opened his phone to record, arrogantly raising the cup of holy water. Brothers, watch how this beautiful woman turns into a slut. The others howled and cheered. Just as the cup was lifted high, about to be poured down. Suddenly. Bang! A black thorn, the length of a palm, pierced through. The cup shattered with a loud noise. The yellow liquid mixed with glass shards, spilling all over the buzzcut student. Feeling the pungent stench of urine, the buzzcut student screamed, jumping wildly. The urine-soaked clothes made several nearby diners vomit. Ugh, it smells so bad. Does he have a disease? This smell is disgusting. Get away from him quickly, he might infect you. The crowd stepped back in disgust. Even the others with him stepped back, unsure of what to do. The buzzcut student was furious, roaring at the crowd, who did this? Step up if you have the guts. It was me. Lin Yan moved the moment the bloodwing sting shot out. He pulled Zhao Duo up from the ground. He took off his jacket and draped it over her. As the jacket was removed, the golden badge on his chest became visible. The surrounding crowd was immediately shocked. A golden badge. Is he the president of the student council? Isn't that Lin Yan, the super impressive new student? How did he become the president? No way, he just came here and replaced a president? Don't you remember? The position of the disciplinary committee president has always been vacant. Could it be that he became the president of the disciplinary committee? At that moment, no one cared how deep this position might be. A new student could become the president of the student council. Just that alone was enough to earn their respect. It's you! The buzzcut student wiped the liquid off his face, then disdainfully shook his hand, and angrily said, Do you know who I am? Lin Yan casually scratched his ear and said indifferently, Aren't you the cousin of the student council president? Pretending to be impressive and using someone else's name, how pathetic. You. The buzzcut student was enraged, not knowing how to retort. He had been using his cousin's name to act impressive for years. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. He glanced around, and the looks from the crowd seemed to carry both pity and mockery. The buzzcut student felt a surge of anger rush to his chest and gritted his teeth, saying, Don't think just because you're the scapegoat as disciplinary president that you can act arrogantly. The previous disciplinary president is still lying in the hospital. If you don't want to die, kneel and apologize, then let me have another go at you. I'll let you off for now. Lin Yan laughed directly. Who do you think you are? Just a worthless fool pretending to be powerful. You're not even the student council president, and you're already oppressing classmates. If you became the student council president, wouldn't you go completely out of control? The buzzcut student clenched his fists, lowering his voice. Are you sure you want to humiliate me like this? Then today, this matter will get serious. Lin Yan sneered, Don't talk about me, even if Lei Ming was here, I wouldn't give him any face. If I were afraid of things getting big, I wouldn't have taken this disciplinary position. The crowd was stunned in unison. He really dares to speak like that. This is Lei Ming, the strongest student in the third year. Considering the fourth-year students doing internships, his strength would still rank in the top 3. Such a figure, and he doesn't give him any face at all. The last person who didn't give face is still lying in the hospital, playing dead. The buzzcut student gestured with his hand behind him, signaling others to act. 5 giant spirit beasts now targeted Lin Yan, stirring restlessly. Attack! The buzzcut student roared. His face had been completely lost today. He must find a way to reclaim his honor. Rumble, rumble. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook. A few people stopped, and the 5 huge spiritual beasts also halted their steps. The gasps of the crowd echoed around. Then, thousands of insect-type spiritual beasts surged in instantly. Chapter 48, The Net Breaks? You don't seem to have that qualification, do you? At this time, the entrance of the school was silent. The barbecue shop and nearby diners, students stood still. Because the thousands of ant spiritual beasts, their aura was simply too overwhelming. Each ant spiritual beast was the size of a soccer ball, and thousands spread out. There was almost no place to step. Not only that. Some sharp-eyed people noticed that in midair, not knowing when, there appeared nearly endless wasp spiritual beasts. Their flapping wings stirred up waves of airflow. Everyone knew that this was Lin Yan's army of spiritual beasts. They had seen it in the dungeon. But seeing it in the dungeon and seeing it live were two different things. This dense army of spiritual beasts made people feel utterly incapable of resisting. Zhao Duo stood behind Lin Yan, still draped in his coat, watching the tall yet reassuring back in front of her. She bit her lip, unconsciously leaning closer, gripping Lin Yan's hem. Since childhood, she had been afraid of insects. Whenever she saw the big cockroaches of the south, she would cry in fear. But now, seeing the swarm of insect-type spiritual beasts summoned by Lin Yan, she didn't feel scared at all. Instead, she felt a sense of familiarity. At this moment, Lin Yan stood amidst the tide of insects, like a calm and composed king. Aren't we supposed to make a move? Why have you stopped? As soon as his words fell, the dense insect army advanced another step towards the buzzcut student. The few students felt a chill run down their spines, even the effects of the alcohol wore off. The buzzcut student braced himself and stepped forward, gritting his teeth and said, "Let's end this here today. I won't spice things up with my cousin. From now on, let's keep our distance, how about?" Lin Yan snorted coldly. "I don't think that sounds good. I don't care whether you tell the truth or spice it up. According to the student regulations of Jinwu University, you are suspected of drinking and causing trouble, bullying and harassing classmates, intentionally injuring students' spiritual beasts outside the ring and dungeon. Just these few charges are enough to expel you. After being recorded, the association will also rate a beast master of your character accordingly. Who knows, they might even revoke your beast master status. Once the beast master status is revoked, you cannot legally hold a spiritual beast anymore. Otherwise, what awaits you is imprisonment. Do you really want to drag this down to the point of mutual destruction?" At this moment, the buzzcut student finally realized whom he was dealing with. He was the ruthless person who had hospitalized Lu Jia on the first day of school. Mutual destruction? Lin Yan scoffed, "You shouldn't think you have that qualification yet." After saying that, he ignored the buzzcut student's extremely pale face. He looked at a few disciplinary committee members who wanted to leave but were blocked by the Titan giant ant. As members of the disciplinary committee, pretending to be deaf and mute when encountering violations is dereliction of duty. The few members turned around. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they lowered their heads in shame. The one in front was Yuan Kuei, who had spoken to Lin Yan today. Yuan Kuei, with a bitter face, sighed and said, "Minister, please punish us." They no longer had the pride and condescension of third-year students over first-year students. Instead, they looked like elementary school students who had made mistakes, waiting for the judgment of the teacher. "Of course, you must be punished." Lin Yan waved his hand, looked back at the buzzcut. "But not now. Take him to the student office, there are a few accomplices," explained the situation to the supervising teacher. After finishing, he took off the golden badge in his hand and threw it to Yuan Kuei. Yuan Kuei caught the badge, exhaled, and his eyes gradually became firm. Leading a few members behind him, they escorted the buzzcut and a few committee members away. Yuan Kuei was in the third year, and the few people behind him were also in the third year. Their strength was a level higher than that of the others. A few people naturally dared not act recklessly. The situation came to a close, and the crowd slowly dispersed. Lin Yan recalled the Titan giant ant and the bloodwing crazy bee. Only then did he look back at Zhao Duo. "Are you okay?" Zhao Duo felt as if something had bumped into her heart, thumping wildly. I'm fine." The two were silent for a moment, then spoke simultaneously. "How come you're here?" Zhao Duo paused for a moment, her tone carrying a hint of grievance. "I sent you a message, but you didn't reply. I already said I would treat you to dinner, but you still wanted money from me at noon. I just sent you a message inviting you to dinner, and you didn't reply. Do you think so little of me? As she spoke, 2 lines of crystal-clear tears flowed down Zhao Duoduo's face. Lin Yan panicked instantly. Well, where do I begin? Please don't cry. He wanted to take out a tissue from his pocket. But he realized that as a rough man, he had never developed the habit of carrying tissues. Zhao Duoduo noticed Lin Yan's awkwardness and panic. Calmly, she took out a fragrant tissue from her pocket and handed it to him. Lin Yan took the tissue and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. He then handed the tissue back to Zhao Duoduo, signaling for her to wipe her tears. Zhao Duoduo broke into a smile this time. You're welcome. Lin Yan took out his phone and indeed found 2 unread messages. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he said. I went out to drink with my roommates and didn't check my phone. Zhao Duoduo looked at the nearby barbecue shop. All the diners had left, and the owner and staff were cleaning up. After what had happened, there would be no customers tonight. It seems we can't eat tonight, how about tomorrow? Lin Yan smiled and could only agree. No problem. At this point, there were already very few people outside the school. Lin Yan turned around and saw Tang Tianyu and the others giving him a knowing look, then they left him and walked away together. Unfaithful. Zhao Duoduo also looked back. Bai Xiaoyi and her friends were hiding to the side, waving at her. Clearly, they also didn't plan to go back to the dorm with her. Lin Yan hesitated for a moment and asked. How about I walk you back? He vowed he definitely didn't have any improper thoughts about this girl. Although she was very beautiful, gentle, and had a lovely voice. She was simply not comparable to Qin Ruoyu, who was sharp-tongued and violent. Huh? Why am I comparing these two? Sure. Zhao Duoduo smiled sweetly, her remaining tears on her face still pitiful. Ahem. Lin Yan's face turned red, he quickly turned away. The two walked in front of each other towards the school. On the tree-lined path, the streetlights stretched their shadows lone. Zhao Duoduo followed behind Lin Yan, her head down, stepping on his shadow, occasionally giggling. We're here. Lin Yan stopped. Zhao Duoduo wasn't paying attention and bumped into him from behind. Ouch. Zhao Duoduo rubbed her nose, waiting for a while, but Lin Yan didn't show any other sign. So can I go up now? Lin Yan nodded, yes. Zhao Duoduo felt a bit disappointed as she stepped up the stairs. Just then, she heard the person behind her say, Wait. Zhao Duoduo immediately turned around, her heart fluttering, looking at him. You. Lin Yan pointed at her shoulder. You didn't return my coat. Watching Zhao Duoduo go upstairs. Lin Yan put on the coat, although it was summer, the northern nights were still a bit cold. Just as he was about to head back to the dorm. A chilling voice came from behind him. Lin Yan, what are you doing here? Oh no. It was Qin Ruoyu. Chapter 49, Offering Life. Lin Yan turned around stiffly. Sure enough, he saw Qin Ruoyu behind him. Qin Ruoyu crossed her arms, looking at Lin Yan with an expressionless face. Lin Yan was so embarrassed that he didn't know where to put his hands. Wait, why am I feeling so awkward? Why do I feel like I've been caught in the act? Lin Yan cleared his throat and said. Something happened at the school gate earlier, it wasn't safe for her to come back alone, so I walked her back. Facing Qin Ruoyu's suspicious gaze. Lin Yan straightened his back. Why did you come back so late? Qin Ruoyu resumed her expressionless demeanor, walking past Lin Yan. Why should I care? Watching Qin Ruoyu disappear into the hallway. Lin Yan smacked his lips. A woman's heart is like a needle in the ocean. Back in the dorm. The three of them immediately surrounded Lin Yan, pulling him, asking questions left and right. Lin Yan recalled Qin Ruoyu's eyes earlier, feeling a prick in his heart. He simply said a few words about just being friends or something like that. Late at night. Lin Yan lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Tang Tianyu's snoring came and went. Lin Yan turned over, unable to sleep at all. Thoughts of the upcoming events flooded his mind. The joint exam among 4 schools was about to begin. Lei Ming might come after him because of that buzz cut incident. In less than a month, there would be an exchange competition with the country of Japan. He had a 1,000,000 yuan bet with that sea turtle. No matter what. He must win this competition. As he thought and thought. Lin Yan's consciousness gradually sank, entering the realm of dreams. In the dream. He was with Zhao Duoduo and then walked into the wedding hall. When it was time to enter the bridal chamber. Lin Yan lifted the bride's veil, but the bride turned into Qin Ruoyu. Ha! The sudden change startled Lin Yan awake. When the sunlight shone on his face through the curtains. He realized it was just a dream. Looking at the time, it was already past 10 in the morning. He was the only one left in the dorm, everyone else had gone to class. Lin Yan got up, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and recalled the dream. It wasn't quite a nightmare, and he wasn't afraid of the bride suddenly becoming Qin Ruoyu. As for the feeling, it was more of an unknown bewilderment. He glanced at the time. After getting ready, there wasn't much time left to go to class. Anyway, Professor Hu said, you can go to class whenever you want. Lin Yan remembered something and took out his phone to message Yuan Kuei. Go to the hospital, check on him. This him naturally referred to the former head of the Discipline Inspection Department. He was currently hospitalized at the school's hospital. Yuan Kuei quickly replied. Okay. At the hospital entrance, Lin Yan saw Yuan Kuei, who was already waiting, and walked up to him. Before Lin Yan could speak, Yuan Kuei took out the golden badge and returned it to him. Those from last night have been sent to the student office, and the duty teacher immediately contacted the association. They are currently verifying, and the duty teacher said that once verified, the school will expel them immediately, and the association will also revoke their Beast Master qualifications. Lin Yan nodded, not surprised by this outcome. So many people saw it last night. If no one dared to report it, the matter would just fade away. But Lin Yan got involved as the head of the Discipline Inspection Department of Jinwu University. He directly handed the people over to the student office on the spot. If the school and the association did not respond at all, it would be unjust. The two of them went upstairs together. Yuan Kuei lagged half a step behind Lin Yan and whispered in his ear. Minister, Lu Jia has been discharged and has taken a leave of absence to go home. As for Lu Yu, his mental state is very poor. The school contacted the Lu family. But the Lu family doesn't care. The school can only send him to a mental hospital for treatment. Lin Yan nodded. He was not scared at all about the fate of these two brothers. Nor was he worried that Lu Jia would return to the family and come back for revenge or anything. Those he had already defeated would fall far behind, until they couldn't see his figure anymore. Entering a regular hospital room. As soon as he walked in, Lin Yan smelled the pungent scent of disinfectant. There were 4 patients in the room altogether. Except for the one in the corner who was lying quietly with eyes closed. The other 3 patients were noisy and rowdy. As soon as they saw Lin Yan and Yuan Kuei enter, the 3 immediately froze, falling silent. No other reason, but Lin Yan's face was too recognizable. On the school forum, Lin Yan's popularity had just dropped a bit. Last night, he once again topped the trending searches. Handling the drunken student incident had many people cheering with relief. And the news of Lin Yan becoming the new head of the Discipline Inspection Department had spread throughout the entire school. The 3 patients stared at Lin Yan. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva. When Lin Yan's gaze swept over, everyone quickly looked away, not daring to make eye contact. This man acted with thunderous methods but did not necessarily have a compassionate heart. He was ruthless and spoke little. Yuan Kuei led Lin Yan to the innermost hospital bed. Minister, this is your predecessor. Predecessor? Why does that sound so strange? Lin Yan was taken aback for a moment and finally focused his attention on the patient in front of him. The person was covered in various tubes, their face pale, apparently due to lying down for a long time. The limbs had somewhat atrophied and shrunk. Was this caused by the Minister of the Combat Department? Lin Yan frowned. What was the final handling? That day at the student council, he had still seen the Minister of the Combat Department. He was a burly man. With just one glance at Lin Yan, he left. Yuan Kuei sat by the bed inside. It happened during a battle in the dungeon, and it was ultimately deemed an accidental injury. The Minister of the Combat Department received a school-level punishment and a warning. Lin Yan snorted softly, squinting his eyes, and said nothing. Lu Jia and Lu Yu both suffered too much from the death of their spirit beasts. It was their own problem. It couldn't be blamed on himself. As for Zhao Langtian's death, no one knew anything. The official determination was that he died by the mouth of a monster. It had nothing to do with him at all. At that moment, Yuan Kuei suddenly stood up and said to the other 3 people in the ward, "Get out." The 3 had seen the silver badge on Yuan Kuei's chest since he entered. Without hesitation, they left the ward and even kindly closed the door. Only 2 people were left in the ward, along with the patient lying on the bed. Yuan Kuei was silent for a moment and suddenly pretended to kneel down. However, Lin Yan quickly stopped him. "What are you doing?" Lin Yan was somewhat surprised. "Didn't expect." The calm and sturdy Yuan Kuei suddenly teared up and cried, "The minister is a good person. Whenever a brother in the department has trouble at home, he spares no effort to help. Last year, when I had troubles at home and lost my source of income, I was embarrassed to tell anyone. The minister secretly gave me 20,000 yuan. He thought I didn't know, but I was very clear. The minister is good, lying here, suffering more than death. And those people, however, roam freely, showing off and being arrogant. At this point, Yuan Kuei gritted his teeth. Minister, you are also a good person, and your beast taming talent is the highest I have ever seen. As long as you can take revenge for the minister, I can't speak for others. I, Yuan Kuei, am willing to die for you. Chapter 50, Liability Waiver. Lin Yan was shocked. He didn't expect Yuan Kuei to speak so seriously. Keep your life well, I don't need it. I have no acquaintance with him and won't take personal vengeance for him. Yuan Kuei lowered his head, a bit disappointed and ashamed. But he heard Lin Yan say again, however, since I have taken the position of Minister of the Discipline Inspection Department and am taking resources and subsidies from the Student Affairs Office, I will stand firm against public servants and those who violate laws and regulations. Yuan Kuei was surprised and raised his head. He knew that Lin Yan's words were a veiled agreement. Thank you. Yuan Kuei said softly. Lin Yan pretended he didn't understand. After leaving the hospital, Lin Yan received a message from Zhao Duo. Are we having lunch together later? Lin Yan remembered the strange dream from last night, pulling his neck back as he replied. I have something to do at noon, let's go in the evening. After sending, Lin Yan thought for a moment and added a sentence. It's really something. From last night's perspective, Zhao Duo was a sensitive girl and easily overthought. Soon. Zhao Duo replied quickly. Okay. Cute.jpg. Putting away his phone, Lin Yan bought 2 meals and walked towards the teaching building. Professor who had limited mobility and lived in the remote insect science building, he probably hadn't eaten by this time. Holding 2 meals, Lin Yan arrived at the insect science building. He was instantly stunned. When he came to the insect science building yesterday, it was still desolate and in ruins, covered in weeds and trash. But now, the road was flat and tidy. A clean and tidy classroom. Outside the teaching building, the wildly growing weeds and books. At this moment, they are neatly trimmed. Is this still the insect system teaching building? Did I get lost again? Lin Yan stepped outside and glanced at the sign. It clearly says Insect System Major in bold letters. I didn't get it wrong. Who did this? Lin Yan walked into the teaching building and saw that the desks and chairs in the classroom were clean, spotless. Arriving at the office, the door was open. Hu Fangyuan was sitting at the desk, writing something. Lin Yan politely knocked on the door. Hu Fangyuan looked up, saw Lin Yan come in, and waved his hand. Come in. Lin Yan cheerfully put 2 meals on the table. I don't know what you like to eat, so I bought a bit of everything. Hu Fangyuan glanced at it and said in a hoarse voice. I'm fasting and won't eat anything. Lin Yan was taken aback. Although beast tamers are high-level professionals with extraordinary power. However, after all, this power still relies on contract spirit beasts. Beast tamers themselves are quite fragile. And fasting, a skill that appears in martial arts novels. Does it really exist? Since Hu Fangyuan wouldn't eat, Lin Yan had to eat by himself. Hu Fangyuan was still busy and said. The joint exam among 4 schools starts tomorrow. Although freshmen, sophomores, and juniors will participate, the focus of this joint exam is still on freshmen. Why? Lin Yan asked, mouth full of food and mumbling. Hu Fangyuan continued. Because this joint exam is specifically for the upcoming exchange competition with the Kingdom of the East. In this East Kingdom delegation, there is someone to pay special attention to. That is Yamamoto 12, a freshman from Ping and Jing University. It is said to be the first genius in the East Kingdom in 100 years, invincible across generations. The East Kingdom government organized this delegation just to create momentum for him. Lin Yan nodded. No matter the purpose. He had to achieve victory in this event. Alright, I'll go to the dungeon hall this afternoon. I need to grind a bit. Lin Yan said. Hu Fangyuan looked at him and reminded. With the league approaching, you still need to preserve your strength. He didn't know that Lin Yan could obtain biomass by killing monsters. To him, Lin Yan entering the dungeon now would be wasting his strength. After all, insect soldiers are consumables. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. Lin Yan cleaned up his finished lunchbox. Hu Fangyuan nodded. He knew Lin Yan wasn't the type of student to mess around. He said he knew what he was doing, which meant he had absolute confidence. Walking out of the insect system teaching building, Lin Yan headed towards the dungeon hall. At this time, the school bell rang for dismissal. Students swarmed out, rushing towards the cafeteria. For a moment, the previously quiet campus became crowded. Lin Yan swam against the current, just reaching the entrance of the dungeon hall. But he ran into a familiar face. It was the suited man from the other day, Shen Lei. What a coincidence, Teacher Shen. Lin Yan greeted with a smile and asked. Where's Teacher Zhao? Why didn't you go eat with him? Shenlei, hearing Lin Yan's question, clenched his fists. Zhao Ziwei had just rejected his invitation, and he was feeling quite unhappy. This annoying brat approached him, asking Lin Yan's direction. So, are you going to the dungeon hall? Lin Yan nodded, looking obedient. Yes, it's almost time for the four-school joint exam. I need to prepare well. Shenlei chuckled. You should prepare well. Lin Yan said no more and walked into the dungeon hall. Shenlei watched his back and sneered. With the exam coming, you're still going to the dungeon to waste your strength. You're truly a fool from the insect system, knowing nothing. Now, Lin Yan is even less likely to win. Entering the dungeon hall, Lin Yan approached the staff and said, Give me a key for a golden level dungeon. I will use it myself. The staff recognized this school's celebrity. Aren't you a silver realm? According to the rules, you can only enter silver level instances. Lin Yan frowned, not expecting such a rule to exist. Although silver level instances could be useful, leveling up was a bit slow. After all, his goal wasn't to gain experience in levels, but to collect biomass. He needed a lot of biomass. Endless biomass. After all, to make the insect soldiers as powerful as natural disasters, a huge amount of biomass was required. So, his target wasn't the boss in the instance, but the many low-level monsters ahead. The rewards from the B-level boss couldn't compare to those from the regular monsters. Then, fine. Just as Lin Yan was ready to settle for second best, the staff member suddenly said. Actually, entering the gold-level instance is also possible. You just need to sign a disclaimer. If any accidents happen in the instance, the school will not be responsible. Lin Yan was overjoyed and quickly agreed. Of course. After signing the agreement, Lin Yan took out his student ID and student council identification to complete the process. He smoothly received the key to enter the gold level instance. Then, in the dedicated room for instance activation, he directly entered the instance. At the same time, a new post was rapidly spreading on the school forum. The four-school joint exam is approaching. Lin Yan signs a disclaimer to enter the gold level instance. Chapter 51, Love Will Lower IQ. The news of Lin Yan entering the gold level instance beyond his rank quickly swept across the entire campus like autumn leaves in the wind. Everyone's first reaction upon hearing this news was, Lin Yan has gone crazy. The joint exam for four schools starts tomorrow. Entering an instance now, especially one at a higher level, was like seeking death. Doesn't he want to pass the four-school joint exam? Xiao Yan is just too impulsive. In the second-floor restroom of the Super Ability Teaching Building, Tang Tianyu, Li Jueming, and Han Xiaofeng lit a cigarette inside. Going into an instance right before an exam is even crazier than getting high. The two shook their heads. We were hoping that Brother Yen could win first place in the four-school joint exam and really make us proud. Now it seems there's no chance. Brother Yen isn't usually this impulsive, how could he do something like this? Han Xiaofeng suddenly said. I know. The two turned their gaze toward him. Han Xiaofeng mysteriously and seriously said. It's simple. Because Brother Yen is in love. Love lowers intelligence. Tang Tianyu paused for a moment. Makes sense. The class bell rang. The three turned to leave the restroom, making a turn. They bumped right into a girl. Sorry, I didn't see. Tang Tianyu and the others quickly apologized. It's okay. The girl lowered her head, seemingly in a hurry to go somewhere. Watching the girl leave in a rush, the three felt a bit familiar. I remembered. It's that girl from last night. Han Xiaofeng suddenly exclaimed. Is she also from the Super Ability Academy? Li Jueming frowned. What a coincidence. Tang Tianyu chuckled, Lin Yan really has good fortune with women. I remembered again. Han Xiaofeng exclaimed once more. Li Jueming said impatiently, what now? We already know she's the girl from last night. Han Xiaofeng watched the girl's back disappear before turning to the two and saying. I thought she looked familiar, turns out she's Zhao Duo, the beauty of our super ability department. I heard about her when I just started school. But I heard Lu Jie often looks for her, I don't know what their relationship is. Lu Jie? The two were surprised. Oh no. Li Jueming opened his mouth, is she trying to use a beauty trap? This girl wants revenge on Lu Jie. Although Tang Tianyu was a bit slow, he could guess what came next. Can't beat Lin Yan head-on, so she tries to use this method? That's really despicable. When Lin Yan comes out, we need to explain this to him clearly. On the other side, Zhao Duo walked out of the teaching building, running towards the academic affairs office. Li Song didn't come to class all day today. She thought Li Song went with the student office for an investigation. Unexpectedly, just after the first class in the afternoon, she received a call from the student office. It turns out, Li Song was unwilling to say much about what happened last night. This led to a deadlock in the case proceedings. And Lin Yan and Zhao Duo were the main figures who appeared last night. Lin Yan went into the dungeon, and they couldn't get in touch with him. That's why Zhao Duo was called over, hoping to enlighten Li Song. Zhao Duo frowned. But it wasn't because of Li Song's situation. It was on her way here. She heard that Lin Yan actually went to grind dungeons. And it was a gold-level dungeon. You have to know, even she, a proper sophomore, and a gold-grade beast master. Entering a dungeon alone to level up, she came out in a terrible state. So during class today, the teachers strictly prohibited them from entering dungeons. With such a big deal as the 4-school joint exam, is it really so trivial? Zhao Duo sighed and walked into the student office. Just as she opened the door, a female teacher in a fitted dress, with an explosive figure, walked out. You must be Zhao Duo. Zhao Duo was taken aback and quickly nodded, yes, teacher. Zhao Ziwei brushed her hair and smiled. Don't be scared, just go in and talk to Li Song. Don't worry, the evidence is sufficient, it's just a matter of how fast the case is processed. After saying that, Zhao Ziwei stepped away in high heels, leaving behind a fragrant breeze. I hope I can become such an outstanding woman in the future. Zhao Duo sniffed and walked into the office. Zhao Ziwei walked down the stairs, the high heels clicking. A teacher quickly rushed up, saying, Teacher Zhao, the parents of the 2 students involved have arrived. They want to see you. Zhao Ziwei was the deputy director of the student office, and she was handling this matter. In such cases, as long as the understanding of the involved parties is obtained, things can be minimized or maximized. Not seeing them, Zhao Ziwei didn't look back and didn't slow down her steps. Tell them to go back where they came from, and do not let them meet the involved parties. When did the school security become so lax that outsiders can enter? She said calmly. The teacher understood Zhao Ziwei's attitude. He called a few security guards to go upstairs. Zhao Ziwei walked toward the dungeon hall. Stupid kid, really got too high on himself. With the exam tomorrow, he still dares to enter a dungeon, just wait and see how I deal with you. Gold-level dungeon, Crimson Sun Desert. The sun was blazing. The red ground stretched for miles. Lin Yan stood in the boundless, utterly barren desert. He used his hand to shield his forehead, trying to block some sunlight, but it was of no use. Isn't this a dungeon? Why does it feel so real? The dungeon was already more than halfway through. Lin Yan was already barely holding on. Of course, it wasn't that his strength was lacking. But it was just too hot. At this moment, his Titan giant ants and Bloodwing swarm had both reached 10,000. The maximum number of insect soldiers was 20,000, and there was not a single surplus left. Moreover, the biological material surplus also reached over 15,000. It can be said, even if all his insect soldiers died in battle now, he could summon an army of insects comparable to the earlier numbers in a second. The insect disaster had begun to take shape. Lin Yan stood in the desert, watching the insect soldiers and beasts fighting in the distance. The kill information popped up before him. You successfully killed a level 20 beast, bandage mummy, biological material plus 40, experience plus 800. You successfully killed a level 20 beast, bandage mummy, biological material plus 40, experience plus 800. Awesome. If it weren't for the weather being so hot, Lin Yan would really want to live in this dungeon. These beasts have one characteristic. That is, they can resurrect. Not far away was the boss lair, a pyramid. Inside, mummies kept pouring out endlessly. This kind of beast had lower health and defense compared to other beasts of the same level. Even the meat shield Titan giant ants. Killing them isn't very exhausting. This dungeon is simply a perfect fit for Lin Yan. I wonder if I can claim this dungeon key for myself. Lin Yan licked his lips. However, this thrilling battle is about to end. In the distance, the pyramid shook. The doors to the main tomb opened. Finally, the final boss, the pharaoh mummy, sat up from the coffin. When enough mummies are killed, the boss will awaken. Roar. The earth-shattering roar stunned all the mummies in the area. Then they unleashed an incredibly fast attack speed. The death messages of the Titan giant ants increased rapidly. Lin Yan snorted and directly exited the dungeon. The dazzling light before him gradually faded away. Chapter 52, The Balancing Arena. In the dungeon hall, Lin Yan sat in the dungeon activation room. After a bit of rest, actually, he was enjoying the air conditioning. He glanced at his system panel. Nest host, Lin Yan. Realm, silver level 6. Nest level, 1. Core function, devour any product containing genetic information to breed fusion insect type warriors. Starting ant soldier types, Titan giant ant, Bloodwing mad bee. Insect soldier count, 20,000/20,000, Titan giant ant 10,000, Bloodwing mad bee 10,000. Biomass remaining, 15480. Lin Yan was quite satisfied with the current panel. As soon as he opened the door, there stood an incredibly beautiful woman outside. High heels, black stockings, a form-fitting skirt, a low-cut top, big waves. Lin Yan's gaze traveled from the bottom to the top, until he saw that familiar face adorned with exquisite makeup. He finally belatedly greeted her. "Hello, Teacher Zhao." Without that charming purple dress on, Lin Yan almost didn't recognize her. "Not very good." Zhao Ziwei gave Lin Yan a mild reprimand and asked, "Tomorrow is the joint exam for the 4 schools, what are you still messing around with here?" "Messing around?" Lin Yan was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "I'm leveling up in the dungeon for tomorrow's exam." Zhao Ziwei replied irritably. "Entering the dungeon at such a high level and messing up your condition, how can you compete properly? Don't forget, you have a bet with someone, if you lose, I will be embarrassed too." Lin Yan was puzzled. "Isn't Xinlei your childhood friend? It seems he is the one who would be embarrassed if he loses." Zhao Ziwei was momentarily speechless. For a long while, she couldn't find her voice. Lin Yan could feel the air becoming thick and heavy. At that moment, a savior appeared. Xinlei, who knew when, had also arrived at the dungeon hall. Upon seeing Zhao Ziwei and Lin Yan standing together, his face darkened. "Ziwei, why are you here?" He had no classes in the afternoon and came specifically to watch Lin Yan make a fool of himself. Ideally, he wanted to see Lin Yan emerge from the dungeon in a humiliating state. He could then relish in mocking him. However, to his surprise, he saw Zhao Ziwei there. And Zhao Ziwei was dressed so provocatively. When they went out together before, Zhao Ziwei always dressed very modestly. This stark contrast irritated Xinlei. "Can't I be here?" Zhao Ziwei glanced at Xinlei, somewhat perplexed. She had never liked Xinlei since she was small. He was petty and spineless. It was only because their families were close that she had to grow up with him. Xinlei forced a smile through his unsightly expression. No, of course you can. I also heard that Lin Yan was in the dungeon, so I specially came to check on him. All the teachers at school received notifications today reminding students not to enter the dungeon." "What, didn't Lin Yan get the notice?" "Oh, I almost forgot, Lin Yan's teacher is that, what's his name, Hufang Yuan. The teacher only brags about being invincible among his peers back in the day, and the student has picked up this bad habit. It's really laughable." Hearing Xinlei actually ridicule his teacher, Lin Yan's expression darkened. "If we were at the same level, I could beat you like a dog, believe it or not." Xinlei's eyes widened in shock. Zhao Ziwei was also a bit surprised. She didn't expect Lin Yan to be so bold in his words. Without the slightest mercy. "What did you say?" Xinlei's face twisted slightly. Being mocked by a child in front of the woman he cherished was more painful than being killed. A mere freshman in the insect system actually dares to speak to a teacher like this, outrageous. Xinlei shouted angrily. His spiritual power surged, showcasing his master-level strength. Even without summoning a spirit beast, Lin Yan, a mere silver-level beast master, could not withstand it. Put. Lin Yan nearly spewed out blood but managed to hold it back. However, a trace of blood still oozed from the corner of his mouth. "Xinlei, have you gone crazy?" Zhao Ziwei quickly shielded Lin Yan, fearing Xinlei would further harm Lin Yan. Seeing Zhao Ziwei stand by Lin Yan, Xinlei's anger reached new heights. "Ziwei, this wet-behind-the-ears kid is too arrogant, disrespecting his elders. I just made a slight move to punish him, there's no need to overreact. I'll pay the medical fees, whatever this poor kid wants, I will give." Xinlei sneered. He had already investigated Lin Yan's background. Both of Lin Yan's parents were ordinary workers, and they lived in an old district's resettlement housing. Having hit a stroke of luck to get into Jinwu University, he had won a few matches by relying on his strange talent. Did he really dare to look down on him, the teacher who returned from studying abroad? 5,000 for you, that should be enough for 2 months of living expenses. Seeing Lin Yan not speaking and just staring blankly at him, Xinlei felt a certain unease in his heart. Not enough? Haha, what about 10,000? Lin Yan still didn't say a word. Xinlei was getting a bit angry. He had merely used spiritual power to shock him a bit, at most, he had some internal damage and bleeding. With today's medical technology, treating it casually would cost at most $1,000. Was this kid really so greedy? Just as Shenlei was about to raise the price again, Lin Yan finally spoke. I don't want the money, I only have one condition. Let's fight once on the Tianping arena. Wow! The crowd around erupted in response. A freshman actually dared to challenge a teacher? Although the Tianping arena would suppress both sides to the same level. However, after all, that was a master-level beast master. The combat experience and skill count could not be compared to a silver-level student. You want to fight me? Shenlei nearly laughed out loud. Forget it, if I win, others will say I bullied you. Lin Yan sneered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious. Shenlei had just been using his power to intimidate. A master beast master directly attacking a newcomer at the silver level. The onlookers' gazes towards Shenlei changed. Some people began to whisper among themselves. The news of Shenlei studying abroad in the East Japan had also spread. What kind of place is East Japan? It could be said that almost everyone present despised this country. A dog studying abroad in East Japan, actually bullying someone here. Although I don't particularly like Lin Yan, all of his victories are fair and square. Haven't you noticed? Lin Yan has always challenged strong opponents in these arena and dungeon matches, he has never bullied the weak. Indeed, in terms of character, he is much stronger than Shenlei. In my opinion, even if he goes to the Tianping arena, Lin Yan might not lose. That's right, Lin Yan grows stronger against stronger opponents, let's fight him. Let's fight him. The students watching had already begun to cheer. Shenlei's face turned ugly, and he found himself in a difficult position. Fighting against a student in the arena. Winning wouldn't bring him glory. Losing, how could he continue to stay in school? Chapter 53, Night Demon Hound. Then let's do it. Shenlei was determined. In front of so many people, he could not back down. In the world of beast masters, being weak is a sin. Being cowardly is even worse than being weak. And he did not believe Lin Yan could defeat him. What mattered if he was a genius from the country? He had come back from studying in the strong East Japan. The smoke of battle moved from the dungeon hall to the arena hall. At this moment, the students without classes also followed in a crowd to the arena hall. The students challenging the teachers was a spectacle. It is something rarely seen on normal days. The two individuals stepped onto the balance arena. The crowd in the hall instantly erupted with excitement. Just as the two stood on opposite sides of the arena, preparing to enter the stage, Zhao Ziwei, who had been silent all the way, suddenly said, "This is unfair." All eyes in the crowd immediately turned to her. Lin Yan has just come out of a dungeon, and he was even knocked to the ground and spat blood by Shenlei. Even though the balance arena suppresses the realms of the two to be equal, what about their battle experience and skills? This match is not fair. In fact, Zhao Ziwei knew that she could not argue with Lin Yan. This match was destined to happen. However, by saying these words now, she hoped Shenlei would know to back down. And even if Lin Yan were to lose, everyone wouldn't mock him for being weak. The crowd listened to Zhao Ziwei's words. They all nodded in agreement. They thought so too. Shenlei was now fuming with anger. He never expected his childhood friend would actually speak for his opponent. What does this guy have that makes everyone support him so much? I am a genius who studied abroad in the East, how can he, a greenhorn, compare to me? Alright, since it's like this, I will cripple him. Let's see if you all still protect him. In the world of beast tamers, it's survival of the fittest. If Lin Yan were to be crippled, even if he was popular now, no one would care about him. He would gradually lose attention and become a nobody. At that time, he could do whatever he wanted. Thinking this, Shenlei revealed a cruel smile at Lin Yan before walking into the arena and disappearing. What's this fool so happy about? Lin Yan looked at Shenlei, who had already entered the arena, feeling somewhat speechless. Then he stepped in as well, entering the arena. The light in front flared up. When it dissipated, Lin Yan found himself in a flat grassland. Shenlei stood opposite him, still sporting that silly grin. At this time, Shenlei's realm had already been suppressed to the silver realm by the balance arena. This was the same as Lin Yan. Summon your bugs. Shenlei sneered, raising his hand. A pitch-black spirit beast with wings appeared. Come out, Yasha dog. Although the name of the spirit beast contained the word dog, it was not much related to a dog at all. It walked upright, with a pair of bat wings on its back, and its face was hard to discern, appearing quite fierce. My Yasha dog is an epic quality spirit beast. It even carries a hint of legendary bloodline. Lin Yan ignored him and pointed his arm forward. In an instant, a dark hole appeared, filled with countless creatures that almost occupied the entire grassland. Shenlei's eyes widened suddenly. The Yasha dog also became a little restless. In the next second, countless Titan giant ants and bloodwing frenzy bees surged out of the dark hole. There was no sound, but this silence shocked everyone. This quantity, surprisingly more than before. This is terrifying, there must be over 10,000. Although their aura is not very strong, but this number is way too much. How to fight? It just depends if Xinlei can maintain his spirit power. If the Yasha dog has strong area skills, maybe there's still a chance. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Some were optimistic about Lin Yan, while others favored Xinlei. Each held their own opinion. Xinlei felt a shock in his heart but quickly calmed down. Just a bunch of bugs, those students are panicking. I'm a teacher who studied abroad in the East, you think this little scene can scare me? Once this thought crossed his mind, Xinlei took the lead in launching an attack. The Yasha dog is a psychic-type spirit beast. Although Xinlei's realm is suppressed to the Silver Realm now, his talent is Fountain of Magic, meaning his spirit power is naturally much higher than others. Zhao Ziwei was right. Psychic-type spirit beasts are the strongest types in the late stages, not only reflecting in spirit power and skills. It also relates to battle experience. Especially for psychic types, which require a lot of skill to operate. Xinlei, although he had little combat experience, had a solid theoretical foundation. The cooldown of various skills, the timing of release, the combination of combos. He had them all memorized. Yasha dog, shadow clone technique. Xinlei gave the command, and the spiritual energy surged. The figure of the Yasha dog instantly split into 12. Each Yasha dog possessed a bit less spiritual energy than the one before. Sure enough, it's still just a silver mirror. If I used all my strength, I could probably have over 100 clones. But these will be enough to deal with this garbage bug swarm. Lin Yan saw the dozens of clones of Yasha dogs and snorted coldly. Want to compare numbers with me? Then let's see who has more. Blood rain pouring. The Bloodwinged Frenzy skill was unleashed, and it began with a powerful strike. 10,000 Bloodwinged Frenzies darkened the sky. At the same time, they aimed their stingers at the dozen of Yasha dogs. The next second, a dense swarm of stingers shot towards the dozen Yasha dogs. The stingers covered all areas. It could be said that the Yasha dogs had nowhere to hide. Humph. Trivial skills. Xinlei coldly huffed and released his second skill. Black Dark Ghost Fire. Dozens of Yasha dogs flew up and formed a circle. They spewed out black flames from their mouths. The flames formed a fiery shield, incinerating all incoming stingers. Ha ha, this trick doesn't work anymore? Xinlei laughed heartily. He had seen Lin Yan's battle video. It was this very move that had easily wiped out sophomore Lu Jia. But this time, he easily neutralized it. Now it's my turn. Yasha dog, Black Dark Shuriken. Once the black flames burned away all the stingers, the dozens of Yasha dogs moved again. Black spiritual energy gathered in their hands, gradually forming the shape of a short sword. Then, the dozens of Yasha dogs simultaneously threw their shurikens towards the swarm of blood-winged frenzies. The black shurikens grew larger as they flew, reaching lengths of over 10 meters. There were too many blood-winged frenzies to dodge. In an instant, those hit or grazed by the shurikens exploded into clouds of blood mist. Seeing this, Lin Yan frowned. He was contemplating a way to break the deadlock. He knew that high-level psychic beasts were troublesome. But he didn't expect their early combat power to be so strong. Besides, from Xinlei's appearance, it was clear that he still had plenty of spiritual energy left. Wanting to break through to the Yasha dogs for close combat, the blood-winged frenzies definitely can't make it. The Yasha dogs are flying so high, and the Titan giant ant can't reach them. Lin Yan squinted, thinking of a plan. Chapter 54, Defeating Xinlei. Since the blood-winged frenzies couldn't win, and the Titan giant ant couldn't reach them, then why not combine them? Descend. Lin Yan pressed down his hand and issued the command. The remaining few thousand blood-winged frenzies, which had been killed by shurikens, quickly fell. They landed among the Titan giant ant swarm. At Lin Yan's signal, each blood-winged frenzy grabbed a Titan giant ant and slowly flew up. What is this? Playing fusion? Xinlei sneered. At this moment, more than half of the spiritual energy in his body remained. Moreover, his innate talent was accelerating the recovery of spiritual energy. To him, these bugs were just fish waiting to be slaughtered. Even if he could eliminate them all, he was still very curious and wanted to see what trick Lin Yan was up to. I didn't expect Xinlei to be so strong. Strong? What's the skill in a master-level teacher bullying a student? Exactly, and Xinlei's spirit beast relies heavily on operations. For a beast master at his level, lacking experience is impossible. No wonder, look at how well these two skills connect. Just don't know if Lin Yan can handle it. I think it's very unlikely. After all, the skill and experience gap is too large. Yeah, just now Lin Yan's skill could have directly taken out the golden level Lu Jia, but it was easily blocked by Shenlei. Shenlei, this despicable dog that admires foreign powers. Hey, what does Lin Yan want to do? Everyone expressed their own opinions. Then, on the big screen, they saw Lin Yan directing the Bloodwing Frenzy Bees to lift the Titan Giant Ant. Watching the Bloodwing Frenzy Bees rise higher and higher, flying all the way above the Nightshade Hound, Lin Yan felt a bit anxious, not knowing if his method would work. Let it down. The order was issued. The Bloodwing Frenzy Bees directly dropped the Titan Giant Ant they were holding. Soon, thousands of Titan Giant Ants fell freely. Like raindrops, they fell towards the ground. But the dozen or so Nightshade Hounds were also within the range of the raindrops. Ants began to fall on the Nightshade Hounds. 1, 2, 3. Immediately after, all the Nightshade Hounds were covered in Titan Giant Ants. The Titan Giant Ants began to bite at the bodies of the Nightshade Hounds. The blood of the Nightshade Hounds also started to slowly decrease. A genius. There's actually such a combat method. Amazing, superpowered spirit beasts are basically easy to defeat. Since long-range attacks are ineffective, then close combat must work. What is this? Integrated combat in an open space? The Nightshade Hounds are starting to lose blood. Lin Yan is awesome. Wait, no. Look at Shenlei's expression, is he grinning? Not good, Shenlei must have a trick up his sleeve. Sure enough. Seeing this scene, Shenlei was not flustered at all, instead, he laughed out loud. Do you think you are very clever? Don't you know that superpowered spirit beasts are best at control skills? As soon as he finished speaking, Shenlei's spiritual energy erupted, releasing his skill again. Dark Abyss Shock. Dozens of Nightshade Hounds immediately showed signs of spiritual energy explosion. Layer upon layer of ripples directly shook the Titan Giant Ants off their bodies. Even the Titan Giant Ants continuing to fall could no longer land on the Nightshade Hounds. Haha, do you see the gap between us? Even if we are on the same level, you are definitely no match for me. Shenlei pointed at Lin Yan, laughing loudly. Thinking to himself, this should help restore some image in Zhao Ziwei's heart. You think you're too clever? Lin Yan said coldly. Shenlei was taken aback, then mocked. Out of tricks, and now you're just talking nonsense? Facing death, you still want to be stubborn. Let me see if I can kill all your bugs. Will you still be stubborn? Shenlei looked up at the Nightshade Hounds in the air, ready to release his skill again to wipe out all of Lin Yan's bugs. Suddenly, Shenlei was horrified to discover the useless ant spirit beast had unexpectedly given off a red glow. And the Dark Abyss Shock still releasing from the Nightshade Hounds actually became ineffective against these ants radiating red light. Those ant spirit beasts crawled back onto the Nightshade Hounds, continuing to bite. And this time, the biting speed was even faster. The Nightshade Hound's blood decreased even more quickly. What is going on? What did you do? Shenlei felt a chill run up his back, looking at Lin Yan. Lin Yan laughed coldly. What's wrong? Does Teacher Shen think that weak bug-type spirit beasts do not deserve to have skills? This is the skill of the Titan Giant Ant, Rampage. Shenlei was taken aback. He never expected that the Titan Giant Ants with their skills activated could be immune to control. This is too abnormal. This was unlike any bug-type spirit beast he had ever seen. With so many numbers, having both long range and close combat, high health and close combat and immune to control. How could he fight? Shenlei's brain raced, thinking about how to use reasonable skills to break the situation. But after brainstorming for a while, he couldn't find any skills to counter these pesky bugs. Just as he was struggling to think, the situation changed again. The Titan Giant Ants ripped at the wings of the Nightshade Hounds. Dozens of Nightshade Hounds began to plummet, landing on the ground. Now, the remaining Titan Giant Ants no longer needed to fly into the sky to fight. Countless Titan Giant Ants charged towards the Nightshade Hounds, watching the health of the Night Dog rapidly decrease. At this moment, Shenlei suddenly remembered and hurriedly recalled more than a dozen avatars, transforming into the Night Dog. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan caught him off guard. He actually made him forget to recall the avatars to avoid damage. I was careless. Shenlei was drenched in sweat. At this time, the Night Dog's avatars dissipated, and the main body's health also reached its limit. Although the Titan Giant Ant, in the role of a meat shield, had weak combat power, but it couldn't withstand constant scraping. Shenlei knew he had already lost. The Night Dog was a spirit beast contracted during his study abroad in the East Yen. It was expensive and held great significance for him. He didn't want such a precious spirit beast to be lost so foolishly here. although he felt very unwilling. But the deep forest still made the most correct decision now. He reached out to press the surrender button to exit the arena. A flash of light passed by. Both sides immediately disappeared from the arena. They appeared in the hall. Unexpectedly. This competition ended so hastily. And it ended with Shenlei, the teacher, surrendering. The atmosphere in the hall was instantly ignited. Everyone discussed vigorously. Oh my, Lin Yan actually won, Shenlei surrendered. Wasn't it said that Shenlei is a master of tactics? Is this all? It's just empty talk, he's good in theory, but in real combat, it's just like this. Shenlei, I know him, my brother was classmates with him, but they lost contact after he studied in the East Yen. What do you mean? Shenlei has always been fond of foreign things. His grades were average in the East Yen, and he got his diploma by flattering the locals, even getting a job at our school through connections. I didn't expect he was this kind of person, really disgusting. Listening to everyone's discussions. Shenlei's face was ashen, looking extremely bad. Chapter 55, the four-school joint exam begins. On both sides of the arena. Both of their spirit beasts had been recalled. Shenlei looked at the severely injured night dog in the beast space, feeling furious. Although his spirit power was suppressed in the arena. But the night dog's injuries were real. This was a precious spirit beast from the East Yen, how could it? Shenlei glared at Lin Yan in hatred. How could he, a returning assistant professor, lose to a student? How could he endure this? The mocking eyes and scathing words around him were like steel needles stabbing into his heart. You wait for me. Shenlei left a harsh word and walked away without even greeting Zhao Ziwei. Lin Yan looked at Shenlei's somewhat embarrassed figure, feeling extremely pleased. This guy had been targeting him everywhere because of Zhao Ziwei. Even dragging Professor Hu into it. Unable to endure any longer, there was no need to endure. Although thousands of blood-wing frenzies and hundreds of Titan giant ants were lost. But it felt great. At this moment, Zhao Ziwei walked over, her face filled with worry. Are you okay? Lin Yan shook his head. I'm fine, you should be concerned about him. Wondering if Shenlei would be so angry that he'd spit blood from being defeated by a student. Seeing Lin Yan's indifferent look, Zhao Ziwei sighed. She regretted a bit that day for carelessly involving Lin Yan in her issues with Shenlei. Shenlei was so petty. Today, after losing face to Lin Yan, who knows how he would target Lin Yan in the future? It seemed she had to keep a closer eye on Lin Yan from now on. Be a little more careful when you don't have class in the future, I will visit you often. After all, Lin Yan was a cadre of the student council and was also managed by the student office. Lin Yan came to his senses, not understanding what Zhao Ziwei meant. Just as he wanted to ask again. Zhao Ziwei had already walked away in her high heels. After leaving the arena hall, Lin Yan looked at the darkening sky. He chose not to return to the dormitory but went back to the instance hall instead. Because of the upcoming four-school joint exam tomorrow, there were already not many people in the instance hall. As soon as Lin Yan walked in, he just happened to run into that staff member from the afternoon. The person looked at Lin Yan in surprise. Why are you back again? Aren't you going to the arena hall? Lin Yan smiled and said. I came back after winning. Won? The staff's eyes widened in disbelief. She had seen it with her own eyes. Lin Yan had clashed with an assistant professor and agreed to duel in the arena. That was an assistant professor. A Grand Master level beast master. How did you return so perfectly unharmed? I need the copy I entered this afternoon. Lin Yan held out his hand, asking for the copy key. The staff was taken aback and asked. You still want to enter the copy? She thought Lin Yan had forgotten something and came back to get it. Here, it's this. The staff handed Lin Yan the familiar copy key. But you must be careful, we closed the door at 10. It's already past 8, you have to come out in an hour. Lin Yan frowned, an hour wasn't enough to gain much experience. What time do you open tomorrow? 6 o'clock. The staff said, and then realized. Are you going to stay here overnight? She had heard of internet cafes being open all night, but had never heard of a copy being open all night. But this doesn't conform to regulations. The staff looked a bit troubled. I'm just leveling up before the exam, not doing anything wrong. Lin Yan took out his golden badge. The staff naturally knew Lin Yan's identity. Fine then, I'll come early tomorrow, just pull the alarm if anything happens. The staff left. The copy hall had few people, so she just turned off the lights. It was pitch dark. Lin Yan took out the key and walked into the room. He directly entered the copy, Crimson Sun Desert. Time to level up. The next morning, very early. Apart from the seniors doing internships, Elite students from all grades gathered in the school square. Each grade selected about 20 students. Only one major was an exception, which was Lin Yan from the insect system major. Everyone felt anxious inside. Because the four-school joint exam was about to begin. They all wanted to achieve good results and qualify for the upcoming exchange contest with East Ing. That exchange contest would be broadcast globally. If they had any achievements, they would truly stand out. Not to mention the massive resources and money sponsored by the school and association. Just this honor alone. No one could refuse it. Where's Lin Yan? Where did Lin Yan go? The teacher in charge of this exam shouted with the list in hand. The students from the other majors had arrived. Only Lin Yan from the insect system major was missing. The first-year student unit. Students looked around, searching for Lin Yan's figure. Tang Tianyu, Li Jueming, and Han Xiaofeng also searched. A familiar student from the next dorm asked. Old Tang, where's that Lin Yan from your dorm? Is he too scared to come? Tang Tianyu rolled his eyes. Shut up, Lin Yan didn't return to the dorm last night, he must have gone to prepare for the exam. Nearby students burst into laughter. Prepare for what? Last night I saw him go to the copy hall, he must be trying to use just entering the copy and not being in good shape as an excuse to dodge the exam. I thought it was something serious, turns out he's a tiger in internal fights, but a mouse in external ones. Ha ha ha, that's too vivid an analogy. A group of people laughed. Anyway, Lin Yan probably wouldn't come, and they weren't scared anymore. Originally, they were all geniuses from various provinces and cities. But unexpectedly, after coming to school, they found themselves overshadowed by Lin Yan alone. All the glory went to him. Even the freshman flowers seemed to be quite close to Lin Yan. This led to many people feeling unbalanced inside. Has Lin Yan arrived? The lead teacher asked again as a routine, and then marked a cross in her notebook. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. Here! Lin Yan is here! Teacher, wait a moment, Lin Yan has arrived. The lead teacher looked up. From a distance, she saw a student walking leisurely, not in a hurry at all. About the name Lin Yan. He has been the talk of the town these days. Since the start of the school year, he has stirred up quite a few events. Just yesterday, he defeated an assistant professor from the superpower system. Teachers love students with strong talents, but they dislike students who disrespect their teachers. And Lin Yan's talent. It seems to have little room for development. He wins with a strategy of sheer numbers. Many teachers scoff at this. There are 30 seconds left. The lead teacher frowned and looked at his watch. Once the time is up, he will immediately cancel Lin Yan's qualification. Lin Yan, hurry up! Tang Tianyu shouted. Lin Yan seemed to not hear him at all. So slow. Tang Tianyu, being impatient, couldn't help but summon his spirit beast, Holy Pattern Kuei-nyo. He drew upon his spiritual power and released an acceleration skill. He dashed to Lin Yan's side. Get on the bull. Chapter 56, 3 Rules of Engagement. Get on the bull? Lin Yan looked at the hurrying Tang Tianyu. And the Holy Pattern Kuei-nyo under him. Do you think you're a Lamborghini? He said this, but Lin Yan still felt a bit envious. After all, most people's spirit beasts can be used as mounts. The coolest are still dragon-type spirit beasts. Dragon knights are truly magnificent. But Lin Yan's insect-type spirit beast, the giant titan ant, is only the size of a soccer ball. How can he ride that? Is he supposed to step on a few? That would be like Neza. Insect System, Major Class 1, Lin Yan, reporting. The lead teacher stared at his watch and sighed. He didn't expect the last 3 seconds would have Lin Yan rushing over. Regroup. Since Lin Yan was the only student in the insect system, there was naturally no formation. He might as well stand with Tang Tianyu in the formation of the superpower system. Alright, now that everyone is here, I'll just say a few simple words. The lead teacher didn't care about this small interruption and began to speak about today's schedule. Later, we will take a bus to our examination site at the Wailing Prison Mountain. Many local students turned pale upon hearing this name. Other classmates asked in confusion. What's wrong? Is Wailing Prison Mountain a terrifying place? The local students nodded in despair. Wailing Prison Mountain is a monster-restricted area. In the Central Zone, there are said to be monsters over level 50. Monsters over level 50? Doesn't that mean only a king-level beast master can suppress them? Exactly. With our crew of silver-level newbies, going in is just courting death. What's to be done? I still want to live to fight those little devils from the east. I don't want to die in a restricted area. The lead teacher was pleased to see the students' reactions. Everyone, don't worry. Although there are high-level monsters in Wailing Prison Mountain, we will only be conducting assessments on the outskirts. The highest level of monsters on the outskirts will not exceed level 30, everyone can rest assured. Moreover, for everyone's safety during this assessment, each student is equipped with an emergency transmitter. If you encounter irresistible danger, pressing the emergency transmitter will take you to a safe zone. However, using the emergency transmitter is deemed as quitting the assessment. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Wow, if we have to use the emergency transmitter, this time it's really going to be a life and death struggle. I guessed it, this must be a survival assessment. Hey buddy, what's a survival assessment? You don't know this? Ever played PUBG? The top talents from 4 schools are randomly dropped into the wilderness and ranked according to their elimination order. Wow, that sounds thrilling. Thrilling? If luck runs out and you bump into Lin Yan, you might just be eliminated in the first wave. The lead teacher smiled and told everyone. I hear some students have already guessed correctly. That's right, this joint exam among the 4 schools adopts the survival assessment model. The last one standing is the strongest. However, since students from all 4 schools will be present, it will be a mixed bag. Our own students and alumni from Jinwu University should help each other when encountering difficulties. The lead teacher said this. But he understood in his heart. No one will help the person who is destined to be an enemy on this battlefield where rankings are decided. Even if he is his own classmate. At this moment, everyone. No one mocked Lin Yan coldly anymore. This is a killing god. Not to say anything else, dealing with this group of freshmen is like child's play. Yen Gu, we've entered the assessment, please spare us. I just want to follow Yen Gu, not asking for first or second place, just entering the top 100 is enough. I see the student representatives from the other 3 schools, they are all just a bunch of useless chickens. How can they compare to our Yen Gu? Exactly. Our Yen Gu is the best among the 4 universities, the #1 expert. Yen Gu leads us, let's fight them together. The students from the superpower department, close to the water platform. They showered Lin Yan with flattery in their own team. Even students from the adjacent team came to make friends with Lin Yan. Among them were the talented freshmen from various departments, the ones who were selected as freshman representatives. The more than 10 people who once pledged loyalty to Lin Yan. They also left their own teams and gathered around Lin Yan. Once we enter the testing location, when the signal gun goes off, everyone must listen to Yen Ji's command. Whoever dares to hesitate, to join forces with students from other schools to deal with Yen Gu, don't blame us for being ruthless. These more than 10 people scanned the crowd, and the other students quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look directly. Lin Yan felt a bit embarrassed. This plot doesn't seem right. Lin Yan suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable, why was no one standing up to mock him? And then avenge their friends and brothers? Could it be that this time the villain is himself? We are all from the same school, let's set some rules. Seeing so many people crowding around him, Lin Yan cleared his throat. First, before the final circle, there shall be no internal fighting among schoolmates. Second, if schoolmates encounter difficulties, they must call for help and cannot stand by. Third, obey the rules, everything must focus on improving rankings. After Lin Yan finished speaking, the surrounding students all nodded. One person started to clap. Then, almost the entire freshman team erupted in applause. On the sophomore side, Zhao Duo peeked her head and looked towards the center where the freshmen gathered. The sophomore superpower team was relatively close to the freshmen. Zhao Duo listened carefully for a while and realized that it was Lin Yan speaking. When she heard Lin Yan set the rules and not a single person opposed it, a smile of admiration instantly spread across her face. Looks like this guy is not just good at causing trouble. Since she met Lin Yan, he always seemed to get into conflicts with different people. But now, he had conquered everyone with strength. What are you looking at? Stand straight. Xinlei, as the assistant professor of the superpower department, naturally became one of the team leaders for this assessment. After losing to Lin Yan last night, he didn't sleep the entire night. Now, showing up in front of the team with 2 dark circles under his eyes. After scolding the students who were eavesdropping on Lin Yan's speech, one student actually looked at him and covered his mouth, snickering. Xinlei suddenly felt an anger bubbling up and pointed at the student, shouting. What are you laughing at? Get out here. The student looked around awkwardly, his face turning pale. Ah, was it me? Xinlei walked into the crowd, grabbed the student's collar, and pulled him out. What were you laughing at just now? What were you laughing at? The student felt a bit wronged, he just laughed a little and got pulled out. I wasn't laughing at anything. I just suddenly thought of something funny. Xinlei felt his dignity was offended, he kicked the student's leg. Still dare to talk back? Defying the teacher? This kick was infused with spiritual power. With a crack, the student's leg bone broke. Ah 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 ah. The screams. I heard that this Shinlei has some background, otherwise he wouldn't be able to work at our school right after graduation. It looks so painful, what should we do? Do we need to call an ambulance? Why call an ambulance? The infirmary is right next door. Everyone looked at the student lying on the ground in agony, feeling sympathy in their hearts. At this moment, Shinlei also woke up and felt a bit panicked. However, it was impossible for him to admit his mistake now. Come out, Yaksha dog. Shinlei summoned the Yaksha dog by channeling his spiritual power. Black Ming healing. The Yaksha dog came to the side of the student with the broken leg. It opened its mouth and expelled a stream of black gas. Soon, the student's leg healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The cries of anguish also stopped. Go back to your squad. Shinlei recalled the Yaksha dog and waved his hand irritably. Though the student felt wronged, he didn't dare to directly confront the teacher. However, he couldn't help but look towards the freshman squad, at the figure surrounded by many stars. If only I could be as powerful and brave as him. The little episode came to an end. Students gradually boarded the bus, moving towards the direction of Ayu Mountain. About 2 hours later, Lin Yan, who was catching up on sleep on the bus, was awakened by a jolt. Lin Yan, wake up, we've arrived. Tang Tianyu shook Lin Yan's shoulder. Lin Yan opened his eyes and looked out the window. Spring was in full bloom, with a range of not very tall mountains spreading for miles before him. This is Ayu Mountain, let's get off. Tang Tianyu's tone could barely hide his excitement. During the last freshman representative assessment, he had felt inadequate halfway through, and it always weighed on his mind. This time, the survival assessment had a longer time span. He had enough time to recover his spiritual power. This way, his combat power wouldn't be significantly reduced. Perhaps, he could achieve a good ranking. When the students got off the bus and saw the beautiful and grand scenery of Ayu Mountain, they all took out their phones to take pictures. Wow, this view is amazing. Who said Ayu Mountain is terrifying? It's incredible. This scenery is at least 5A level, I regret not bringing a tent. Why did I bring a shabby digital camera from Japan? This scenery deserves a DSLR. Look over there, aren't those students from Chenxing University? It's true, look at their outfits, all luxury brands, no wonder it's the richest Chenxing University. Of course, getting into Chenxing University not only requires grades, but you also have to prove assets before admission. I have a relative who didn't pass the asset check and went to Arctic University as a second choice. Is it really that exaggerated? Hearing the discussions around him, Lin Yan also looked up towards another gathering place at the foot of the mountain. Most of the students there were dressed in expensive suits, standing a bit too upright. They looked down on the students from Jinwu University with scorn in their eyes. They obviously belonged to the group of the rich and unkind. Before long, another 2 busloads of students arrived at the foot of the mountain. The students poured out from inside. Students from Arctic University and UK University had also arrived. The presidents and professors from the 4 schools, a group of old men gathered together, chatting happily. Old classmate, it's been how many years since we last met? More than 20 years, how have you been lately? In less than a month, people from Japan will come over. Ah, it's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Why, what's going on with this exchange between the 2 countries again? Who knows what these little devils are thinking? I heard this time, a big figure is coming. Speaking of big figures, oh right, old Qin, your school has a remarkable young talent. The others looked at the vice president of Jinwu University, Qin Dinghua. Zhao Dinghua's smile was almost blossoming on his face. That's right, his name is Lin Yan, the representative of this year's freshman class. You all need to keep an eye on your schools, young man. Our school's genius specializes in taking down other geniuses, ha 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 ha. The principals and professors present all broke into laughter. At this moment, the vice president of Chuxing University, who had been silent until now, suddenly sneered. I remember your school's ace major is the dragon system major. When did it become the insect system? Lin Yan, this new freshman who has recently been in the limelight. Other schools have been paying attention. Chuxing University originally wanted to hype their representative freshman. But Lin Yan has continuously made headlines and iconic scenes. He has directly overshadowed their school's momentum. No matter what major, in our school, they are all top-notch. Zhao Dinghua snorted coldly. Unlike your Chuxing University, where only the ice system major can hold its own. The 2 confronted each other sharply. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Professors from other schools tried to lighten the mood. We are all here for Longwa, and this assessment is also to deal with East Japan, to bring glory to our country. The fight hasn't even started, what is our infighting? Humph. The vice president of Chuxing University turned and walked away. He approached a large team from Chuxing University. He found a girl standing at the very front. Xiao Ranran. The vice president stood in front of her. How is it, are you nervous? Xiao Ranran had a neat short haircut, her features were very three-dimensional, her thin lips slightly parted. Not nervous, I am looking forward to this assessment. The vice president smiled with satisfaction. As expected of the hope of Chuxing University, perform well later, and stay steady, the first place will surely be yours. That new freshman from Jinwu University is just a lowly insect system beastmaster. No need to take him to heart. The vice president raised his head, addressing all the freshman competitors behind Xiao Ranran. Once we enter the mountain later, do not care about students from other schools, just take action when you see Jinwu University. Especially the new representative Lin Yan from Jinwu University. He is just an overhyped insect system beastmaster. Our Chuxing University only recruits elites, your beast companions are basically epic level, and some even carry a hint of legendary bloodlines. Jinwu University is just a bunch of lucky country bumpkins. Let's show them the strength of Chuxing University. At the same time, over at Arctic University, the principal and professors were also rallying morale. Many people say Arctic University is failing, that it is at the bottom of the 4 major schools. We are all about doing practical things, no need for much talk. But we must let them see the heritage of an old top university. For the glory of Arctic. At Jukai University. A stunning woman in red, with a fiery figure, waved a whip. This drew countless gazes from boys below, swallowing hard. Brothers and sisters, I will say one last thing. Students who make it into the top 10 will directly advance to the student council. Resources will double every month in the future. Chapter 58, Entering the Assessment Area. Jinwu University. This time, the principal did not come alone. Leading the team is the vice president, Zhao Dinghua. The task of pre-competition mobilization naturally fell on his shoulders. Students, we all know the process for this competition. Pre-competition mobilization has never been my strong suit. Our Jinwu University isn't as rich as Chuxing University, nor as profound as Arctic University, and I'm not as good-looking as the principal of Jukai University. Laughter erupted from the audience. The vice president raised his hand, and the laughter gradually stopped. I've heard that, even back at school, our freshman Lin Yan has already set 3 rules. What I want to say is, not just our freshmen, but also sophomores and juniors should follow: no infighting, no ignoring the dying. Everyone knows this assessment is for the future exchange and study with East Japan. And it is said that East Japan has a once-in-a-century genius in their freshman class. Therefore, this assessment mainly focuses on freshmen. I would like to invite Lin Yan, as the freshman representative, to come up and motivate everyone with a sentence. The vice president looked at Lin Yan in a nondescript position below, smiling as he began to clap. The freshman team erupted with excitement. Everyone also began to applaud. The applause from the sophomore and junior squads gradually rose. Lin Yan was taken aback for a moment before walking onto the stage under all eyes. The applause from the junior squad lasted only 2 seconds before coming to a sudden stop. Lin Yan instinctively looked over. He saw Lei Ming, standing at the front of the junior squad, looking at him with arms crossed, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. As expected. This was hostility towards him. It's hard to tell whether it was because he had refused that bank card that he was not seen as one of their own. Or maybe it was because he had sent the buzzcut to the student office for expulsion, which embarrassed him. No matter which one. It no longer mattered. Lin Yan stood at the front of the stage, his face shifting from shy to serious. Then I will say one thing. The audience was dead silent, all eyes were focused on Lin Yan. Lin Yan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Charge forward, crush them. There was a moment of silence in the venue, then the freshman squad erupted with intense cheers. Crush them. The cheers and slogans from Jinwu University were too loud. Immediately, it drew the attention of other schools. The vice president of Chuxing University sneered coldly. Crush us? Just a bunch of ants, what a dream. At that moment, a long, clear sound from a flute rang out. Everyone at the foot of Ayu Mountain was suddenly captivated by this sound. The principals leading each school said in unison. Prepare, we are entering the mountain. 4 schools. Each school's first-year students would enter the same area. Similar to breeding insects, they would select the strongest among the first-year students. Ayu Mountain is filled with magical beasts. The closer to the central area, the stronger the magical beasts are. Therefore, the weakest first-year competitors were naturally assigned to the outermost side of Ayu Mountain. Sophomores and juniors were assigned closer to the center. However, there was still a considerable distance from the absolute center area. Moreover, the areas for each grade were completely isolated. They would not encounter competitors from higher grades. However, for fairness in the examination, no teachers had gone in to check the magical beasts in the assessment areas. This meant that there could potentially be higher-level magical beasts inside. However, luck is also a part of strength. Encountering a high-level magical beast would be bad luck. But being unable to escape would indicate a lack of strength. The isolation boundary of the assessment area will gradually move towards the center. Exceeding the boundary means elimination. In other words, the territory you inhabit will slowly shrink. To survive and achieve a higher ranking, you can only gather towards the central area. In case of an irresistible danger, press the emergency rescue device. Although you will be eliminated, you can survive. This is a transporter that will randomly send you to the edge of the area. That's all I have to say. Good luck to everyone. An expert beast master from the association finished introducing the detailed rules to everyone. People stepped into the transporter outside the barrier. A flash of white light. The students on the transporter immediately disappeared. When it came to Lin Yan stepped onto the transporter, exchanged a glance with Tang Tianyu beside him. Both of them disappeared simultaneously. IU Mountain. First-year assessment area. Lin Yan looked around at the environment. A typical mountainous area, with chaotic bushes, muddy ground from the recent rain, and dense forests. From time to time, he could hear the roars of magical beasts. This was different from the artificially created environments in the dungeon. This felt very real. Lin Yan took a deep breath. The air in the mountains was very fresh. Come out, Titan giant ants, bloodwing frenzied bees. Lin Yan extended his hand, softly murmuring. A large number of wormholes surrounded him. Next, a dense swarm of Titan giant ants and bloodwing frenzied bees emerged from the wormholes. Scout, stand guard. Give Lin Yan a call. Not even a million insect soldiers would help. After confirming that he was safe around him, Lin Yan slowly walked towards the center of the area, while opening the system panel. Insect nest host, Lin Yan. Level, Silver Stage 6. Insect nest level, 1. Core function, devour any product containing genetic information, can breed fusion insect warriors of that gene. Initial ant soldier types, Titan giant ant, bloodwinged frenzy bee. Insect soldier count, 30,000/30,000, Titan giant ant 15,000, bloodwinged frenzy bee 15,000. Biomass remainder, 40835. Looking at the gains from the whole of last night, Lin Yan was very satisfied. His sense of security was full. Summarizing the 30,000 insect soldiers, plus more than 40,000 biomass. The backup force exceeds the total army. Even if all the insect soldiers on the mountain die, Lin Yan could raise an equally sized army of insects in an instant. If only I had a few million biomass, as long as the level difference isn't outrageous, wouldn't I be able to crush anyone? Based on the current situation, a one-stage gap is manageable. If there are 2 levels of difference, these insect soldiers would hardly have any advantage. It's like an adult dealing with a group of elementary school students might feel worn out. But against a swarm of ants, just having a lighter would let you play happily for the whole afternoon. Suddenly, the bloodwinged frenzy bee that had flown far ahead returned with news. I haven't encountered any monsters yet, but I ran into an acquaintance? Lin Yan's expression was somewhat strange. He shook his head and smiled. It was a genius of strength, whom he had seen earlier in the assessment instance for new student representatives. He couldn't even remember the name. Forget it, I'll just go on my own for now. Right now, at the edge of the low area, any monsters encountered could easily be resolved by these geniuses. They really don't need Lin Yan's help. Lin Yan steadied his mind and again focused his gaze on the attribute panel of the Titan giant ant and bloodwinged frenzy bee. Chapter 59, Lin Yan is here. We are saved. The attributes of the Titan giant ant and bloodwinged frenzy bee had risen quite a bit. The positioning of the 2 types of insect soldiers developed in opposite directions. The attack power of the bloodwinged frenzy bee significantly increased, and its speed became even faster. The Titan giant ant added all its attribute points to its health. And the level of the insectide core, which had always puzzled Lin Yan, remained level 1. There was still no change in any prompt information. Could it be that my level is too low? Lin Yan stroked his chin inside. He wondered what changes would occur after the level of the insectide core was raised. Lin Yan looked at the ant swarm beneath his feet. The meat shield wasn't a meat shield, and the warriors didn't look like warriors. Perhaps after the level of the insectide core rises, the Titan giant ant would undergo significant changes. Forget it, thinking so much is useless. Lin Yan turned around. A translucent light screen, rippling gently, slowly approached him. The insectide seemed to sense Lin Yan's emotional change and quickened its pace, heading toward the center of the area. There, many people would surely be waiting for him. Hunt, it begins. Left Xiao, what are you doing? In the A-zone of the Abyss Mountain, a group of students from Jinwu University and their spirit beasts were trapped together. The ground was littered with the corpses of dead magical beasts, blood flowing and mixing with the blood of the spirit beasts. Yang Lang and several geniuses had blood oozing from their lips, gazing angrily at over a dozen people wearing Qingqing University badges. Upon entering the area, Yang Lang had very fortunately encountered a few students from his own major. Then, he encountered a group of over a dozen people from Qingqing University. They were grouped together, attacking magical beasts. Caught off guard, they were suddenly ambushed from behind. Leading them was Zuoxiao, the second genius of the Champion Ice System program at Qingqing University, only slightly behind the representative from their major. Meanwhile, Yang Lang was the top genius of the Fire System program at Jinwu University. If it were a one-on-one duel, they wouldn't be afraid. But it was very unethical of them to choose to gang up on them. The gap in numbers is quite large. Yang Lang and the others were defeated in an instant. The magical beast they had obtained was snatched away, and they were beaten as well. How is it? I just can't stand you guys from Jinwu University. Zuoxiao sneered coldly. Qingqing University and Jinwu University have been rivals for many years. This has caused the students from both schools to look down on each other. Students from Qingqing University think the students from Jinwu University are a bunch of pretentious fools. Students from Jinwu University believe students from Qingqing University are just rich second-generation kids who don't study. As the saying goes, enemies see each other and feel even more hatred. Moreover, before the assessment started, the vice principal even specially instructed them to directly attack if they see students from Jinwu University. Zuoxiao pressed forward step by step, a legendary ice blood eagle hovering above. Meanwhile, Yang Lang's lava giant rhino was struggling to stand up, the flow of lava on its body slowing down. It looked like it was severely injured. Thanks for your hard work. Yang Lang sighed as he patted his old partner. The few people behind him gritted their teeth and said unwillingly, Brother Yang, do we really have to use the emergency transmitter? Once it is used, they would directly lose their qualification for the competition. They would become the bottom-ranked participants. But if they don't use the emergency transmitter, they might get seriously injured, and even their spirit beasts could be in danger. Including themselves. There are no surveillance cameras here. Even if they died here, they could push the blame onto high-level magical beasts. There's no choice, we're just unlucky, we can only admit defeat. Losing isn't unjust, we did our best. Yeah, they outnumber us, and we don't have Yen Ji's strength. I've embarrassed the school, I won't be able to hold my head high in the future. Hearing the name Lin Yan, Yang Lang's eyes darkened, and he sighed. In the instance of the new student representative assessment, he believed the professional professor's instructions and targeted Lin Yan with geniuses from other majors. Although afterwards, Lin Yan generously forgave them. He still felt very uncomfortable inside. As a fellow freshman, Lin Yan was so strong and upright. He felt like a rat in a gutter. After that incident, he even felt that people's gazes towards him had changed. Don't get too smug too soon. Yang Lang snorted coldly, his eyes almost spitting fire. Jinwu University's representative Lin Yan will crush you all into powder. I'll be waiting for you in the elimination zone. At that time, I hope you dare to challenge me one-on-one. Zuoxiao sneered dismissively. Losers have no right to challenge me. Now, get to the elimination zone. Ice feather arrows. A cry of an eagle echoed through the sky, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Ice arrows rained down from the sky, shooting towards Yang Lang and the others. It's over. Yang Lang closed his eyes in despair, gritting his teeth and said, Use the emergency alarm. Everyone fell silent. Could it really end like this? Just as they were about to press the emergency transmitter button, suddenly, a series of collisions of feather arrows echoed continuously. Everyone opened their eyes, their mouths agape in astonishment. They saw countless tail feathers smashing all the ice arrows to pieces. In an instant, it seemed like hail was falling from the sky. Lin Yan is here. We're saved. One person shouted excitedly. They had seen Lin Yan's signature skill many times before. Yang Lang turned his head sharply. On a hill, he saw that man. He stood among a tide of insects, like a king looking down upon the battlefield. Zuoxiao, seeing his attack interrupted, felt embarrassed and angered. Who is that over there? Actually, he had heard the name called out by the student from Jinwu University. It was the most mentioned name from other schools since the beginning of the term. He could only pretend not to know who Lin Yan was. Who is Lin Yan? Does he deserve my recognition? One can only say. The noble son's inexplicable pride. Lin Yan stood on a small hill. Just now, he received information from the Bloodwing Crazy Bee. He saw someone he had encountered in the previous dungeon. Lin Yan knew he had met a fellow student. He originally planned to just go their separate ways. But the Bloodwing Crazy Bee saw them fighting with a group of people and falling behind. Only then did Lin Yan change direction and come to their aid. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Zhuo Xiao saw Lin Yan not speaking and completely ignoring Tianya. He immediately felt angry. What's with the act? Is he just an insect-type beast master? Looking at these despicable bugs, I bet their bloodline isn't even elite. Killing them would feel like getting my hands dirty. Don't underestimate them, after all, they are the representatives of the new students from Jinwu University. A genius from Qinqing University reminded. I know. Zhuo Xiao growled softly. When school started, he thought his position as the representative was secure. But unexpectedly, a Xiao Ranran emerged. She was from the same major as him. Having grown up surrounded by honor and praise, he felt directly overshadowed by this event. A lot of resentment had built up inside him. Now, he needed to vent this resentment. Let's go all out, we must take him down in one strike. Zhuo Xiao gestured and silently shouted to the dozen geniuses behind him. The time for my attack has come. In an instant, dozens of extraordinary spirit beasts sprang into action. The geniuses from Qinqing University also unleashed their strongest attacks. Extreme Ice Holy Eagle, Ice Age. Fiery Inferno Demon Lion, Flame Meteor. Mind Holy Fox, Dreaming Sleep. Sky Rift Giant Ape, Backbreak Charge. Shouting voices echoed. On this battlefield, the spirit energy almost gathered into a storm. Dozens of people released skills at the same time. Skills both dazzling and powerful rushed towards Lin Yan's small hill. It seemed their target was not only these insect-type spirit beasts, but also Lin Yan himself. Seeing this scene, Yang Lang and others felt no panic at all. Instead, they began to laugh. This scene had played out just a few days ago. At that time, their group of 12 also simultaneously unleashed skills at Lin Yan. However, those skills were all blocked by Lin Yan. Not worth worrying about, although their numbers are greater than ours back then. But Lin Yan is much stronger now, Yang Lang said with a hint of emotion. These vast mountainous insect-type spirit beasts had increased significantly compared to before. Just as Yang Lang thought the scene would replay again. Suddenly, Yang Lang and the others' expressions changed. The dozen people from Qinqing University released large-scale skills. Such skills were particularly effective against Lin Yan's Sea of Insects strategy. If a wave of skills could be coordinated well, they might completely wipe out Lin Yan's insect soldiers. The few from Qinqing University, we have consumed quite a bit of their spirit energy too. As long as Lin Yan can hold through this wave of skills, he can win. Yang Lang and others could only comfort themselves this way. Dozens of skills were released. The freezing cold air was almost solidifying, a vast area of ice spread out from the ground. Trees and stones that it touched turned into blocks of ice. The Titan giant ants surging down the mountain were instantly frozen. They looked like pieces of ice sculpture art. A massive meteor, burning with raging flames, smashed down towards the small hill. The tremendous impact, accompanied by splashing flames, directly struck into the Titan giant ant army. In an instant, Titan giant ants died in droves. Some meteors were heading toward Lin Yan's position. The Bloodwing Crazy Bees flew up to meet them, their tails wildly shooting at the meteors. But it was futile. They could only stop those skills that might harm Lin Yan with their bodies. In an instant, all sorts of skills came rushing in. Moreover, these skills were all area damage. As long as they hit, it meant many insect soldiers would die. Gradually, the numbers of Titan giant ants and Bloodwing Crazy Bees dwindled. Yan Lang and the others watching nearby were also terrified. They did not expect that these rich second-generation students from Qinqing University were not useless after all. Their strength was indeed impressive. At this moment, they wanted to rush up and help Lin Yan. But their own conditions and the condition of their contracted spirit beasts were not good. Even if they went, it would just mean death. Time passed quickly. The dozen students from Qinqing University finally exhausted their spiritual power. Each of their spirit beast skills had also been used up, collapsing on the ground. Ice cold and blazing flames. On the mountain where Lin Yan stood, smoke and steam coexisted. For a moment, it was hard to see the situation inside. They must be dead. Zhuo Xiao sneered coldly. He was very sure of the power of the skills just used. Even a golden realm. Even those at the half-step diamond realm would be heavily injured if they didn't die. As the smoke gradually cleared, everyone could finally see the scene inside. Yang Lang and the others felt their hearts sink. They saw Lin Yan standing alone on the mountaintop, surrounded by the corpses of Titan giant ants and blood-winged crazy bees. If just now he was the emperor ruling over all, now he was a prisoner waiting for judgment. Run, use the emergency teleportation talisman. Yang Lang shouted loudly. From Zhuo Xiao and the others' reactions and performances just now, they harbored strong hostility toward Lin Yan. If Lin Yan became stubborn at this time, and did not press the emergency teleportation device in time, he might very well die here. Brother Yan, run. Don't worry about us, we'll hold them back. Go out and tell everyone that we are not just cowards in our own home. Tell my mom I love her. Everyone made up their minds, they had to hold them off, to give Lin Yan a chance to escape. Zhuo Xiao squinted, feeling very pleased. So what if they were student representatives? They were still defeated by himself and now had to crawl back to the elimination zone. New students representatives, just this. Is this what you are proud of, your insect soldiers? In the end, they are just a small trick. These insects, I guess you have worked hard to gather them for a long time, hoping to shine in this assessment? Ha ha ha, too bad we accidentally killed them all. This shows what kind of goods the other students of Jinwu University are. Hurry and get to the elimination zone, don't block my sight here. Zhuo Xiao was very arrogant. Although their spirit beasts were also exhausted. In front of Yang Lang and others, they still had overwhelming battle strength. Especially against Lin Yan. Without spirit beasts, he was no different from ordinary people. Brother Yan, let's go. Yang Lang forced a smile. Although it was very embarrassing, this was the truth. At this moment, their Jinwu University had completely failed in this assessment. Without Lin Yan, the other geniuses of Jinwu University could not win against the new representatives from other schools at all. Leave? Where to? Lin Yan's smile was puzzled as he looked at Zhuo Xiao. And this passerby, were you talking to me just now? Passerby? Zhuo Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then realized he was being referred to. Anger surged in his heart, and he sneered coldly. If you don't roll to the elimination zone right now, you won't be able to leave at all. 2. The extreme ice holy eagle let out a cry and flapped its wings to soar into the air. It charged towards Lin Yan, who was still standing on the mountaintop. You asked for it, go die. Zhuo Xiao grinned wickedly. Yang Lang and the others were instantly shocked, watching this scene without time to speak. Could it be that Lin Yan was going to meet his end here today? Suddenly, a strange change occurred. Lin Yan raised his arm, as if performing some kind of mysterious ritual. Next moment, wormholes appeared all over the mountain. In the next second, countless Titan giant ants and blood-winged crazy bees reappeared. Their numbers were no less than before. Just now you made your move, now. Lin Yan looked expressionlessly at Zhuo Xiao and the others. It's my turn to attack. A chill ran down Zhuo Xiao's neck. It seemed he had just realized something, and shouted in despair. Come back. The Extreme Ice Sacred Eagle. But it was already too late. Just as the Extreme Ice Sacred Eagle turned around and flew back in the direction of Zhuo Xiao, it was almost within reach to retract the beast from space. The next second, countless tail needles shot towards the Extreme Ice Sacred Eagle. No! Zhuo Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. The Extreme Ice Sacred Eagle, flying in the sky, like a kite with a broken string, slowly fell. It had reached the distance for retraction. But Zhuo Xiao couldn't retrieve it. The Extreme Ice Sacred Eagle was dead. Chapter 61, Buying Life with Money. The Extreme Ice Sacred Eagle simply died like that. Its cold body lay before Zhuo Xiao. Zhuo Xiao was stunned and momentarily frozen. This sudden change was unbearable for him. Why could this insect-type waste summon such a vast army of insect-type spirit beasts in an instant? Is he still human? He is simply a demon. Zhuo Xiao stared wide-eyed at Lin Yan. The few geniuses behind him from the Chenxing University were also dazed. They could not have predicted this situation at all. Just as they hesitated whether to take Zhuo Xiao and leave first, suddenly, the ground erupted with a rumbling sound. They fearfully discovered the mountain opposite was moving. To be exact, the army of insect-type spirit beasts covering the mountain was moving. Dense swarms of insect-type spirit beasts crazily surged towards them. The momentum was as fierce as before. Zhuo Xiao and the others felt their scalps tingle in an instant. They instinctively wanted to resist. But they found that the spiritual energy within their bodies had been drained during that last wave of skills. Now, there was not a single bit of spiritual energy left in them. Even if they took recovery potions, they couldn't unleash their skills before being torn apart by this swarm of insect-type spirit beasts. It's over. The words of despair echoed in the minds of the dozen geniuses. Their choices were only two. Either stay here and wait for death, or use the emergency transmitter. Yang Lang and the others saw this sudden change in the battlefield. After a moment of shock, they were instantly overjoyed. They never expected Lin Yan still had a backup in such a situation. What a terrifying man. Yang Lang thought to himself, feeling a bit depressed for some reason. I once imagined competing against him. He is destined to be a powerhouse leading an era, like a colossal wave crashing onto the shore. And I, Zuoxiao, the other geniuses, the representatives of various schools, are merely small fish and shrimp, destined to be swept away by the huge waves, crashing onto the shore. Yang Lang looked at the man standing motionless amidst the tide of insects. A beast master should be like this. From now on, I will be an absolute supporter of Lord Lin Yan. This time, Yang Lang's eyes shone as he said this. The few people behind him, unsurprisingly, laughed and echoed. Yeah, I even feel fortunate that I volunteered for Jinwu University, having the chance to be in the same school as Lin Yan. I once thought I was the greatest genius, that there would certainly be a place for me among the top beast masters of this world, but now it seems, the top beast master must be someone like Lin Yan. In the past, I would get angry for losing to other geniuses, but for some reason, I have none of those thoughts before Brother Yan. Because the gap between us is too vast. We don't need to feel inferior, we are also geniuses among ordinary people, while Brother Yan is a genius among geniuses, it's different. Look, Zuoxiao and his group are trying to run. Oh, let's go chase. Chase what? Can't you see Brother Yan's insect-type spirit beasts are already moving? This time Zuoxiao and the others are truly doomed. To be honest, Zuoxiao is indeed formidable. If I were to duel him, I genuinely feel uncertain. I heard that Zuoxiao is only the second in the ice system specialty of Chenxing University. Do you know who the first is? Let's skip the suspense, just say it. The first is a girl named Xiao Ranran. She is the representative of this year's Chenxing University freshman. A woman, how is that possible? Everyone was shocked, even Yang Lang turned around, somewhat surprised. This was not because of any discrimination against female beast tamers, but rather because it is incredibly difficult for a female beast tamer to dominate and command respect, becoming the new student representative. The difficulty is no less than an insect-type beast tamer becoming the new student representative of Jinwu University. Regardless, that Xiao Ranran is definitely a monster. No matter how much of a monster she is, she can't be a match for Yen Go. What if Xiao Ranran teams up with the other two new student representatives against Yen Go? All new student representatives are monsters, even Yen Go. Humph. We're not just sitting here doing nothing. If that kind of situation arises, we will fight them with all we have. Yang Lang snorted coldly and said. You have successfully killed a level 27 epic bloodline extreme ice holy eagle, biomass plus 54, experience plus 1080. Looking at the pop-up information of the kill before him, Lin Yan sighed. I feel a bit pain. This wave cost him 30,000 troops. He never expected that these few people from Chenxing University would be so difficult to deal with. With full force, their combination skills could wipe out his insect army completely. But fortunately, he still had a backup plan. He quickly replenished all his troops. However, now his biomass was down to just over 10,000. I can only use it sparingly. The magic beasts in this area are different from those in the desert map dungeon. Here, magic beasts need to be found and then killed. Not only are they few in number, but if they encounter a powerful magic beast, there's a struggle. It takes a lot of time. However, the mummy magic beasts in that desert map are almost endless. Although after a certain number are killed, powerful pharaoh magic beasts will appear. But before that, it is enough to gain a large amount of biomass. Ahead. Zuoxiao and more than a dozen people ultimately could not outrun the Titan giant ant and bloodwing berserk bee. The dense insect army surrounded the more than a dozen people tightly. The spiritual power of the more than a dozen people was exhausted, and their spirit beasts had little combat capability left. In front of tens of thousands of troops, there was simply no room for resistance. Zuoxiao broke free from the restraints on either side, gritting his teeth, unwillingly shouted at Lin Yan who stood on the mountain. Do you want to eradicate us completely? Then come on, I'm afraid of you. The genius beside him immediately covered his mouth. At this point, making threats had no meaning whatsoever. It would only anger the other side. You must be Lin Yan, the new student representative of Jinwu University. I have long heard of your famous name. A seemingly refined genius stepped forward, smiling as he spoke. Indeed, he had heard of this famous name for a long time. At school, on the beast model in the training ground, Lin Yan's photo was plastered everywhere. Qinghai University had long made the students harbor hostility towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan stood on the mountain, arms crossed, without saying a word. That person did not feel embarrassed but continued. This is also part of the competition rules. We are all in conflict because we have to deal with the Eastern Japan people who are coming soon. Actually, there is no deep hatred between us, there is no need to eradicate each other completely. If you are willing to spare us, we are willing to offer all the resources we have. Saying this, Lai knew. That person turned around and gestured to the others behind him. The group nodded helplessly. They immediately took out all the valuable items they had and placed them on the ground. Chapter 62, What does it mean to meet again? These items can't be said to be priceless, but on the market, selling for 1 to 2 million is a breeze. The refined genius said. Yan Lang and the others immediately could not hold back. They feared that Lin Yan would let them go. This group from Qinghai University, their hearts were like beasts, just now they were about to deal a lethal blow to them. They even pulled out their emergency teleporters. Now you tell me this? But Yang Lang and the others raised their heads, looking at Lin Yan, who stood still on the mountain. They opened their mouths but ultimately could not say anything. After all, it was Lin Yan who had defeated them. To stay or to leave, to kill or to wound. It was all up to Lin Yan himself. No outsider had the right to interrupt and make decisions. So, whether it was at Qinghai University or Jinwu University, they all waited in unison for Lin Yan's decision. The dozen or so people at Qinghai University were nervously swallowing their saliva, holding the emergency transmitter in hand. They were ready to press the button and run at any moment. However, unless absolutely necessary. They definitely did not want to go out. They were all geniuses, top students in their fields. Getting eliminated so soon would ruin their pride when they returned to school. At that moment, in the tense atmosphere where their hearts were almost leaping out, they finally heard the result. Okay. Lin Yan controlled the Titan ant to bring up all the valuable items. There were many items, but none were large. A single backpack could just hold them all. Next time we meet, you won't have such luck. Lin Yan said casually, as if he even yawned. How arrogant. Zhou Xiao thought as he looked at Lin Yan on the hill. When I gather a big team and join forces with Xiao Ranran, let's see if you dare to be so arrogant then. I will make you regret letting us go this time. Humph. Zhou Xiao snorted coldly, let's go. Seeing this scene, Yang Lang and the others felt disappointed. They never expected Lin Yan would really be willing to let them go. Could it be that even someone like Lin Yan could be tempted by money? Forget it, let's conserve our strength, a battle could erupt at any time. After that, they intended to follow Lin Yan toward the central area. They needed to recover their spiritual energy. If they encountered other beast tamers or magical beasts again, they would really have to use the emergency transmitter. At that moment, Lin Yan, standing on the hill, suddenly spoke again. Wait. The dozen or so people from Qinghai University felt a chill down their spines and quickly turned around. They saw the surrounding insect-type spirit beasts had not dispersed, still surrounding them. Lin Yan looked down at them, his expression inscrutable. Hello, have we met again? Zhou Xiao and the polite genius stared wide-eyed, frozen in shock. What does that mean? What do you mean we've met again? Hey! We just turned around. The polite genius began to speak. Lin Yan, standing on the hill, waved his hand impatiently. Attack! In an instant, the surrounding insect army that had tightly enclosed them suddenly moved. The geniuses from Qinghai University felt their scalps tingle. One genius, too nervous and afraid, immediately pressed the emergency transmitter. The others originally intended to wait and see a little longer, with a teammate disappearing through the transmitter. They also began to feel uneasy and pondered. Why did they leave? Did they see something? Or were the insects really about to harm them? Damn it, I'm leaving too. In an instant, the light waves from the transmitter flashed continuously. Zhou Xiao and the polite genius exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with hatred. This Lin Yan was just too unreasonable. He promised to let them go after taking the money. But who would have thought he would just deny it with a turn of the head? Forget it, let's go. Though it was humiliating, it was a fact. Seeing everyone around him leaving with the emergency transmitters, Zhou Xiao wanted to say something fierce. However, looking down, a Titan ant had already crawled to his feet. Scared, he immediately used the emergency transmitter and left. Witnessing this scene, Yang Lang and the others were also dumbfounded. They never expected a twist like this. They all looked up at Lin Yan on the hill. He showed no change in emotion at all. It seemed as if no matter whether he was fighting Zhou Xiao, or all the insect soldiers died, or accepting money to let them go, and then switching tactics to drive them away. This series of events. Lin Yan appeared as if he was simply doing something as easy as drinking water. He clearly just took their ransom, and the next second he turned his back on them. Brother Yan is truly free-spirited, unconcerned with small things. A genius from Jinwu University tugged at the corner of his mouth. He swallowed the word shameless down. This was his evaluation of Lin Yan. Yang Lang patted him on the shoulder, saying with feeling, "Consider yourself lucky. We are now in the same camp as Brother Yan." At the foot of Iu Mountain, principals and professors from various schools gathered to chat. They looked at the empty elimination zone. Several principals chuckled. This year's students are performing very well. How long have they been in there, and no one has been eliminated yet? Yes, this is a good thing. The talent and strength of Beast Masters are getting higher and higher. It's still thanks to the new student representatives, this policy has worked well. Students have a goal and will continue to push forward. But we must also pay attention to balance. What if the new student representative is too strong and makes others lose hope? If there's really such a person, that's a good thing. That's right, if such a character appears, then our dragon country will gain another god-level beast master. That's true. So, who do you think will be the first student eliminated? A professor asked with a smile. This was a traditional topic of conversation at every joint exam of the 4 schools. Principals and professors from various universities enjoyed participating in such discussions. I bet 1,000 that the first eliminated will be from Arctic University. 5,000, I bet it's UK University that gets eliminated first. 6,000, I'm putting my money on Jinwu University. Everyone at the scene began to place their bets. However, with more than a dozen people betting, no one bet on Chenxing University to be the first eliminated. This isn't just about Chenxing University, its rapid rise in recent years, along with the vice president's inability to joke about it. There's another reason. Chenxing University's student council would bribe with money in the event of a loss. They had never avoided using the emergency transmitter. Although this raised some suspicion of cheating. But who can blame them when Chenxing University's students are all wealthy? A random watch from them costs as much as another school's students' expenses for a year. 10,000, I bet Chenxing University is the first eliminated. Zhao Dingwa snorted coldly. He had just clashed with Chenxing University's vice president. Now he didn't want to give him any leeway. Chenxing University's vice president sneered. 50,000, I bet Jinwu University will be the first to be eliminated. Before the regional assessment, he had made it clear. Seeing Jinwu University act immediately, he believed that Jinwu University would likely be the first eliminated. At this moment, a bright light flashed in the elimination zone. Everyone instantly straightened up, seriously watching for the first eliminated person. Which school was he from? Chapter 63, Zhou Xiao crying from being beaten. The light on the figure in the elimination zone disappeared. Everyone immediately leaned forward to look. Even Zhao Dingguo and Chenxing University's principal were tense enough to stand up. They looked at the person in the elimination zone. It was from Chenxing University. Zhao Dingguo immediately breathed a sigh of relief, joyfully exclaiming, "Ha ha, the first eliminated is from your Chenxing University. A bet is a bet, pay up." Chenxing University's vice president looked darkly at the eliminated student. He recognized this student, a genius in the fire system. His strength was considerable. "Why are you the one?" The fire system genius opened his mouth and bowed his head, saying nothing. Chenxing University's vice president closed his eyes and slammed a card on the table. Zhao Dingwa didn't hold back either, happily taking the card. Between geniuses, there is also a difference. Thanks for Principal Lu's generosity. Chenxing University's vice president snorted coldly. Put away your petty demeanor. It's just bad luck, I guarantee that next, your Jinwu University will suffer heavy losses. Zhao Dingwa curled his lips and didn't respond. Chenxing University had been very impressive in recent years, related to their arrogant and unscrupulous school spirit. Moreover, Chenxing University students are either rich or from privileged backgrounds. Though some talents are lacking. But with money, one can also pile up. And before. The power of accumulating money at this stage is still quite terrifying. Even if my students lose, they will lose standing up. Unlike you, a group of slaves to money. The vice president of Chenxing University sneered a couple of times. Zhao Dingwa, do you think I just did what? After entering the area, my students will abandon the students from other schools and directly surround Jinwu University. This is the feud between you and me, and it is also the fate between Qinqing and Jinwu. Zhao Dinghua frowned and became serious. If it really is like this, Qinqing University and Jinwu University will fight to the death. Then even if they win, they won't make it to the end. A crazy mad dog. Zhao Dinghua cursed in his heart. At this moment, a large group of figures suddenly appeared in the elimination zone. There seemed to be more than 10 people. Everyone stood up, showing surprised expressions. In this situation, either they encountered high-level magical beasts, or they were surrounded and wiped out by other contestants. Ah, Zhao Dinghua, see. The vice president of Qinqing laughed wildly. Losing to you for a bit of money, how is that? Now the one losing is your Jinwu University. Zhao Dinghua looked worriedly at the elimination zone. If it's really like what the vice president of Qinqing said, then these more than 10 eliminated people most likely are really his own students. What a heavy loss. Zhao Dinghua sighed. At this moment, the figures in the elimination zone gradually became clear. As everyone saw clearly the identities of these more than 10 eliminated contestants, they were immediately dumbfounded. These more than 10 people in the elimination zone all turned out to be contestants from Qinqing University. What? The vice president of Qinqing stood up again, unable to control his expression. He never expected it would actually be contestants from Qinqing University who were eliminated. And more than 10 of them eliminated together. The vice president of Qinqing was stunned, and he saw a very familiar face among the eliminated crowd. Zhuo Xiao. Why are you here? The vice president of Qinqing was shocked, approached the second-place student of the ice system. Did you encounter some high-level magical beast? The people from the 4 major schools behind also perked up to listen. Zhao Dinghua grinned. It seems Qinqing University is really unlucky. They actually got eliminated all at once, more than 10 people. Now, their overall ranking will definitely be last. Seeing the vice president and several professors, Zhuo Xiao suddenly felt a wave of grievance. It wasn't a magical beast, it was. The vice president of Qinqing had an uneasy premonition, asking, what is it, tell me. Zhuo Xiao gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. It was Lin Yan. It's him alone who defeated our 16 people. Wow. The scene instantly erupted, and everyone was in disbelief. A dim look flashed across the vice president of Qinqing's face. 1 against 16? Even Qinqing University's most talented student, Xiao Ranran, could do that? The answer might be no. What about Lin Yan, did he get seriously injured? The vice president of Qinqing hurriedly asked. Unexpectedly. Zhuo Xiao shook his head, with unwilling tears running down his face. No, he isn't scathed. He is a monster, a devil. There were too many bugs, over 10,000, we fought with all our strength, killed them all, but he summoned out several tens of thousands more. Zhuo Xiao was filled with emotion, seemingly recalling some painful memory. He spoke in gasps. The vice president of Qinqing couldn't say a word. He returned to the platform, sat down, and closed his eyes, pondering something. The crowd did not want to provoke him at this time. They all moved far away from him and went to Zhao Dinghua to congratulate. Old Zhao, great, another fierce general. You say, how come all the good seeds are picked by you? This Zhuo Xiao is also a total genius, placed in previous years, he would definitely be the representative of the new students, the first among the same cohort. Didn't expect that this year many geniuses came out. Not to mention Changxing University's Xiao Ranran, who can suppress Zhuo Xiao. Jinwu University's Lin Yan actually made him cry. Unlucky timing, this is his fate. Zhuo Xiao was defeated and cried by Lin Yan, the news spread quickly. At this moment, Lin Yan, who was continuing to march in the area, still knew nothing about this matter. Brother Yan, we have finished counting, we have gathered 25 classmates. Yang Lang jogged over to Lin Yan to report. Lin Yan nodded and glanced back. More than 20 new contestants from Jinwu University followed behind him, full of joy, moving in step with him. No one summoned their spirit beasts, instead, they looked like elementary school students on a field trip. They took out emergency food from their backpacks, chatting and eating. If Lin Yan ordered a break, they would definitely pull out blankets and set up fried chicken. Everyone trusts Brother Yan. Yang Lang, who was familiar with Lin Yan, naturally stayed close to him. Everyone knows Brother Yan's strength, being behind you is like being guaranteed a spot in the finals. Lin Yan smiled a little. After they dealt with Zhuo Xiao and the others, they set off towards the center of the area. When they encountered magical beasts, they crushed them directly. When they met alumni, they absorbed them into the big team. And when they faced competitors from other schools, there was no need to fight. Seeing such a large team and hearing Lin Yan's name, they fled far away. Suddenly, the Bloodwing Frenzy Bee responsible for scouting sent a message. A gigantic high-level magical beast was approaching from that direction. At that moment, messages of the Bloodwing Frenzy Bees dying kept popping up. It seemed that the magical beast had noticed the Bloodwing Frenzy Bees scouting. It swiftly attacked and wiped them out. Lin Yan's heart sank, and he hurriedly recalled the scouting Bloodwing Frenzy Bees. Everyone, prepare for battle. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the group behind him fell silent. After a few seconds of daze, they all summoned their spirit beasts. Chapter 64, Toothblade Mammoth. Brother Yen, what's going on? Yang Lang's spirit power had recovered significantly by this time. He summoned his spirit beast and watched the surroundings cautiously. The more than 20 talented contestants behind him also summoned their spirit beasts. Instantly, this small forest was crowded with various spirit beasts. And Lin Yan's Titan Giant Ant and Bloodwing Frenzy Bee were scattered around, appearing quite inconspicuous. It might be a high-level magical beast, at least level 30. Lin Yan's expression was serious as he stopped and waited for its arrival. Level 30? Yang Lang and the others exchanged worried glances, some stammering. Brother Yen, let's run, level 30 is equivalent to a Diamond Realm Beastmaster. Crossing two major realms, the number of people is no longer significant. The others behind also swallowed hard, feeling a bit scared. That was level 30, when converted to Beastmaster ranks, it meant a Diamond Realm Grand Beastmaster. This was also the threshold to join the Beastmaster Association. Outside, they could be called Grand Beastmasters by others. Yes, Brother Yen, our goal is the ranking, staying here to fight it out is pointless. Even if we all attack together, we might win, but the losses would be heavy. Right, wouldn't that just benefit the other three schools? Let's just go. Everyone spoke one after another. The central idea was simple. That was, run away quickly. Unexpectedly. Lin Yan shook his head. As soon as everyone saw Lin Yan shake his head, their hearts sank to the bottom. They all knew Lin Yan's temperament. Once he set his mind on something, no one could change it. Yang Lang looked around anxiously, wondering when that magical beast would pounce out and swallow them whole. Why, Brother Yen? Lin Yan's eyes faintly held a fighting spirit. It has its eyes on us, we can't escape. And it's injured, we have a chance to take it down. Upon hearing this, everyone gradually eased their breaths. So it was injured. However, such a level of magical beast was not something they could handle. The majority of the fighting power still relied on Lin Yan. They could only provide support on the edges. Prepare for battle. Lin Yan suddenly shouted. The spirit power gathered on everyone, ready to take action at any moment. In the next second, a giant elephant monster suddenly charged out. To the east of the area. More than 30 talented contestants from Chenxing University gathered together, seemingly waiting for something. In the middle of the crowd stood a girl who was not tall and rather plain. She was the new representative of Chenxing University. Xiao Ranran. At this moment, a young boy approached Xiao Ranran with his head down, looking dejected. I'm sorry, Sister Ranran, I lost track of it. The boy was a genius in the support class. He didn't have much combat power, but his tracking ability with the spirit beast, the prophetic dog, was very strong. Just a moment ago, Xiao Ranran and her team encountered a monster with a level over 40. Xiao Ranran led everyone to bravely attack. They managed to injure that high-level monster. Although the monster was huge, it ran away quickly. Xiao Ranran couldn't catch up and had to let the boy, who was skilled at tracking, confirm its location. Then they would contact everyone to pursue it. However, unexpectedly, that monster turned around and injured the prophetic dog with a blade of energy. The boy wiped away a tear and touched the prophetic dog's head. Xiao Ranran looked over. The prophetic dog had a deep wound on its face that was still bleeding. Its nose was already injured. It could no longer undertake the tracking mission. It's okay, you take this. Xiao Ranran squatted down, patted the prophetic dog's head, and took out a pill. It was a mid-level wound medicine, not very expensive. But few people would actually carry such things. Thank you, Sister Ranran. The boy gratefully accepted the pill. In fact, Xiao Ranran's family situation was not good in Chenxing University. They were even in a relatively poor position. The Xiao family was currently in turmoil, at risk of being liquidated at any moment. Most of the family's money and resources had to be prepared for the present. And Xiao Ranran was the future of the Xiao family. But sadly, the Xiao family could only focus on the present and not care about the future. So, Xiao Ranran managed to stand firm in a university that valued money and background, becoming a new representative and winning so much love from others. Her hard strength was evident. Sister Ranran, that monster went towards the forest in the west. The boy put the pill in his pocket and continued. That monster is injured, so its speed will definitely slow down. If we're lucky, we might be able to catch it. Although they didn't endorse fighting this absurdly high-level monster. However, they couldn't refuse Xiao Ranran's desire to kill it. So, this group had no choice but to accompany her in this dangerous endeavor. Alright, thank you. Xiao Ranran nodded and smiled sweetly at the boy. The boy immediately turned red and awkwardly waved his hands. At this time, a tall genius walked over, furrowing his brow. How about we head towards the center of the area first? Putting the monster aside, as far as I know, the new representative of Jinwu University, Lin Yan, is in that direction. I'm worried. Xiao Ranran shook her head. With me here, there's nothing to fear. That monster dared to attack you, so I must kill it. As for Lin Yan, if we encounter him, maybe this trial will end early. Let's go. After finishing her words, Xiao Ranran flipped her 2 ponytails and walked toward the west side of the area. The tall genius sighed but chose to follow her steps. The crowd behind them quickly followed in a grand manner. Spread out, don't rush in. Lin Yan directed everyone, controlling the Titan giant ants to attack the monster one by one in a suicidal manner. There was no other way. Although this toothblade woolly mammoth was injured, the ice-type spiritual power left on its body was still eroding its health and speed. But its level was still a factor. Fighting it was like scratching the surface. But if the toothblade woolly mammoth hit them, even grazing would mean death. They didn't even need to use skills. Just relying on ordinary attacks could instantly kill all the geniuses present. Lin Yan controlled the Titan giant ants for a suicidal attack. To exploit the flaws of the Fangblade mammoth. Everyone wandered around the battlefield, trying to find opportunities to attack. As time dragged on, the Fangblade mammoth also realized that these despicable humans seemed to be playing with it. In a fit of rage. Without caring about the Titan ant's charge, nor the skills of other beast tamers, it locked onto the damage and charged straight towards Lin Yan. The instant explosive speed of the Fangblade mammoth. Even Lin Yan almost didn't react in time. With a prickling sensation on his scalp, he hurriedly called the Titan ant back to defend. Run! Just as the Fangblade mammoth broke through the Titan ant's blockade, its huge tusks glinting coldly. As the long fangs charged towards Lin Yan, a stunning figure suddenly appeared. The radiant scale dragon descended from the sky, casting a slow effect on the Fangblade mammoth. Taking advantage of this half-second control time, Qin Ruoyu dragged Lin Yan away from the range of the Fangblade mammoth's attack. Chapter 65, Prey. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Qin Ruoyu, Lin Yan was overjoyed. He didn't expect to meet her here. Qin Ruoyu shot Lin Yan a glare, her tone fierce. If you want to die, just say so. I'll find a way to give you a merciful end. What do you think? Provoking a level 40+ monster, do you believe that if I were a moment late, you wouldn't even leave a whole corpse behind? Lin Yan chuckled, not to that extent. Qin Ruoyu raised her fist in annoyance, wanting to give Lin Yan a good hit on the head. But seeing so many people watching, she reluctantly lowered her fist. You're just in time, I have a greater chance now. Stay nearby and wait for my command. Lin Yan smiled, directly controlling the Titan ant and the Bloodwing Frenzy bee. In a rhythmic fashion, they attacked the Fangblade mammoth. The Fangblade mammoth was already upset after failing its previous attack. Now seeing these little bugs daring to attack it, it was furious, ignoring the attacks. Its whole body swelled to twice the size. A pair of sharp tusks glinting coldly, along with glimmering blades, charged towards Lin Yan. 2 Bloodwing Frenzy bees grabbed Lin Yan's shoulders, swiftly dodging this attack. Shouting, "Now's the time, attack its back with everything." Everyone had waited so long, finally receiving Lin Yan's command. They all mobilized their energy, ready to deliver a heavy blow to the monster. A variety of skills were charged and ready to go. Qin Ruoyu hesitated for a moment before releasing her energy. The Radiant Scale Dragon unleashed its most lethal skill, attacking the back of the Fangblade mammoth. Boom! In an instant, over 20 of the strongest skills burst together. Roar! The Fangblade mammoth let out a howl, its already unhealthy health dropping even further. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes, shouting again. Bloodwing Frenzy bees, unleash a bloodstorm. In an instant, over 10,000 Bloodwing Frenzy bees became agitated. Their stingers pointed in the same direction, constantly shooting out. This time, the dense stingers weren't deflected. Instead, they directly stabbed into the Fangblade mammoth's body. Finally, it's effective. Lin Yan excitedly waved his fist. Previously, the Bloodwing Frenzy Bee's attacks could barely penetrate the Fangblade Mammoth's outer defenses. Now, this giant elephant was enraged. Releasing its skills, although it grew larger, with increased attack power and range. But the price was its lowered defense. This gave Lin Yan a chance. The Bloodwing Frenzy Bee's skills dealt noble percentage damage. Only by relying on this could they wear down the Fangblade Mammoth completely. Otherwise, at this level of monster, entering the final blood frenzy state, no one here would be its opponent. You have successfully killed a level 39 legendary bloodline Fangblade Mammoth, biomass plus 800, experience plus 16,000. The kill notification popped up. Lin Yan was stunned. How could it be so much? Could it be because the level gap was too large, the system was rewarding him? As huge amounts of experience flooded in. Lin Yan also leveled up to silver rank 7. Legendary bloodline can be devoured. Lin Yan immediately thought of this layer. At this moment, the system also presented a choice button for whether to devour. Lin Yan did not rush to choose. Instead, he manipulated the Titan giant ant to slowly lift the corpse of the tusked mammoth. In the natural world, ordinary ants can easily lift things that are several times heavier than themselves. This tusked mammoth's corpse isn't that big. Lin Yan decided to take it out to a less populated place before devouring it. After all, this is one of his trump cards. He cannot expose it to others yet. Seeing this scene, the crowd wasn't surprised, chuckling. Brother Yen wants to take this trophy out, what a good idea. This is a nearly level 40 monster, this is something to brag about for a lifetime. If it were me, I'd take this monster around the school, oh no, around the whole city. Now, I wonder who would still dare to question Brother Yen's position as the strongest of his peers. I heard the freshman representative from Chenxing University is a girl? Perfect for Brother Yen as a little assistant. Shoo, don't say more, can't you see Qin Ji is here? Everyone chattered away, completely ignoring that Lin Yan had single-handedly killed the tusked mammoth. In their view, they thought they only played supporting roles. Attracting fire, directing, the final blow was all Lin Yan's work. Naturally, Lin Yan's merit was the greatest. But Lin Yan cannot think that way. He took out the spoils seized from Zhuo Xiao, handing them out to everyone. Everyone, don't be fussy, thank you all for putting your lives on the line with me. The crowd received the spoils, instantly overjoyed. These are all branded goods, worth a lot. And they didn't really play with their lives. Lin Yan didn't even dare to let them onto the front lines, he attracted all the hate alone. Thank you, Brother Yen, this stuff is worth several tens of thousands now. You're too polite, we didn't do much, this is too precious. Brother Yen handles things like this, following him means there's meat to eat, blocking him only leads to death. I should post on social media to show off. Everyone gained unexpected rewards, and their gratitude towards Lin Yan deepened. Lin Yan also didn't care much about these things. Though the total value is around 1 to 2 million, if sold at second-hand prices, it wouldn't be worth that much. If given as a gift, it wouldn't lose its value at all. Besides, he was not lacking in money right now. He already had over 1 million in his hands. Xunlei still had a 1 million betting agreement. Lin Yan had long regarded that 1 million as his property. Qin Ruoyu watched the group split the spoils and learned from Lin Yan what had just happened. She didn't have any objections to Lin Yan's methods. She simply refused Lin Yan's offer to give her a share of the spoils. I didn't do anything, there's no need to share with me. And, I don't like second-hand things. When she said this, Qin Ruoyu's gaze made Lin Yan very uncomfortable. Could she be hinting at something? Lin Yan couldn't figure it out. The group continued onward. The densely packed Titan giant ants were carrying the tusked mammoth's corpse. Just as they walked out of the small woods. At this moment, a large group of people appeared in front of them. Looking at the badges on their chests, they were the contestants from Chenxing University. Be careful, that girl is Xiao Ranran. Qin Ruoyu stood next to Lin Yan and whispered. Lin Yan assessed the leading girl, trying to see if they intended to attack. If they attacked, his group would certainly respond in kind. If they didn't attack, then he would lead everyone towards the regional center. However, both sides stared at each other for quite a while. Finally, Xiao Ranran broke the stalemate, coldly questioning. Did you kill my prey? This was understood by everyone as referring to Lin Yan. They all turned their gazes towards him. Xiao Ranran didn't need anyone to tell her, she had seen Lin Yan's battle videos herself. She was very familiar with Lin Yan. Your prey? Lin Yan sneered. If you don't step aside, I'll send you down to meet it. The people from Chenxing University instantly erupted in fury upon hearing this. Everyone pointed at Lin Yan and cursed. Arrogant, how dare you speak to Sister Ranran like that? Who do you think you are? If you dare to utter another word, do you believe we will kill you? This tooth and claw mammoth was injured by us, we followed it for ages. You must give us an explanation. Apologize to Sister Ran, or I won't let you off easy. If you have guts, throw away your emergency transmitter. I want to duel you. A talented contestant from Starry Sky University excitedly stepped forward. Lin Yan glanced at him, took out his emergency transmitter. In front of everyone, he directly crushed it with force. Everyone immediately gasped, their eyes wide open. Qin Ruoyu was also taken aback. Are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? Lin Yan shook his head. Not needed. He then looked at the contestant and coldly asked. Come on, throw away your emergency transmitter too, let's duel. The talented contestant from Starry Sky University was instantly speechless. He never expected Lin Yan to be so daring. He just wanted to show off in front of Xiao Ran, make a good impression. But he didn't foresee this. Lin Yan had put him directly on the spot. You. Lin Yan's strength was already well known among the 4 major schools. A super abnormal genius, his strength surpassed that of his peers. He even handled second-year student council members. Such a character. For an ordinary genius to challenge him was like committing suicide. You go back. Xiao Ran frowned and glanced at him, stepping forward to block him. Lin Yan, I am Xiao Ran from Starry Sky University. This prey was injured by me, but I'll let you have it, I won't pursue it further. Let's take a step back, and we can go our own ways. Xiao Ran did not want to conflict with Lin Yan for now. Although they had the numbers on their side. If a real fight broke out, it would be uncertain. To be safe, it was better to go to the regional center and secure a good position. Just as she was about to leave. Suddenly, a contestant from Starry Sky University shouted. Where did you get your stuff? Everyone's attention turned to Lin Yan and the items in people's hands. These trophies were mostly expensive, limited edition, one of a kind. The contestant usually got along with Zhuo Xiao. He immediately recognized that many of these items belonged to Zhuo Xiao. What's going on? Xiao Ran felt a tightness in her heart as she saw the situation developing. That contestant found his backbone and spoke eagerly. Sister Ran, the things in their hands belong to Zhuo Xiao and the others. What? Xiao Ran looked over. Could it be that Zhuo Xiao encountered them and lost? Lin Yan generously admitted. These items were indeed begged for by them to let me accept. Xiao Ran's heart sank, it seems Zhuo Xiao and the others had indeed lost. Starry Sky University's start was not going well, and she needed to save face. Then where are Zhuo Xiao and the others? She knew that some students from Starry Sky University would exchange money and resources to survive in times of crisis. However, from the beginning until now, she had not heard any news about Zhuo Xiao. She originally thought they were ahead. Now it seemed they had mostly. Lin Yan shrugged. They weren't very lucky, running into me twice in a minute, I just let them go. Let them go? The contestants from Starry Sky University were stunned and understood what this meant. You broke the agreement, you didn't let them go. Lin Yan smiled a little. The emergency transmitters gave them a second chance, but I won't give that. If they were on the battlefield fighting monsters, could they bribe their way to survive? The contestants from Starry Sky University were left speechless. They had an unspoken rule of exchanging resources for survival. But these barbaric students from True Martial University didn't follow any rules. Especially this Lin Yan, his manner was simply outrageous. The contestants from Starry Sky University were all furious, their imposing manner overwhelming. Sister Ran, I really can't take it anymore, let's go. It's time for these barbarians to learn what civilization is. What are the rules now? Exactly. We are taking revenge for Zhuo Xiao. He is the representative of the new students, and our Ran is also the representative of the new students, so why should we be afraid? That's right, we are not afraid of them. The crowd was aroused. Xiao Ran silently sighed. It seems like in this situation, if I do not follow the public opinion, I won't be able to hold them back. It has been hard to reach this point. I have won over so many hearts. I cannot just lose it like this. Lin Yan. Xiao Ran took a deep breath and crushed her emergency transmitter. For Qingqing, for my classmates, for Zhuo Xiao, for civilization. I want to challenge you one-on-one. Lin Yan chuckled, crossing his arms. You want to challenge me one-on-one? You think you are worthy? After saying that, Qin Ruoyu and Yan Lang stepped forward slightly. Yang Lang sneered. Don't think just because you are the new student representative of Qingqing University, you can stand on equal ground with Brother Yan. Among new student representatives, there are differences. Qin Ruoyu said nothing, only stared coldly at Xiao Ran. If she wants to challenge Lin Yan, she must first pass her level. A sense of frustration rose in Xiao Ranran's heart, and she said in a deep voice. Fine, you want to prove my strength, right? Come on, no matter who you send, I only need one move. If I cannot defeat him with one move, I will withdraw from the assessment. Next to Lin Yan, Yang Lang stepped forward. Brother Yan, let me handle this. I am the top genius in the fire system major. Xiao Ranran is the top in the ice system major at Qinghai University. We are quite evenly matched. You take a break, I am confident. Lin Yan nodded. He also wanted to see just how strong Xiao Ranran really was. Yang Lang summoned his spirit beast, the magma giant rhino. Xiao Ranran also summoned her spirit beast, the ice phoenix. Both contestants quickly retreated, watching the two battle one-on-one. So, Xiao Big Representative, do you want to take the first move or should I? Yang Lang grinned savagely, energy enveloping him, full of momentum. Xiao Ranran chuckled lightly. You go first, so you won't complain later. But I hope when I make my move, you can handle it. Talking big, Yang Lang snorted coldly. He immediately made his move. The magma giant rhino raised its front hoof, magma swirling all over. Then it stomped down heavily. The ground shook violently. From the center of the magma giant rhino, large magma columns erupted from below the ground. Endless fire domain. Several magma columns shot towards the ice phoenix. Xiao Ranran made no movement. Around the ice phoenix, a blue ice shield automatically formed. It directly blocked the magma columns. Several magma columns failed to melt this ice shield. This defense power, is it a phoenix or a turtle? Yang Lang ground his teeth in frustration. In the next second, the ice phoenix flapped its wings, several ice spikes forming around it. They shot towards the magma giant rhino. Frostthorn spear. Xiao Ranran coldly stared at Yang Lang, releasing her skill. Chapter 67, New Troop Type, 1000 Fathom Mantis. Several cold ice spears rushed towards the magma giant rhino. A feeling of extreme danger arose in Yang Lang's heart. Quick retreat. Yang Lang wanted to give the order, but it was too late. The ice spears penetrated through the magma's block. They accurately struck the body of the magma giant rhino. Roar. The magma giant rhino let out a long howl, magma erupting from its body. Ice and fire collided. The ice spears melted, leaving a large hole in the chest of the magma giant rhino. Its life force rapidly weakened. No! Yang Lang let out a heart-wrenching scream. A contracted spirit beast is almost an inseparable half of a beast master's life. The magma giant rhino crashed down, raising a storm of dust. And the ice phoenix still flew in the air, once again condensing ice spears around it. It suddenly shot them in an attempt to give the magma giant rhino the final blow. However, at the same time, countless black tail needles shot out quickly. The bloodwing swarm used its tail needles to build a barrier in front of the magma giant rhino, blocking all the ice spears. Lin Yan walked to Yang Lang's side, patted his shoulder, and said solemnly, use the emergency transmitter to take the magma giant rhino for treatment. Yang Lang wiped away a tear and nodded solemnly. After retracting the lava giant rhino, he crushed the emergency transmitter. A flash of white light appeared. Yang Lang's figure vanished without a trace. Not bad, you have qualified to challenge me. Lin Yan stepped forward, walking in front of the crowd. Xiao Ranran's heart raced when she saw this man. He was also a student representative, and his fame was much greater than hers. Then come on, I don't think you can defeat me. Xiao Ranran said calmly, pretending to be composed. In front of so many people, she couldn't back down. Sure enough. Seeing Xiao Ranran's confident appearance, the people from Qinghai University immediately cheered. Sister Ranran, well done. Give this barbarian a lesson. Take him down in one move and see how he reacts. What garbage True Martial University is, just a bottom feeder for us Qinghai. The crowd behind Lin Yan had little reaction. Only mocking eyes and disdainful expressions. A bunch of clowns, yelling for no reason. Never seen the world, just defeating a mere Yang Lang, and they are so excited? Don't blame them, they haven't truly experienced Yan Ji's terror. Xiao Ranran, go for it, don't just surrender because your opponent is Yan Gu. I nearly couldn't retrieve my 40-meter-long blade. Both sides exchanged sharp words. Lin Yan and Xiao Ranran had little to say. Both sides maintained stillness, neither willing to make the first move. The atmosphere grew more tense. At this moment, shadows gradually appeared in the nearby forest and hills. People from Zhuge University and the Arctic University had also arrived. Leading them were the freshman representatives from both schools. However, they showed no intention of interfering in this duel. Instead, they kept their distance. watching quietly. Under the gaze of those around her, Xiao Ranran felt the pressure mounting. Finally, she could no longer hold back. With a move, her spiritual power began to swirl. In midair, the ice phoenix shone with blue light in its eyes, letting out a cry. Chirp! Instantly, a dark cloud gathered in the sky. The ice phoenix concealed itself within the dark cloud. Soon after, icy rain began to fall from the clouds. With spiritual power, the raindrops condensed into ice, all crashing down. The Bloodwing Hurricane, caught off guard, was struck by the ice rain and instantly turned into a block of ice, shattering upon hitting the ground. Fortunately, this ice rain did not cause high damage. For the highly resistant Titan Giant Ant, it could not form control. However, the Titan Giant Ant's health continued to decline. And without the assistance of the Bloodwing Hurricane, the Titan Giant Ant would soon be worn down if this continued. It's effective. Xiao Ranran felt ecstatic inside. Lin Yan wasn't as strong as she had imagined. With just one skill, she had controlled most of his bugs. On the outside, the two freshman representatives from Arctic University and Zhuke University exchanged glances. In each other's eyes, there was confusion. Why was Lin Yan so weak? Could it be that his fame was all just hot air? Were all these countless insect-type spirit beasts really just for show, mere decorations? The ice rain continued to fall from the sky. The Titan Giant Ants formed a circle, protecting Lin Yan inside. It seems I must devour it. Lin Yan's gaze fell on the corpse of the teeth-blade mammoth behind him. This was the body of a legendary beast, invincible in single combat. If he could devour it, he would definitely obtain a strong new troop. Perhaps he could break the current stalemate. As for his own abilities, as long as he showed enough talent, then True Martial University would surely keep him safe. Lin Yan turned around, seeing trust in the eyes of the crowd. Titan Giant Ants, protect me, I am going to devour. Lin Yan commanded the Titan Giant Ants to bring the corpse of the Teethblade Mammoth closer. In the next second, the densely packed Titan Giant Ants surged like a tide, surrounding Lin Yan completely. Wrapped inside, the Titan Ants outside are enduring the attack of the icy rain. When one Titan Ant dies, another immediately takes its place. What is Yen Gu doing? Why isn't he moving? Could it be that he's brewing some big move? It looks so frustrating, being passively beaten like this. That little brat from Qingheng University will definitely laugh at us. The mockery before the result is like farting. Do you not trust Yen Gu? Exactly, after all, the opponent is the freshman representative. Yen Gu must have his own tactics. Just wait and see. Across the way, the players from Qingheng University immediately started to mock. It's hilarious, what freshman representative can only hide behind bugs? What did that guy say earlier? There are differences even among freshman representatives. Well said, now it's clear who is the strong one and who is the coward. Lin Yan is just a turtle hiding. What kind of skill is that? This is the spirit of Jinwu University. Do you know what the spirit beast of the principal is? I know, it's a big turtle. This is a tradition, students of Jinwu University are all turtles. Outside, the cacophony of voices continued. Lin Yan ignored them and looked at the corpse of the saber-toothed mammoth. A system prompt appeared before him. Lin Yan directly chose to start devouring. The next second, a huge black hole appeared in front of him, slowly beginning to swallow the corpse of the saber-toothed mammoth. Sweat beads as big as peas appeared on Lin Yan's forehead. This saber-toothed mammoth's level is too high, and its body is so large. Devouring it requires a lot of physical strength. Xiao Ranran watched Lin Yan hidden among the bugs, unsure of what he was up to. She saw Lin Yan hide the corpse of the saber-toothed mammoth as well. I have a bad feeling about this. Xiao Ranran squinted her eyes. Her spiritual power surged, ready to unleash a big move. At this moment, in the center of the Titan Ants, Lin Yan finally finished devouring the corpse of the saber-toothed mammoth. You have successfully devoured the legendary bloodline saber-toothed mammoth. You have acquired the insect warrior Qianran Mantis. Chapter 68, Despairing Xiao Ranran. Qianran Mantis. Level, 17. Bloodline, legendary. Health, 2200. Attack, 870. Defense, 440. Agility, 790. Spirit, 620. Skill, Blade Dance, quickly slashes the opponent, dealing massive true damage, and recovers 20% of the damage dealt as health. In the center of the Titan Ants, Lin Yan looked at the attributes and skills of the Qianran Mantis, and his jaw dropped. He couldn't stop the smile on his face. This is amazing. A high attack, high agility assassin. True damage, a tank killer. Life-stealing skill, lasting endurance. Perfect. Lin Yan looked at his system panel. He still had more than 14,000 biomass left. During this time, the number of dead Titan ants and bloodwing hornets had reached 12,000. Just enough to free up the insect soldier count for the Shenron mantis. At this moment, the icy rain gradually stopped. Lin Yan also controlled the Titan ant to open up and walked out. As soon as he appeared, the Qingheng University side erupted in laughter. Ha ha, look, the turtle is out. Now that the icy rain has stopped, he's out. Does he think Sister Ran ran out of spiritual power? What a clown, does he not know that Sister Ran is preparing to unleash a big move? By the way, Lin Yan's emergency transmitter is gone, he definitely can't teleport out later. Doesn't that mean that Lin Yan has no other option but to beg for mercy later? I hope when he kneels down begging for mercy, he will still have that aloof look. Look, Sister Ran is about to unleash her big move. Where's the phone? Get ready to record, I want to capture the moment she gets scared. Lin Yan remained calm, hands behind his back. He watched the heavenly ice sacred phoenix dancing in the air, dispersing the dark clouds with a proud posture. Xiao Ran looked at Lin Yan with cold eyes. Although she didn't know what trick he was playing, from the strength he had shown so far, it was clear. It is really not worth mentioning. If she did not remember that even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, and must not be careless or underestimate the enemy, she would feel that this big move was somewhat wasteful. You are also a representative of the new students, and you are also my fellow townsman from Yunyang province. Xiao Ran gathers her strength to unleash her ultimate move while seemingly persuading but actually attracting attention. I originally wanted to let you off, but your actions are simply outrageous and unworthy of being a new student representative. This move, although it will cause you some pain, will help you realize the gap and be cautious and not arrogant. The crowd behind her immediately started to flatter. Sister Ran is so kind, speaking nicely to someone like Lin Yan. Sister Ran, there's no need to say so much to this type of person, just take action directly. Exactly, such a barbaric person, it's a waste of breath to talk. Only by making him understand that there are always mountains beyond mountains can he realize his mistakes. Lin Yan looked at the crowd across from him, all talking at once. What are you babbling about? Now, it's my turn to act. The crowd behind him gasped in surprise. Qin Ruoyu also took a step back to see more clearly. This first place contestant taking action. It was worth their careful observation. In the air, the ice phoenix of heaven dove down, its feathers gradually becoming sharp like blades of ice. The whole body shot out like a cannonball and accelerated multiple times. The speed escalated to a terrifying level. On the side of Qingheng University, seeing this familiar skill, they couldn't help but smile. This was the current ultimate move of the ice phoenix of heaven. Divine Phoenix descends. Xiao Ran said softly, pouring all her spiritual energy into the ice phoenix of heaven. An ancient phoenix's phantom emerged, displaying itself around the ice phoenix of heaven. With an unmatched aura, it charged towards Lin Yan's location. It's over. Xiao Ran said with a smile. She had used this move to heavily injure the Toothblade Mammoth before. Even Diamond Beastmasters did not dare to take this move head-on from her. The crowd behind her immediately started whispering and laughing. They could already pop open the champagne at the halftime. Looking at the ice phoenix of heaven diving down from the sky, Lin Yan did not retreat a step, pointing with his hand. Come out, Thousand Fangs Mantis, welcome your opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, countless wormholes suddenly appeared around him. A large number of new unit Thousand Fangs Mantises flew out from inside. What is this? Brother Yan's new bugs? I knew Brother Yan had some tricks up his sleeve, this new insect-type spirit beast is so cool. Wow, look at this big sickle, it just looks sharp, this is a real spirit beast. This aura, this number, I'm glad I'm on Brother Yan's side. Let's see how strong these new bugs are. Lin Yan spent 10,000 points of biomass to summon a full 10,000 Thousand Fangs Mantises. The moment the Thousand Fangs Mantises appeared, they locked onto their target. The ice phoenix of heaven in mid-air. Although the target had a strong momentum and was in the middle of its ultimate move, the Thousand Fangs Mantises were not afraid at all, instead, they were full of battle intent. Insect-type spirit beasts are born warriors. Participants from the 4 universities are all here, let me start a feast. Skill, sword dance slash. Lin Yan's spiritual energy erupted, showing no mercy. In an instant, 10,000 Thousand Fangs Mantises soared into the air to confront the descending ice phoenix of heaven. Sword dance slash made the Thousand Fangs Mantises dance in the air. The entire army of 10,000 Thousand Fangs Mantises activated their skills simultaneously. A huge wind blade slash headed toward the ice phoenix of heaven. In an instant, the mid-air battlefield turned into a meat grinder. Countless wind blades slashed outward, occasionally a stray wind blade hitting the ground, creating deep rifts. Hiss, this power is a bit terrifying. This new bug is much more domineering than Brother Yan's previous two bugs. Shoo, the result is about to be revealed. At this moment, not only the true Martial University and Xinjiang University sighed. Even the spectators from Juke University and Beiji University looked serious as they watched the scene. In mid-air, countless wind blades gathered into a whirlwind. Finally, I collided with the heavenly ice sacred phoenix. Boom! The sky let out a violent sound. The chaos of spiritual power caused a slight distortion in space. Everyone squinted their eyes, trying hard to see the battle in mid-air. After a while, finally, the chaotic spiritual power in the air returned to normal. People were finally able to see the tragic scene in mid-air. Lin Yan's new bug soldiers had suffered heavy casualties, many hulking praying mantis corpses were frozen and slowly falling to the ground. On the other side, the heavenly ice sacred phoenix was not doing well either. Its momentum from the powerful strike was brought to a halt. One pair of wings was badly damaged, and the blue ice crystals on its body had dimmed. Xiao Ranran had her spiritual power completely drained and was also struggling. At that moment, Lin Yan suddenly spoke again. Are you finished? I still have more. In an instant, myriads of blood-winged bees soared into the sky behind Lin Yan, their countless tails aimed at the heavenly ice sacred phoenix. Xiao Ranran fell into despair at once. Chapter 69, Planting the Slave Mark. At this moment, the heavenly ice sacred phoenix, heavy injured, was slowly falling from the sky battlefield. Although 10,000 hulking praying mantises had suffered severe losses, they were not without the power to fight back. This one big move had a highly concentrated damage. Even if it hit a hulking praying mantis's body during release, it would explode into a mist of blood instantly. However, Lin Yan's bug soldiers were densely packed and covered the entire battlefield. They could not be killed completely. I lost, I withdraw from the assessment, you hurry and stop. Xiao Ranran was so anxious she was about to cry. The heavenly ice sacred phoenix was heavily wounded, and her connection with it was extremely weak. She had just issued several commands, trying to awaken the heavenly ice sacred phoenix. But all those commands fell on deaf ears. No response whatsoever. Perhaps at this moment, the heavenly ice sacred phoenix was already unconscious, in great danger. If it did not receive timely treatment, it would die. She might want to get the first place in the assessment, but if the heavenly ice sacred phoenix died, everything would be lost. The heavenly ice sacred phoenix had not yet disengaged from battle, so she could not retrieve it into the Beastmaster space. If she used the emergency teleportation talisman, the heavenly ice sacred phoenix could be left here forever. Seeing Lin Yan coldly watching her, ignoring her, Xiao Ranran gritted her teeth, and in a fit of anger, she directly knelt down. Lin Yan, I beg you, spare my heavenly ice sacred phoenix. People from Xinjiang University behind her were shocked, quickly coming forward to help Xiao Ranran up. Ranran, get up quickly, no need to beg him. You are the pride of our Xinjiang University, how could you kneel to him? Don't beg him. It's embarrassing, can't you see the group from Jinwu University laughing at us? If worst comes to worst, just don't take it, we can always buy another one later. Though this heavenly ice sacred phoenix is your hard work, being a person with dignity is more important. The crowd behind her spoke up in a jumble. Xiao Ranran was anxious and did not want to offend them, yet she also did not want to give up the heavenly ice sacred phoenix. She could only stay silent and kneel like this. Unlike those rich boys who could freely mobilize their family's resources. Right now her family was barely able to protect themselves. There were no extra resources to allocate to her. Thinking of this, two streams of clear tears burst from Xiao Ranran's eyes, her voice choked up. Lin Yan, can you let me off for our shared background from Yunnan province? If the heavenly ice sacred phoenix is gone, I won't live either. Lin Yan looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect her to be a fellow townsfolk. But as the saying goes, when fellow townsfolk meet, one could get stabbed in the back. This woman had attacked him earlier, leading with a powerful move. If he hadn't kept a backup plan and summoned the hulking praying mantises in time, he might have already kicked the bucket. If you want to be my enemy, then be prepared for it. Lin Yan stepped forward slowly, raising his arm. As long as he waved it down, the remaining thousands of hulking praying mantises would pounce forward. The blood-winged beast behind him would turn this heavenly ice sacred phoenix into a hedgehog. Wait. Xiao Ranran's eyes widened, and she exclaimed. I am from the Xiao family in the capital, I have money, how much do you want? Or say, what do you want? Anything at all, even me. Just say the word, and I will agree. But please, can you not harm the heaven ice sacred phoenix first? The people from Xinjiang University behind her quietly took a few steps back. They wanted to distance themselves from this woman. So embarrassing. This is simply tarnishing the reputation of Qingheng University. Our Qingheng University can bow to money, but it cannot bow to a poor fool. Moreover, to a wild and broke person like Lin Yan. Anything at all? Lin Yan lowered his raised forearm slowly, stroking his chin as he sized up Xiao Ranran. Qin Ruoyu, standing behind him, saw this scene and approached angrily. She slapped Lin Yan on the back of his head. What are you thinking? Lin Yan turned his head, looking innocent at Qin Ruoyu. Killing this heaven ice sacred phoenix isn't worth it, it's better to ask for something. Lin Yan was not a naive person, he was chillingly calm. In this situation, clearly, letting her go would be more profitable. A level 10 heaven ice sacred phoenix would only yield a few dozen points of biomass if killed. Killing a few magical beasts could earn that back. But if he could get his hands on a legendary magical beast specimen, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Qin Ruoyu looked at Lin Yan, seemingly not deceiving. So, she let him off the hook. Lin Yan cleared his throat, his gaze becoming cold once more. I can let you go, but you need to bring something in exchange. Xiao Ranran's heart stirred, and she immediately responded. Of course. Just say it, I will agree to anything. Lin Yan asked, do you have a specimen of a legendary magical beast? Since they were a family in the capital, such things shouldn't be difficult for them. A specimen of a legendary magical beast? Xiao Ranran paused, not expecting Lin Yan would make such a request. Before the Xiao family's downfall, she had seen specimens of legendary magical beasts in her family. This was a symbol of the family's heritage. However, since the Xiao family fell, she had been sent to Yunyang province for many years and hadn't returned home. Such extravagant things were likely sold off or given away. Xiao Ranran gritted her teeth and said, yes. This month end is the Holy Yu festival, I will return home then and bring it to you. Lin Yan frowned, is that a blank check? How will you guarantee it? At this time, the Heaven Ice Sacred Phoenix fell from the sky, heavily crashing to the ground, clearly losing consciousness. Xiao Ranran hurriedly checked and, after confirming the Heaven Ice Sacred Phoenix was not in mortal danger, let out a sigh of relief. But her expression remained grave. Because the injuries of the Heaven Ice Sacred Phoenix were severe. If they did not leave the area in time and receive professional treatment, there might be irreversible damage or even death. Xiao Ranran lightly bit her lip, feeling conflicted. Beside her, the Heaven Ice Sacred Phoenix groaned in pain. I can let you mark me with a slave seal until I bring you the legendary magical beast specimen. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd was instantly in an uproar, looking at the still kneeling Xiao Ranran in disbelief. What? She's actually willing to mark herself with a slave seal? What a disgrace. How can someone like her come from Qingheng University? I even called her sister Ranran before, I didn't expect her to be this kind of woman. What does a slave seal mean? A slave seal is a revised version of a beast contract, equivalent to binding a human, but it isn't very effective, more of a symbol of humiliation. What? She agrees to such a thing, has she lost her mind? The Xiao family is in turmoil, if the Heaven Ice Sacred Phoenix dies, she's finished, so she has no choice. Even so, she still has no shame. Listening to the crowd's heart-wrenching words, Xiao Ranran lowered her head, unsure of what she was thinking. Lin Yan frowned and pondered for a while before finally nodding and saying, all right then, let's do it. Xiao Ranran let out a sigh of relief, expressionless as she raised her head. She walked in front of Lin Yan and knelt again. I, Xiao Ranran, acknowledge Lin Yan as my master, and will be loyal to him from now on, never to turn back. Xiao Ranran's forehead. A pattern resembling a lotus appeared. A strange feeling rose in Lin Yan's heart. He extended his finger and pointed a trace of spiritual power at the pattern on Xiao Ranran's forehead. Chapter 70, Lin Yan's Proposal. After the slave seal contract was completed, Lin Yan felt that the bond between him and Xiao Ranran had indeed deepened. However, he was still the one in power. Xiao Ranran remained kneeling, looking up at Lin Yan, her legs trembling slightly. Although she knew it was because of the slave seal contract, her heart just couldn't help but submit to him. It was as if he was born to be her master. Get up. Since the contract was already established, he had the protection of a legendary magical beast specimen. So he wouldn't make things difficult for Xiao Ranran. After all, she was considered his person now. Looking back, Lin Yan found that Qin Ruoyu had already disappeared. He looked at the nearest genius from Jinwu University and asked, where's Qin Ruoyu? The genius was stunned for a moment and quickly replied, she just left, we don't know where she went. Left? Lin Yan frowned, looking at the approaching barrier, he said. Forget it, let's leave first. The final goal of this assessment was to see the ranking of those who survived to the end. If they exceed the shrinking area of the barrier, they would be immediately eliminated. The geniuses from Jinwu University were all very excited. Their new representative had defeated the new representative of another school head-on and even planted a slave seal. This wave can be said to have brought them great honor. Brother Yen is awesome, he even planted a slave seal on Xiao Ranran. I told you, there is a gap even among new representatives. What gap? The gap between master and slave? Look at those people from Chuntian University, their faces are dark. I'm dying of laughter, where did that taunting spirit just go? Why is everyone mute now? Today the streets of Chuntian University must be very flat and clean. What does that mean? No pebbles. Ha 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 ha. The crowd laughed without stopping. On the other side, the participants from Chuntian University were all dejected and silent. They could only cast resentful glances at Xiao Ranran. It was all this that made them unable to lift their heads. In the future, I don't know this person. A genius from Chuntian University huffed, turning to leave. The others also turned to leave. So unlucky, really embarrassing, how can I be in the same school as this person? If I had known, I would have chosen Jinwu University from the start. What trash, only able to behave arrogantly in their own turf. It would have been better if we let Suishao be the new representative. Exactly, then we wouldn't have been this embarrassed. Damn it, don't let me see her in school from now on, disgusting. Let's go, just thinking about how I used to call her sister Ranran makes me want to puke. The crowd from Chuntian University left one after another. Only one last boy remained. Silently, he approached Xiao Ranran, taking out a bottle of sword wound medicine from his pocket and handing it to her. Xiao Ranran managed a miserable smile. What is called when the wall falls, everyone pushes. She finally understood it now. She admitted that she indeed used some means to increase her popularity before. But more than that, it was they who actively followed and showed goodwill to her. As for their purpose? What else is there to think? Now that she had lost, and was even planted with a slave seal, they treated her like a piece of garbage. What a mockery. Xiao Ranran wanted to take the bottle of medicine. But unexpectedly, as she reached for it, the boy expressionlessly let go of his hand. The medicine brushed against her hand and fell to the ground, getting covered in dirt. The boy turned and left without nostalgia. Xiao Ranran painfully closed her eyes. She withdrew the heavenly ice sacred phoenix back to the beast master space. Behind her, she crushed the emergency transmitter. Around her, Lin Yan had already taken the people from Jinwu University away. The people from Arctic University and Zhuke University, after watching the excitement, also fearfully left. They thought it would be a balanced duel. But unexpectedly, it ended with a complete defeat of a new representative. Seeing Lin Yan's demeanor, there is still strength left. It's really terrifying. A monster, simply a monster. The new student representatives from two schools commented on Lin Yan. Lin Yan led his team to the center of the area. Along the way, it was naturally a smooth push. At this moment, Tang Tianyu appeared with Han Xiaofeng and Li Jueming, who had not shown up before. Seeing Lin Yan and the other classmates, they were also surprised. You guys are really fast. We three rushed here at the last minute. I have to tell you a serious situation. Tang Tianyu, with a serious face, put his arm around Lin Yan's shoulder and said. Just now we ran into the new student representatives from the Arctic University and Zhuke University. Guess what? They teamed up. It's simply malicious teaming. Now we are in danger with Chenstar University. Although your strength is strong, but we have to be cautious. I suggest you team up with that Xiao Ranran from Chenstar University. Lin Yan looked at Tang Tianyu's appearance and held back laughter, saying. In a sense, Xiao Ranran is on my side now. Tang Tianyu sighed in relief and smiled. I knew you were prepared. By the way, where is Xiao Ranran now? Lin Yan replied. She should have returned to the elimination zone. Tang Tianyu's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. What did you say? What do we do now? What to do? Lin Yan let out a cold laugh. It seems that the strength he just displayed scared both Arctic University and Zhuke University. They were forced to abandon the dignity of new student representatives and pair up. It's a small matter, they dare not make a move against me. Lin Yan said lightly. Even though they teamed up, they absolutely did not dare to make a move against him. If they had that confidence, they would have launched an attack earlier. The effect would have definitely been better than it is now. Their teaming up should be to guard against him making a move on one of them. At this time, the area center was constantly shrinking. The people from Arctic University and Zhuke University had all arrived. From a distance of more than 10 meters, they faced off against Lin Yan's side. The remaining people from Chenstar University also gradually arrived. Without Xiao Ranran leading, they were in groups of 2 or 3, unable to form a united front. As the circle shrank smaller and smaller, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Lin Yan lightly cleared his throat and said, "Let me say one thing." With just a few simple words, everyone immediately fell silent. They fixed their gazes on him. In this kind of chaotic situation, unexpected events are likely to occur, and no one wants to do that. So, I decided to exit the area center according to the strength ranking of the 3 schools. In the top 10 rankings, Arjunwu University occupies 6 spots, while Arctic and Juke share 2 each. New student representatives can rank in the top 5. How about this proposal? There was no objection from Jinwu University. However, Arctic University and Juke University were furrowing their brows, pondering the pros and cons. But time was not waiting for them. Lin Yan acted so domineeringly and arrogantly. It seemed they had no choice. The new student representative from Juke University spoke first. "I, Juke University, agree." The new student representative from Arctic University side raised his hand. "I, Arctic University, also agree." On the outside, the people from Chenstar University were also stunned. "What about us?" "Wait. We Chenstar University are also one of the 4 prestigious universities. Aren't you forgetting us when you guys divide the top 10 spots?" A higher-ranking contestant from Chenstar University stepped forward and said, "Lin Yan, why isn't there a spot for a student from Chenstar University among the top 10? This is unfair." Lin Yan shot him a sideways glance. "You want fairness from me? You found the wrong person. You should go look for Xiao Ranran or that Zua Xiao. Why come to me?" The contestant from Chenstar University opened his mouth, embarrassed and angry. "In this case, our 2 schools will be enemies." Lin Yan chuckled lightly. "Don't flatter yourself. Can I represent Jinwu University? Can you represent Chenstar University?" The crowd behind him quickly leaned toward Lin Yan. Even Polar University and Juke University looked at that person. The meaning was clear. They all supported Lin Yan, were all Lin Yan's entourage. "But what about you?" The person was speechless. At this moment, Zua Xiao was eliminated from the area, and Xiao Ranran used an emergency teleportation talisman again. Although he was the strongest person in terms of cultivation level right now, he did not represent Xinjiang University. Even now, many people on his side did not respect him. "Since you all brought it up, then I will plan out the ranking arrangement for Xinjiang University." Lin Yan stood in place, chuckling coldly. Everyone from Xinjiang University exchanged a glance and swallowed hard. But no one dared to speak. Unexpectedly, the proud students of Xinjiang University had to rely on a student representative from another school to decide their fate. "All contestants from Xinjiang University, stand still and do not move. When the area barrier advances, your ranking will be based on your current positions." Lin Yan paused, then continued expressionlessly. "If any of you feel dissatisfied, you can challenge me now. Or, do you want to come at me all at once?" The people from Xinjiang University suddenly became restless. But seeing the crowd behind Lin Yan, they did not dare to shout loudly. They could only whisper. "This is unfair. Sai, there's nothing we can do. He holds the initiative, how do you expect to get fairness from Xiao Ranran?" Don't mention that asterisk, in my heart, Zua Xiao is the new representative of Xinjiang. This is too much, standing this far behind means I will be eliminated soon? Then move up. Who's stopping you? You. Don't have internal strife, we need to unite. Otherwise, why not summon our spirit beasts and catch Lin Yan off guard? This suggestion did not get support from the front-ranked Xinjiang contestants. The contestants standing in front actually tacitly agreed to Lin Yan's arrangement. "Could you say something? What should we do?" "Humph. Didn't Lin Yan say it clearly? If you're not satisfied, then step up." I guess I'll pass." The front-ranked contestants stayed silent. The back-ranked contestants resigned themselves to their fate. Fight Lin Yan? They might be eliminated now, and their spirit beasts could be heavily injured too. It's not worth it. Not at all worth it. The area barrier gradually advanced, slowly beginning to swallow the contestants from Xinjiang University. One by one, lights gradually disappeared, appearing in the outer area of elimination. On the platform, the principals and professors from the 4 universities were already not surprised at all. Another contestant from Xinjiang University? What's going on? A dozen have been eliminated in a blink, more than all 3 other schools combined. Ha, the face of the vice principal of Xinjiang is darkening, I haven't seen him this angry in a while. Isn't all this caused by that Lin Yan from Jinwu University? I wonder how these Qinqing students offended him. Fortunately, Polar University and Jinwu University have a decent relationship, our rank should be okay this time. Hey, does this ranking have any reference value left? Yeah, as long as that kid Lin Yan is around, everyone becomes a background character. What's the matter? Do you have no confidence in the new representative of your Zhuke University? Our new representative has already said that in terms of combat power, he can't match Xiao Ranran, but Xiao Ranran is still in the emergency center. Lin Yan from Jinwu University is truly a monster. His unique swarm tactics might really have a big future. His abilities perfectly suit the battlefield, and Jinwu University has military backing, hiss. Let's wait and see, maybe we are witnessing the rise of a general. The influential figures outside whispered to each other, discussing animatedly. From time to time, someone came over to Zhao Dingguo's side to congratulate him in advance, showing goodwill. In contrast, on the side of Qinqing University, not a single person approached to speak. Even the professors from their own school kept their distance from the vice principal, fearing that one wrong word might anger him and become a target for venting frustration. However, Zhao Dingguo doesn't care about these things, walking with his hands behind his back, wandering over to Vice Principal Qin Xing. Before he could speak, Vice Principal Qin Xing reprimanded him. Get lost. Zhao Dingguo wasn't upset, he was still smiling. With such a big temper, what if you die from anger? We'll have to go back and buy firecrackers to celebrate. Vice Principal Qin Xing's eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Zhao Dingguo. What do you want? If you came here just to mock, then get lost. It was impossible to say that he was not angry. The most promising Xiao Ranran had been branded with a slave mark. And it was Lin Yan from Jinwu University. Considering his own face and the reputation of the school, he didn't say anything and kept it hidden. But he knew. This kind of thing could not stay secret, it would spread everywhere sooner or later. His reputation as vice principal would be ruined. Zhao Dingguo remained silent, standing beside him, watching the figures constantly appearing in the elimination zone. At this moment, the time suggested they had just entered the finals. All remaining contestants from Qinqing University appeared in the elimination zone. According to the staff's statistics, the highest-ranking contestant from Qinqing University was surprisingly outside the top 200. This had never happened before. Needless to say, it was the work of Lin Yan. Haha, a total defeat. Zhao Dingguo said with a smile, turning his head, only to see Vice Principal Qin Xing had vanished from the spot, heading towards the university's bus. Passing by the elimination zone, he didn't forget to shout at the eliminated Qinqing contestants. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and get back. Do I need to invite you to get on the bus? A bunch of disgraceful losers. The contestants from Qinqing University walked in silence, heads down, towards the school bus. When they arrived, they were full of spirit. Now they were feeling utterly defeated. Zhao Dingguo waved cheerfully at Vice Principal Qin Xing. Take it easy on the way back, see you at the exchange competition between our two countries. By the way, it seems you can't participate in the exchange competition, ha 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 ha. Zhao Dingguo laughed heartily, and the people around responded with laughter. Vice Principal Qin Xing turned his head, glaring at Zhao Dingguo. You wait, we aren't done with this. Zhao Dingguo scoffed, it's never going to be over. At this moment, figures appeared again in the elimination zone. And they came one after another, at a rapid speed. It was as if someone had arranged it in advance. Chapter 72, the assessment is over. First place Lin Yan. Watching the eliminated participants come one after another. Most of them were contestants from Arctic University and Zhuke University. Occasionally, one or two contestants from Jinwu University would appear. The staff from both schools were astonished and hurried up to ask. What's going on? Were you eliminated in a queue? Unexpectedly. The contestants who came out just shook their heads, remaining silent. Only the contestants from Jinwu University were high-spirited and beaming. What exactly is happening? A professor from Jinwu University stepped forward to inquire. Several Jinwu University students chuckled for quite a while. Only then did everyone understand. It was all planned by Lin Yan. The staff and professors exchanged shocked glances. Everyone didn't have to fight, they were eliminated according to their school rankings. However, the students from Jinwu University had higher rankings than the other two universities. Strangely, the freshman representatives from the other two universities actually agreed. What are they doing, giving up without a fight? I want to punish them. A professor from Zhuke University exclaimed, his temper flaring. For a proud university professor, it was absolutely unacceptable for his students to be in such a situation. It was too embarrassing. Soon after, as more contestants kept coming out, The information they learned was increasingly shocking. Xiao Ranran was marked as a slave by Lin Yan. And she even asked for it. The professors exchanged astonished glances, mouths agape in disbelief. Marking someone as a slave was... It means absolute submission, giving up one's dignity. Xiao Ranran is a representative of a prestigious university freshman. What made her give up her dignity in future, asking a man to plant a slave mark? Lin Yan is simply a big devil. A professor sighed. In recent years, the education level of beast taming has developed rapidly. The gap between new beast tamers is getting smaller and smaller. Everyone is thriving in this state. But now, a monster has unexpectedly appeared. It stirred the calm water into chaos. I really don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, professors said worriedly. After coming out, the students from this school all looked dejected. They are all geniuses from various provinces and cities. When they entered the school, they were all full of pride. But now, that pride has been worn away clean. At least from what we see now, it's a good thing, a professor said. The other professors nodded. Figures continuously appeared in the elimination zone. Until the last figure appeared, the students of Jinwu University immediately cheered. Everyone shouted the same name. Lin Yan, Lin Yan, Lin Yan. The contestants from the other two schools leaned aside, pursing their lips as they watched the scene. Two freshman representatives sighed in unison, looking enviously at the man in the middle. Lin Yan waved to the crowd with a smile. Like a star at a welcoming event. Beside him, the assistant Tang Tianyu stood in front of Lin Yan, slightly bending down to extend his arm to block the approaching fans. You kid are impressive. From a distance, Zhao Dinghua came to the elimination zone. A heavy hand slapped hard on Lin Yan's shoulder. Lin Yan felt a fiery pain, grinning and saying, Vice Principal, do you want to squash me? Zhao Dinghua laughed heartily. I wouldn't dare, you kid are a great contributor to our school. Tonight, all the first-year contestants will have a dinner, my treat. In this assessment for the first-year students. Of the 4 schools, Jinwu University had 6 of the top 10, leaving the other schools far behind. The rival Qinqing University didn't even have the qualification to follow closely behind. It can be said that this absolute victory. All the credit goes to Lin Yan alone. The first-year contestants of Jinwu University immediately cheered. They shouted Lin Yan's name once more. Only this time. They also included the vice principal's name. On the other side, Zhao Ziwei heard the noise and frowned. However, another figure appeared in the elimination zone in front of her. Zhao Ziwei came to her senses and nodded at the person in front of her. 38th place, Zhao Duo. Very good, go wait over there. Zhao Ziwei smiled at Zhao Duo. Zhao Duo's face turned slightly red, she nodded blankly and said softly. Thank you, teacher. Then, she walked to the side to wait. Zhao Duo stood on tiptoes, looking towards the first-year contestants' area. It seems the assessment had already ended. The elimination zone was crowded with a large group of people. And the atmosphere was lively and noisy. I wonder how Lin Yan is doing, he is the freshman representative, being in the top 10 is a sure thing, I wonder if he can make it to the top 5. Zhao Duo also came from the first year. Having seen the other school's freshman representatives, all of them are fierce competitors. For example, this year, Zhao Duo had heard that the freshman representative from Qinqing University, although she is a girl, is extremely powerful. Her explosive power even surpasses many second-year geniuses. What if Lin Yan encounters her? Moreover, the assessment ranking isn't solely based on pure strength. Luck also plays a significant role. Zhao Duo observed that there weren't many people around her, and before she came out, the assessment area was still chaotic. It seems it will still take a while to finish. Let's go find Lin Yan. Zhao Duo's heart raced suddenly. She took out her phone, wanting to send Lin Yan a message to ask where he was. But through the reflection on the phone screen, I saw the bloodstains and shallow scars on my face. After hesitating for a moment, I decided to first go to the emergency center to clean up the wounds a bit. It is normal to have accidents during assessments, almost no one comes out without some injuries. And no one would care about these small wounds. But Zhao Duo realized herself that, I don't know when. She started to care more about her appearance. Walking into the trauma treatment room of the emergency center, I simply handled my wounds. As soon as I stepped outside, Zhao Duo saw a familiar person, sitting on the steps, dazed and very low-spirited. Xiao Ranran? Zhao Duo was a bit surprised. How did she end up here? Wasn't the assessment in her first year just over? It seemed she had been waiting here for quite some time. Could it be that she was eliminated long ago? Filled with suspicion, Zhao Duoduo walked to the first-year elimination area. There were many people, very lively. Many students from the school were enthusiastically discussing what had just happened in the assessment. Zhao Duoduo perked up her ears and listened for quite a while. Her eyes gradually widened, and her cherry lips couldn't close. Lin Yan actually defeated an attack from 16 people, defeated Xiao Ranran, and also marked her as a slave. He even forced the other two representatives to hold their noses and accept his ranking proposal. This time, in the first-year assessment of Jinwu University, remarkably, 6 out of the top 10 were from here. And Lin Yan got first place. Zhao Duoduo had a vague sense of crisis, her brows furrowing as she said, "I'm only around 30, will Lin Yan look down on me? Among beast tamers, strength is king. Even for ordinary friendships, strength is usually quite similar. The gap between myself and Lin Yan is still very large." At that moment, Lin Yan's voice suddenly rang out behind her. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing Lin Yan's voice, Zhao Duoduo jumped slightly, and then her mood lightened. She revealed a pretty smile and turned around to greet him. "I came to..." Before she finished her sentence, Zhao Duoduo realized she had misunderstood. Lin Yan's greeting was not directed at her. In the noisy crowd behind her, Lin Yan was looking in surprise at a very good-looking female reporter. The female reporter wore a professional body-hugging dress and had long legs clad in black stockings. The two were laughing and chatting, it was clear they knew each other beforehand. Zhao Duoduo watched the two with a hint of sourness. "Of course, I came specifically to find you." Jinyu, holding a microphone, stuck out her tongue, and then instantly became serious. "First, answer the question. How did you do in this joint exam among the 4 schools, Lin Yan?" Lin Yan was a bit speechless. First, the smile in Jinyu's eyes grew even brighter. "Did you encounter any powerful opponents this time?" Lin Yan pondered for a moment. "I wouldn't call them opponents." Jinyu blinked, not understanding. "What does that mean?" "Because I had no opponents," Lin Yan said lightly. The conversation between the two continued. It seemed like it wouldn't end anytime soon. Zhao Duoduo sighed and walked back to the second-year area. She didn't expect that there would be so many beautiful girls around Lin Yan. "Actually, that's normal, he is so outstanding, everyone likes him." Zhao Duoduo lowered her head, twisting her fingers. "From now on, he probably won't invite me to dinner anymore." At that moment, in the distance, 2 figures were walking toward her. It was Lin Yan and that female reporter who had just been interviewing him. They stood outside the second-year area, peering in at something. Who are they looking for? Zhao Duoduo felt a vague expectation in her heart. Could it be that they are looking for me? Sure enough, Lin Yan spotted her in the crowd and immediately smiled. He said something to the female reporter next to him and walked over. But the female reporter's face showed a bit of dissatisfaction and embarrassment. "I looked for you for ages, you didn't reply to my messages." Lin Yan approached Zhao Duoduo and, seeing her still in a daze, smiled and said, "Now it's evened out." Zhao Duoduo woke up from her dream and quickly looked at her phone, realizing it was already out of battery. "What do you want from me?" Lin Yan pointed to the reporter Jinyu beside him. "This big reporter is treating us to dinner. You're one of the few friends I know from school." Since the assessment ended, Lin Yan hadn't seen Qin Ruoyu. He didn't know where she had gone. You might ask why he didn't bring Tang Tianyu and the others. The big reporter said he wanted to treat to Western cuisine. They would be fine with fried noodles. Zhao Duoduo looked at Lin Yan with a sweet feeling in her heart. "Okay." Lin Yan nodded. "Then don't take the school bus later. We'll take the radio station's car back." Zhao Duoduo nodded. After notifying Zhao Duoduo, the two returned to the large area. The student ranking registration was completed, and students began to board the bus to return to school. Lin Yan looked around but still didn't see Qin Ruoyu. No reply to the message he just sent on his phone. Jinyu looked at Lin Yan, who seemed a bit distracted, and sighed inwardly. Although it hadn't been too long since they last met. When they met again, Lin Yan seemed like a completely different person. The first time she met him, Lin Yan had a strong scholarly aura and youthful spirit. This time, he gave off a pressure of a powerful figure. When she found him, Jinyu even felt a little scared. But thankfully, Lin Yan hadn't forgotten her. Or pretended not to know her. I wonder what he will become after graduating and truly entering the Beastmaster Society. The assessment matter came to a temporary end. Other issues still needed to be handled back at school. It's worth mentioning. In this assessment, Jinwu University's third year suffered a crushing defeat. As the top student and also the student council president, Lei Ming Since the assessment ended, his expression had not been good. Some people said he ranked outside the top 5. You could say it was the worst ranked grade in that year. But none of this had anything to do with Lin Yan anymore. Lin Yan, Jin Ruoyu, and Jin Yu got into the radio station's car. The other colleagues at the radio station were generously given leave by Jin Yu. In the blink of an eye, you've become a big reporter. What position are you now? Lin Yan, sitting in the front passenger seat, looked at Jin Yu, who was driving earnestly. Jin Yu smiled slightly. Thanks to you, the video of my interview with you had a high view count and even went viral across the country. I got promoted. This time the station is preparing to launch a new column specifically to interview genius students who have come out from our Nanling city. If this column goes well, I might even become the editor-in-chief. Congratulations. Lin Yan yawned and replied casually. Jin Yu slightly turned her head to look at Lin Yan, who was resting with his eyes closed. Actually, she only said half of it. This time she came to Jinwu City specifically to interview him. At first, when she suggested to the director to go on a business trip to Jinwu City, the director was not very supportive. However, after Lin Yan created so many big news stories in school, the director began to see Lin Yan's potential. Although interviewing in another place requires a lot of funds and risks losing money. But if fortune favors them, this could completely be an exclusive interview with the future champion of the younger generation. This is a highly profitable interview. In the end, the radio station approved Jin Yu's proposal. From now on, she would temporarily follow Lin Yan around, capturing some daily life and competition progress of genius students from prestigious universities. The car stopped in front of a Western restaurant near the school. Lin Yan opened his eyes and took a look. So familiar, isn't this the Western restaurant where he ate with Shen Lei and Zhao Ziwei before? What a coincidence. The three walked into the Western restaurant. It was obvious to see Zhao Duo was uneasy. She had never been to a decent restaurant since she was young, let alone such a high-end Western restaurant. What do you want to eat? Jin Yu politely asked while flipping through the menu. Zhao Duo stared at the dazzling dishes on the menu, confused. So expensive. Can snails even be eaten? Which one is the staple food? Seeing Zhao Duo's bewildered state, Lin Yan smiled and took the menu, quickly selecting a few suitable dishes. The waiter asked, "How do you want your steak cooked?" Jin Yu replied directly, "Medium rare." The waiter then looked at the other woman at the table. Zhao Duo hesitated for a moment. "How about medium?" The waiter immediately revealed a look of disdain. "I'm sorry, miss, there is no medium, we only have rare, medium well, and well done." Lin Yan frowned, then well done. The waiter wanted to say something more. Lin Yan directly tapped the table. "I want it well done. If your chef can't do it, let your boss come out and explain it to me. You're just a waiter, just convey the customer's request. Now answer me, can it be done?" Chapter 74, Strategy for Winning Over the Senior Sister. Lin Yan's aura was fully unleashed. Not to mention the waiter. Even Zhao Duo and Jin Yu, sitting next to him, were startled. The waiter gulped and quickly said, "Okay, sir, I'll inform the kitchen right away." After saying that, he hurriedly walked away. Zhao Duo looked at Lin Yan with admiration. He's simply a superhero. Why can he be so brave when we are all just people? The three chatted for a while. Jin Yu took out a small notebook and recorded the conversation completely. The two people being interviewed across the table were outstanding students from Jinwu University, genius beast masters. Especially Lin Yan, he was truly a moving focal point. Since entering Jinwu University, his popularity had never dropped. Even just having a meal here, many students from Jinwu University came to greet Lin Yan. The waiter brought the dishes and didn't even dare to lift his head to meet the eyes of the three. 3 steaks. 1 medium rare, 2 well done. The dishes arrived, and the chatting and interview had to come to an end. Jin Yu smiled at Zhao Duo and asked the last question. "I've heard that there are very few girls at Jinwu University, especially beautiful ones. With Duo being so good-looking, is there a lot of male classmates pursuing you?" Zhao Duo glanced at Lin Yan, who was struggling with the well-done steak, and said subtly, "Not many, there should only be half a person who counts." Half a person? Jin Yu was stunned for a moment. Zhao Duo lowered her head, thinking about whether she could say more. She was naturally referring to Lu Jia, who had been pursuing her since their freshman year. To say pursuing, it was more like looking for a toy. Lu Jia had several girlfriends, both inside and outside the school. It was said that every girlfriend had a terrible time with him if they dared to speak out after breaking up. Lu Jia would retaliate, even pushing one female student to attempt suicide. But the Lu family's influence was enormous, and they suppressed this matter. Very few people knew. Zhao Duo came to know about it. It was when Lu Jia began to openly pursue her, which she and her roommates investigated. Last semester, Zhao Duo had been avoiding Lu Jia. This semester, starting sophomore year, she thought she couldn't avoid him. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan appeared and directly sent Lu Jia to the hospital. Zhao Duo thus escaped a calamity. Jin Yu was about to ask more. Suddenly, a student walked over and greeted Lin Yan. Yan Gu. Lin Yan had just shoved a large piece of steak into his mouth. He raised his head to look at the visitor, puzzled. Who are you? Zhao Duo recognized this person and was surprised. Wang Xiaohu? Wang Xiaohu was the student whose leg was broken by Shen Lei before the assessment. Though his leg received timely treatment, the emotional scars he suffered, however, couldn't be healed. Zhao Duo? Wang Xiaohu's expression was also somewhat strange upon seeing his classmate. How do you know Yan Gu? Zhao Duo looked at him, somewhat speechless. This seems like something I should be asking you. Yan Gu, I'll leave first and chat later. Wang Xiaohu had a good sense of boundaries, noticing that Lin Yan was eating with two beautiful women. She shot a knowing glance at Lin Yan. Then she walked into a private room. Zhao Duo asked. How did you two meet? Lin Yan looked puzzled and frowned. I don't know him. Who is he? It's so strange. Jin Yu, sitting opposite, secretly nodded at Lin Yan. I didn't expect him to be so popular at school, even those who don't know him come over to greet him. And a sophomore has to call him Brother Yan? After finishing the meal, the three of them felt quite satisfied. But Zhao Duo still felt a bit nervous and ate very little. Jin Yu stood up and called the waiter to prepare the bill. Someone has already paid, the waiter said. Jin Yu was shocked and looked at Lin Yan. Lin Yan shrugged, looking innocent. After questioning the waiter, they found out that the person who paid didn't even leave a name. I was going to treat you to a meal. Jin Yu smiled helplessly. Nobody expected such a thing to happen. From this incident, one could see how popular Lin Yan really was. Zhao Duo looked at Lin Yan, feeling emotional. She knew very well that this had nothing to do with strength or anything. She also knew the previous student representative. He was also strong among his peers. But he didn't have the status and popularity that Lin Yan has now. Jin Yu sent the two of them to the school gate. Then she went back. She had rented a place at the school gate for this program, so it would be easy to shoot and interview Lin Yan. Bye, Duo, when my place is ready, I'll cook for you myself. Jin Yu smiled and waved, driving away. Lin Yan watched Jin Yu leave and caught a glimpse of a red sports car. It was exactly like the one Qin Ruoyu drove. He glanced at the license plate, it was the same too. Lin Yan hurriedly walked over. He wanted to see if the person inside was Qin Ruoyu. But the red sports car started its engine and roared away before Lin Yan could reach it. Forget it, I'll ask her next time I see her. What's wrong? Zhao Duo noticed Lin Yan acting a bit strange and asked with concern. It's nothing, let me take you back. After sending Zhao Duo to the entrance of her dormitory, Lin Yan went back to his dorm alone. He planned to take a rest before heading to the dungeon hall for a while. His bug soldier count had dropped significantly during the assessment. Even the biomass was nearly depleted. To deal with any unexpected situations that might arise, he hadn't forgotten that many people were keeping an eye on him. Like Lu Jia, who was still in the hospital, the Mad Lu Yu, and Shen Lei, who made bets with him. Zhuo Xiao and others from Qinqing University. As for Xiao Ran, Lin Yan frowned. She was currently his servant, so there was nothing to worry about. If she fulfilled her promise and brought out the legendary monster specimen, he would have to keep his promise to release her slave mark. After interacting with her, any normal person would hold a grudge, wanting to wash away this shameful history. At that time, he might just gain another enemy. Heh, I didn't expect to have unknowingly built so many enemies. Lin Yan mocked himself. After returning to the dorm, he found Tang Tianyu and the others had already returned, busying themselves with dressing up. Those in suits were putting on suits. Those tying ties were tying ties. Han Xiaofeng, that show-off, was even spraying perfume on himself. Lin Yan was a bit dumbfounded. He usually only washed his socks when they piled up. What was with this? Something's off. You guys are going on a blind date? Tang Tianyu chuckled. It's pretty much a blind date. Didn't the vice principal say to treat us to a meal? It's already arranged. Tonight at Yunding Hotel, a cocktail party for freshmen to juniors. I heard some seniors from the 4th year will come back too. Lin Yan looked at him disdainfully. So you dress up like this to attract seniors, huh? Tang Tianyu snorted coldly. You're just a well-fed man who doesn't know the hunger of the starving. Have you considered that your bros are still single? Tonight, I'll give you a task, to be the wingman for your brothers. He threw a bag to Lin Yan. Change into your clothes. Now I announce, the plan to win over the senior sister begins. Chapter 75, The Wine Party Incident. Lying in bed until the evening. When he opened his eyes again, the sky had already darkened. Lin Yan rubbed his eyes and yawned. What time is it now? It's 7:30. Tang Tianyu said from below the bed. Lin Yan leaned over from the upper bunk and was nearly choked by a strong smell of hair wax. What the heck are you guys doing? Tang Tianyu and the others stood together posing. All three had their heads topped with curls, and Tang Tianyu's had a hint of an afro style. Do you know what fashion is, what trends are? Lin Yan gave a thumbs up and climbed down from the upper bunk. Such taste, no wonder you're my dear roommate. By the way, at the wine party, don't say you know me. Tang Tianyu and the others exchanged glances and started to chuckle. Come on Lin Yan, you should also get an afro, your face is small, it'll definitely look good. Exactly, I think it can rival a rock prince. If we go out together, we'll definitely be the true UF4. Lin Yan glanced at them faintly, his mouth curving downwards. The three of them chattered for a long time, but did not shake Lin Yan's determination to get a perm. They took a taxi. Lin Yan and the others arrived at the Cloudtop Hotel. The vice principal was so lavish that he even booked half the hotel for the wine party. You should know, Cloudtop Hotel is the highest standard hotel in Jinwu City, every inch of land is priceless. Booking half a hotel, even for just one night, could easily cost millions. It seems this time, the vice principal Zhao Dingwei is really willing to spend money. At the hotel entrance, many students from Jinwu University came and went, laughing and chatting. Many ordinary guests looked over, feeling amazed. Jinwu University students really do have it good. Just as Lin Yan was about to enter the hotel door, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Taking it out, he saw it was a message from Qin Ruoyu. Lin Yan perked up. Something came up, I'm going home. Looking at these cold 6 words, Lin Yan frowned. Going back to Nanling? Why so sudden? After thinking for a while, Lin Yan typed a few words asking. What's wrong, is there anything I can do? The reply came quickly. No need, I'll handle it and come back. Then she sent a what are you staring at emoji. Lin Yan's tense heart finally relaxed. Fortunately, there was no mix-up. Entering the hall, a lot of people came to this wine party. And just as Tang Tianyu said, at the center bar, many girls were gathered together, chattering sweetly. The boys could only hold their wine glasses, greeting from the periphery. If they were clearly rejected by the girl they liked, they would immediately retreat, heads down. Lin Yan looked back. As soon as Tang Tianyu and the others entered the hotel, they instantly straightened their backs, like 3 peacocks displaying their feathers. Old Yan, tonight just watch me flaunt my style. After saying this, Tang Tianyu led the way, heading towards the center bar. Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng patted Lin Yan on the shoulder and followed him. The wine party was self-service. Lin Yan was glad to enjoy some peace alone. Holding a plate, he piled a bunch of food and walked to a corner to eat by himself. At the age of growth, he had already digested that piece of steak from lunch. Lin Yan also did not hold back, indulging in the roasted meat. At this moment, Lai knew. A shadow suddenly loomed over him. Lin Yan looked up and saw a person standing in front of him. Xinlei was looking at Lin Yan with a cold sneer. I heard you got first place in the 4-school joint exam? Lin Yan swallowed the roasted meat in his mouth, pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth, and replied slowly. Is there a problem? Or are you saying you want to cash in on the bet early? Xinlei snorted coldly. Don't dream, you can't win. You have no idea how far behind you are compared to the genius from East Japan. Where you are and the country you're in decide your vision and knowledge. Lin Yan looked at him oddly. Mr. Shin specially came to find me just to say this? Xinlei looked down at Lin Yan with a cold smile. What are you thinking? Who has the time to come find you? After saying that, Xinlei turned to a bar area behind him and waved at a few students wearing wooden clogs. The students in wooden clogs raised their glasses and nodded. Xinlei turned back to Lin Yan, proudly saying, Did you see? These are exchange students from the land of the rising sun. Although they don't participate in the school's rankings, they are in the top 3 of their majors. The land of the rising sun may be small, but it is full of talent. Lin Yan sneered, looking at him. Are you implying that the dragon country is large but lacks talent? Shen Lei feigned innocence. I didn't say that. With that, he turned and left. You can take your time eating here, I'm going to hang out with the talents from the land of the rising sun. Lin Yan looked at Shen Lei's back with disdain. This guy was so comfortable being a traitor. How fallen he had become. The several exchange students from the land of the rising sun looked toward Lin Yan following Shen Lei's gesture. All of them made a slicing motion across their necks toward Lin Yan, then burst into laughter. Shen Lei was pouring drinks on the side and laughed along. Lin Yan didn't care and continued eating the roasted meat on his plate. A few dogs bark at you, what does it matter? But if they dared to bite, don't blame Lin Yan for pulling out all their teeth. After finishing a plate of roasted meat, he was just about to get another plate when Tang Tianyu walked over, looking disappointed, and sat down. What happened? Lin Yan asked curiously. Han Xiaofeng sighed. Love life is disappointing, I didn't expect old Tang to fail so miserably on his first pursuit of love. Lin Yan burst into laughter. What's going on? Li Juming's expression was a bit strange. Old Tang went all out for love, but she said, I don't date kids. Lin Yan burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Old Tang, with a 30-year-old face, was actually called a kid? Did you showcase your manly charm? Tang Tianyu looked resentful and slammed the table. Damn. That woman has no eyes. A good man like me is hard to find. Lin Yan patted his shoulder, comforting him. Don't be sad, don't hang yourself on one tree. There are other girls, maybe someone likes your type? Tang Tianyu rested his chin in his hand, looking toward the central bar area. You don't understand. Lin Yan was speechless, how could someone be so infatuated after just one meeting? Don't tell me you fell head over heels just from seeing her once? No. Tang Tianyu turned his head, looking seriously at Lin Yan. Among those girls, she is the prettiest. Lin Yan paused, giving a thumbs up. Makes sense. Just as he was about to continue comforting Tang Tianyu, suddenly, a scream came from the central bar area. What's going on, you dirty scoundrel? Chapter 76, following Lin Yan into battle. Lin Yan and the others turned their heads in unison. Everyone in the hotel hall looked toward the central bar. They saw that several exchange students from the land of the rising sun seemed to be drunk. They actually came to the central bar area and were forcing a girl to drink, babbling in their incomprehensible language. The girl refused to drink, scolding them a few times. She was actually slapped in public by the leading exchange student. The girl clearly got angry and was about to summon a spirit beast to fight back. But her companions held her back tightly. This was the most expensive hotel in the city. If she took action and broke something, then she would be entirely responsible. Who knows how much she would have to pay? The several exchange students from the land of the rising sun seemed to realize this, laughing recklessly, using their poor Chinese. You bunch of dragon country women, what are you pretending for? Aren't you, if given money, you can go to anyone's bed? As soon as these words came out, all the students from Jinwu University in the hotel were furious. Everyone had drunk a bit, pointing at the few Japanese exchange students and cursing them angrily. Damn Japanese bastards. Get the hell out. It's not enough to just make them leave, we need to have them carried out. Do you know where this is? Do you believe I'll tear you into 8 pieces? I can't stand it anymore, I really can't stand it. Then don't hold back, let's go for it, brothers. Tang Tianyu's face also showed a ferocious expression, gritting his teeth and saying, damn it. How dare they hit my woman? Seeking death. After saying that, he grabbed a bottle of liquor and rushed forward. Lin Yan, Han Xiaofeng, and Li Jueming quickly followed. In an instant, the crowd was fired up. The crowd shouted and rushed out, surrounding the few Japanese exchange students. Baka! The few Japanese exchange students, slightly sobering up, huddled together in fear. At this moment, Shen Lei stepped forward with a stiff expression and said firmly, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing? These exchange students from Japan have diplomatic immunity. If you lay a hand on them, it'll be an international incident. These words indeed stunned many students. They looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Shen Lei furrowed his brows and continued. The school will intervene and handle this. Who needs to apologize will apologize, and those who need punishment will be punished. You all go back for now and wait for the school's notification. Everyone understood. What apology? What punishment? The school would definitely just muddle through it. By then, it would just be a heavy lift and a light drop. Those few Japanese exchange students would still be fine. They just wanted to make those Japanese exchange students pay the price right now. Shen Lei saw that the crowd was unmoved and scolded. Do you still have any respect for me, your professor? Are you ignoring what the professor says? Now, everyone go back. Disperse. Saying this, he shoved a student in the front. The crowd reluctantly backed off. With Shinlei here, it was impossible to go any further. Tang Tianyu was unwilling, gritting his teeth and looking at Lin Yan, asking, "What should we do?" Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at the girl who had been hit. She was heavily made up, with an alluring figure and an enchanting appearance. She stood in stark contrast to the other normal girls around. Lin Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Tang Tianyu to like someone like this. We can't just let it go like this. The fire in Tang Tianyu's eyes was about to explode. Lin Yan could even feel his body trembling. Of course we can't just let it go. Lin Yan took the bottle of liquor from Tang Tianyu's hand and said softly. Then he directly threw the bottle fiercely, grazing the ear of the leading Japanese exchange student, smashing into a pillar behind him. The broken bottle and liquor splashed all over him. Baka! Who did this? The crowd was stunned. There's someone with skill. They all followed the direction the bottle was thrown and found the person behind it. It's Lin Yan. Lin Yan threw it. A student yelled out, and the hotel lobby immediately erupted in cheers. Brother Yan is awesome. Brother Yan doesn't fear anything. What is Shinlei? He just dares to show off his power in front of us, the regular students. Exactly, it's Brother Yan who should deal with him. Everyone get ready, follow Brother Yan into battle at any time. Let's deal with these Japanese dogs. The crowd, who had just dispersed, gathered again, following Lin Yan closely. The Japanese exchange student, who was in a sorry state, was still shouting. Lin Yan didn't even glance at him, instead mocking Shinlei. Professor Shin, as far as I know, you're just an assistant professor, right? When did you become a full professor? You got promoted but didn't even tell us. When the vice principal comes later, I'll ask him about it. Shinlei gritted his teeth, seeing Lin Yan stirring things up again, and said, An assistant professor is still a professor. Lin Yan said oh and suddenly understood. An assistant professor is still a professor. Studied in Japan, and now you act like a dog for the Japanese? The crowd behind them laughed loudly. Brother Yan's right. Turns out it's just an assistant professor, what's he acting all high and mighty for? Exactly, why give up being a good Chinese person to become a dog for the Japanese? Despicable. Such a weak spine, someone like this would get their back broken in our village. Shinlei listened to the harsh words, coldly staring at Lin Yan. What do you want to do, want to cause an international dispute? Lin Yan sneered. Just a few useless people can cause an international dispute? Let's not bully the few with our numbers. Beast tamers should speak based on strength, right? One-on-one challenge. Translate this for your master, and ask them if they dare. Shinlei's face looked grim. The leading exchange student from the East Yamato country stepped forward. I can understand. Dragon country people, you are very brave. I am in my second year, at the Golden Ninth stage. You can send out third-year students to challenge me, after all, you dragon people are also weak. Lin Yan could clearly feel the anger of the crowd behind him. He did not expect this East Yamato punk to act so tough. Lin Yan, let me come. Tang Tianyu could no longer hold back, stepping forward. I am a first-year freshman, at the Silver Sixth stage, how about a challenge beyond levels? The leading exchange student from East Yamato glanced at Tang Tianyu with disdain in his eyes. You are too weak. Sang Ben-kun, you come. A short exchange student from East Yamato, wearing wooden clogs, stepped forward. I am a first-year exchange student, just like you at the Silver Sixth stage. You are not qualified to challenge Lord Yukimura. Tang Tianyu clenched his fists, looking at the short student in front of him. It was this guy named Sang Ben who had earlier asked his goddess for a drink and got rejected, making him furious. Then it's you. Today, if I don't beat the crap out of you, it won't count. Let's go. To the duel arena. Chapter 77, Bet a Slap. Sang Ben squinted his small eyes, the corners of his mouth raised. A duel is a duel, the beast tamer warriors of the great East Yamato Empire fear no enemy. Both sides were fueled with momentum. The crowd moved to the gladiatorial arena of the hotel. The Yunding Hotel is expensive, only wealthy beast tamers can afford it. Naturally, it is equipped with a high-end duel arena. The configuration is even comparable to that of Jinwu University. Duel arena. Tang Tianyu and the exchange student named Sang Ben from East Yamato stood on opposite sides. Lin Yan led a large group of Jinwu University students, standing on one side. Yukimura, wearing wooden clogs, along with several other East Yamato exchange students, looked coldly at Lin Yan and the others. Their eyes were filled with disdain and contempt, completely disregarding them. These East Yamato punks are so arrogant even when facing death. By the way, who is this? Can he do it? Him? He is Lin Yan's roommate, do you think he can do it? Lin Yan's roommate, then he must be capable. East Yamato specifically sent a few geniuses over here for face. What to be afraid of, with Yin Ji here, there won't be any surprises. Everyone had high hopes for Tang Tianyu. On the other hand, Yukimura and his group also had high hopes for Sang Ben. Sang Ben won't lose. That's right, he is of that person's bloodline. Moreover, Sang Ben just drank Dragon Country's strong liquor, his sake swallow might be already heated up. Humph. Ridiculous dragon people don't realize the gap between us. Anyway, it won't take a month, Yamamoto 12 will come to Dragon Country to challenge these so-called geniuses. Today we will first step ahead to boost their morale. That's right. On the dual platform. Two beams of light lit up, then the figures of both disappeared along with the light. On the large screen beside them. Their entrance to the ring was displayed on the screen. Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng were incredibly nervous, looking towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan watched the images on the screen seriously, without any movement or expression. On the screen. On a grassy field under blue skies and white clouds. Tang Tianyu directly summoned his spirit beast. Come out, holy text Kuei Nyo. A giant bowl covered in complicated runes appeared, radiating divine light all over. Sang Ben sneered, his expression mocking. Sake swallow, let them have a taste. In an instant, a menacing monster hovered in midair, holding a giant wine gourd and took a sip. Dang dang dang. As the liquor went down, the spiritual energy of the sake shojin grew increasingly violent. Tang Tianyu furrowed his brows, not daring to underestimate the enemy. Holy pattern Kuei Nyo. Skill, power enhancement, defense enhancement, speed enhancement. 3 enhancement skills were released in a row. The body of the holy pattern Kuei Nyo instantly grew larger, and its pair of twisting horns became thicker and longer. Berserk Bull Charge. With 3 enhancements, the holy pattern Kuei Nyo took the initiative, shooting out like a cannonball. It charged fiercely at the sake shojin, who was still wiping his mouth. Trash. Sang Ben chuckled lightly, pointing a finger. The figure of sake shojin flickered and vanished. Avoiding the collision with the holy pattern Kuei Nyo, he instantly appeared behind it. Poison drink hand blade. Sake shojin sprayed a mouthful of liquor onto his hand, then struck harshly at the back of the holy pattern Kuei Nyo's neck. Tang Tianyu's scalp tingled in an instant, hastily commanding. Thorn armor. Zing. A spiky shell immediately appeared on the body of the holy pattern Kuei Nyo. Thorn armor can resist and rebound the damage about to be taken. Sangben's brows knitted tightly, hastily revoking the skill. The figure of Sake Shojin flickered again, returning to Sangben's side. Not bad at all. A smile appeared on Sangben's face as he praised. But if this is all you got, then you can only die. After saying that, Sake Shojin moved again, leaping continuously towards the holy pattern Kuei Nyo to kill. Tang Tianyu snorted coldly. Who dies is not certain. Several runes lit up on the holy pattern Kuei Nyo, as it fought ferociously with Sake Shojin. Under the dual platform. Zhang Yi held her heart with both hands, worry filling her eyes as she looked at the screen. The slap mark on her face still burned painfully. Her heart was full of anger and resentment. However, seeing this boy who she had previously rejected, yet still stood up for her, her mood unexpectedly calmed down. Jiang Jiang, you must be falling for him. The girl next to her joked lightly. Zhang Yi kept a straight face and asked. Really? The girl next to her covered her mouth and laughed. When you looked at him just now, your eyes were full of worry, you know? I have never seen you show any feelings for a boy, except for your ex. Realizing she had said something wrong, the girl immediately shut her mouth. A flash of memories crossed Zhang Yi's eyes, and then she shook her head, her gaze turning cold again. Having been hurt by a man once, she understood. No matter how good a man treats you, he might change his heart later. I will not like him, not now, and not later. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment, then continued. I will make it clear with him after the duel ends. The holy pattern Kuei Nyo heavily tossed the Sake Shojin into the air. The injured Sake Shojin threw out a stream of poison wine, splashing onto the holy pattern Kuei Nyo, releasing hissing white smoke. Tang Tianyu and Sangben had both used their strongest moves but still fought to a standstill. They had exchanged blows for hundreds of rounds. The holy pattern Kuei Nyo was of the superpower type, while Sake Shojin was a mix of superpower and poison types. In battle, they both relied heavily on spiritual energy and skills. Now, both sides' spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, and if they continued to fight, it would only be a matter of hand-to-hand combat. Forget it, Lao Tang, come out. Lin Yan used the communicator of the duel room to speak to Tang Tianyu in the arena. Tang Tianyu gritted his teeth, still unwilling to give up. I can win. On the other side, Shui Yuan frowned as well, speaking in Eastern language to Sangben. Sangben, there is no need to drag it out with the Dragon Kingdom people. Sangben snorted coldly. Dragon Kingdom people, their defeat is apparent, I can definitely win. Shui Yuan continued shouting. You are already exhausted, what if you lose? My Eastern Empire's Beastmaster fighters can only win, not lose. Sangben glared angrily at Tang Tianyu across from him. Having fought to this extent, the fire had already been ignited. Neither side was willing to back down. Suddenly, the scene in the arena blurred rapidly, and the two were forcibly ejected. Lin Yan pressed the forced exit button. Tang Tianyu returned to the duel room, frowning as he looked at Lin Yan and asked, What's going on? I can win. Lin Yan glanced at him. Sangben also said he could win. Your spiritual power is already exhausted, the variables in the next battle are too great. If you lose, will we have to bear the shame for you? Tang Tianyu fell silent, still somewhat unconvinced. Lin Yan patted his shoulder, comforting him. You've already tried your best, while you still have some strength, go find your goddess. If you get beaten up and end up with a bruised face, how will you face her? Don't worry, I'll take care of it next. After saying that, Lin Yan took a few steps forward, looking at Shuetsuan, who was wearing clogs. Hey, wasn't that slap just now from you? Shuetsuan narrowed his eyes, realizing he was talking about him. So what? Lin Yan rolled up his sleeves and said fiercely. Let's go up and have a one-on-one duel. How about we bet on a single slap for the outcome? Chapter 78, Duel. Flesh-eating ghost. Bet on a slap? Shuetsuan looked Lin Yan up and down, sneering. You? A worthless silver-ranked, think you can challenge me? Shuetsuan also just arrived from the East Country after the school started. Because he was an exchange student, he usually didn't attend classes or live with the local students. Plus, the language barrier makes things even harder. Compared to others, he was relatively isolated from information. Therefore, Shuetsuan and his group didn't know about Lin Yan's achievements. If you want me to take action, you're not qualified. Get your seniors from the second or third year. The people behind Lin Yan exchanged glances. With so many students present, only first-year and second-year students were around. Although Zhao Dinghua allowed third-year students to attend this gathering. This time, the ranking results of the four-school assessment were not ideal. The third-year leader, Lei Ming, didn't come, and the other students were too afraid to show up. Moreover, the top few second-year students hadn't arrived for some reason. The rest of the students didn't dare to step up. It wasn't that they were cowardly. Shuetsuan had already declared himself gold-ranked 9th stage. Not only did they fall short in realms, but even their spirit beasts and skills were far from comparable. They had absolutely no chance of winning. Even if they forced their way in, they would only embarrass themselves. Thus, for a moment, no one spoke up behind Lin Yan. Ha ha ha, the beast masters of Long Country are indeed a bunch of worthless people. What, don't you even have the courage to challenge me? You can only send a junior to challenge me, thinking losing wouldn't be embarrassing? It's truly laughable. Shuetsuan and the few people behind him laughed heartily, mocking without restraint. Everyone was furious in their hearts, but at this moment, they had already agreed to a one-on-one duel. If they rushed forward now, it would only make them lose face. No need to say more, if you're scared, just apologize to her for that slap, and we'll let this matter be settled. Lin Yan said calmly. Shuetsuan sneered and asked. Do you really think you can win against me? Lin Yan chuckled lightly. Stop wasting time, if you dare, come up. Saying this, Lin Yan directly walked toward the duel platform. Shuetsuan watched Lin Yan for a moment, then snorted and stepped onto the duel platform in his clogs. Two beams of light flashed by. This time, Lin Yan and Shuetsuan entered the secret realm of the duel, where the sky was blue and the grass was green. Seeing both of them ready to fight, everyone started waving their fists, excitedly. Brother Yan is on. We've got this. Humph. What if he's a gold-ranked 9th stage? Against Brother Yan, he still has to kneel. Can I slap him after you win? I've been helping my family with farming since I was little. I don't know why, but I'm a bit worried. What if Brother Yan? Impossible. What about that gold rank Lu Jie? Didn't he get taken down in one move? But Lu Jie is still different from this Shuetsuan. After all, Shuetsuan was one of the top geniuses in the East Country. Genius? Brother Yan has beaten geniuses. Just wait and see, no one has been born yet who can defeat Brother Yan. Not just born, absolutely not pregnant. 666. The murmurs of the crowd gradually faded. Because on the screen, the battle was about to begin. Shui village stepped out in wooden clogs, and her long black hair danced without wind. Come out, hair-eating demon. A monkey-like spiritual beast wrapped in pitch-black hair was summoned. The long black hair on its head extended, like tentacles, capable of attack and defense. One strand of hair stood upright, transforming into a sharp blade, pointing directly at Lin Yan. It seems you have already prepared for death. Lin Yan raised his arm, summoning the thousand-fang mantis. Always talking about death, it seems you foresee your own end. As soon as he finished speaking, in an instant, countless black figures erupted around Lin Yan. Then, a dense swarm of thousand-fang mantises flew out from within. During the four-school assessment, many had died. But still, there were thousands left. The thousand-fang mantis had high mobility, explosive power, and skills with real damage and lifesteal. This was more than enough to deal with Shui village. Thousands of thousand-fang mantises instantly filled the lawn. A black mass, like a weight pressing down on Shui village's heart. Unreasonably, she felt a hint of panic. Why does his spiritual beast have so many? Shui village forced herself to calm down and carefully observed Lin Yan summoning so many spiritual beasts. Finally, she let out a sigh of relief. So it turns out I scared myself. Although these spiritual beasts are numerous, their attributes are low, not on the same level as my hair-eating demon. My hair-eating demon is both offensive and defensive. This garbage attribute attack can't even break my defense. Withstand around, rush to his side, and execute a beheading tactic to win. A mere silver-rank beast master wants to win against me with numbers? Dream on. Thinking this, Shui village sneered. In our Eastern Empire, we always conquer with virtue. Since your rank is lower, I'll let you attack first. Lin Yan smiled and said. Okay, but I'll only use one move. If I can't defeat you in one move, I'll admit defeat and you can kill or maim me as you wish. As soon as these words came out, Shui village had not yet reacted. The crowd in the duel room was already in tears, unable to contain their excitement. Yes. This is the vibe. It all fits. Isn't this just like when he challenged Lu Jia, using weakness to defeat strength, and one move to kill? I used to think Brother Yan was a bit pretentious, but now hearing him say this, it feels so good. One move. Break this Eastern dog's bones. Brother Yan never says things he's not confident about. Everyone open your eyes, the iconic scene is coming. I can't wait to see Shui village's jaw drop. The crowd's excited voices left Jiang Yi somewhat bewildered. She was a fourth-year intern, just back at school yesterday to get materials. Completely unaware of Lin Yan's situation. Now hearing the crowd's response, she found it hard to believe her ears. Tang Tianyu, who had been next to Jiang Yi but hadn't dared to speak, stepped forward and cleared his throat, saying, His name is Lin Yan, my roommate, a genius in the insect system, and the representative for this year's newcomers. He's incredible. Jiang Yi was even more bewildered upon hearing this. Insect system? Genius? Newcomer representative? I recognize these words, but why can't I understand them together? How strong is he? Jiang Yi hesitated before responding. Tang Tianyu felt a surge of excitement and explained. At the beginning of the semester, there was a sophomore member of the student union, a genius at gold rank phase 3 named Lu Jia. He spoke arrogantly and challenged Lin Yan to a duel. At that time, Lin Yan was only silver rank phase 1. Guess what happened? Jiang Yi looked at him, silent. The scene fell into silence. Tang Tianyu did not feel awkward. Excitedly he said. One move, killed. Lin Yan directly defeated the gold rank phase 3 Lu Jia in one move. Jiang Yi gaped, turning her head. In disbelief, she looked at Lin Yan standing in a sea of bugs on the screen, like a king. Chapter 79, The Kneeling Snow Village. One move to defeat me? Snow Village laughed disdainfully. You from the Dragon Kingdom are truly arrogant. If you can defeat me, don't just slap me, you can make me kneel and bow. But do you have that ability? Lin Yan smiled faintly, finally falling into the trap. You'll know whether I have that ability very soon. After saying that, Lin Yan no longer hid, directly channeling all his spiritual energy. He let the skills of the Thousand Ren Mantis reach their peak effect. Sword dance slashes. After saying that, thousands of Thousand Ren Mantises vibrated their wings, waving their hooked blades. Countless sword energy shot toward Snow Village with a bang. The incoming sword energies made Snow Village feel the threat of death. What? In a rush, he quickly commanded the Shifa Ghost to activate the defense skill, blocking in front of him. Black falls entwine. The Shifa Ghost's hair spread out like a waterfall, tightly wrapping around itself like a bandage. The sword energies layered upon one another. Under the rapid slashes, the black hair was directly sliced open. However, more layers of black hair replenished immediately. Snow Village gritted his teeth, his whole body's spiritual energy leaking out like a broken dam. The replenishment of the black hair required him to consume spiritual energy. Damn! What's up with this sword energy? Why is it still not over? The sword energy seemed endless, showing no sign of slowing down. Gradually, Snow Village's spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. The growth speed of the Shifa ghost's hair also slowed down. Finally, at the moment when his spiritual energy ran out, dense sword energy instantly penetrated the defense of the Shifa ghost. Blood splattered, and the Shifa ghost fell heavily to the ground. However, the sword energy showed no signs of stopping. Stop! Stop right now! Snow Village panicked. If this continued, the Shifa ghost would surely die on the spot. At this moment, in the duel room, Sangben and several Japanese exchange students also panicked. They never expected Snow Village would lose, and lose so miserably. Hurry, press the emergency exit button. One exchange student reacted quickly and shouted. The nearest Japanese exchange student immediately stepped forward to press the button. On both sides of the duel platform, two beams of white light suddenly appeared. Lin Yan and Snow Village were forcibly exited. The spiritual beasts were automatically recalled to their respective beast spaces. Lin Yan didn't shout to continue the duel, instead, he smiled slightly at the soul-stirred Snow Village. The most trustworthy people from the East Japan? It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Snow Village's face turned pale, staring fiercely at Lin Yan, seemingly wanting to kill him with his gaze. The few Japanese exchange students behind him were also silent, looking down, wanting to sneak away. But they found that the duel room's large door had long been tightly shut by the students of Jinwu University, with people guarding it, afraid they would run away. I apologize. Snow Village unwillingly closed his eyes and bowed 90 degrees toward Jiang Yi's direction. Private Marseille. We are very sorry, it was our mistake. The few Japanese exchange students behind him loudly followed and apologized. Sangben's face turned red. If the previous duel against Tang Tianyu left him feeling somewhat unconvinced, now, in front of Lin Yan, his pride had vanished completely. This man actually defeated their Japanese country's genius by a whole level. Snow Village's talent was very high, even higher than his. But facing Lin Yan, who was over 10 levels lower than him, he was actually killed instantly. Maybe only Yamamoto 12 can fight him. Thinking of this name, Sangben couldn't help but shiver, retracting his neck. As a classmate of Yamamoto 12, Sangben had personally experienced his terror before coming to the Dragon Kingdom as an exchange student. After apologizing, Snow Village and the others turned to leave. But Lin Yan stopped them. Wait. Did I allow you to leave? They turned back. Snow Village clenched his fists, gritting his teeth and said, What do you want? Lin Yan sneered. You really don't remember, do you? Are you still pretending to be dumb? Our bet, it seems, is not just a simple apology. Kneel down, and I'll slap you. The crowd behind immediately started shouting. That's right. You slapped our person, and you think just saying sorry will settle it? Dream on. Hurry and kneel down. I won the slap competition. Let me do it. I just bought this trendy ring. Let me do it. Brother, is that still a ring? That looks like a tiger claw. Do you have any objections? No objections, but I have a suggestion. Let the diamond side face the palm, and slap hard. I think this is something Jiang Yi should handle herself. That's right, as long as it helps Jiang Yi vent her anger. Forget it, with their inherent lewdness, I'm afraid when Jiang Yi slaps him, he'll stick out his tongue to lick. Ugh, those from the east are truly disgusting. The crowd was babbling away. Snow Village felt the anger bubbling up inside. What do they mean by wanting to slap me, yet fearing I might lick their hands? This is an insult to the Beastmaster warriors of the Great Eastern Empire. However, no matter how much he roared inside, he couldn't show it on the outside. Weakness is just this, to tolerate endlessly before the victors. Over here, after everyone spoke out, Jiang Yi also hesitated. Originally she wanted to take action herself, but now she feared encountering some strange situations. She had heard that in certain situations, slapping could actually please the other party. And if he really did stick out his tongue to lick, then she might as well not need that hand anymore. I'll do it for you. If I don't knock out a few of his teeth, I'll write my name backwards from now on. Tang Tianyu rolled up his sleeves, showing off his strong muscles. He always had the habit of working out. His muscles were the kind that would impress guys and disgust girls. Jiang Yi stared at Tang Tianyu for a while and slowly nodded. All right. In the fervent atmosphere of the crowd shouting kneel, Snow Village, after struggling internally, finally knelt down with a thud. With hollow eyes, he stared ahead, seemingly ready for the coming judgment. A few exchange students from the east immediately turned pale, rushing forward to pull Snow Village up. "Senior, please get up," sang Ben Stampede anxiously, but had no way out. Would he take a slap for Snow Village? That was impossible. Snow Village posed as if ready for sacrifice. Lin Yan was somewhat speechless. "You're just taking a slap, not losing your head, why act so heated?" "Old Tang, hurry and finish this, I'm still hungry from earlier. Honestly, the barbecue at Yunding Hotel is really delicious." Tang Tianyu wore a sinister smile, swung his arm like a whirlwind, and slammed down hard on Snow Village's face. Smack! Snow Village let out a muffled grunt and fell to the ground. At the same time, a series of bloodied teeth flew out. Chapter 80, Doubts About Talent. Tang Tianyu's slap used all his strength and infused with spiritual power. Snow Village, wanting to use spiritual power to block it, realized he had just exhausted all his power, with no time to recover. Refreshing! Tang Tianyu shook his numb hand and returned to Zhang Yi's side, filled with pride, saying, "So, how was that? Did you feel relieved?" "If you didn't feel relieved, I'll give him another slap, buy one get one free." Zhang Yi burst into laughter, shaking her head. But her gaze towards Tang Tianyu softened a lot. Seeing the sorry state of Snow Village, the crowd erupted with laughter, sharing the videos they just recorded. Snow Village crawled up from the ground, spat out the blood from his mouth, and in not-so-fluent Dragon Kingdom language asked, "What exactly is your talent? This man is capable of contracting and controlling so many spirit beasts while also overpowering me easily. He must have a very powerful talent. If I could know what talent it is, perhaps I could devise a tactical method to counter it. Then I could avenge today's grievances." Lin Yan chuckled lightly and calmly said, "My talent is insect feeding. Shui Yuan frowned and thought for a moment, then firmly said, "Impossible, there is no insect feeding talent in the combat talent sequence." Lin Yan replied irritably, "Who told you I was a combat talent?" Shui Yuan was stunned for a moment, then realized, if it's not a combat talent, then it must be a living talent? How is that possible? Lin Yan turned and walked away, waving his hand. Believe it or not. The crowd excitedly surrounded Lin Yan as he left. Only Shui Yuan and a few exchange students from the East Ing were left in the wind, feeling bewildered. A living talent? This proud genius beast master of the East Ing Empire lost to a living talent beast master from the Dragon Kingdom? Put. Shui Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, the blood was pouring from his heart. Compared to Tang Tianyu's slap, it was clear that the damage caused by Lin Yan's two sentences was far worse. Lin Yan had just walked out of the duel room and returned to the banquet hall. At a glance, he saw Zhao Dinghua. This vice principal who treated all the students to food and drinks looked somewhat confused. Where did everyone go? Didn't we agree to come and celebrate? Did I come to the wrong place, or did they? He had originally planned to make a grand entrance and enjoy a wave of cheers. But how did he end up coming early? The professors nearby teased. Old Zhao, are you inviting just us for dinner? Look at how polite you are, booking such a big venue, it's too extravagant. We've known each other for so many years, just coming out for a bite is enough, look at all this lobster and abalone. Zhao Dinghua felt depressed and ignored them. Just as he thought about calling to ask what was going on, suddenly, he saw Lin Yan come in with a big crowd. Zhao Dinghua hurriedly walked over, looking surprised at Lin Yan. Where did you guys go? Why are you so late? Lin Yan smiled. It's nothing, we went to the duel arena. Duel arena? Zhao Dinghua was taken aback and asked in a muffled voice. What did you go to the duel arena for? Who was fighting? What happened? Lin Yan didn't answer but nodded his chin toward the back. Zhao Dinghua looked through the crowd. A few students dressed in obvious East Ing style were carrying a student who was covered in blood. This student was also wearing wooden clogs, revealing his identity as an East Ing person. Zhao Dinghua furrowed his brows and noticed their school badges, clearly showing they were students from his school. They were exchange students from East Ing. And Zhao Dinghua had never had a good impression of East Ing people. Now, they had caused such a trouble, even more so, he disliked it. What happened to you? Is he dead or alive? These exchange students from East Ing recognized Zhao Dinghua. The principal often disappeared, and many school matters were handled by this vice principal. So, apart from the newly enrolled San Ben and the unconscious Shui Yuan, they all recognized this vice principal. Vice principal, please save Shui Yuan. He is seriously injured. Please, you must save him, we're begging you. They still performed a standard 90-degree bow. Zhao Dingwa seemed to get the hint and turned to look at Lin Yan. Did you do this? Lin Yan nodded, looking helpless. He didn't expect Shui Ciyuan to be so angry that he fainted. Tang Tianyu was also a bit surprised, examining his arm. Could it be? I am a martial arts genius? Just a casual slap made him suffer internal injuries? Zhang Yi heard Tang Tianyu talking to himself beside her and looked at him with amusement. So confident, huh? Zhao Dingwa sighed and checked Shui Ciyuan's injuries. Although he was from East Ing, he was still an exchange student from the school, and having him die here would be a hassle. It's nothing serious, let's go to the hospital, I'll pay for the taxi. Zhao Dingwa waved his hand and said. San Ben bit his lip, with a flame of humiliation burning in his eyes. A few people silently carried the unconscious Shui Ciyuan away. Their backs were lonely, like a few dogs. You won against him? Zhao Dingwa came to Lin Yan, who was busy putting barbecue onto a plate. How many moves did you use? Lin Yan held up one finger. One move. Zhao Dingwa was not surprised, just let out a long sigh. Your appearance is both a blessing and a sorrow for this era. Huh? Lin Yan turned his head in confusion, but found that Zhao Dingwa had already left with his hands behind his back. Strange old man. After finishing the meat, Lin Yan was about to return to his corner. But he was pulled into a small hall by Tang Tianyu. What are you doing? Tang Tianyu didn't answer, but pulled him to sit down. There were 8 people in total, including Lin Yan. 4 from Lin Yan's dorm and 4 from Zhang Yi's dorm. Now the situation was like a dormitory gathering. Wingman! Wingman! Tang Tianyu whispered to Lin Yan and then coughed twice. After the party, let's go sing karaoke. It doesn't matter if we go back late, there's no early class for you tomorrow, Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked at him with a smile in her eyes, her silence an agreement. By the way, I just saw a piano over there. Do you want to play a song? Sure, let's all go. My roommates play the guitar and flute, we can perform together. As Zhang Yi spoke, the other 3 roommates stood up. Li Juming and Han Xiaofeng exchanged glances and gave Lin Yan a meaningful look. They each found a girl and slipped out to talk about something else. Tang Tianyu happily went with Zhang Yi to play the piano. Here, only Lin Yan and a roommate of Zhang Yi's with thick bangs remained. Hello, I'm Lin Yan. Lin Yan sensed a bit of awkwardness in the atmosphere and took the lead to speak. And ran said just 2 words, continuing to eat her cake. Lin Yan looked over and saw a large plate piled high with high-calorie food. What a fellow traveler. Lin Yan took a moment to size up and ran. He didn't expect her to eat so much and still have such a slim figure. There wasn't an ounce of extra flesh. What kind of exercise must she be doing? Chapter 81, Assassination. Lin Yan fell into silence. The 2 of them didn't speak. Only the sound of eating could be heard. In a moment, Tang Tianyu and Zhang Yi returned. From their state, it seemed their feelings had grown closer. After a little while longer, Li Juming and Han Xiaofeng also came back. They chatted and laughed with their respective partners, making each other laugh heartily. Tang Tianyu saw everyone was here, scratched his head, and said with a smile. Let's go sing karaoke. It's my treat, and let's celebrate Brother Yan for getting first place in the 4-school assessment. Zhang Yi and her 3 dorm mates all turned to look at Lin Yan. A hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. They had just heard he was this year's freshman representative. But to think he could also get first place in the 4-school assessment, where talents were everywhere. And Ran was momentarily surprised but continued to battle with the steak on her plate. Lin Yan helplessly shrugged his shoulders. I don't think that's necessary. It's late, we should go to bed. Tang Tianyu seemed unsure and looked towards Zhang Yi beside him. Zhang Yi glanced at her other roommates. Li Juming and Han Xiaofeng's partners also shook their heads. We have things to do tomorrow, why don't you guys go? Zhang Yi looked hesitant, clearly wanting to go. Her gaze landed on Anran, sitting beside her, shaking her arm. Come on, Anran, just come with me. Anran pushed up her glasses. Stop shaking, I can't hold my fork steady. But I'm still not full. Zhang Yi immediately said. It's bad to eat such greasy food late at night. How about we go to the fruit platter instead? And Ran thought for a moment, puffing her cheeks. All right. And Ran agreed. Tang Tianyu turned his pleading eyes to Lin Yan, exaggeratedly mouthing 2 words. Wingman, wingman. Lin Yan sighed, stood up from his knees. Then let's go. I originally wanted to get up early tomorrow, to go to the dungeon hall for points. Now it seems that this plan will be postponed. Li Jueming and Han Xiaofeng gentlemanly sent the 2 ladies home. Only 4 of us were left. We took a taxi to a nearby KTV that was bigger. Arriving at the private room, Lin Yan did not plan to participate, leaning against the corner ready to play with his phone and sleep. He really wasn't good at singing. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he would scare them. Wait a moment, we are going to take off our makeup. Jiang Yi took out a tissue from her bag and walked to the bathroom arm in arm with and ran. Tang Tianyu got excited. He was about to see the goddess without makeup. He sat beside Lin Yan, but before he could speak, he was disliked. Stay away, I want to sleep. Lin Yan turned his jacket inside out and found a comfortable position to half lie down. Tang Tianyu didn't mind at all and said, "You are really something. I feel like there's a good chance. If it works out, I will crown you as the golden assistant." Lin Yan glanced at him and bluntly said, "What nonsense. If it works out, the free meal ticket will be extended for another month." Tang Tianyu laughed foolishly. "No problem." Just then, the bathroom door opened. Lin Yan could clearly feel Tang Tianyu's body tense up, and his breathing became heavy. You have to know how powerful a bare face can be to a boy in love. The bare-faced versions of Jiang Yi and Ran came out. To be honest, the difference before and after their makeup was very big. The magic of manhwa really lives up to its name. Lin Yan slightly widened his eyes, also a little surprised. If Jiang Yi's looks had 9 points with makeup, then after removing her makeup, she was just a 7. But what surprised Lin Yan the most was Ran. She didn't really wear much makeup, she must have just applied some lipstick and sunscreen. Now her thick bangs were randomly tied up. Her black-framed glasses were also taken off. It was probably because she couldn't see clearly, her eyes slightly squinted. The whole person looked bright and confident. If she had a score of 6 before, now her looks were a 9. Jiang Yi stood there, just looking at Tang Tianyu and not speaking. Tang Tianyu also got up to look at her. The two exchanged silent glances. In this silent stare, Ran sat next to Lin Yan, with water stains still on her face. What are they doing? Lin Yan smiled. This was a test of hearts. If Jiang Yi saw any unusual reaction on Tang Tianyu's face, then it would all be over. All their efforts tonight would be in vain. So beautiful. Tang Tianyu stared straight at Jiang Yi, showing no disguise, saying directly, "What?" Jiang Yi doubted whether she had heard wrong. She knew very well about the big difference in her looks before and after makeup. Many people openly and secretly said hurtful things. Even her ex-boyfriend often mocked her about this. So, Jiang Yi had just gone to remove her makeup to test Tang Tianyu. If he was like those people, just attracted by her makeup and looks, then there would be no need to pursue it. But fortunately, there was no disgust on Tang Tianyu's face. Instead, he seemed enchanted. So Jiang Yi asked uncertainly, "Really so beautiful?" Tang Tianyu looked directly into her eyes, without flinching at all. At this moment, Jiang Yi felt a bit shy, her face flushed. "What are you saying?" Lin Yan was completely convinced. They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But he never expected that this rough guy, Tang Tianyu, could say such cheesy things. The two felt each other's feelings and began a duet of love songs. Ran was oblivious, just snacking from the fruit platter beside her. Lin Yan covered himself with the jacket and fell asleep on the sofa. A night without words. The next day, as dawn broke, Lin Yan was awakened by the still excited Tang Tianyu. "Wake up, we are going back." Lin Yan opened his eyes and nodded. The four of them walked on the way back to school. Lin Yan urgently needed to catch up on sleep and refused the suggestion to have breakfast. This drew discontented looks from Ran. However, seeing Lin Yan nearly dozing off like a dog, they said nothing more. As the four of them approached the school gate, they passed by a desolate street. Since it was still early, the street lacked people, which seemed normal. Suddenly, a middle-aged man burst out from a nearby alley. He charged forward with a dagger in hand. Among the group, Lin Yan was the first to react. But when he saw the dagger in the man's hand, he was momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye. With no time to think, Lin Yan rushed forward. His fist, infused with spiritual power, smashed down. The middle-aged man, an ordinary person, was sent flying several meters, collapsing to the ground unconscious. "What's happening? Who is he?" Tang Tianyu hurriedly stepped in front of Lin Yan, a hint of fear in his voice. "Are you okay?" Lin Yan remained silent. Instead, Jiang Yi and Ran let out cries of alarm. "Ah!" Tang Tianyu turned back, his blood surging in excitement. He saw a dagger stabbed straight into Lin Yan's abdomen. Chapter 82, Rescue. "Doctor! Doctor!" Tang Tianyu rushed into the school hospital carrying Lin Yan on his back, shouting loudly. Jiang Yi and Ran followed beside, at a loss for what to do. The dagger was skewered in place, and they used their hands to prevent it from affecting other areas, trying to stop further injury. They feared it would hurt Lin Yan more. The hospital had just begun operations for the day. An emergency doctor came out, astonished at the bloodied person on Tang Tianyu's back. Where are the nurses? Stop the bleeding first, prepare for surgery. After saying that, he stepped forward to examine Lin Yan's injury. It shouldn't have hurt any vital organs. Is he Lin Yan? What happened? Tang Tianyu felt a surge of confusion, stumbling over his words. The doctor could no longer listen, frowning at Jiang Yi and Ran. You two explain. Jiang Yi and Ran exchanged glances, their faces pale. It was still Jiang Yi who collected her thoughts and recounted the cause and effect of what had just happened. The doctor nodded. Just call the police, and I'll report to the school. It's been many years since such a heinous incident occurred. The spiritual power of the Silver Realm is insufficient to provide automatic protection. The attacker had clear intentions. Think about whether Lin Yan has offended anyone recently. The doctor began to speak but suddenly closed his mouth. Who has Lin Yan offended? He didn't know about his past. But in college, it was practically a daily occurrence for him to offend someone. He could field a soccer team with that. Lin Yan was taken into the operating room. The three waited at the door. Tang Tianyu squatted on the ground, filled with regret. Last night, when Lin Yan said he wanted to go back to the dormitory to sleep, he insisted on taking him to KTV. If I hadn't done that yesterday, Lin Yan wouldn't be in this situation. Jiang Yi looked at him with concern. Don't say that. The attacker clearly came prepared. Even if nothing had happened just now, they would have found another opportunity. And Ran sat in a chair, staring blankly at the lights in the operating room. Footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. The vice principal arrived in a hurry with a group of professors and teachers. Where is Lin Yan? How is he? Tang Tianyu stood up, lower his head. He's lost too much blood and is being rescued inside. What exactly happened? The vice principal stood in front of the operating door, pacing for a while. Tang Tianyu repeated the simple details of the stabbing incident. The vice principal was furious. You reckless fool! This is simply outrageous. An ordinary person daring to stab a student of Jinwu University on the street. And lying in ambush beforehand. No matter who he is. No matter what background he has. I will get to the bottom of this. The vice principal stopped a nurse who was going into the operating room to deliver something. Tell the doctor, no matter what means are used, Lin Yan must be saved. Anyone who dares to be careless in this matter, don't blame old Zhao for turning hostile. The nurse jumped in surprise and quickly went inside. At that moment, the sharp sound of a cane tapping the floor echoed through the space. Hearing that sound, the vice principal knew who had arrived and went to greet him. Professor Hu, what brings you here? Hu Fangyuan looked at the tightly shut operating room. Expressionless. My close disciple was assassinated, can't I come and take a look? The vice principal sighed. Hu Fangyuan's health was not good, and originally said he wouldn't tell him for now. But unexpectedly, the news spread so fast. Who did it? Hu Fangyuan's voice was low, but everyone present sensed the murderous intent within it. An ordinary person, usually going in and out of gambling dens, owes a lot of money, should have been hired by someone. Where is he? At the security station. We'll start the interrogation as soon as he wakes up. I've already made the arrangements. The vice principal sighed. Hu Fangyuan sneered coldly. Interrogate him at the security station? Do you believe he won't be dead by tonight? The vice principal was shocked. How is that possible? They wouldn't dare. Hu Fangyuan snorted coldly. If they dared, my student wouldn't be lying in the operating room. The vice principal fell silent for a moment and took out his phone to make a call. Hello. Send him to the security room at Jinwu University. We're doing the interrogation ourselves. Don't give me any bullshit about not following procedure. You send him here now. No, I'll personally send someone to pick him up. We'll discuss it in our meeting tomorrow, then it'll follow procedure. Beep beep beep. The call was hung up. The news of Lin Yan's assassination quickly spread throughout the entire school. Among the freshmen, everyone was indignant, ready to take action and find the mastermind behind it. The sophomores, on the other hand, maintained relative silence. The juniors seemed to harbor a slight sense of schadenfreude. In the girls' dormitory. Duo, why are you up so early? There's number 8 a.m. class today. Are you going to your part-time job? Bai Xiaoyi glanced at her phone. It was only just after 7. Zhao Duoduo's face was pale, her voice trembling a bit. Lin Yan got hurt. Bai Xiaoyi sat up in surprise. I didn't hear about it yesterday. Wasn't he just bouncing around when he came out of the assessment area? Zhao Duo shook her head. Yesterday she had Western food with Lin Yan. Lin Yan was just fine then. But the school forum and groups were buzzing about it. Though she didn't know the specifics. This matter was basically true. I need to go take a look. Zhao Duo's heart wouldn't find peace until she saw Lin Yan with her own eyes. Arriving downstairs at the hospital. There were already many freshmen, nearly surrounding the hospital. Let me through. Zhao Duo squeezed through the crowd and made her way to the operating room. She saw Lin Yan's roommate and many others. She noticed a student walking over. The vice principal frowned and scolded. Get out and wait, don't cause trouble at this moment. Everyone turned to look at Zhao Duo. Zhao Duo instantly felt flustered. I'm sorry, I. Tang Tianyu knew Zhao Duo and hurriedly said. She's Lin Yan's good friend. Tang Tianyu didn't know how far along their relationship was. He could only say it like this. The vice principal, feeling annoyed, had already given strict orders to prohibit any unrelated personnel from entering. But since she was Lin Yan's good friend, there was no problem then. Come here. The vice principal's voice softened a bit. Thank you. Zhao Duo walked over to Tang Tianyu's side. Among this group of people, he was the only one Zhao Duo recognized. How is Lin Yan? Zhao Duo held back the trembling in her voice. Tang Tianyu sighed and recounted the earlier events again. He lost a lot of blood, still in critical condition. Zhao Duo's heart sank immediately. So serious. Was it a premeditated assassination? Who exactly was it? Lu Jia, Lu Yu, the student council, Xinqing University, or the people from the east? Or someone from the past grudges? Zhao Duo clenched her fists, gritting her teeth and silently vowed. No matter who it is, I will not let him go. At that moment, the light at the operating room door suddenly went out. Everyone stood up. Even Hu Fanyuan leaned on his cane to stand up. The doctor walked out of the operating room, took off his mask and sighed. We saved him, but the spiritual channel was damaged, it's very serious. Chapter 83, Coincidence. He was saved. But the spiritual channel was damaged? The expressions of everyone at the door of the operating room were varied. Spiritual veins and spirit beasts are the foundation of beast masters. Spiritual veins determine the recovery, storage, and speed of spiritual power. One could say, if the spirit beast is a car, then the spiritual vein is the engine of that car. If the spiritual vein is damaged, the beast master's strength and later potential will be greatly reduced. Tang Tianyu felt a mix of joy and frustration upon hearing this news. Ultimately, it was still because of him. If he hadn't insisted on taking Lin Yan to karaoke, Lin Yan wouldn't have gotten hurt. The nurse pushed Lin Yan, who was lying in the hospital bed, into a high-end single-patient room. This arrangement didn't even need the vice principal's special planning. So many leaders had come to the school. There were also so many students gathered outside the hospital. And Lin Yan's name was quite famous at the school. Doctors and nurses could not afford to be careless. Everyone followed into the hospital room. Zhao Dingwa sat at the head of the bed, looking at the pale, unconscious Lin Yan, with a furrowed brow. It was not life-threatening, but the spiritual vein was damaged. This wasn't exactly good news. In fact, it could be said to be very bad. As a new generation leader, Lin Yan was the face of Jinwu University this time. Now that Lin Yan was injured like this, and with only a month left for the exchange competition with Japan, the spiritual vein could not be repaired in a short time. Whether Lin Yan participated with a stiff upper lip or withdrew from the competition in the end, it would be unacceptable for Jinwu University or for the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Dingwa dialed a number, growling into the phone. Go to the Public Security Bureau, bring that person back to school. Investigate his social connections, who he has been in contact with, and check which aristocratic families have come to Jinwu City recently. Dare to harm my people, even the King of Heaven can't save you. Listening to Zhao Dingwa's roar, everyone shivered in unison. This vice principal, usually seen as a nice guy, actually had a side that could roar like a lion. Tap, tap. Hu Fanyuan's fierce face twisted a bit, as he forcefully tapped his cane twice. Vice principal, let me know when there is news. My student must not suffer this silent loss. Zhao Dingwa silently nodded. The other professors did not even dare to breathe. In the frozen atmosphere, Zhao Duo felt a bit relieved instead, letting out a sigh of relief. Because Lin Yan was not in life-threatening danger. As long as he was okay, there was still hope. Zhao Duo had an inexplicable confidence in Lin Yan. Damage to the spiritual vein might be a troublesome matter for other beast masters, as it relates to their future achievements. But for Lin Yan, he would definitely find a way to solve it. Even if you can't repair your spiritual vein well in the future and can only become an ordinary beast master, I would still be willing to take care of you for a lifetime. Zhao Duoduo stood on the outskirts of the crowd, tiptoeing to look at Lin Yan's pale face. Under the nurse's persuasion. To avoid disturbing Lin Yan's rest, Zhao Dingguo led the professors and teachers away. Hu Fanyuan also leaned on his cane, walking step by step. His back looked a bit lonely. You all go back first, I will stay here with him. Tang Tianyu said, with red eyes, to Jiang Yi and Enran. What surprised him was Jiang Yi didn't mind much, but Enran seemed reluctant to leave. How about I stay to take care of him? Seeing that the others in the room looked over, Enran hurriedly explained. Boys are usually careless, especially since you haven't slept all night. I'm not too sleepy right now, you can come to switch with me in the afternoon. Tang Tianyu hesitated for a moment, then looked at Zhao Duoduo, who was standing at the door. Zhao Duoduo summoned her courage and stepped forward. You all go back, let me stay to take care of him. Tang Tianyu had an expression of as expected. Zhao Duoduo came to Lin Yan's bedside, skillfully tucked in the blanket, adjusted the drip to the right flow rate, and began to wipe Lin Yan's hands and feet with a warm towel. Zhao Duoduo chuckled self-deprecatingly. My mom has been in the hospital for a long time, over time, I just got used to it. So, I can't say much else, but I'm really good at taking care of patients. And Ran nodded disappointedly and had no choice but to follow Jiang Yi. Tang Tianyu felt a bit embarrassed. I'm really sorry to trouble you, don't worry, I'll come to take over in the afternoon. Zhao Duoduo smiled, no need, I can manage by myself. Tang Tianyu was so sleepy that he couldn't take it anymore, so he called Li Juming and Han Xiaofeng who were waiting downstairs to leave. He closed the door. Zhao Duoduo sat next to Lin Yan. Looking at his delicate face that could bring her peace, she couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Just as Zhao Duoduo was about to take the next step. Ahem. Lin Yan suddenly opened his eyes, scaring Zhao Duoduo, causing her to jump up. Actually, he had been awake for a long time but was so tired from not sleeping all night that he just wanted to rest for a bit. But he really couldn't sleep, the morning's assassination felt like a thorn in his heart. He was also wondering who it could be. How could someone hate him so much? As he pondered, he felt a tender little hand on his face. He had intended to pretend to be deaf and mute. But the girl's fragrance and the breath blowing on his face made it impossible for him to keep silent. You woke up? Zhao Duoduo held her heart, feeling it was about to leap out. Oh my god. When did he wake up? Did he feel anything? So embarrassing. There was a hint of red on Lin Yan's pale face. I'm thirsty. Zhao Duoduo quickly poured a cup of warm water, tested the temperature with her own lips, then brought it to Lin Yan's mouth. It's not hot, just right. Lin Yan's blush deepened, almost choking on the water. Why are you here? What about old Tang and the others? Zhao Duoduo fidgeted a bit and said. I let them go back first, I've been taking care of my mom in the hospital for years, so I'm quite good at taking care of patients. Lin Yan nodded, saying thank you would be too formal at this point. Your mom is. Zhao Duoduo showed no sorrow on her face, her tone flat as if talking about someone else's matter. Cancer, it's already in the middle stage. Now with advanced medical technology, there are healing spirit beasts that stop cancer cells from spreading every day. But it can't be completely cured, we can only maintain it like this. Since middle school, I've been working odd jobs every day to take care of my mom. Zhao Duoduo nodded, looking down and fidgeting with her hands. I have no vacations, no time for myself, if I relax a bit, we might not be able to raise enough medical expenses. But it got a bit better when I entered university, the school understands my situation, waived my tuition, and even gave me a no-interest loan. And, am I talking too much? Will you look down on me? Zhao Duoduo raised her head and looked at Lin Yan. Lin Yan was a bit surprised, he didn't expect her situation to be like this, and he shook his head, saying. On the contrary. I really admire you, if I were in your position, I might not do as well as you have. It's just that your dad. Zhao Duoduo gave a self-deprecating laugh. Him? He kicked my mom and me out when I was in elementary school. Everyone says he is the richest man in Nanling City, able to cover the sky with one hand. Yet he is so stingy he wouldn't even give child support or living expenses. Later when my mom was diagnosed with cancer, I knelt and begged, but he still wouldn't lend me any money. Recalling the past, Zhao Duoduo felt a mix of anger and humiliation, her voice taking on a teary tone. On the hospital bed, Lin Yan's pupils constricted, and his hand instinctively tightened around the blanket. Nanling City, richest man, Zhao Duoduo, Zhao family. What a coincidence, really. Chapter 84, Blood Eye Society. What is your father's name? Lin Yan pressed on. Zhao Duoduo shook her head, let's not talk about this, in my heart, he's already dead. Lin Yan nodded and didn't say anything more. No matter if Zhao Duo is connected to the Zhao family or not. For now, it seems that Zhao Duo hasn't done anything to harm him. This assassination has nothing to do with her. Lin Yan can't transfer his grudges with Zhao Langtian and Zhao Tianhua to her. Transferred to Zhao Duo, who is also a victim. I want to eat an apple. Lin Yan pointed his chin at the fruit basket on the table. Zhao Duo smiled through her tears and skillfully peeled an apple for Lin Yan with a small knife. Guard room. A room tight and sealed off. What's your name? A strong light shone on the middle-aged man's face, making it hard for him to open his eyes. Li Sanner. The middle-aged man was scared, stuttering as he spoke. He was indeed accused of killing an ordinary student. After all, the reward was substantial, enough to pay off his gambling debts and then some. That person had an enormous background and could easily bail him out of the security office. But he never expected that the student was not ordinary at all. With one punch, he was sent flying several meters, crashing into the wall before he stopped. After the treatment, his abdomen still hurt so much that he felt like vomiting. When a group of men in black took him from the security office, he thought he had been quietly released. He didn't expect to be met with a storm of punches and kicks before being locked up here. Who on earth is that student? Li Sanner roared in his heart, and he uttered the question out loud. The person interrogating him under the bright light snorted coldly. You don't even know who he is, yet you dare to take action? Just know that you messed with someone you shouldn't have. I'll give you a piece of advice, no matter what promises your big shot made to you, hurry up and spill everything you know. Otherwise, it's very easy to make you die, and even easier to make your life worse than death. With a loud bang, he slammed the table. Li Sanner was already scared and lost, revealing everything about what he had for lunch yesterday. The person in charge of the interrogation organized the report and walked out. A spirit beast that looked like a dog but also like a lion followed him out. Zhao Dinghua sat in a chair, lighting a cigarette. How did it go? The person in charge of the interrogation smiled bitterly. It turned out just as we guessed, he didn't even have contact with the core figures. He was instructed by the casino owner, who provided the money and the intel. We've also figured out the identity of the casino owner, it's... Zhao Dinghua frowned and scolded. Hurry up and say it. When did you become so slow? The interrogator lowered his head and said softly. The casino owner's last name is Liu. Zhao Dinghua still frowned, from the Liu family? Were they actually this careless? Are you sure? The three questions made the interrogator swallow hard. Vice Principal, you are questioning my professionalism. My spirit beast Ting may not fight, but it is best at detecting lies. Don't say it's just a lousy gambler, even you, a master beast lord, I could ask you where your secret stash is, believe it or not? Zhao Dinghua was furious, hitting him on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? Get serious. I just can't believe the Liu family would lower themselves to mess with a child. And a big family from the capital wouldn't use such a method, doesn't that clearly state that it's me doing this? The interrogator rubbed his head and continued. Actually, I feel this matter might not be related to the Liu family. The casino owner is Liu Hua, a side branch of the Liu family, marginalized for his lack of talent. He came to Jinwu City to open a casino, and business is booming. It's rumored he has some connection with the Blood Eye Society. Just now, colleagues outside reported that the casino owner is now missing. Zhao Dinghua squinted his eyes. Blood Eye Society? That truly sounds like something that Mad Group would do. The whole city is to hunt Liu Hua, with a bounty of 1 million. I'll pay. Contact the Liu family and demand an explanation. The group of black-skinned dogs from Jinwu University was truly fast. If I had run a moment later, I would have been discovered. At the cave entrance, a young man sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the distant hillside through binoculars. After all, it's a prestigious university with military backing. I just didn't expect that Lin Yan actually survived. The overweight man, the casino owner, Liu Hua, took a sip of water and asked in confusion. Boss, earlier my 2 cousins were beaten badly by Lin Yan, and you didn't want to intervene. Why this time, are we directly going after Lin Yan? The boss put down the binoculars and ground his back teeth together. I have raised the tooth-blade mammoth for so many years, and he killed it. Liu Hua looked at him in shock and swallowed hard. That's to blame. The tooth-blade mammoth was a key experimental project cultivated by the boss. It was about transforming a lowly bloodline crescent elephant into a legendary bloodline tooth-blade mammoth. The resources spent were countless. If it could be popularized, it would change the world's order. Originally, the boss wanted to compete for the leadership of the Blood Eye Society, relying on this tooth-blade mammoth. But now, the plan has failed. Years of hard work turned into bubbles. No one could just let this go. Liu Hua, you also know how difficult it has been for the Blood Eye Society to develop until now. The boss stood up and paced back and forth. Our brothers and sisters in the Blood Eye Society have trash talent, and their contracted spirit beasts are all of lowly bloodlines. This world has no place for you, it is the Blood Eye Society that sheltered everyone. The Blood Eye Society changes your talent and enhances your spirit beast's bloodline, letting you also have the hope of becoming the strongest. So, anyone who dares to block our way is the enemy of the 1,000 members of the Blood Eye Society. I want to kill Lin Yan, this is for everyone. Mom, I'm fine, really. Lin Yan lay on the hospital bed and said with a smile. I'm eating out, it's pretty chaotic, so I won't turn on the video. At this moment, the door of the ward creaked open. Zhao Duo was carrying several thermal food containers, panting as she said. You didn't say what you wanted to eat, so I bought you a few more dishes. If you can't finish, I'll pack it up to eat at night. Oh, by the way, that reporter sister rented a room at the school gate, right? I'll use her kitchen tomorrow to make you some chicken soup. Zhao Duo turned around and saw Lin Yan making a should gesture to her with wide eyes. Realizing that he was on a call, she hurriedly covered her mouth. But it was already too late. On the other end of the phone, Chen Xiaohan's excited voice came through. Son, in a few days during the Holy Feast, remember to bring your girlfriend home. Chapter 85, Ambiguous Moments in the Ward. Lin Yan said this and that and finally managed to hang up the phone. Zhao Duo covered her mouth and whispered. Did I say something wrong? Lin Yan shook his head helplessly, a bitter smile on his face. No, it's just that my mom misunderstood. I didn't tell her about the assassination, so I was afraid she'd worry. She thinks you are my girlfriend, wanting me to bring you home for the Holy Feast. Zhao Duo's mouth dropped open in surprise. This. Seeing Zhao Duo hesitating, Lin Yan hurriedly said. She just mentioned it, you don't have to care. You just take care of your own things, your mom is still in the hospital, right? Take advantage of the Holy Feast holiday to go see her. Zhao Duo nodded. Although she was also looking forward to going to Lin Yan's home. But her mom was alone in the hospital, even if there were caregiver duties, they couldn't take care of everything. She had to take this holiday to go see her mom at the hospital. Opening the food container. There were 4 dishes and a soup, very sumptuous. Zhao Duo served Lin Yan a bowl of congee and said. By the way, the ranking of the 4-school joint exam is out. Each grade selected the top 10 to participate in the upcoming 2-country exchange competition. You, as the first, according to the convention, will have representatives from the Eastern Nippon country come to our school for the exchange competition. Lin Yan nodded. Concerning the popular candidates for this assessment, he had also heard a few things. Shan Ben Shire, said to be unbeatable in the Eastern Isles. Regarded as the #1 genius of the century. However, Lin Yan was not afraid at all. No matter if he was a overly wrapped, boastful genius. Or a genuine one. Lin Yan would still respect his opponent, even a lion uses all its strength to fight a rabbit. But, Zhao Duo said with some worry. Damage to the spirit vein is not a small matter, the conditions to repair it are very harsh. Even if the school helps you with full power, success is not guaranteed. What if you fail? I mean, what if? After speaking, Zhao Duo carefully observed Lin Yan's expression. Lin Yan smiled indifferently. Don't worry, I won't lose my mind. It's just a damaged spirit vein, it definitely won't stop my steps. Zhao Duo breathed a sigh of relief. How about we tell the vice principal, for this exchange competition between the 2 countries, you'll skip it this time. On one hand, considering Lin Yan's pride if he were to lose. On the other hand, if Lin Yan were to get hurt further, it wouldn't be good at all. I feel much better already. Lin Yan got off the sickbed, moving his limbs. Zhao Duo was startled and hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Don't move around, the doctor asked you to rest. Lin Yan felt that his injuries were almost gone. With the rapid development of medical technology supported by healing spirit beasts, such simple cuts and wounds are hardly an issue unless it's fatal. Lin Yan touched the already healed wound at his waist. It still hurt a bit. He tried to channel his spirit power. He found a clear sense of delay. It seems that if he released the insect soldier's skill now, the effect would definitely be greatly reduced. How exactly should this spirit vein be repaired? Lin Yan frowned, this question might need to be asked to Professor Hu. After finishing the meal, Lin Yan's desire to leave the hospital was directly rejected by Zhao Duo. Just stay another day, let the doctor check you again. Be good, I'll peel you another apple. Lin Yan couldn't argue with her, so he had to lie back down on the sickbed. Watching Zhao Duo quickly tidy up the leftovers, organizing everything in the ward neatly. Lin Yan felt very touched. He remembered the kiss Zhao Duo almost gave him when he pretended to be unconscious. Lin Yan closed his eyes, letting out a soft snore. Would she come again? This time, I promise not to resist. Sure enough, not long after. After Zhao Duo finished tidying up, there were no further movements. The ward was quiet. After waiting for a while and confirming that Lin Yan was really asleep, Zhao Duo tiptoed to Lin Yan's side. Lin Yan's heart started racing. The girl's breath brushed against his cheek, carrying the scent of lavender laundry detergent. Suddenly, bang! The door of the ward was pushed open. The breath and fragrance instantly disappeared. Cough cough. Zhao Duo coughed lightly twice, and Lin Yan opened his eyes, pretending to have been woken up by the sound of the door. Ha! Zhao Ziwei stood at the door, looking thoughtfully at Zhao Duo, then said, I heard you were attacked. My father asked me to come and check. Father? Lin Yan looked at him suspiciously. Which one? Zhao Ziwei sat on the edge of the bed, looking at him strangely. You actually don't know? My father is the vice principal, Zhao Dinghua. Lin Yan was slightly shocked, not expecting their connection. Zhao Ziwei glanced at Zhao Duo, smiling as he said, You've worked hard, Duo, let me take care of him from now on. You go home and rest first. Zhao Duo's face turned red at some point, and she almost fled the ward in a panic. What's wrong? Why are you leaving so hurriedly? At the doorway, Tang Tianyu looked at the rapidly escaping Zhao Duo, puzzled. Turning back. The professionally dressed and very sexy Zhao Ziwei made him gasp in surprise. Li Juming and Han Xiaofeng were also carrying a big bag of stuff, including game consoles, and poker, Eastern beauty photos. What's wrong with this guy Lin Yan? So many beauties, taking turns to keep him company? Is he on vacation, or is he in the hospital? Would you want such a blessing? Forget it, I don't want to be stabbed for no reason. Zhao Ziwei looked at the three people standing at the door, the authority of her many years as a teacher radiating. Close the door, and leave. The three immediately walked out of the ward, gently closing the door as they left. Lin Yan looked at Zhao Ziwei and asked, What's the matter? To send those people away must mean there was something very important. Zhao Ziwei's expression was very calm as she said, The true culprit behind the assassination event has been found. Lin Yan straightened his body, feeling energized. You say. Zhao Ziwei took out a copy of an interrogation report and handed it to Lin Yan. The killer is a desperate gambler, and the mastermind is the casino owner, Lu Hua. Lu? Lin Yan's heart jumped. So it really was someone related to him? Unexpectedly, Zhao Ziwei shook her head. According to the investigation, this matter has nothing to do with the Lu family you are thinking of. The casino owner Lu family has very poor talents, and left the Lu family many years ago to open a casino in Jinwu City. He should be colluding with another notorious force, and this force is the real killer who wants to assassinate you. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow and said in a deep voice, What force? Have you heard of the Blood Eye Society? Zhao Ziwei said. Chapter 86, Give it to him. Blood Eye Society? Lin Yan searched his mind and really found some information about this organization. An illegal organization within the Dragon Country, doing nothing but bad things. Zhao Ziwei nodded. Yes, but that's not entirely accurate. The Blood Eye Society is a very secretive organization, consisting of one leader, 10 hall masters, and over 100 members in each hall, totaling over 1,000 people. They are not legitimate beastmasters, only a small portion are exceptionally gifted, having committed crimes to escape the Dragon Country and the association's accountability, which is why they joined the Blood Eye Society. Most members are untalented beastmasters or even ordinary people, and their spirit beasts are of lowly bloodlines. They create chaos and destruction all over the country, and there may be deeper conspiracies behind them. Lin Yan was somewhat surprised. Such an organization should have long been eradicated by the association. With so many experts in the association, dealing with such rabble should not be a problem at all. Zhao Ziwei shook her head. More than a decade ago, the Blood Eye Society was indeed eradicated for a time, and the association's higher-ups believed they had completely disappeared. However, 5 years ago, a man claiming to be the leader of the Blood Eye Society appeared and publicly called for companions. He proclaimed that even those with life skills or no talents could become powerful beastmasters. Spirit beasts with lowly bloodlines could break their bloodline shackles and advance to rare, elite, or even epic bloodlines. Lin Yan frowned continuously. How is this possible? The limit of a beastmaster largely depends on the bloodline of their spirit beast. If spirit beasts of lowly bloodlines could also advance in bloodline, then everyone in the world could become a beastmaster. If this were true, it would mark the birth of a new era. This man is very great. Lin Yan genuinely admired such a person. But admiration aside, if he really tried to assassinate him, Lin Yan would show no mercy, at most remembering his ideals in his heart. Zhao Ziwei crossed her arms, her breast slightly revealing, snorted coldly. Although his empty promises attracted many ignorant people, they cannot be fulfilled. The association caught a few members of the Blood Eye Society and found that their strength had not undergone any qualitative leap. The school has joined forces with the association to issue a warrant for casino owner Lu Hua, and vow to capture all remnants of the Blood Eye Society. During this time, I will protect you personally. If your spirit veins are not restored before the exchanges between the two countries, then give up participating in the competition. Everything is for your safety. Lin Yan smiled, not expecting the school to be so protective. It's fine, even if my spirit veins are damaged, those Easterners are not my opponents. Strategically, one must underestimate the opponent, but tactically, one must take the opponent seriously. Lin Yan was confident but would not be careless. Early the next morning, after the doctor conducted a full-body check on Lin Yan, confirming that apart from the damaged spirit veins, there were no other issues with his body, Lin Yan was finally allowed to return to the dormitory. However, after a simple shower and change of clothes, he prepared to go out again. Dungeon hall? Tang Tianyu groaned from his bed. Oh man, can you not be so restless? You just got out of the hospital, and now you want to go out again? Lin Yan calmly said. What's there to fear? The doctor said, aside from the spirit veins, my body is fine. I can't just lie in bed and rot. Tang Tianyu sat up from the bed, put on his jacket. Fine, I'll go with you. Lin Yan waved his hand and walked out of the dormitory. No need, I have a different bodyguard. After leaving the dormitory building, sure enough, he saw Zhao Ziwei waiting for him. I'll go to the bug department teaching building first to find Professor Hu. The two arrived at the bug department. Zhao Ziwei stood still waiting. Lin Yan went straight to Hu Fanyuan's office. He knocked on the door and walked in. The office seemed filled with books, almost no space to step. Hu Fanyuan was surrounded by a pile of messy books, looked up at Lin Yan, a terrifying face showed a hint of fatigue. You're here? Lin Yan found a place to sit down, then opened a book. Then opened the second, the third. Without exception, all these books were related to medicine, about methods of repairing spirit veins. Teacher. Lin Yan sighed, feeling a mix of emotions inside. Hu Fanyuan had worked hard for him, it could be said. It's nothing, it's my duty as a teacher. Hu Fanyuan's hoarse voice was quite affectionate. I dream of going to the border once more, to show off. In this lifetime, I have no hope, I can only place my hopes on you. As long as you grow up, prioritize the nation's interests, and achieve great things at the border, I will find comfort in that. Lin Yan looked seriously at Hu Fanyuan's face and nodded slowly. No need to say more. He would definitely do it. By the way, I found a specimen of the legendary bloodline magical beast you mentioned. Hu Fanyuan flipped through the books in his hand and said. Really? Lin Yan suddenly became excited. A specimen of the legendary bloodline magical beast meant he could convert another new troop. In that case, his combat power would greatly increase. Even if the spirit veins could not be repaired in the short term, he had more confidence against that genius from the east. After bidding farewell to Hu Fanyuan, Lin Yan arrived at the dungeon hall. The staff at the dungeon hall was startled. Shouldn't you be in the hospital? Lin Yan patted his chest. I've been fine for a while now. I want to enter the same dungeon as before, the Red Sun Desert. Lin Yan reached out to request. However, the staff had a troubled expression, hesitated for a moment before saying. The key to that dungeon has been taken by someone. Ah? Lin Yan nodded, then I'll wait for him to finish. In the entire dungeon hall, with hundreds of dungeon realms, only this Red Sun Desert was the most suitable for Lin Yan right now. The realm matched Lin Yan perfectly, and the repeatable mummies could provide a lot of biomass. After a moment of silence, the staff finally said. That dungeon is not being used, it's just been taken away. Lin Yan frowned, taken away and not used? Is there such a thing? The staff said nothing, just gestured towards the sofa in the rest area with his eyes. Lin Yan understood and walked towards the rest area. Sure enough, he saw a familiar figure. Lei Ming was lying on the sofa, crossing his legs, spinning a golden key in his hand. Lin Yan sat across from him and spoke directly. The instance should be given to me. To Lin Yan's appearance, Lei Ming was not surprised at all, sneering. Just got stabbed, I thought you would remember a bit. Don't think I'm easy to talk to, that's only for my own people. If you weren't one of the student council, it's better for you to just roll. Lin Yan clenched his fists, holding back the impulse to punch him. At this moment, a clear voice rang out. Give it to him. Zhao Ziwei walked over in high heels. Chapter 87, Leader? Lin Yuanshan. Zhao Ziwei stood in front of Lin Yan, frowning at Lei Ming. Lei Ming's expression softened as he stood up and said. Teacher Zhao, what is this? Zhao Ziwei showed no politeness. Didn't you hear? Give it to him. A chill sparkled in Lei Ming's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Teacher, this doesn't seem right, I got the instance key first. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with the principle of first come, first served. As the president of the student council, Lei Ming was getting angry now. Even if you Zhao Ziwei are the deputy director of the student affairs office, so what? If you have the ability, expel me. Let's see if the student council will agree. Zhao Ziwei chuckled lightly. You, the student council president, have you forgotten the school rules? Then let me remind you. Rule 75 states that student council members and students who gain the right to choose an instance cannot hold the instance key for long, occupy the key without returning it, or maliciously obstruct other students from entering the instance. Long-term possession of the instance key must be reported to the student affairs office for review. As far as I know, the student affairs office did not approve you to hold this instance key. It seems the student affairs office is really too lax now. Zhao Ziwei glanced at her watch. Hand over the key, go back and copy the school rules 100 times, and submit it to me by this time tomorrow. Lei Ming's face was ugly as he gritted his teeth at Zhao Ziwei. Teacher Zhao, are you really going to shield this rejected trash with damaged spirit veins? Zhao Ziwei calmly looked at him, 200 times. Lei Ming snorted coldly, threw the key at her, and turned to leave. The student council ministers and staff who followed also left reluctantly. Zhao Ziwei handed the key to Lin Yan. Lin Yan nodded and took it. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Zhao Ziwei had no expression on her face, no need to be polite, we are just following the rules. Do you really like this instance? She remembered that before the four-school joint entrance exam, Lin Yan had stayed in this instance for a long time. Lin Yan nodded. This instance greatly boosts my strength. Zhao Ziwei nodded and found a quiet sofa to sit down. I'll give you a permission certificate later, from now on, this instance will be yours. You go to the instance first, I'll wait for you here. Lin Yan felt moved, saying anything more would seem too sentimental. He turned and walked into the instance preparation room. Nangling City. By the Chaobai River. Qin Ruoyu hung up the phone and walked up to a middle-aged man who was fishing. Leader, the news is true, he was indeed attacked. However, there is no life danger, just damaged spirit veins. The middle-aged man's hand holding the rod shook slightly, and he asked in a deep voice. No worries, the school will naturally investigate everything for him. Xiao Yan is a man, he knows what to do. Did you find out how his insect-type spirit beasts came about? Qin Ruoyu shook her head. No, but it should be related to his talent. These insect-type spirit beasts are very strange, they can reproduce endlessly, and their numbers are increasing rapidly. Now, they can summon tens of thousands. Moreover, I suspect the types of these insect soldiers are related to legendary bloodline beasts. The middle-aged man said, Oh. What do you mean? Qin Ruoyu counted on her fingers and said. After the martial arts exam, he specifically asked Zhao Tianhua for a specimen of a legendary bloodline bloodwing demon wolf. During the four-school joint entrance exam, he killed an injured legendary bloodline toothblade mammoth, and after leaving the area, that toothblade mammoth disappeared. He let Xiao Ranran from Qingheng University off the hook, at the cost of a legendary beast specimen. And I've heard that his professor Hu Fangyuan is looking for a legendary beast specimen through someone else, and he should have some leads. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent, with only the sound of water flowing by the river. After a moment, the middle-aged man chuckled. A tooth-blade mammoth? I think I know who sent the assassin after him. Qin Ruoyu's eyes widened as he asked, Who? The middle-aged man shook his head, You don't need to know, I will handle it. Qin Ruoyu nodded, then asked. Is there something urgent that you need me to come back for? The river surface rippled as the middle-aged man raised his fishing rod, only to find disappointedly that the fish had eaten all the bait and left. There is a hall master in the northwest who has died, leaving a power vacuum. You go investigate, and then you can take over as hall master directly. Qin Ruoyu hesitated, looking down without responding. The middle-aged man looked at him with amusement. Of course, you can refuse. I will respect your choice. Qin Ruoyu kept his head down, unable to read his expression, and softly asked. What will happen to the northwest if I don't go? The middle-aged man sighed helplessly. Then we will give up for now and wait until the situation improves a bit before taking it back. Qin Ruoyu took a deep breath, seemingly making a significant decision. I will go. The middle-aged man nodded. If you encounter any difficulties, tell me. The situation in the northwest is complex, stabilize it first before discussing anything else. Before you leave, go see Xiao Yan. Qin Ruoyu's face struggled for a moment, biting his lip. No need. It's just, once I stabilize the situation, I don't want to be the hall master in the northwest. I want to go back to school and continue attending classes. The middle-aged man slowly nodded. All right. Qin Ruoyu walked away. The middle-aged man sighed, and suddenly the phone in his pocket rang. After answering the call, he glanced at the empty fish box and spoke awkwardly. Honey, I caught something. This one must weigh over 2 pounds. I'll be home soon, we'll have braised fish for dinner tonight. After hanging up the phone, the middle-aged man dialed another number. Hello? Is this Zhengji Aquatic Store? Prepare a 2.5-pound grass carp, I'll go pick it up shortly. Xinqing University. Cafeteria. Xiao Ranran held a portion of cheap food and walked to a corner table. People around her kept their distance, pointing and whispering behind her back. Your wife. Is your wife? What bad luck to run into her. Ha, what a shameful thing, actually recognizing that brute Lin Yan as her master. I would have died. I thought she was actually strong, but it turns out she just bullies those in her nest, weak in front of men from other schools, ha. Tomorrow we'll vote together, Zhuo Xiao is the real representative of our freshman class. But, Zhuo Xiao lost to Lin Yan too. So what? At least Zhuo Xiao didn't beg for mercy. Exactly, Xiao Ranran's knees are so weak, she doesn't deserve to be the representative. Xiao Ranran ignored their harsh words, silently eating the food in front of her. Suddenly, a large hand reached out in front of her, directly flipping her plate. The rice and dishes, mixed with hot soup, splashed all over Xiao Ranran. Zhuo Xiao stood in front of Xiao Ranran, sneering. How could a shameful person like you eat in the same cafeteria as me? Zhuo Xiao's excessive actions did not gain sympathy from the surrounding students. Instead, they laughed and enjoyed the spectacle. Everyone looked at Xiao Ranran with only 2 words in their eyes. Well deserved. Xiao Ranran looked at her oil-stained clothes and rose, glaring at him. What are you doing? I didn't provoke you. Zhuo Xiao shrugged indifferently. He didn't like Xiao Ranran to begin with. During the entrance ceremony, Xiao Ranran overshadowed him and became the freshman representative. Later, she used her gender advantage to attract a large group of followers, shining bright. And he? A genius who should have been the focus of the entire school. Unexpectedly, for a time, nobody cared, becoming just a backdrop. Zhuo Xiao dreamed every day, thinking about how to pull this down. To his surprise, the turning point actually happened during the 4-school joint exam. When he was eliminated by Lin Yan right at the start, his heart sank to the bottom, feeling utterly hopeless. But unexpectedly, Xiao Ranran was willing to sign the slave mark for her spirit beast, becoming Lin Yan's servant. When Zhuo Xiao first learned this news, he almost laughed out loud. Xinqing University values its reputation the most. Xiao Ranran no longer cared about her reputation, her next match would definitely be miserable. Without her standing in front of him, he could become the top person of Xinqing University. Even if the school didn't allow the reselection of fresh student representatives. Everyone knew who truly led Xinqing University to glory. She actually recognized Lin Yan as her master. Do you know how the other schools view our Xinqing? Zhuo Xiao didn't know, but it wouldn't stop him from stirring up everyone's emotions. Our Xinqing is the top among the 4 major institutions. You, have brought our reputation down. As long as you don't drop out, I won't let you have it easy. Xiao Ranran stared at him for a while. Zhuo Xiao's heart suddenly felt a bit uneasy, he swallowed hard and tried not to back down. Although Xiao Ranran had lost her reputation, her strength was still top-notch. If she were to challenge him to a duel now, what should he do? Zhuo Xiao began to regret, blaming himself for not holding back his desire for revenge, stepping forward to provoke and vent his emotions. Such a thing should be done by his underlings. However, the scene he expected didn't happen. Xiao Ranran silently brushed off the rice grains from her clothes and left without a word. Zhuo Xiao watched her back, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Afraid? Or just don't want to? I heard Lin Yan's spiritual vein is damaged, and his strength has greatly decreased. Could it be that signing the slave mark affected her strength as well? I need to find a chance to test her. Nanning City. Beastmaster Association Branch. Li Chuan arrived at the door, welcoming several people coming down from a black business car. At the forefront was the president of the provincial association, Chang Dinghua. President Chang, thank you for personally coming over. Li Chuan quickly stepped forward, shaking hands enthusiastically. Chang Dinghua smiled, surveying the building of the Nanning branch. What trouble? I'm not here for you this time. I believe you've heard about the 4-school joint exam. Nanning City produced an incredible young talent, overpowering the geniuses from the other 3 prestigious universities, taking first place, truly remarkable. Li Chuan personally led several people to the meeting room. It's all due to your wise decision that gave Nanning No. 1 High School 2 spots to the true martial university. This allowed Lin Yan, this gem, to shine bright. The group laughed heartily. Chang Dinghua pointed a finger at Li Chuan, shaking his head. Sweet talker. By the way, what was the name of the other student guaranteed to True Marshall University? How are her grades? Jean, what was it again? Jean Ruoyu, Li Chuan hastily added, her grades were decent, usually an object of our focus, but this year we have Lin Yan. The group arrived in the meeting room, with Cheng Dinghua sitting in the main seat. I also came to discuss fully nurturing Lin Yan's matters. Later, we will go to Lin Yan's home to see what needs assistance. We will do everything we can. As for all expenses at school, we will cover them completely, and he should also have a significant amount of funds for personal use, not less than 5 million. You don't have to worry about the funding, the province will cover it. Li Chuan was overjoyed, then I'll thank the president in advance. They quickly discussed a few other matters. Under the guidance of Nanning No. 1 High School, the group headed to Lin Yan's home. Old Lin caught such a big fish. You're amazing, my old Li can't do this. What are you looking at? Are you still not convinced? In the old town, in the relocated building, Lin Yuanshan was carrying a fish box, deliberately leaving the lid open, proudly walking around the community. This attracted many neighbors' attention. Among them, Old Li had a knowing look on his face and leaned close to Lin Yuanshan's ear, saying, "Don't think I don't know that you bought this fish. Wild fish have yellow tails." Lin Yuanshan smiled back. "Last time we went to bathe, you stayed on the second floor for 3 more minutes, and your bill was 398. Don't think I." Old Li quickly covered Lin Yuanshan's mouth and chuckled awkwardly. "This fish is really big, it looks wild." "Old Lin, not only are you great at fishing, but you're also great at raising sons. How is Shayan doing in school?" Lin Yuanshan pushed Old Li's hand away and spat a couple of times. "My son is the new student representative, first place." The surrounding neighbors listened with smiles, but didn't believe it. "Stop bragging, Shayan is promising, but you don't have to lie to us." Jinwu University is a prestigious school, one of the top 4 institutions, filled with the best talents from various provinces. Shaoyan not being at the bottom would be impressive, let alone being first. "Yeah, my second aunt's neighbor's son's little brother is from Jinwu University, and he said there are geniuses everywhere, plus kids from prominent families. He scored second in the province, and he's almost at the bottom there." Old Li hurriedly smoothed things over. "Alright, I've watched Shaoyan grow up since he was little. Maybe he really got first place, who knows? Old Lin, don't you have to go home and cook? Hurry back." As the group laughed and prepared to disperse, suddenly, a group of people in black administrative clothes arrived. The leading man had a warm smile, and everyone felt he looked familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere. "Fellow townsmen, may I ask if Lin Yan's family is here?" The man's magnetic voice made everyone react. They had seen him on TV. He was Cheng Dinghua, the president of the Beastmaster Association in the provincial city, a top figure in Yunyang province. "He is here looking for Lin Yan." Lin Yuanshan was a bit surprised as he looked at him, nodding. "Yes, I am Lin Yan's father. What do you need him for?" Cheng Dinghua smiled, extending his hand to shake Lin Yuanshan's. "It is like this, Lin Yan has been elected as the new student representative of Jinwu University and has also achieved first place in the joint entrance exam of the 4 universities. To express our congratulations, the provincial city wishes to offer some assistance to student Lin Yan, so we came for a home visit first." The neighbors' eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Lin Yuanshan shaking hands with Cheng Dinghua. That kid Lin Yan, not only is he the new student representative, but he is also the first in the national joint entrance exam of the top 4 universities? Chapter 89, Discovering Traces. Dungeon, Red Sun Desert. You have successfully killed a level 20 beast, bandaged mummy, biomat plus 40, experience plus 800. You have successfully killed a level 20 beast, bandaged mummy, biomat plus 40, experience plus 800. Lin Yan, wearing sunglasses, watched as the nearby pyramid wobbled. This was a sign that the dungeon boss, the pharaoh mummy, was about to appear. Lin Yan didn't waste time and directly exited the dungeon. Back in the dungeon hall, it was already past midnight. There was no one left in the hall. Lin Yan opened the system panel to check his information. Nest host, Lin Yan. Level, silver level 7. Nest level, 1. Core function, devour any product containing genetic information, can breed fusion insect warriors of that gene. Initial ant soldier types, Titan giant ant, Bloodwing frenzied bee, 1000 fathom mantis. Insect soldier count, 35,000/35,000, Titan giant ant 10,000, Bloodwing frenzied bee 10,000, 1000 fathom mantis 15,000. Biomat remaining, 72,400. Who? Lin Yan looked at the long string of numbers for the insect soldier count and remaining biomat, feeling a wave of satisfaction. This time, the remaining biomat was twice the number of insect soldiers. This means Lin Yan could release all his insect soldiers 3 times. Overwhelming and endless. It's just a pity that the damaged spirit pulse still greatly affected a large part of my strength. Lin Yan frowned, mobilizing his spiritual energy. White spiritual power spilled intermittently from his palm. In the instance dungeon, he had already tried. The insect soldier's skills could not be unleashed. Only once did he exhaust all efforts to release his skills, but the results were not impressive. The skill lasted only a few seconds before it ended. Right now, his insect soldier's strength was enough to deal with the beasts in the dungeon. But if he were to face top young geniuses like Xiao Ran again, he would surely lose. The body of the Silver Realm is still too weak to be injured by an ordinary person. Lin Yan shook his head. If his realm reached the Golden Realm, his body would receive significant strengthening. Ordinary knives and swords wouldn't be able to hurt him then. Pressing on his temples, Lin Yan felt exhausted. He had been grinding instances since morning, and now it was already dawn. He needed to rest for a while. Walking to the resting area, Lin Yan saw a beautiful figure lying on the sofa and was a bit startled. Zhao Ziwei hadn't left. He thought Zhao Ziwei had gone home and would come to pick him up in the morning. To his surprise, Lin Yan walked over to Zhao Ziwei, took off his coat, and covered her with it. Zhao Ziwei instantly woke up, her spiritual power radiating with a killing aura. Only when she saw it was Lin Yan did she retract it and rubbed her eyes, asking, "You woke up?" Lin Yan was taken aback, cold sweat breaking out on his back. What realm was she in? Just the release of her spiritual power made him feel such pressure. Even Shenlei couldn't do that. It seemed Zhao Ziwei's realm was much higher than Shenlei's. "I'm too tired, I need to rest for a bit." Lin Yan sat on the sofa, yawned, and took out his phone to fiddle with. Zhao Ziwei glanced at him, then closed her eyes. She reached out her small hand to tug at Lin Yan's coat and went back to sleep. Lin Yan sent a message to Qin Ruoyu, telling her about what had happened recently. But a red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. Lin Yan suddenly widened his eyes. Was he blocked? He called Qin Ruoyu, but it showed that no one was answering. Lin Yan instantly couldn't hold back. What was going on? It was already deep into the night, it seemed he could only go find someone to ask tomorrow. When the dawn broke, the instance dungeon hall opened, footsteps and conversations were noisy. Lin Yan got up, rubbed his eyes, and felt much clearer. He subconsciously looked to his side. Zhao Ziwei, he didn't know when, had already washed up and dressed, even reapplying her makeup. She was busy with something on her laptop. Seeing Lin Yan awake, she pointed at the breakfast on the table with her chin. "I bought this for you." Lin Yan was not polite, he ate the breakfast heartily, disheveled hair and all. "Teacher Zhao, do you know any teachers from the dragon department?" Zhao Ziwei stared at the computer screen and casually replied, "I do." Lin Yan hesitated for a moment and continued. "I have a friend who has been out of contact recently and isn't at school. Can you help me ask?" Zhao Ziwei nodded and soon had an answer. The teacher from the dragon department said that Qin Ruoyu took a long sick leave, and the medical paperwork is compliant. Her student status has been preserved. Sick leave? Lin Yan frowned tightly, inquiring. "Can you find out what illness it is?" Zhao Ziwei shook her head. "The medical paperwork has entered the school's archive, and I have no authority to look." Then, seeing Lin Yan's heavy expression, she continued. "This is student privacy, even the principal can't see it." Lin Yan sighed and could only give up. Zhao Ziwei looked at Lin Yan with some amusement. "Why do you look like you've been dumped?" "Don't worry. With the current medical standards, especially since she is a beast master with spiritual power in her body, there won't be life-threatening risks. However, I saw on the system that prior to taking a long sick leave, Qin Ruoyu asked for a short leave to visit home. Since you both are from Nanning City, you can go home and look during the Holy Feast holiday." Lin Yan nodded heavily. Just as he was about to dive back into the instance, the phone suddenly vibrated and rang. Lin Yan's heart stirred as he picked up the phone, only to feel disappointed. The caller was not Qin Ruoyu. It was the vice principal. "Hello? Lin Yan, I have good news. The casino boss Lu Hua has been found. That bastard is hiding in Ayu Mountain. We are on our way to catch him and will have results for you soon." On the other end, Zhao Dingguo's voice was filled with excitement. Lin Yan thought for a moment, then said firmly, "Vice Principal, I also want to take part in this operation." Zhao Dingguo paused for a moment on the other end. "No, that's too dangerous. The situation deep in Ayu Mountain is complicated. We are unprepared, and for you, a bronze level, it's risky to venture in blindly." Lin Yan's tone was resolute. "I am confident. Even if I face defeat, I can still retreat safely. You don't need to accommodate me, do what you need to do. I just want to see with my own eyes what the mastermind behind my assassination looks like." Zhao Dinghua hesitated but finally agreed. Alright, when you arrive, stay close to us. Zhao Ziwei is with you? Let her come with you. We will wait for you at Ayu Mountain. The call ended. Over here, Zhao Ziwei also received the news. Without trying to dissuade Lin Yan or asking why, she directly said, Let's go. Lin Yan nodded and followed. Ayu Mountain. A black Cadillac sped past and stopped in front of Zhao Dinghua. The car door opened, and Zhao Ziwei got out from the driver's seat. After a while, Lin Yan held his stomach with one hand and leaned on the car door, bending over and started to vomit. Ugh. Chapter 90, Soldiers Splitting into 9 Routes. Looking at Lin Yan's awful state, Zhao Dinghua scolded his daughter. What's wrong with you? Why didn't you drive slower? Look at what you did to Lin Yan. Zhao Ziwei looked at her father's outstretched elbow, annoyed. It was him who told me to drive faster, he's the one who's your son, right? Zhao Dinghua helped Lin Yan up, concerned. Is everything okay? Do you need to take a break? After Lin Yan vomited up all of his breakfast, he felt much better and waved his hand. No, let's head straight into the mountain. Unexpectedly, just a few days had passed. And he was back again. Last time, the 4-school joint exam used the outskirts of Ayu Mountain. This time, they arrived at an area closer to the center of the mountain. Everyone ventured deeper into the mountain. A few men in black summoned ferocious spirit beasts to clear the way up front. No matter what level of magical beast appeared, they would be swiftly killed. In fact, Lin Yan sensed the presence of a level 40 magical beast. However, as soon as this presence was felt, it was instantly annihilated. Thinking back, he had fought a heavily injured level 40 magical beast with many talented individuals. And they had paid a hefty price in the fall of many insect soldiers to just barely defeat it. These men in black were at least diamond level. The group moved swiftly. Lin Yan did not summon any insect soldiers because in front of these people, whether scouting or fighting, it was like showing off a big knife in front of Guangong. So he preferred not to embarrass himself. Reaching a hollow in the mountain, the black-clad scout faced a challenge, turning to look at the vice principal. There are a total of 9 paths, all carrying Lu Hua's presence, we must split up to act. Zhao Dinghua frowned and thought for a moment. Ayu Mountain was vast, and even though this was just one peak, it was not something they could explore thoroughly. The school and the association would not send all personnel to partake in this operation. Then let's split our forces. Zhao Dinghua quickly made a decision, dividing the black-clad men into several routes. Including himself, it was still not enough. One path remained, which could only be taken by the temporarily joined Lin Yan. I'll take the 9th path. Lin Yan got straight to the point without wasting words. Zhao Ziwei stepped forward and nodded, saying, I'll go with Lin Yan, it's fine. Zhao Dinghua nodded, as he had considerable faith in his daughter's strength. Be careful, if you encounter any surprises, withdraw and wait for us to support you. Deep in Ayu Mountain, the spiritual miasma was heavy. The magnetic field was chaotic, with no signal at all. Only through some primitive means could they contact others. The men in black surged into the other paths. Zhao Dinghua reminded his daughter once more, be careful. Then he took a black-clothed man and walked into a side path. Let's go too. Zhao Ziwei walked ahead of Lin Yan, taking the side path. They all left, and the task of protecting Lin Yan fell on Zhao Ziwei. Zhao Ziwei summoned her spirit beast, the purple-winged spirit snake. This was to deal with any danger that might appear at any moment. Lin Yan didn't feel the need to be pretentious, trying to show off by walking in front. He honestly followed behind Zhao Ziwei, being a little useless. But this time, Lin Yan raised his hand and released all the insect soldiers. 10,000 titan giant ants and blood-winged wasps went out to scout the enemy's movements. 15,000 Shenron mantises guarded nearby, acting as the royal guards. Zhao Ziwei looked at the densely packed insect soldiers, and she felt a bit dazed. In the past, she had only seen Lin Yan's battle videos to understand his insect sea tactics. But witnessing these insect soldiers in person gave her a certain pressure. She was a master-level beast tamer. She didn't know how far behind that was from Lin Yan. If there were beast tamers who were only one level above Lin Yan, or the same level, would they not have a psychological shadow when facing this overwhelming number of insect soldiers? The two walked in silence, one in front and one behind. They walked for a while. Suddenly, Lin Yan's steps stopped. Zhao Ziwei turned back and asked, What's wrong? Her spirit beast was still a bit weak in scouting. It couldn't compare to Lin Yan's thousands of insect soldiers. Lin Yan held his breath and focused, carefully receiving the information sent back by the blood-winged wasps. The communication between him and his spirit beast still relied on spiritual power to circulate. Now that his spiritual pulse was damaged, the communication with the blood-winged wasps, which were farther away, had also weakened. After quite a while, Lin Yan finally understood the message sent back by the blood-winged wasps. In the southeast direction, there is a cave. There are traces of beast tamers living there, but we cannot see them. However, they are definitely still there. Zhao Ziwei asked in confusion. Why? Lin Yan looked at the information coming in about the blood-winged wasps being killed, sneering. The insect soldiers I sent out to monitor are almost all dead. We need to leave quickly. Zhao Ziwei nodded, standing still while telling the hurried Lin Yan. Come here. Although Lin Yan was puzzled, he did as she said. He walked to Zhao Ziwei's side. The purple-winged spirit snake twisted its body, entangling Lin Yan and Zhao Ziwei together. Suddenly getting so close to a mature woman's body, Lin Yan didn't dare to breathe. Even while holding his breath, he could still smell the fragrance at Zhao Ziwei's hair tips. His body pressed tightly against Zhao Ziwei's. Lin Yan swallowed hard. Zhao teacher, this is. Zhao Ziwei said nothing. But the purple-winged spirit snake released a flow of purple spiritual power light. In the next second, the three of them, one snake, instantly disappeared. Lin Yan saw peculiar lights flashing before his eyes, as if traveling through a time-space tunnel. A few seconds later, the lights before him dissipated. Lin Yan, still in a daze, looked at the not-much-changed surroundings. Zhao Ziwei had already tapped him, pointing to a cave in the distance. Is it here? Lin Yan compared the information sent back by the blood-winged wasps and nodded. It's here. Lin Yan's gaze locked onto an open space ahead. Hundreds of blood-winged wasps' corpses lay messily on the ground. The blood-winged wasps responsible for monitoring here are all dead, and I didn't send new insect soldiers over. But why are we still not seeing their traces? Could it be that they ran away? Lin Yan summoned a wormhole, and a blood-winged wasp crawled out of it. It quickly flew up, flying towards the cave, wanting to explore it. At that moment, a gigantic bat, howling as it charged over. With one bite, it killed the blood-winged frenzy bee just summoned. The broken body spun and fell, crashing to the ground. At the same time, an invisible sound wave spread towards the two. Zhao Ziwei's face changed slightly, not good. The purple-winged spirit snake wrapped the two together again. A flash of purple light flickered by, then disappeared again. The huge bat, staring with its white, pupilless eyes, looked at the place where Lin Yan and Zhao Ziwei had vanished. Tilting its head and thinking for a moment, it flapped its wings and flew away again. Chapter 91, Dark Moon Bat? Assemble. Come back, Dark Moon Bat. In the depths of the cave, Su Ling raised his hand, and the huge bat flew to him and landed. Did you discover anything? The Dark Moon Bat shook its little head and screeched. Lu Hua stepped forward, clicking his tongue as he observed the massive Dark Night Bat. Master Su, the last time I saw you, this Dark Moon Bat was still a rare level bloodline. How long has it been since we last met, and it's already elite level? Su Ling crossed his arms and coldly smiled. What's this? If that Toothblade Mammoth hadn't died, I would now have a legendary level bloodline contracted spirit beast. The technology is not perfect yet. Advancing the bloodline requires consuming a large amount of the contracted spirit beast's life force. After the ascent, it also takes a long time to recover. Otherwise, relying solely on those few students, it's impossible to kill the Toothblade Mammoth. Damn Lin Yan. I wish I could rip him apart. As he spoke, Su Ling clenched his fist and struck the stone wall beside him, causing a tremor. Lu Hua was shocked, swallowing hard, and asked. Master, many people have come up the mountain, they might find us any moment. What should we do now? Su Ling's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. There are many wild magical beasts in Sorrow Abyss Mountain. It's a natural testing ground for the god-making plan. It's my fault. In my moment of venting anger, I actually let the black dog from True Martial University sniff out our location. We can't fight head-on, we must run. Lu Hua sighed, a trace of sadness appearing on his face. Another escape. He had been in True Martial City for so many years, he had developed some feelings for the city. Suddenly leaving here for an unknown, strange place. He was still somewhat reluctant. Alright, I will notify everyone to take the experimental data and blueprints with us. Lu Hua pointed at the stone wall, and a secret door slowly opened. We will go to Nanling City, the leader will shelter us. No. Su Ling's eyes turned, and he sharply retorted. We will not go to Nanling. Lu Hua was somewhat surprised, why not? Su Ling lowered his head and whispered. I haven't told everyone, but the god-making plan did not receive the leader's approval. He believes that advancing the spirit beast's bloodline beyond elite level could lead to unstable factors. These unstable factors are unfair to both the contracted spirit beasts and the beast tamers. Isn't this nonsense? He's too indecisive. His ideal is to allow tamers with trash talent and spirit beasts with trash bloodlines to have space for improvement. But that's just not enough. Those talented geniuses have contracted spirit beasts that are epic level or even legendary level. Su Ling's eyes turned red as he grasped Lu Hua's shoulders, a fierce expression startled him. We are all trash talent, and high-level bloodline spirit beasts are never allocated to us. No one needs to become stronger more than us. We need to become strong enough that all those who once looked down on us kneel at our feet, trembling in fear. Lu Hua's inner flame was ignited as he said in a low voice. I understand now, we will take the experimental data and find another place to start over. Entering the secret door. Lu Hua kept his head down, weaving through the narrow passage. After a while, he arrived at a huge underground laboratory. Inside, various experimental tables and instruments piled up like mountains of data-filled blueprints. Nearly 100 members of the Moon Hall all looked at Lu Hua. Without exception, their eyes were blood red. Like bloodthirsty beasts in the night. Lu Hua was so scared that he took a step back. He didn't often come here and was seeing this scene for the first time. Everyone, outsiders are coming up the mountain, we need to take the experimental data and leave. Except for the core data, destroy everything else, we can't leave anything for the Eaglehounds of the Beastmaster Association. The crowd was momentarily panicked, then began to act in an orderly manner. A significant part of the data had already been stored. It was taken away by the strongest comrades. The unimportant paper blueprints were burned to ashes. The remaining large experimental instruments were smashed to pieces. Then, the crowd lined up and began to evacuate. A Beastmaster commanded a spirit beast to use skills on the stone wall. Massive stones rolled down, burying this hidden laboratory deep below. The crowd made their way through the narrow passage. They arrived at the cave entrance. Su Ling gazed outside the cave. The Dark Moon Bat had already used sound waves to scout. Those people still hadn't found this place for now. Retreat through the back path, keep a low profile, and let's head north. Su Ling looked at everyone and spoke in an unquestionable tone. But someone still asked in confusion. Our plan failed, shouldn't we go to Nanling City, seek the leader's protection, and report back to the leader before deciding on the next experimental site? Su Ling frowned. Right now, people's hearts were unstable. These individuals had a high loyalty to a leader they had only seen a few times or had never met at all. If he told them now that this god-making plan was secretly being carried out without the leader's knowledge, he would probably be torn to shreds on the spot. Don't ask too much, this is the leader's will. Su Ling scanned the room and said coldly. Though the crowd was somewhat puzzled as to why the leader's will had not been publicly stated before. And why they were only verbally notified at the last minute. But after all, Su Ling was the hall master. In such a critical situation, the hall master's orders were almost equivalent to the leader's. Seeing that the crowd was no longer expressing dissent, Su Ling nodded and said solemnly. Let's go. That was close. Not far from the cave entrance, in a cliff. Zhao Ziwei was patting her chest in fear, swaying back and forth. Lin Yan saw this, his expression strange as he turned his gaze away and calmly asked. What do you mean? What just happened? Zhao Ziwei's face was somewhat serious as she said. That spirit beast emitted a sound wave to lock in the enemy's position. Luckily, I teleported in time, otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Lin Yan was startled and quickly asked. What do you mean? Is that person's realm higher than yours? Zhao Ziwei nodded without feeling embarrassed, saying. That spirit beast is only of elite bloodline, but its level has reached level 50. In a one-on-one, I wouldn't lose. But I think there must be more than one expert in that cave. She wanted to say more, but suddenly stopped. With a strange expression, she looked at Lin Yan and uncertainly asked. Is the Dark Moon Bat an elite-level bloodline? She was a teacher in the student affairs department and usually dealt with school affairs. She had mostly forgotten this knowledge from middle school textbooks. Lin Yan furrowed his brows and recalled his knowledge, answering. Dark Moon Bat is commonly found in normal-level bloodlines, with occasional rare-level bloodlines. The highest bloodline is rare-level. Zhao Ziwei looked at the cave where the Dark Moon Bat had disappeared, deep in thought. She was sure she wasn't mistaken. That Dark Moon Bat was definitely an elite-level bloodline. Bloodline mutation? Or artificially caused? Could it be related to the blood eyes? Zhao Ziwei realized the seriousness of the situation and quietly told Lin Yan. Contact everyone and hurry here to gather. Chapter 92, The Chunibu Boy and the Girl. Hearing Zhao Ziwei's words, Lin Yan did not hesitate and directly ordered all the Bloodwing Frenzy bees. In an instant, several thousand Bloodwing Frenzy bees that had still suffered losses quickly scatter. All over the mountains, they began to search for Zhao Dinghua and the others' traces. In the chaotic magnetic field of the Wailing Prison Mountain, they could only use this rough method to send messages. Vice Principal, are we lost? The black-clothed beast master felt a bit frustrated. He thought following Zhao Dingguo would be secure. This great beast master, at the King Realm, was even well known at the border before. But, unexpectedly, although Zhao Dingguo was powerful, his sense of direction was incredibly poor. Before long, the two of them got lost in the dense forest. They made a mark on a tree, but passed by it 3 times. He had already fallen into despair. Suddenly, he felt something approaching rapidly. Zhao Dingguo and the black-clothed beast master instantly became alert. However, when that thing got closer, the two lowered their guard. This is Lin Yan's insect spirit beast? The black-clothed beast master asked uncertainly. Zhao Dingguo nodded. He had watched many of Lin Yan's matches and was quite impressed by this commonly seen insect. The bloodwing frenzy bee circled around the two and then flew in a certain direction, stopping to wait for them when they didn't move. At that moment, the two finally reacted. The black-clothed beast master asked in astonishment. Could it be that it wants us to follow it? This little insect has a map navigation function? The two followed the bloodwing frenzy bee towards an unknown direction. Meanwhile, the other black-clothed beast masters also gathered towards the cave, following the bloodwing frenzy bee. How is it, have you contacted them? Zhao Ziwei stared at the cave, turning to Lin Yan beside her. Lin Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know, after my spiritual veins were damaged, the information I received from the bloodwing frenzy bee is limited. However, I have given precise orders to the bloodwing frenzy bee. Whether they can understand it depends on them. Zhao Ziwei nodded, and there was nothing more to be done. Suddenly, a group of people walked out of the cave, starting to head down the mountain along a very hidden path. Zhao Ziwei was immediately shocked and hurriedly said, "Not good, they're trying to escape." Wailing Prison Mountain was vast. The number of people they had deployed on the outskirts was very small. It was unlikely to stop them using only those beast masters on the outside. Zhao Dingguo and the others didn't know when they would be back. Now, they could only rely on themselves. I'm going up, I can't let them leave so easily. Zhao Ziwei's eyes showed determination as she said to Lin Yan behind her. You're just at the Silver Realm, you can't help much, just wait for me here. Saying this, she prepared to charge forward with the purple-winged spirit snake. Lin Yan suddenly grabbed Zhao Ziwei's wrist, the strength so great that she couldn't break free for a moment. What are you doing? Zhao Ziwei looked at the crowd heading down the mountain, feeling a bit anxious. Lin Yan stood up, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. Teacher Zhao, this time just consider me a slightly immature youth. Letting women fight while hiding behind the corner to survive is a man's shame. Zhao Ziwei silently looked at Lin Yan. After a long time, she finally spoke. Let me go. At this time, Lin Yan realized he was still holding her wrist. The sweat from his nervousness left a mark of moisture on Zhao Ziwei's wrist. Zhao Ziwei didn't mind and said, Then let's go together, you, be careful. Lin Yan felt a bit embarrassed. Was his immature speech actually ignored? This was even more uncomfortable than being mocked. I'm going. Lin Yan hurriedly said, pointing ahead. In an instant, the fastest 10,000 Shenren mantises flapped their wings and flew first, rushing towards the crowd on the small path leading down from the cave. Get in close and fight, don't let them escape. Lin Yan gave the command. The members of the Blood Eye Society also reacted, quickly summoning spirit beasts to block the dense swarm of Shenren mantises rushing towards them. What are these things? Did the monster tide go berserk? Damn it! I just contracted my spirit beast not long ago, and I'm definitely no match for these insect spirit beasts. Diamonds and Masters stand outside, protect the comrades inside. Wait, these don't seem like magical beasts, they're spirit beasts. No way, who could contract so many magical beasts at once? Why are there so many? I can't even kill them all. Everyone was surrounded by the swarm, filled with despair. Su Ling also realized this, fuming. Lin Yan. I didn't come looking for you, but here you are seeking death. Lu Hua was startled and asked. Is Lin Yan here? Did the true martial university really come too? Su Ling snorted coldly, of course. He is the strongest in the school, those high and mighty adults can't bear to let him go out alone. Everyone stay calm, these are just tier 10 magical beasts, nothing to be afraid of. Saying so, the Dark Moon Bat flew in front of Su Ling. Su Ling stood on the back of the Dark Moon Bat, which flapped its wings and effortlessly took to the sky. Lin Yan. Watch how I'll kill you. The Bloodline Ascension experiment of the Toothblade Mammoth had risen from epic to legendary. This was his greatest research achievement in a long time. Once stabilized, he could begin large-scale experiments. If this technology matured, It would mean extremely rare powerful legendary bloodline spirit beasts. He could replicate them in bulk, however many he wanted. At that time, he could easily pull out an entire army made up of legendary bloodline spirit beasts. Then, the rules of this world would be set by him. But all of this was ruined by one person. Lin Yan, you despicable bug, come out. Su Ling's furious roar echoed in the air. He was very confident in his own strength. No matter who the opponent was, as long as he found Lin Yan, even if it cost him a hard hit, he could defeat him. The Titan giant ants that arrived later also caught up. Lin Yan commanded the army of 10,000 Titan giant ants, heading towards the Blood Eye meeting members to block off the gap they tore open, using the numbers of insect soldiers to delay their escape. Hearing the roar in the sky, Lin Yan suddenly felt blood surge. Looking up at Su Ling in the air, he said with envy and emotion. So cool. I wonder when I can have a spirit beast that can be a mount. However, while being envious, Lin Yan did not want to go out and experience riding a bat or asking for an autograph at this moment. With such a huge gap in realms, whoever goes out would be a fool. Just stay here and don't move, I'll handle him. Zhao Ziwei paused and turned to say. This is a battle between master tier beast tamers, only one side's defeat or death can end it. Lin Yan, wait for my return. Watching Zhao Ziwei's disappearing figure, Lin Yan looked up and muttered. It seems I'm not the only one with a second illness. Chapter 93, Flame Puppy. Zhao Ziwei moved in an instant. The purple-winged spirit snake danced around her, wrapping her in spiritual power as she flew up. Shattering light. A gorgeous beam of light shot out. It flew straight towards Su Ling. Su Ling squinted and didn't care much. Although both were master-tier beast tamers, he was at the 9th rank, while Zhao Ziwei was only at the 2nd rank. A 4-rank gap was enough to bridge the difference between individual bloodlines. Su Ling controlled the Dark Moon Bat, rolling to avoid the skill. Evil Moon Slash. Su Ling immediately counterattacked. A black crescent blade of light flew towards the soaring Zhao Ziwei. Zhao Ziwei and the purple-winged spirit snake quickly dodged. The two fought back and forth, evenly matched. Lin Yan covered his eyes with his hand, feeling a bit startled. The energy waves from the skills clashing seemed to shake the mountain to pieces. Master-tier beast tamers are terrifying indeed. No matter the two's fierce battle, Lin Yan looked towards the members of the Blood Eye Association on the small path below the cave. It was easy to distinguish these people while fighting. Using spiritual power, the eyes immediately turn blood red. Even their spirit beasts do, with blood-red eyes, like monsters. Is there a way to turn ordinary people into beast masters? This looks a bit like dark magic. Lin Yan frowned, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. Information about his insect soldiers' deaths kept popping up. So far, however, he hadn't killed a single spirit beast from the Blood Eye Society. This is trouble, I didn't expect their strength to be so strong. Lin Yan clicked his teeth. At that moment, a deep roar came from the small road. Damn bugs, die for me. A loud explosion echoed. In the death information column, nearly 1,000 fathom mantis died simultaneously. Lin Yan was shocked and quickly looked over. He saw a sturdy man, with a 3-meter-tall giant canine spirit beast towering behind him, engulfed in roaring flames. Lin Yan frowned, although this huge canine spirit beast was a bit different from his recollection. He could still be sure. Fireflame Hound, a normal-level bloodline spirit beast. But this one, whether in size or flames, far exceeded the average version of Fireflame Hound. The bloodline had actually reached the elite level. Incredible. This Fireflame Hound, and that Dark Moon Bat, were both spirit beasts of similar bloodlines. Yet now they had both advanced in bloodline and elevation. That's right. Lin Yan looked at the sturdy man on the small road. He was also a master-level beast master. The sturdy man cleared the insect soldiers in front of him and said to the crowd behind him. These bugs are just numerous, they are nothing significant. I'll go deal with that woman, she is the biggest threat. The people behind him nodded. They also noticed that these bugs, aside from their numbers, were no different from the ordinary monsters in the mountains. The sturdy man rode on the Fireflame Hound, and the flames hot enough to melt steel did not harm him at all. Team protection activated. Lin Yan felt a pang of jealousy. Why were all their mounts so cool? One person and one dog soared into the air, charging towards Zhao Ziwei, who was in a fierce battle. The situation turned around in an instant. 2 against 1, especially in a battle between master-level beast masters. Zhao Ziwei was at a disadvantage in an instant. In just a few seconds, the tide shifted from a standoff to a retreat. Under their relentless attacks, Zhao Ziwei made a mistake and was hit by a fireball. A person and a snake were injured and fell. They crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Teacher Zhao. Lin Yan was frantic, rushing over to help Zhao Ziwei up. The purple-winged spirit snake was struck by the fireball, and its scales burned to charcoal, falling away. That last blow. The purple-winged spirit snake bore most of the damage. As a result, Zhao Ziwei only suffered a minor injury. Her clothing was slightly burned, revealing her snow-white skin at the waist. Lin Yan took off his coat and draped it over her. Don't go up, I'll try to buy time until the vice principal and the others arrive. Zhao Ziwei shook her head. In front of master-level beast masters, the number of spirit beasts for a silver-level beast master is completely meaningless. I'll go and hold them back, you run. Zhao Ziwei activated her spirit power, ready to move at any moment. You are the strongest genius of this school and the reliance for the school's future. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to the old man. If I can survive, then I will. What are you doing? Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Ziwei's lips were sealed by Lin Yan. Of course, it was blocked by his hand. Teacher Zhao, don't you have any common sense? Lin Yan stood in front of her and calmly said. In most TV shows and novels, when this kind of scene and dialogue occur, it means you are absolutely going to die. But I don't want you to die. Lin Yan took a deep breath, his gaze steady as he looked at the two master-level beast masters from the Blood Eye Society not far away. Numbers are meaningless in front of master level? That must be because there aren't enough. Even if there are more than 30,000 pigs, it still takes time to kill them all. A dense mass of wormholes opened behind, constantly replenishing the three types of insect soldiers. The insect soldiers in front also gave up their attack and turned back to Lin Yan's side. The members of the Blood Eye Association were puzzled and did not dare to pursue recklessly. Lin Yan stood among tens of thousands of insect soldiers, like an emperor issuing a decree. Kill. As the saying goes, the best defense is offense. Lin Yan was still careful, distancing the insect soldiers from each other. This way, when the opponent used area damage skills, it could effectively reduce the casualties of the insect soldiers. Not enough. Lin Yan's expression was emotionless as he bit his tongue, blood immediately flowing down the corner of his mouth. The pain and loss of blood made his heart race. The flow of spiritual energy also began to accelerate. Zhao Ziwei noticed Lin Yan's intention and hurriedly said, "What are you doing? Stop it now. Your spiritual veins are already damaged, forcing the use of spiritual energy will overload them." Lin Yan said indifferently. Oh really? But he showed no sign of stopping. Finally, the flow of spiritual energy reached a certain level. Lin Yan released the skill without hesitation. Titan Great Ant, go berserk. Bloodwing Frenzy, Blood Rain Pours. Thousand Fathom Mantis, Sword Dance Slash. He released 3 skills in quick succession, and the effect was very obvious. The Titan Great Ant's body grew larger, with health and defense greatly increased, and it became immune to control. It charged madly toward the 2 master-level beastmasters. The Bloodwing Frenzy formed up, launching a barrage of tail needles like a torrential rain. The Thousand Fathom Mantis brandished its blade-like claws, following behind the Titan Great Ant. A torrent of wind blades slashed forward. 35,000 insect soldiers all released their skills. Lin Yan felt like his body was emptied in an instant, his vision darkening, nearly unable to stand. Zhao Ziwei quickly supported him, holding Lin Yan in her arms. She had just received a heavy blow, and her purple-winged spirit snake's combat power had severely declined. It needed some time to recover. Looking at the endless masses of insect soldiers rushing toward the Blood Eye Association members, then glancing at Lin Yan in her arms. For the first time, Zhao Ziwei felt a sense of safety being protected by someone. Chapter 94, Are you ready for how to die? Lin Yan felt a softness at the back of his head. He also smelled a milky scent. However, his body's severe exhaustion left him with no time to think about anything else. Don't worry, these insect soldiers will be enough to hold them back for a while. Lin Yan lay in Zhao Ziwei's arms, weakly saying, I just hope the vice principal can get here quickly. Su Ling looked at the countless insect soldiers charging without fear across the mountains, and had already noticed Lin Yan in Zhao Ziwei's arms. In his mind, he recalled that his carefully cultivated saber-toothed mammoth was killed by these insects, and he was filled with rage. Do you think these ridiculous bugs can stop me? Die, all of you. The Dark Moon Bat released a massive crescent moon energy blade. It swept straight toward the thousands of Titan Great Ants charging forward. He thought this attack would instantly kill all these insect soldiers. But, unexpectedly, the Titan Great Ants hit by the crescent moon energy blade saw their health plummet to the brink of death, with only a strand of health left. But it was this last shred of health. It meant the Titan Great Ants could continue to advance. And it also meant he needed one more skill to kill them all. Disgusting bugs. Su Ling cursed angrily, once again forcing his spiritual energy to release a skill. Another round of crescent moon energy blades was unleashed. Only then did these thousands of Titan great ants finally perish. Clearing out one wave of Titan great ants used up one skill. But behind them, there were still countless insect soldiers. Su Ling's spiritual energy was running low. Damn it! A burly man next to him said gruffly. Let me take over. Su Ling nodded, stepping aside. The burly man raised his hand, and his spiritual energy gathered into a storm. The earth burns with fire. The fire flame hound unleashed its skill. A vast amount of flames spouted from the ground. In an instant, it submerged thousands of insect soldiers in the sea of fire. Moreover, the flame skill had persistent damage. If it didn't instantly kill the insect soldiers, the subsequent high temperature of the flames continued to inflict damage. Until the blood of the insect soldiers was exhausted. The skill was released. The burly man also breathed slightly heavier, although the effect was significant. But such a large area damage skill consumed so much spirit power. Su Ling did not feel joy because these two skills had wiped out more than 10,000 insect soldiers. Because the number of insect soldiers on site hadn't decreased at all. He saw from a distance that there were many small insect holes behind Lin Yan. They were continuously sending out soldiers. No, if this continues, it will never end. Su Ling frowned and looked at the burly man beside him. I don't know how many such insect beasts he can summon. No matter how strong we are, if the insects are this weak, with such numbers, we will be worn out. If we wait until their reinforcements arrive, we will be in trouble. The burly man paused for a moment and said gloomily. I don't believe he can keep summoning these insects. Su Ling snorted. What does it matter if you don't believe? Even if he can't continually summon them, if he brings out tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, how long will we have to fight? Doesn't our spirit power need to recover? The burly man looked at Lin Yan and said fiercely. Truly despicable, if he has the ability, he should fight us openly. More talk is useless. Su Ling said coldly. Let's attack together, combine our powers to release a skill, and take the chance to rush in front of Lin Yan. Whether we capture him or kill him, we will leave here directly. The burly man hesitated for a moment and looked at Zhao Zihui, who was holding Lin Yan. What about her? She is a genuine master-level beast master, not like us who trained with special methods. Su Ling no longer saw anyone else in his eyes. Forget about her, just seize Lin Yan. This kid is the #1 genius of Jinwu University. If we control him, Jinwu University will be afraid to act against us. The burly man scratched his head and grinned. Good idea. What if we catch Lin Yan and have their principal arrange for me to enter Jinwu University as a student? That's Jinwu University. One of the 4 prestigious schools. If I can bring back a Jinwu University diploma to my village, I can't imagine how great it would feel. Let's see who would still dare to bully my parents. Su Ling angrily hit the burly man. You fool! Do you think they would want you? As long as we hand over Lin Yan, or if we get caught, what awaits us is imprisonment. A lifetime locked in a dark dungeon. Forget about going back to the village. If this news reaches there, your parents will be humiliated for the rest of their lives. Who will take care of them? The smile on the burly man's face vanished, and he looked at Lin Yan with a serious expression. Then I will not go to Jinwu University. We will go capture Lin Yan. As he spoke, the two moved in unison and released their spirit power. The Dark Moon Bat and the Fire Flame Hound both used their skills to enhance themselves. Both spirit beasts grew larger in size. The Dark Moon Bat increased in speed and power. The Fire Flame Hound increased in health and defense. The two manipulated their spirit beasts and rushed into the tide of insects. Immediately, a few hundred insect soldiers rushed toward them. In just one encounter, these insect soldiers were smashed into a pulp. With unstoppable momentum and strength, the two spirit beasts charged straight at Lin Yan. Zhao Zihui saw this and gently leaned Lin Yan against a tree. She then prepared to fight with the purple-winged spirit snake. Lin Yan leaned against the tree, feeling his eyelids heavy, too weak to even say be careful. Bang! The two made their decision to charge, their targets clear, their will strong. They put in their full strength right from the start. The injury of the purple-winged spirit snake has not yet healed completely. It only blocked one attack. In the next second, it was knocked away by the combined skills of two people. Along with Zhao Zihui, who was severely affected by the sudden injury of the purple-winged spirit snake. The spiritual power surged wildly, and blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. The two fighters were happy to see their attack had succeeded. They quickly used the last bit of spiritual power in their bodies to unleash their skills again. They headed towards Lin Yan. Zhao Zihui saw the scene and her eyes turned bloodshot. But at this moment, she had no means to defend herself. No. With no time to think, Zhao Jiwei embraced Lin Yan tightly, using her body to shield him from the attack. However, this level of skill was beyond what a human body could withstand. Zhao Jiwei tightly shut her eyes, waiting for death to come. Suddenly, she did not feel the attack hit her. Did it miss? Zhao Jiwei opened her eyes and looked back. She saw a gigantic rock king snake that had appeared out of nowhere. Its massive body blocked this attack for her. Looking at this spirit beast that belonged to her father, Zhao Jiwei felt relieved and sat down on the ground, still holding Lin Yan tightly. In the next second, the master of the rock king snake finally arrived. Zhao Dingwei came, roaring. Dare to harm my daughter and my student. Are you ready to die? Chapter 95, Interrogation. Zhao Dingwei rushed over, seeing Zhao Jiwei injured and Lin Yan nearly unconscious in her arms. A surge of anger shot up to the heavens. This man, gentle and diplomatic in the eyes of outsiders. When his child was harmed, he unleashed a lion-like fury. The Rock King snake, with a body like an earth dragon, raised its large head, blocking all attacks. Its thick tail swept out. The Dark Moon Bat and Fire Sprite Dog were instantly knocked back, crashing into over a dozen towering trees before embedding into the mountain. King Realm. Su Ling was shocked, retreating in fear. A single realm could crush them, applicable to all beast masters except for the top-tier elites of lower levels. A King Realm beast master came out just to capture us? We just came to Jinwu City not long ago, always acting low-key. We've never provoked such a powerful figure. The burly man swallowed hard, losing all will to fight. Su Ling's face showed despair, and he closed his eyes in pain. It seems we are destined to not escape today. But fortunately, there's only one of him. We will sacrifice our lives to hold him back. Let our companion take the confidential documents out. As he said this, Su Ling looked toward Lu Hua, who was caught in the crowd. Lu Hua, although you have just joined our Blood Eye Association and your strength is weak. But I know you have ambition. Take the confidential documents and escape. Lu Hua, hidden in the crowd, slowly nodded. In an instant, dozens of figures in black appeared, quickly surrounding each nearby mountain. With spirit beasts glaring at the members of Blood Eye Association. Su Ling and the burly man exchanged a glance, both shouted. Kill! Spiritual power surged rapidly around them, slowly enveloping their bodies, making them appear nearly ethereal. Two spirit beasts crawled out from the pits, their formerly injured bodies rapidly healing. Su Ling and the burly man, with a determination to face death, simultaneously let out a low roar. On the day of Blood Eye's arrival, no one shall be spared. With all their strength, they attacked Lin Yan again. Zhao Dingwei stood in front of him while the black-clothed figures closed in, attempting to capture him alive. Lin Yan could no longer hold on, closing his eyes and fainting. When he opened his eyes again, what greeted him was an old-looking ceiling. Looking around, Lin Yan realized he was in a somewhat vintage yet warm bedroom. Where is this? As soon as Lin Yan spoke, he felt a burning dryness in his throat. In the next second, the door opened. Zhao Duo peeked her head out. With a surprised look on her face, she stared at Lin Yan. Hey, you're awake. Lin Yan lifted the blanket and sat up, asking. Where are we? Zhao Duo walked in, wearing an apron and holding a spatula. This is journalist Jin's home. You were unconscious for 3 days, and the hospital said you were fine. No one was here to take care of you in the dorm, and journalist Jin happened to be away for a while. There's no one living here, and it's quiet. I told teacher Zhao to let you rest here. Don't worry, no one else knows you're here. Lin Yan nodded and looked at the apron Zhao Duo was wearing. What's this? Zhao Duo's face changed slightly, rushing toward the kitchen. Oh no, my soup. A short while later, Lin Yan sat at the dining table, looking at the 4 dishes and a soup in front of him, all delicious and fragrant. Your cooking is unexpectedly great. There were 4 dishes, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. Plus a chicken soup. It looked very appetizing. Zhao Duo served Lin Yan a bowl of chicken soup and smiled. The doctor said you would probably wake up today, so I went to the market this morning to buy ingredients. Eat more, you may not be fully recovered, but your body is really weak. I put nourishing herbs in the chicken soup, drink more. Lin Yan stirred the precious herbs in the bowl with his chopsticks, sighing. Any herbs related to spiritual power were far more expensive than ordinary herbs, almost equivalent to gold. Such luxury was simply out of reach for ordinary people. Zhao Duo was just a student, often working part-time to earn her living expenses. He never expected she would spend so much on rare herbs. Is it good? Zhao Duo cupped her face, leaning on the table, her eyes shining, asking. Lin Yan nodded, it's very good. He gulped down a bowl of chicken soup and handed it back to Zhao Duo. Please serve me another bowl. Zhao Duo took the bowl, very happy. Okay. Watching Lin Yan eat heartily, Zhao Duo began to talk about what happened in the past few days. The assassin who tried to kill you has been caught. The school and the association are taking it seriously, and they've been interrogating him for several days. Lin Yan's heart stirred, asking, "Is there a conclusion? What was the reason for the assassination?" Zhao Duo shook her head. "I don't know that. The vice principal said that if you wake up, you can go find him." Lin Yan nodded. "Then I will return to school later." After drinking several bowls of chicken soup, feeling full, Lin Yan touched his swollen stomach, unable to drink anymore. He put down the bowl and chopsticks, eager to know why the Blood Eye Society targeted him. As he stood up, he noticed a hint of disappointment in Zhao Duo's eyes. Lin Yan paused, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Duo wore a worried expression, biting her lip. "There were many vegetables bought this morning, and there are still leftovers. Journalist Jean won't be back anytime soon, and I'm afraid these vegetables." Lin Yan understood her meaning, holding his head and sighing. "It seems my illness hasn't fully recovered yet, I should stay here for a few more days." Zhao Duo's face instantly brightened with a smile. "Really? That's great." Realizing she had misspoken, Zhao Duo quickly covered her mouth and corrected herself. "No, I mean to say." Lin Yan smiled and shook his head, line end. "I know what you mean. I'll come back for dinner tonight." Zhao Duo exclaimed with joy. "Good." Back at school, Lin Yan went directly to the student office. As expected, Zhao Ziwei was there. "What are you doing here?" Zhao Ziwei hurriedly put down the documents when she saw Lin Yan. After fighting side by side at the Abyssal Mountain, their understanding deepened, and their relationship became inexplicably closer. "Where are the assassins being held?" Lin Yan cut to the chase, asking directly. Zhao Ziwei locked the office door and whispered. "Officially, the assassins from the Blood Eye Society are held in the Beast Tamer Association's interrogation room. However, the school security department has secretly taken over the interrogation of the Blood Eye Society. Currently, they are being held in the basement of the school security department." Lin Yan nodded, already familiar with the style of the school and the vice principal. "Did they hire someone? Why do they want to assassinate me?" Zhao Ziwei shook her head. "The Blood Eye Society has over 100 members, but only the head knows about the assassination. The real culprit, Lu Hua, has not been caught. The head of the Blood Eye Society has remained silent no matter how they interrogate him." Lin Yan frowned, not expecting that the vice principal and over a dozen mysterious men in black couldn't catch him. It seems that this Lu Hua is indeed quite formidable. "Can you take me to see him?" At this moment, Lin Yan really wanted to meet the head of the Blood Eye Society. Chapter 96, He Can't Escape. Jinwu University, Security Office. Underground dark room. Zhao Ziwei and Lin Yan walked in the narrow passage. After a while, a slightly empty underground room appeared before them. Unlike the imagined scene of being tied to a stake and tortured, Lin Yan saw the head of the Blood Eye Society, Su Ling, in a bright interrogation room. Through the one-way glass, Lin Yan saw that Su Ling looked too tired to function. But on the opposite side, a strong light shone in his eyes. He could vaguely hear loud sounds coming from the interrogation room, preventing him from sleeping. "He's been like this since we caught him, and it's been 3 days, he hasn't said a word." The black-clad man responsible for the interrogation looked helpless and shrugged. He never expected Su Ling to endure and hold on so well. If this continues, they might have to resort to torture. "Let me go in and talk to him," Lin Yan said. The black-clad guard looked at Zhao Ziwei, who nodded. Then the guard opened the interrogation room door and let Lin Yan in. Sitting opposite Su Ling, Lin Yan turned off the bright light. Drowsy, Su Ling struggled to open his eyes and finally recognized Lin Yan before him. He suddenly perked up. "It's you." Lin Yan looked at him expressionlessly, but felt a bit strange inside. "You know me." Su Ling sneered, "Of course. You are a sinner in this world. A ridiculously foolish idiot, you don't even know what you've done." This inexplicable outburst of anger made Zhao Ziwei outside the interrogation room frown. The nearby black-clad guard also looked puzzled and explained. This is the first time he has spoken in 3 days. Inside the interrogation room, Lin Yan also responded with a sneer. "Since you speak so boldly, then why not tell me why I'm so damn guilty, so that the people of Long Country and the association can judge me together?" Su Ling opened his mouth, then lowered his head and remained silent. He seemed to be like a tough nut to crack. According to the vice principal's previous statements, it wouldn't likely be the Lu family targeting him. In fact, just thinking about it simply made it clear that such a large family would not stoop so low as to target a freshman like him. Since it wasn't the Lu family, then Lu Hua wouldn't be foolish enough to risk assassinating him for two relatives with little blood relation. So the connection to the Lu family was just a coincidence. The assassination would still be the suggestion of this head of the Blood Eye Society before him. Then what exactly had he done to anger him? Lin Yan stared at the silent and bowed Su Ling, deep in thought. Dread Abyss Mountain, coincidence, angered, what did I do? Suddenly, something flashed in Lin Yan's mind, and he found it somewhat incredible, tentatively asking. The Tooth-Blade Mammoth? Su Ling suddenly looked up, staring wide-eyed at Lin Yan in disbelief. You? Lin Yan looked at him with a cold smile, now confirming what he had thought. Wondering how I know? The Tooth-Blade Mammoth is mostly elite bloodlines, with occasional epic bloodlines. But the one I hunted had a legendary bloodline. I thought I had broken through my genetic lock to upgrade my bloodline. Now that I think about it, something feels off. The freshman assessment area is usually on the outskirts of Dread Abyss Mountain, and such high-level magical beasts generally don't appear. I didn't notice before, but now I think it's just too coincidental. And that Dark Moon bat of yours and that Ember Hound both broke their own genetic locks.